Run that up, Rico.
Caution, wait, please do not play with my mind, ayy. I do not play with my lines, wait. I keep protection for mine, you will not touch what is mine. I do not play with my shine, caution, wait, please do not play with my mind, ayy. I do not play with my lines, wait. I keep protection for mine, you will not touch what is mine. I do not play with my shine, caution. Look at my face, pay me respect, please do not play with my line. If you want taste, what you gon' get? Shit that gon' bury your mind. All that's at stake, where is my check? Need every nickel and dime. You play with my race, put you in check, but stopping the vision to climb. They mad that these niggas done woke up and now all our visions to go. Where is the bag to get us so caught up? Yeah, that is the mission and goal. Staying on cold, some of y'all doing too much. Straight up be looking like hoes, never gon' grow. Can't count on you and cuz, most of y'all doing the most. Like this is a show, doing it for entertainment, or you're doing it for clout, or you're doing it to sit at the table with crackers for words in your mouth. I don't play with enslavement, these are the days of the South. These days we play differently, this is what black empowerment's about. Wait, I said there's no time for no friends. Either you with us, against us, don't switch it, cause one of us die in the end. Hey, I'm keeping my eye on the lens, watching the ops despising the picture cause they wanna see the one end. Hey, caution, wait, please do not play with my mind. Hey, I do not play with my lines, wait. I keep protection for mine, you will not touch what is mine. I do not play with my shine, caution, wait. Please do not play with my mind, ayy. I do not play with my life, wait. I keep protection for mine, you will not touch what is mine. I do not play with my shine, caution.
Hold on, wait, see a black man doing great with black-owned businesses, building in a different state. Why you snakes way late in the grass, plotting on what you can take? But my black money in the black bank, me black money is safe, protected, like it's heavily protected. If he ever feels threatened, then he go a lead and knock him off his check. Let's check this. For the record, he can never be weak. Disrespecting any checking your cheek. Rep your city, reppin' red, black, and green. Never fall, won't break. There's no limit to what I do for mine. But you so they don't take coming with the anger and hate up all of my ancestors combined. You wanna get one time? I keep it fully loaded, extended in the fully auto effing to keep you from crossing that gun line. Hit you in violation. I ain't never shot a caveman. You be the first, I'ma give you this work. You get in the way of my occupation, yeah. Like I'm the boss and I don't like the way that you talking. This is my office, get permission before you walk in. The yellow tape across the door, miss.
Caution, wait, please do not play with my mind, ayy. I do not play with my lines, wait. I keep protection for mine, you will not touch what is mine. I do not play with my shine, caution, wait. Please do not play with my mind, ayy. I do not play with my lines, wait. I keep protection for mine, you will not touch what is mine. I do not play with my shine, caution.
Run that up, Rico.
Yeah. Let it go. 84 music, baby. All I hear is talking, I don't see the word. All I hear is talking, I don't see the word. All I hear is talking, I don't see the word. All I hear is talking, I don't see the word. Woo. Black as a motherfucker, let him know. Cops ain't frame niggas, is fool. We paper chasing, if not we catching zoos. Day to day, we take it, let it go. Yeah, we let it go. Yeah, we let it go. Lift the block from its knees, take it and let it grow. Get the block where it needs, leave him watching like woo. You know I'm only ripping with a painless. Coast to stepping, watching my lean shit. Building weapons and gold, you know the aim is. Living levels and smiles all of the English. As long as we keep working while the game comes. If not, break it open, taste like one thing for certain, where the game done. Yeah, we taking over where the lanes run. Watch us break it open, make it free. Watch it take them true, watch it take the streets. Paper pie and all, yeah, we taking this. Fuck the police and law, watch me bring the heat, woo. Black as a motherfucker, I let him know. Cops ain't frame, nigga, it is fool. We paper chasing, if not we catching zoos. Day to day, we take it, let it go. Yeah, we let it go. Yeah, we let it go. Lift the block from his knees, take it and let it grow. Get a block what it needs, leave him watching like woo. No matter where I go, I see the same shit. Cops kill another with the same clip. And all I see is movies, bars and slave ships. We wonder why we struggle just to make it. Preachers giving sermons, but we don't see the work. Another body down, they gon' need a hearse. Cops playing games, take his body search. Play out to the grids, everybody hurt. Whoa. Watch us break it open, make it free. Watch it take true, watch it take the streets. Paper pie and all, yeah, we taking these. Fuck the police and law, watch me bring the heat, woo. Black as a motherfucker, I let him know. Cops ain't frame, nigga, it's fool. We paper chasing, if not we catching zoos. Day to day, we take it, let it go. Yeah, we let it go. Yeah, we let it go. Lift the block from his knees, take it and let it grow. Get a block what it needs, leave him watching like woo.
And we are back once again in the house. All right, give me 1 second. Get the things in order. Bam, go. All right. Yeah. All right, split. Back in the house once again on Friday. What's up with it? Big ups? Keely, Tether, Corey, Sabio, Harry, everybody else. Welcome back. We'll give people a chance to get back and get settled. And we'll get the link pent up as soon as possible. Wanted to try to get going on a Friday into a weekend. Coming down to the last stretch before next weekend's big event. People just got the science fair coming at us next Saturday and Sunday. So we want to make sure if you want to contribute, volunteer, any contributions will be much appreciated. Make sure you get in contact with Q or anybody on the immediate staff for that. But yes, it's been a wild week. A lot of discussions, a lot of talk back and forth regarding some black people, more specifically celebrities in this case. Anyone and everyone has been weighing in on the infamous Manhattan's New York Southern District federal trial of Sean Diddy Combs. In our latest episode, which she should be wrapping up literally as we speak, because I heard she was supposed to be out of the courtroom by 1 o'clock today. One of the main witnesses. I wouldn't necessarily classify her as a star, but gave her testimony to the dismay of a few. But they're going to play that out for the next month or so. So if you want to give your thoughts on that, when we put the link out, that'd be great. But I noticed whenever this next topic comes up, you get real quiet. The crickets become very loud. Uh, I don't hear anybody really putting a serious effort or concern, support for anyone having any discussions about reparations. Whether you think it's going to happen, whether you think somebody's doing it the right way, I just don't hear anything. And yesterday, in the midst of all the other activities, a black woman representing Northwest Pennsylvania, specifically Pittsburgh area, Congresswoman Summer Lee reintroduced the reparations bill for Black Americans, descendants of slavery, into Congress. This bill was originally drafted, I believe, under Cori Bush, but thanks to the support that we did have from various activist groups, there was enough motivation to at least get it back into circulation. As much criticism as HR 40 originally had, it definitely sparked various activist groups in terms of initiatives, narratives, whether you were for or against it, instead of just sweeping it under the rug and say, "Oh, that's how it was." At least the discussion was had. What's up, Danatal Basco from London? King of Kampala, what's up? So, let me see. I was trying to see was there any revisions to this particular bill that was introduced yesterday. Congresswoman Summer Lee is the first Black woman to hold a U.S. federal political seat in the state of Pennsylvania. We pointed that out on the week of the election. So shout out to her. At least making that accomplishment in a district area where it is not majority Black. That seat was held previously by a three-term Republican. So she was on the odds or against her category on that. The new resolution makes a 135-point argument for reparations, detailing the lingering harms of slavery, racism, discrimination, and violence against the descendants of Black slaves. It also details how other groups, like Japanese Americans, who were detained in camps during World War II, and also how 9/11 victims were provided restitution by the federal government. Ms. Summer Lee is a part of what U.S. Representative Ayanna Pressley, the Democrat from Boston, called a deep bench of black legislative talent that is committed to pushing for long sought after restitution to atone for the harms of slavery perpetuated that have not yet ended. So towards the end of the last stream, there was some discussion about when somebody was born and what was told and said. But let me give you a short story that was provided by Representative Corey Bush from Missouri. He points out that back in 1783, Belinda Royale, who had been born in what we call today Ghana, was sold as a child to Isaac Royale. She was freed after 50 years. Then she went to Nova Scotia, Canada. The state of Massachusetts awarded her a pension of 15 pounds and 12 shillings. Back then, now that story has motivated other writers and other activists to push for reparations, which can be found on a reparations website called, hold on, Reparations and the number 4, slavery, all together. So you should be able to know how to spell reparations. The number 4, slavery.com. And that'll give you a little bit more info on that. Congresswoman Lee also noted that the latest flurry of administration policies invoked by Trump against the quote unquote woke crowd should be a dog whistle into uniting and forming against such policies. She noted that the U.S. government has a moral and legal obligation and some critics also noted that this particular legislation does not go into the details in terms of an amount, the qualifications, who's going to be funded, but it does at least lay down the foundations of a structured plan, starting out with about 20 million, according to some of the original text. And I just wanted to make sure I covered all the key points. But that's pretty much it on that. What's up, Miss Melanated? So, let me get some background on the Congresswoman here, because we're not into politics, right? Jasmine Crockett is getting all the headlines, right? Son Lee was born in November 1987. Northern Pennsylvania. Pretty much has education background in journalism. Went to Penn State. She earned a Juris Doctor from Howard University of Law 2015. And she was on the Bernie Sanders campaign in 2016. So she's going to be representing Allegheny County. Y'all already know, you should be familiar with that area. When I had the cam in the truck and was going through the Allegheny Mountains, a lot of historical places up in that area. Okay. So we're gonna have commentary, I'm sure, on the celebrity trials. How many trials we got where the black man is on trial? It's in the headlines right now. Diddy, Tory Lanez coming up, because this really ain't about Tory Lanez, all right. It's mostly about hating and throwing Megan under the bus, right? Nobody's really concerned. Look, seems like everybody had a comment about it. Don't really even know, he's from Canada. You know what I'm saying? So I don't want to hear that, we don't have no affiliation with people that come from Canada while riding around bumping drink, while you're not online. Let's see. And then what other court case is in the news? I really haven't heard too many people talking about it. Is the Roy Hinton case where the teenage boy got shot down by Cincinnati police. Body cam came out next morning. The father saw it. Next thing you know, the sheriff deputy is dead. He in jail. The stare down in the courtroom on the initial arraignment hearing, the no bond. And now what's being said? That he wasn't behind the steering wheel. It was an old lady driving. You hadn't heard that? Rodney. Yeah, my bad. I'm messing the names up. It's still early, JJ. Well, you know the crash out's gonna come. What's up, Gold man? I'm gonna drop the link in a second, yo. So I did hear this on the day that it went down, but it was so volatile that day. Nobody really expanded on it. It looks like there were some tweets and Instagram posts that were taken down or deleted. A few people had screenshots uh, to say they were across the street. I mean, it was a college graduation. He was directing traffic. So anytime there's a traffic situation near a school event, such as football game, graduation, whatever, there's gonna be several people that are around with their phones, right? I find the timeline very suspicious because I don't know if I have a timeline of him actually hitting the deputy and then being arrested or taken to the hospital. That wasn't really clear. We kind of just went straight from he snapped to being arrested. So if there was someone else in the car or the truck, I think it was a pickup truck actually. Seemed like to me there would be some sort of corroboration from that. Shout out to the Black Panthers that are now on site in Hamilton County. I believe they are gathering and standing with the father. Let me get the link out. Is that the right? Let me make sure I got the right link. Okay. Yeah, because I'm still trying to get situated over here. Get that out. Okay, moderators, make sure you pass the link around till you get it pinned. And let's see, the leader of Burkina Faso coming back from his trip to Moscow, Russia, meeting with Putin. Looks like he was a guest at their Russian Military Appreciation Day, where they displayed all their military vehicles. Was there deals made? Um, what is their actual capacity as far as being the symbol of standing against oppression for the French, but choosing to negotiate specifically for military weapons with the Russians. So would he be considered a sellout, Mr. Ibrahim Traore? Will Burkina Faso be truly independent? Will they become this uh, catalyst for military superpower? Will other countries follow? I'm not sure. For me, if I'm the leader of an nation on the continent of Africa, unless there was some sort of previous agreement that was made, it is going to be very difficult to skip over the entire continent of the other 50 something countries or nations as far as trying to seek support. Has there been conflicts, previous, conflicts on the continent? Of course, there are conflicts within Burkina Faso itself. There is no place where all the people are, you have this mass uh, streamlined ideology. But when you're talking about attempts to provide security from a military standpoint, and you tell Russian media that the black man from African simply lied about you having weapons of mass destruction or resources uh, you know being withheld, and that's your only reason for not working with them. I don't know. I don't know what your agreement was, but if I'm a leader of Burkina Faso or any other African nation, uh, I would rather continue to uh, be looked at as a fighter of oppression without having any affiliation or ties to uh, Western Europe, Eastern Europe, Northern Europe. No white man, no Asian man. I'm not going to do deals with China. I'm not going to do deals with Russia. You're going to have to destroy me. You know? But that's just me. I might be getting ahead of myself on that. What's up, Rio? All of Africa will be free. Niggas fold under pressure. Pressure. If they're not dealing with oppression, they're dealing with religion. Yeah, I'm waiting on that too, non-swirl. just like we never seen the full Diddy tape in the hotel. I heard it was about 45 minutes, the whole tape. Security guard is on there. Cassie is standing up on there. Supposed to been somebody in the room besides Diddy. Uh, that's just crazy. How they only release certain clips. But I would like to see the full video of the police officer in Cincinnati. And I would like to see some traffic cam footage from the time that he's supposed to been behind the wheel and decided to run over. Cause for me, I don't know. If you're gonna use insanity, mentally disturbed, then you're gonna have to separate knowing how to drive and knowing how to point out a target, uh, which just happens to be a sheriff's deputy patrolman, and crashing the car. You weren't that mentally disturbed that you knew that your actions was going to result in serious injury and possible death. Uh, Now, saying that, I'm saying there's lots of questions. For me, it would seem that if revenge was the motive, damaging your truck, possible damage and injury to yourself would not be the first option. I'm going to get back at law enforcement. I'm definitely going to try some other options other than ramming my own personal vehicle into him. Let's see. What's up, per? In a war with Ukraine. You have to. Because that's how America Rockefeller money had to rely on science. Same time. Yeah, I don't believe that Russia is arming Burkina Faso so they can be free and sovereign. I mean, that's just not military strategy. That's not economic strategy. That's not political strategy. I'm going to give you weapons so you can be free and nothing else. Can't really point to any other example in history where that's taken place. Oh, okay, yeah, my bad. I am moving around. I'm gonna switch devices in 1 second. Hold on 1 second. Okay, that should be better now. Leadership. Russia has always supported revolutionary movements. I'm sure they have, and just like any other nation or government, uh, they don't necessarily need direct payments of uh, assets or resources or cash, but it's got to be something. You're not going to help nobody be free or revolutionary just off the kindness of your heart. Moral standing governments now. It is okay to deal with white people as long as they're not American. Hey, I'm, yay. Okay, y'all see, y'all got some highly comments here. Okay, y'all on the panel, go ahead. Is my sound out?
No, you good. Peace step steady.
Oh, okay.
I can peace, Wale.
Hey. Life is good, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, beautiful. We got a common denominator.
Okay, y'all hit the panel. I know y'all didn't hit the panel to listen to me now.
Uh-huh. Well, we were,
Mm.
attempting to get something in mind, like you didn't have a lot to say this time. A lot was not being said. And I was looking at the agreement that I got when I mentioned that we are allowing ourselves to be acted upon. And I'm hearing a lot of rustle. Is that you there making the rustle sound? I don't know. I'm just asking. I'm hearing a lot of paper type rustle.
Oh, that's your speakers are loud.
Okay.
But I am making noise though. But go ahead.
Yeah, so I was just suggesting that we attempt to build some type of momentum toward being active rather than reactive. I got the reactive from Psycho. He had said, yeah, he admits that people are generally reactive, and I'm saying, yeah, that's good. But I mean, I understand that his understanding agrees with mine. So I'm saying, however, that we can start building up a momentum to become active, and in order to do that, we have to decide. We have to decide. We have to become people who make decisions and stick by those decisions. That's what makes a person active. If you're just responding to this, responding to that, you call them decisions. Mostly they just like do or die things when you're just responding. But when you decide I'm doing this, I'm going to create this, I'm going to build this, then to me that's more or less on the deciding to make a future. And so I would wonder though, do we have a vision of a future, or are we just trying to be assimilated into someone else's future? Because I was watching the Rizzler, I think that's what it's called, Rizza, the planet of Rizza, and I see the people doing all kind of things, and it gives a visual of a future, like Wakanda was a visual of a future.
Yeah, I think you went out, Waller.
I sometimes do that. I was saying, like Wakanda, we need a visual. We may not have a common visual of a future, and so we're not doing things to get to a future because we don't have a future in mind. And maybe so far, what it seems to be that we just assimilating into someone else's future. Oh yeah, they doing this, man. Yeah, they're gonna have people on the moon, and then we say we gonna have people on the moon and assimilate into their future. So I'm just saying, are we gonna have a future, and are we willing to determine our future and the kahunas to carry it out,
Yeah,
whatever that is.
to the subject of Ibrahim Traore in West Africa, I think it's significant. I think it's relevant to Black people in America because of the geopolitics of America. And I was saying, many months ago, it's an echo. Is that me?
Nah, that's Wale.
Yeah, I was saying many months ago that Ibrahim Traore, Burkina Faso, and not just them alone, but Mali and Niger were going to be very significant issues coming up geopolitically, and we see that that in fact has materialized. that what's going on over there has moved to the center of I would say attention in America is moving closer and closer to center, and that's really where it needs to be. You know, Black America needs to understand what's going on in Burkina Faso because you have heterosexual males who have decided to take over control of their resources. There was a puppet government in place prior to the government that we see in place now. And some military men, one being Ibrahim Traore, decided to take over their government and remove the puppet government that was in place that was allowing Western corporations unfettered access to their mineral wealth, and they removed them. You know, they have a lot of commodities there, but the development of agriculture, number one, that appeared to be one of the main strategies because he needs his people to feed themselves. And as far as the context with Russia, Russia has been arming their government ever since they came in power against insurgents that are being funded by outside funding sources. That's where the conversation kind of veers into USAID and where do our tax dollars go and why was Dr. Arikana the head of the African Development Diaspora? Why was she happy that USAID was being shut down in Africa? You know, we got to look at that and see what the perspective are of some Africans, not all Africans, because Ivory Coast doesn't agree with them. But we see it's a power struggle. Ivory Coast, we seen Michael Langley just recently visit Ivory Coast. We saw Michael Langley publicly debrief Joint Chiefs of Staff on the subject of Burkina Faso. But it has become significant. It has become one of the centerpieces in the political discourse, and it should be. Because Ibrahim Traore is not only exposing weak African leadership, he's exposing weak leadership all over the planet. Don't matter if you're African, Muslim, Jew, Christian, white, Indian, or whatever. He's just exposing weak leadership. He's exposing Western colonialism and capitalism. That's what the problem is with Ibrahim Traore. He's exposing capitalism. He's showing that things can be done differently and their economy is developing rapidly. It's not perfect. Like Devastating said, there are some issues and conflicts going on within the borders, but they are mostly Muslims fighting other insurgents who are Muslims funded by the US and France. There's a lot of Mali formally visited the UN, Niger formally visited the UN, Burkina Faso formally visited the UN and told the UN that these groups were being funded by the West. So there have been formal, I guess you can say, grievances or complaints addressed to the so-called world body that is supposed to come in and resolve certain conflicts like that. But they receive no relief or redress. So they decided to take things into their own hands from what I can see. And I think it's authentic. I think it's grassroots. There are many indicators to say that is true. We can look at the data points, the development of agriculture, cotton, dairy milk, all in-house, tomatoes, road construction. I think the brother came in with a sharp vision at the right time. You know, he caught America in the middle of election, and they flip things, and they're not alone. That's my opinion on Ibrahim Traore. I don't mind going into some of the nuances and details, but I think the main thing, like the brother Q say, look at his work. Look at his work with his people, with the development of agriculture, the tomato, the cotton, the taking over the gold, the minting of their own gold, the renegotiations of the contracts. Um, I think it's something that African Americans should pay attention to because he definitely speaks. He talks about black people in America. And, that's my opinion.
Yeah, I guess the lack of information in terms of how is Russia going to play out in their specific role of so far what I'm hearing is strictly charity, and I don't know where that has actually been displayed and benefited uh, anyone in the past in terms of international commerce when it comes to geopolitics.
I think we're accustomed to seeing things done through the American lens of diplomacy. So as we see people begin to do things differently, it's definitely foreign to us, and sometimes it's going to seem radical. But Russia's form of diplomacy just seems to be a bit different from Western, fundamentally a bit different from the Western form of diplomacy. We know there are differences fundamentally between capitalism and socialism and communism. We know there are various forms, but fundamentally, I just think it's a different approach, and we're not accustomed to seeing that. So we don't think that people could come in and do bit, but we got to look at the muscle that the brothers got too. That the brothers got their own muscle, even though they're being armed by Russia. Uh, they stood up on their own too and took over their own government. So I think they deserve some credit for that, even though they did have Russian support. But we know devastating that it's still a Cold War going on, and we know that we know that West Africa is a part of the new theater. Well, not the new theater, but it's the heat. It's just getting turned up more now in West Africa, and but we're accustomed to that theater being the Middle East, and that theater is moving into West Africa now, as far as proxy war is concerned. And we see Russia and America and France, and we see China, and we see these different factions, on the ground, in West Africa in particular now. So it's definitely a theater, just like the Middle East. But Ibrahim Traore, in my opinion, is an anomaly for them, because he came out the mud. He came straight out of the people. They didn't manufacture him. He came out of military, but they didn't. I don't think they manufactured him the way that they manufacture many other leaders.
This goes back into your CIA comparison.
CIA.
What's that other guy's name? Move. The guy from Ghana.
Oh, Muhammad.
Yeah.
Muhammad. Mm-hmm. Yep, he just came in. Recently. Ibrahim Traore visited his inauguration. Many other presidents did too, but he showed up too. It was a
Is this the?
Go ahead.
But that's not the same guy. Let's see.
Muhammad's in Ghana. He just came in.
Is his name Boga?
Bulu. Tinubu in Nigeria, Bolu Tinubu.
I may be thinking about Tinubu. What one of those presidents over there implemented a no dreads policy. So if you have dreads in your hair, you are to confront them, take them to the law enforcement to deal with them.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I saw that.
Have you ever heard that? You heard that?
Yeah, I saw that.
Oh, okay.
Mm-hmm.
What about that again? Now, where is that located? This type of lawmaking?
Yeah, can you repeat that, Dale? Because I was trying to
Let me
join
read
as
that.
you were saying that.
Yeah, hold on. So I won't misquote it.
Peace, gold mine. Yeah, that's true though.
Peace, King. How you doing? Peace,
What's
Wale.
up,
Peace,
bro?
Dale.
What's up?
You
Let's
got
I
see.
love, bro.
love.
Because at first I thought it was Mali, but it's not Mali.
I think it's Ghana or Nigeria.
Yeah, I think it's Nigeria.
Maybe Ghana.
Because they were at some sort of conference that involved all three of those governments. Either they were
That's
at
it.
a conference or they just left some sort of conference. President.
Yeah, but it seems like none of them really want the West no more. None of them.
Niger, the governor of Niger.
Mm-hmm.
What's his name?
Niger, that might be. Is that a same country?
Bago. Bago.
Abdul Rahman Chana or Assimi Goita?
No, none of those names that
No,
you mentioned.
no, that's
I'm
not.
specifically talking about a governor, not a president. I misspoke.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I misspoke.
right.
So governor, not Nigeria, but Niger is in Nigeria. Am I correct on that geographical? My African
No,
geography is kicking in.
no, it's
There we go.
close to. It's close to it though. It's close to Nigeria. It's on the border of Nigeria, but it's a different country, Niger.
So
Same people though.
I was
go
going to
ahead.
ask you, Asiatic, is he familiar with that word, Niger?
That's what I just said. I said the governor of Niger.
No, I'm
Governor.
talking, I was
Oh,
just
you
asking him,
go ahead.
was he familiar with the etymology of the word,
Yeah, I'm familiar
or
with it, Wale.
the history of the word?
Yep.
Niger?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Okay,
In
so
19, I was going to tell you something.
before you go off on some non-related aspects, the governor of Niger, Umar Bago, just like the other Umar you're familiar with, Umar Bago, B as in boy, Ago, has reversed the controversial directive ordering the arrest of individuals with dreadlocks following a widespread backlash from public and civil rights advocates. He instructed security agencies to arrest anyone seen with dreadlocks across the entire state, linking the hairstyle to a rising cult-related activities in the areas of Minna, which is the capital of Niger.
What type of white
He
man
is.
call it
Hold up, man. Right, hold up, bro. Cause you know we had to ride to get the crown act around here. You feel me?
GQ.
So
What the fuck
we ain't
is
trying to hear none of that. And then on the motherland, hold
what type
up.
of cracker shit is that in Nigeria going on? What the fuck?
See, to my Nigerian brothers, you know what I'm saying? Y'all wonder why when we talk about West Africa, we don't really mention y'all because there's a lot of bullshit shit going on over there. Y'all need to check that, bro. Check that. Cause when you over here banning natural hairstyles, like seriously, like if that ain't self-hatred, I don't know what it is.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on over there for them to ban that.
And I ain't gonna put that on the hold.
You do know that dreadlocks was banned on the island of
Can
Jamaica,
y'all hear me?
right?
I thought my mic went out.
Yeah, we went out for a second. Gold
My
mine.
You
alarm
went out,
went off.
Goldie.
You know, I
Oh,
got
okay.
set. I'm getting that.
I say you do know that
I got set
dreadlocks
alarms to do
banned
shit.
on the island of Jamaica, right?
Currently, Wale,
No, it was banned.
at one point in time.
Man, they got that big alarm.
Yes,
No, I
to
never
the
knew
point
that.
that they killed some Rasta, and it's
That's
called the
crazy.
Coral Park. If you want to just look it up for 10 seconds, it's called the Coral Park Massacre.
Damn. I'll take your word for it, bro. I don't even want to look that bullshit up. I might get triggered. These motherfuckers, man, this shit is diabolical. So my question was, is are dreadlocks un-African? Like, is that not an African thing?
What the guy Dev just read is the point of contention. He was very specific. It had nothing to do with Africanity. He said that the man said the reason for doing that is the fact that that he sees it, that it indicates or it's associated with some occult cult activity. I think he said cult activity.
So he's speaking specifically to Rastafarianism.
Rastafarian, yes.
Maybe
that's
Yes.
so. Maybe
So what he
so, but
want to stick with? So what he trying to stick with? Christianity.
I would say this though, that the dreadlocks come from the Mau Mau. The Rasta had took it on afterward because Haile Selassie never wore no dreadlock, not as an adult for sure.
Right.
So they had taken that already from a revolutionary past and utilized it as a weapon or a statement. And so that's why Jamaica made it illegal, was because they were using it as a statement of freedom, a statement, I am.
The Mau Mau is East African though, right? Wale?
The Mau Mau is, you can say that if you like using those terms, yes.
Well,
but you know that
it's Kenya.
Yeah, okay. But some of those states weren't, some of those countries weren't countries. Well, they definitely weren't independent when I was born. But anyway, the thing goes like this. So does Queen Nyabingi. You know, you have heard of Queen Nyabingi? In the Rasta thing, they have a whole section of Rasta referred to as Nyabingi. Are you familiar with that? No, it's cool. Just thought I'd mention it. I thought Afro might be familiar with the Queen.
No, I'm familiar with Jomo Kenyatta though, and the Mau Mau.
Possibly, I would suggest to you that you look up the Queen, since I'm giving you this as a lead. Just put it somewhere and read it 2 months from now or something. But you have
dreads that came up with them was D-Dan Kumati too. He wore dreads, but he was another
Who came
revolutionary.
up with what? Who
D-Dan
came up with?
D-Dan Kumati. He was one of the dreads, the revolutionaries in
You talking
Kenya.
about Mau Mau, or you talking
Yeah,
where?
Mau Mau. D-Dan Kumati. That's his name.
Oh, you talking about Mau Mau? Okay, no
Yes.
problem.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've seen them people, man.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they would.
I just say Mau Mau because there's so many people. I didn't even try. And of course, Jomo was well known. But yeah, you can do that. I was just saying that, however, that Nyabingi, people overlook that. And if you want to, you'll find a decent amount of history about that and that whole thing through that name I just gave you, Nyabingi. And in Rasta, they use not only the dreads, they also use the queen as a reference point. Not a reference point, how do you say? As a momentum, a point of momentum.
That's where the British got the term from their encounter with the East Africans that had
Got what term, man? Oh,
the dreaded locks. They dreaded the dudes that wore the locks. They dreaded the dudes that wore the locks. The dreaded locks.
Because they still now, everybody knows it means.
They was fighting East Africa.
You went out while they mean what?
I stand.
I stand?
Yes. I don't know if you would, but I was surprised by how much reverence was initially paid by the what you would call foreigners to Rastafari. The image of Rastafarian people, I should say, not Haley. Ain't nobody talking about Haley. You know, he wasn't, that big a deal. But the Rastafarians, when they gathered, the dread and the, I'm gonna say, spiritual essence of the queen, that impressed a lot of people. Maybe sometime you could check it yourself. Just look at a photograph of a Rastafarian family, man, woman, and children. And to you, it may not look like anything. And to me, it did not either until I saw it through the eyes of a foreigner. Not a foreigner like through my eyes, but the eyes of like a Asian or the eyes of a European or something like that. When they see that, like, okay, imagine yourself walking up on 10 families in your neighborhood, right? How many of them, all the people in the family have the same hair? Tell me.
Yeah, well, I don't really care so much about hairdos, man. I'm more interested in Africans taking control of their resources and maybe us doing the same potentially sometime in the near future or the future.
The thing,
the
thing that you don't understand, that I'm not talking about hairstyles, cousin. I'm talking about continuity and unity. You went right past that into hairstyles. That's your focus because this has been your direction to focus. The thing I like about Traore, because I listened to him this week, and only this week because I didn't want to be impressed by others. So I listened to his interview in Russia and stuff like that, and some other stuff he had done. I noticed his lexicon, the words that he chose to use, what they call that, his verbiage. He reminded me so much of Malcolm X in his utilization of the English language.
Yes, right, correct. They call themselves the land of the upright men. That's what they say Burkina means, the land of the upright men. Well, that's what Thomas Sankara said, land of upright men. That's an interesting verbiage, I guess you could say. Upright men.
That means I stand. I stand. That's what upright men do. They stand and determine their future. And that's what the dreadlocks implies to everyone worldwide. Actually, is I stand for the people who are doing that. Like even now, you gotta go around and circuitously in some areas, but you will find that people have a certain amount of respect for a dread, just because of it's the spiritual and history of it all. And that's why I say you should check out Queen Nabingi. Says you're pushing that Islam, you should check out how she dealt with it, because she's from the Congo as well as them boys you mentioned, Yomo and them, and you'll find they existed. She existed in their time as well. And yet she has orders of Nabingi all in South Africa. Are you familiar with that? The orders of Nabingi in South Africa?
No, I'm not, Wale. I'm not.
It's thousands of Nabingi in South Africa. I'm just saying there's some information. You take it, leave it, don't bother with it. It's cool to me, baby. I'm just mentioning. And you say you don't know.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
My curiosity is so thirsty, it's almost nothing I don't want to know. I've not run across anything actually that I don't want to know.
So what was the science behind that, Wale, in South Africa? You said
the science behind
they were called what?
In South Africa?
Yeah, when you asked Afro, was he familiar with can you repeat that? I didn't.
Oh, the Nyabingi.
Nyabingi.
Naya, N-Y-A, Naya, B-I-N-G-H-I, I think it's Bingi. Yeah, Nyabingi.
Okay. So what's the science behind Nyabingi?
Nyabingi was a voodoo priestess in the 1800s who gave them crackers hell.
Sound like my type of lady.
For sure. It's worth checking out. That even though she's from the Congo, her reputation goes all the way. Not reputation only, but dedication goes all the way to South Africa.
Brandon said they were the rockers with the head wraps.
Oh no, them Bobo.
Bobo.
They Bobo Shanti. They you'll find more Bobo Shanti up in Ghana and stuff like that, because they associate with Ashanti.
So what's going on in Nigeria? They heavy with the Christianity thing. The problem what's going? They've been colonized so hard. They done push that Christianity on them so tough that they don't want even a chance of any other religion uprising around there or something.
Yeah, I think that was Niger, GQ. I think that was Niger.
Oh, Niger. Yeah.
Yeah.
So is that what's going on with them, Afro?
I'm not sure. I didn't read the story. I don't know. Dev had the story. I want to take a look at it though.
I mean,
I
as
know they.
far as their history is concerned, like that's what they've been heavy push with the
Oh,
Christian.
it's an Islamic government in Niger. They Muslim.
Oh, okay, Islam.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, nah. That even
Mm-hmm.
make more sense.
You know what happened though, GQ? In the whatever year I was at an African festival, I carve wood, right? So I go to places where I could sell my wood carvings, and I was at an African festival, and I ran two guys. You know, we got to talking, and I found out that they were from Liberia. They were born, raised, everything in Liberia. And I said, wow, you know, I'm all crystal-eyed and stuff. I'd like to go. They said, oh, no, you can't go there. I said, why? They said, first of all, you got, because at the time I had hair. They said, you have to cut your hair because everybody got to be groomed like you know, like a church for something.
Good upstanding Negro.
Exactly. He said, and then he said, your name, he said, by your name, they won't even let you in the country. I said, what? He said, right, you got an indigenous name. They only allow Christian names. You have to have if you got a Christian name, they let you right in. Dang. He said, they won't even let you in the country, my man. I was cracking up. And they were serious.
This shit is off the chain, man.
There was two of them, and one of them
for the world.
Exactly, GQ. That's colonialism. That's colonialism.
They're going through right now what Jamaica went through in the 60s. Niger is going through it. See, there's a time fluctuations and stuff that, see, we've been taught to look at time as a continuous direct thing, right? But time fluctuates because time is a matter of consciousness, right? Because sometimes you can be somewhere sitting for hours and you be like, damn, I thought I was here for 10 minutes. Because time like that, it moves like that. It is a matter of consciousness. So when the consciousness arrived, the 60 years later, like, okay, when I left here to go to the States, they didn't have cell phones like we got now. When I came back, cell phones were all over the place. Because I went to the States for a few years to do some business, right? And to, you know, get myself ready. And when I came back, bada bing, bada boom, cell phones were everywhere. And they had changed the the two-way streets to one-way street, put out new stop and go lights and stuff like that to control the community. You never noticed that in any community you ever lived in. They changed the two-way streets into one-way streets in order to facilitate the trappings of trapping
all the time.
Traffic. They did that throughout the 60s because they were not prepared for us in the 60s. That's what my elder used to tell me. I say my second elder brother used to say all the time, man, that we missed the mark. We could have took them down. This nigga was strictly business. He said we could take this whole government out with 13 men. He had it all worked out. How to do it, where to go, how to get it done. And he said it won't even take a month. He said you got to move fast. Otherwise, they get on. And then you know what happened? They started changing all the two-way streets into one-way streets. They started putting cameras everywhere because at that time, that was really a good time for us if we to break free of the bondage, because that's what we're under, the bondage that we can't live freely. That to me is slavery. Not no chains and stuff. The chains are on your mind. I went to jail just to see what happens to our youth in jail. They had them little boys 15, 14, 20 years old in these lockstep chains, walking from the cafeteria or wherever they eat back to the cell. And people tell me slavery is over and I'm watching it myself. as it occurs to the children that I know. It's difficult to talk to me about certain things because I can see. And I'm not going to say what is not. I only say what is.
Oh, so hold on. Dale, did you say that? Did you mention that he reversed that?
No, the reversal is what was already in place.
No. Well, from what I'm reading, hold on. Wait a minute. Let me make sure I got this right. No, he reversed it. So he removed it.
Okay.
Niger State Governor Umar Bago has reversed his controversial directive ordering the arrest of individuals with dreadlocks, following widespread backlash from the public and civil rights advocates. So he removed the law to arrest them. So currently there is no law to arrest them. He removed it. You feel me? Span article. The governor had earlier instructed security agencies to arrest anyone seen with dreadlocks across the state, linking the hairstyle to rising cult-related activities and insecurity, particularly in Mina, the state capital. Rascality in Mina, anybody that you find with a dreadlock, arrest him and barb his hair. From this moment is fire to fire. Any attempt to harass any security officer in an attempt to harass the government of Niger State is an attempt to harass the government of Niger State. Bago had declared during a public address. In addition to the dreadlocks directive, Bago also announced a 12-hour daily restriction on commercial motorcycle and tricycles, banning their operations from 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. as part of a broader crackdown on violent crimes. He also warned that any house found sheltering criminals or drug dealers would be demolished, emphasizing that his administration would apply maximum force to restore order. That motherfucker wasn't fucking around down there.
Yeah, there's videos out of them actually demolishing a house while the homeowners are right standing in front of the bulldozer.
Man, talking about zero tolerance. Yeah, but basically he reversed it. Okay. So he removed the dreadlock thing. It didn't say that he reversed the rest of the shit. So, but he did reverse the dreadlock order.
Yeah. So he was clarifying it, saying that the initial statements regarding dreadlocks were the Rastafarians or people that were associated with known criminal groups in this case with dreadlocks. Not anybody, just some random person walking around with dreadlocks. No, that wouldn't obviously be acceptable by the people. Yeah, I was kind of reading down too, because like I said, all of this is actually centered around fighting against the crime wave.
Yeah, I think the president, that's Abdurrahman Chana. He's a part of the Sahel Alliance, AUS, with Burkina Faso, Mali, and Niger. Yeah, it's definitely not going to be perfect, though. You know, it definitely still got problems and issues, but the main thing is the insurgents. The main thing they're trying to get rid of is the insurgents, the outside funded Islamists, so-called Islamists, but they're Muslim themselves. You know, interestingly enough, you know, so we get an interesting look at what's going on over there, because the Ibrahim Traore, Abdurrahman Chana, and Simi Gointa, they're all Muslims, but they are fighting Islamists that are funded from outside. So that's interesting to look at.
Anytime Negroes, well, I know I might get a little pushback from you, Afro, but anyway, anytime Negroes take on one of these other people's religions, it seems like they get more extreme than the motherfuckers they took the religion from. Like Africans, how extreme they be with the Islam and all the history we know about them fighting over there and unaliving non-Muslims and in certain areas. And even here, how the Christians go so hard for the white man religion of Christianity. It's I don't know, it's like the black police showing off for the white cop.
Yeah, that's what I think. That's why I think Burkina Faso is so interesting, because we literally can see a Muslim guy, Ibrahim Traore, that happens to be African, that is African. Uh, we see him fighting Islamists, so that's an interesting thing right there.
Yeah, that goes more to what I'm talking about, don't it, Afro? Because that shows you his state of mind as far as independence is independence. Like, I want to be independent of you Arab motherfuckers and you know what I'm saying, and you crackers. He Pan-African embodiment. Camille Burke said, anyone I asked about Traore are impressed by him. And it's funny that she said that, because I was speaking with my grandfather a couple days ago, and we always go through the current events. He'll call me, what you think about this? What you think about this? What about this? And he brought up Ibrahim, and I was surprised because that's not his bag. You know what I'm saying? But somehow he didn't got wind of what's going on with Ibrahim, and he's definitely, like Camille say, impressed by him. Yeah. So, and that's saying a lot with Granddad, because he's not easy to impress. Let's just say that, because he came up in them cotton fields in Mississippi, and he a hardcore nigga. Like, he don't, he's not like, he's not easy to impress. So he's one that always tell me cotton is light. It don't weigh a thing. And he had to have 200 pounds by sundown. So Ibrahim is definitely making his way through the media and the hearts of Black folks. You, Afro, I must admit, the first one I really seen going hard about the situation. You know what I'm saying? Like, really dropping the links, making sure everybody was informed about it, letting everybody know what was happening in Burkina Faso. So I give you credit for that, bro, because prior to you dropping them links, I had never heard of. I hadn't even heard of Burkina Faso, period. I didn't even know what the fuck Burkina Faso was. I couldn't even.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And I'm gonna be honest with you, bro. I got on to what got me looking at Burkina Faso was JT the bigger figure. I was looking at JT the bigger figure, and the brother was over there, and then Burkina Faso came into my field of vision. You know what I mean? And I started looking at it, and I looked at how they embraced him, and I was like, damn. And it was interesting to me, because I watched him go over there, whatever, and I watched how they embraced him and how he was out there in the ghettos, with the people, and I was like, wow, I respected that when I saw the brother do that or whatever, and he was digging water wells and things of that nature over there, and I got onto it from looking at his channel and what he was doing over there, to be honest with you. And then I started paying more attention to it, and I saw the type of thing that was going on over there. And it turned out to be from what it appears to be, it looks like it's authentic. It looks like it's grassroots, straight out the mud.
Yeah, man. I think so, man. Really think so, brother. He putting it all on the line, man. And I hope more African countries follow suit and see what's going on with him. Is it true that Ghana kicked the motherfuckers out of Ghana now? The agreement they had on the minimum rights expired, and
it's a chain reaction, GQ.
And they telling motherfuckers to kick rocks.
It's a chain reaction, bro.
Yeah, this type of shit I'm talking about, man.
Chad kicked out France. Morocco gave them access to the ports. They got a problem geopolitically. They got a problem geopolitically.
Man, I mean, the sun shine on the dog's ass. You know what I'm saying? It's time. You know what I'm saying?
At least once a day.
At least once a day, bro.
Even if it's a long day.
Yeah, that's how I look at it. Y'all done had enough of exploitation over there, man. It's like, you ain't had no business over there doing the shit you were doing in the first place. All them old backroom bullshit deals y'all done cut with them folks, man, and extortion methods y'all use, the cracker use. So it's like, man, it's time to get the fuck on, man. How long you think you're gonna be able to sustain this type of demonstration? I think it's well overdue, for the whole continent, man, as far as this colonial. When South Africa gained their independence, that should have been the chain reaction right then. At least that was is that 20, 30 years ago?
Yeah.
1989? Huh?
What, 89?
I'm not sure the date. I'm asking. I know I was in high school. High school had to be in high school. But I know it's been at least about 30 years ago. So it's like, seemed like that would have been the ball rolling in, like that should have been a chain reaction. But somehow the cracker was still able to sustain. But it's like, this shit well overdue, man. Get the fuck out of Africa. Okay, your ass back to Europe.
Does the French have their hands in Haiti?
Of course.
French.
Of course.
France.
Of course, man.
Yeah. So
that's one of the worst atrocities ever.
I guess they're catching hell right now because they're getting kicked out of Haiti again and out of Burkina Faso. Plus Nigeria.
Yeah, it's time for them bitches to kick rocks. It's time to kick rocks, man.
Yeah, it's time. They usually kind of lay silent, do their thing. You usually hear about the British or the Americans when it comes to white colonizer.
Yeah, France be low key over there, though.
Even the small hats get a portion of heat more than the French.
Yeah, that's a fact, man.
Now the crazy thing is that's who we see in the theater in the Sahel. We see the Ukrainian military in the Sahel now. Now that's interesting. That's interesting. That's an interesting thing too, because the Ukrainian military is in the Sahel, and we just was going through all of that stuff politically. It's interesting though.
Outside Europe, doesn't the French control the most indigenous territory that's not on Europe, like in South America, in the Caribbean, in Africa?
Outside of Britain, who you saying other than Britain?
I think French control more colonized territories than British.
Probably do.
I think it was 14 that the French have, 14 francophone states.
Because the British kind of gave up a lot of theirs, like India and those places. Majority of the Caribbean, they gave them independence, but the French didn't give their majority of their colonies independence. They're still considered French colony.
Let's see. Who is the biggest slave owner?
Did
Yeah,
France help George
France is a
Washington them
beast. France
during
is
the
a beast.
independence
They're just not loud. They're
Mhm.
quiet.
during the
They're silent,
Revolutionary
but they're
War?
deadly.
I'm just trying to connect some dots. How
So yeah,
America
run that back, GQ.
helps France colonize. With their colonization of all these countries, they get a big boost from America and help from them. And they might even be proxy controlling this shit for America because America doesn't want to be known as a colonizer. Did France help George Washington and them punk ass during the Revolutionary War?
I'm pretty sure we probably can find some French affiliation when it comes
Through
to.
Ben Franklin, through Benjamin Franklin, the French were very instrumental.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Are
Yes.
you gonna elaborate, Wale, or?
No, I was just bringing it up. I thought y'all might know. I keep thinking I'm talking to Taz. Taz not on here. Taz the historian. So anyway, uh, what I was say? Oh yeah, Ben Franklin had an intimate relationship with France. He went over twice. I think he made deals with them about that. First of all, they had to be recognized and stuff. So as a country and stuff
Cutting
like that.
deals. Cutting
Yeah, he
deals.
was cutting deals the whole time. Yeah. I think something he did with the French, they got all these idiot little things people remember about what happened. I don't remember all them little incidences.
Yeah,
It was a guy.
I recall reading where France was help the revolutionists fight against Britain, and help fund them and shit. I kind of remember that. I was just trying to confirm it and make sure that's what was going on. And I was just thinking about like the relationship with France and America and how America helps them colonize these countries that Amin is talking about because they get a big support from America when they doing this shit.
And France didn't sell Louisiana as the Louisiana Purchase, they call it, which was a matter of selling somebody else's. It's like the mob. It's like the mob. They were selling somebody else's land to the next Don. You go in and take it over. I relinquish my claim on it. You go in and take it over. And then they go in and take, like they did with Vietnam and they did with the Philippines. They did that with Vietnam too. France gave them Vietnam, gave America Vietnam. You go run Vietnam. And they didn't tell
Yeah,
America
they
that.
do that a lot of time. Reassign government.
Yeah, well, they reassign what they claim to be their possessions, even though the people there fighting them and everything, like, get the hell out of here, y'all ain't from. They be like, okay, France, you want to buy this because they're giving us trouble, and we can use
You're absolutely right, Wally. At that time, they didn't respect.
That's cold-blooded shit, Wale. I feel where you come from. You know.
They at that time they didn't respect the rest of the world. They only respect Europe, other European nations.
At that time, Dutch Schultz. Is anybody familiar with the legend?
Okay. Before we get off into that, GQ, go to the Treaty of Alliance in, I think it's 1778.
Okay.
Specifically, the Continental Army made an agreement with the French Empire, and along with weapons, ships, and other materials that were supplied during that particular conflict.
Yeah. The Treaty of Alliance signed in Paris on February 6th, 1778, established a military alliance between the United States and France during the American Revolutionary War. The treaty was negotiated by American diplomats Benny Franklin, Silas Dion, and Arthur Lee. See, yeah, that's what I'm talking about, man. And I think
What was the duration or the length of that treaty? How long was it supposed to last?
okay, let me see.
You're gonna have to read that whole passage to find that.
Okay, that's cool. I didn't know it was such a
I
thing.
may not.
Thought it
I may
was,
not. Hold on. That's a legitimate question. Because that goes. That question kind of goes to what I'm speaking on as far as these motherfuckers still in cahoots. France and America. And doing their colonization shit all over in America. Backing them. So I would like to know personally how long did this particular treaty last?
I don't think it has a date on it because it isn't the treaty is like France recognizing America as a nation or something, and supporting America independence from Britain.
Mm-hmm.
So if it's along that line, America is still an independent nation.
Yeah, because the agreement marked the official entry of the United States on the world stage and
Yeah, so,
formalized French recognition and support of U.S. independence. That was to be decisive in America's victory. Yeah. So as you said, I mean,
yeah. So
there's
as
no
long as
end
America
date,
remain
no
an
end date on
independent
this motherfucker.
nation.
Yeah, so they still got this goddamn treaty going. That's what motherfucking bottom line.
What's the year? What's the year of the treaty, please? I'm sorry, I forgot.
1778.
78. Okay.
Yeah, they weren't necessarily interested in saying, "Hey, I hope you guys gain your independence, and we're just going to give you these bullets, ammunition, and guns to fight these people off." They were mostly seeking, I guess, gratification to seeing an opposition of the British Empire.
Hey. Hold on. Look at this shit right here, okay? So this is they got a thing on Wikipedia. I'll put the link in when I get through. Pause. So okay, this terms and provisions of this treaty, right? And right here, Article 11 pledge
Specifically,
to honor land claims. Article 11 pledge. This is the Article 11 of this same particular treaty that we speaking on that was signed in 1778. Okay. Article 11 pledge to honor the land claims of both nations forever into the future.
that word again.
What the fuck?
I knew there is no time limit on it.
Okay.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah.
Hey,
And
but did you pledge
it's
to
probably
honor
gonna pledge to honor America democracy and it's like
pledge
a back
to
and
honor
forth.
the
Yeah.
land claims. Pledge to honor the land claims of both nations forever into the future, with the United States guaranteeing full support of France's current land claims and any lands it acquired during the war against all other nations, and France in turn pledged support for the American land claims and guaranteed to help preserve the country's liberty, sovereignty, and independence, absolute and unlimited, as well in matters of government as commerce. Look at that shit. Now that was just a thought.
It's only a matter of time before America have to intervene into what's going on in Burkina Faso.
Ain't that a bitch?
So now remember when this thing you're talking about, which was 1788 or something, what was that, 78?
1778.
In 1778, the Louisiana Purchase, was that done by then? I don't think so.
Damn.
I don't think the Louisiana Purchase was done by then. So we're not talking about America as you know it today, or the United States as you know it today. We're only talking about the 13, for the most part, colonies. Because France,
America,
but listen to, I know that part, but what did it consist of land-wise? Because from Louisiana, the French only.
Sir.
Okay, I'm sorry.
I mean, that's insignificant, sir. Not to cut your wisdom, but what I'm saying is
half of the country is insignificant.
If it's the United States of America, and this right here says they plan to honor the land claims of both nations
Yeah, so even if
forever
they
into
claim
the
land
future.
after, they have to honor those land that they claim after. Even if America claim a country right now, France have to back America. Likewise, America have to stand with France, according to the
Man, what the fuck?
And part
I'm
of it
simply
says
saying
military
that even
support,
at the
military
time,
support,
the
aid,
United
armed
States of
food,
America,
medicine, and finance.
okay. At the time, America was half of its volume as it stands today, is the point that I was making, because Mexico still owned the doggone place over there called California and Texas. So at the time, they were talking about, pretty much the coastal East Coast. And that's why I was just bringing out the realities.
Okay, but what he was saying was it didn't matter what size you were talking about. It didn't matter how much they claimed or what was drawn out on a map. It didn't matter. That's why they drew up the alliance. I mean the treaty.
Yeah, Wale, how would that affect? How does that
No, it
affect
didn't.
the agreement,
No, it
the
wouldn't
size
matter
of
what.
land? Or you just was pointing out the size of land? Just
I was just pointing out that I was just pointing out the conditions that the treaty was drafted under and signed under. Under those conditions, France had a big swath of what you call the America. They had a big piece of that land. And so they both was saying, I'm going to recognize France-owned land in America. And America, the United States is saying, France is saying, I'll recognize United States-owned land in America. And we won't fight each other. And then later they made the deal of the Louisiana Purchase, yes. But at that point, they were saying they were recognizing their claims because they were fighting with the British, who was trying to claim otherwise.
You want me to read it for you again, Wale?
Why would you do that? What's
Because that's our original point. That we're actually trying to tie French colonization with British. Yeah. So when we say the word America, that really can't be separated from British, because who actually were those people that were quote unquote fighting against the British? Were they from some lost mountain area in yeah. Okay.
They were colonists. They were called colonists,
and they were from Britain. They were from Britain.
Yeah.
A lot of them were.
They were establishing independence. They were establishing independence from Britain.
And France was also at war with Britain. France was also at war with Britain.
That's their motivation for getting involved and supporting them.
And man, this shit is. I'm gonna read this one more time for you, Wale. I just want to make sure. This
My bad, man.
11 of the treaty of this is Article 11 of said Treaty of Alliance, 1778, between France and what was becoming the United States of America. Okay, because they were fighting for their independence. All right. Now this is several articles, but in Article 11, it specifically states that they pledge to honor the land claims of both nations forever into the future, with the United States guaranteeing full support of France's current land claims and any lands it acquired during the war against all other nations, and France in turn pledge support of the American land claims and guaranteed to help preserve the country's liberty, sovereignty, and independence, absolute and unlimited, as well in matters of government as commerce.
Absolute and unlimited.
God damn it. And I was just putting some shit together in my mind. It was just a thought. I'm not even. Thank you for that, Dale, for dropping. No,
it's all good. We actually covered that a while back, but I just wanted to make sure that was referenced.
Yeah, because
with
I was just
good buddies or just happened to be coincident. When ain't no damn coincidence. The shit is spelled out in writing. God damn it! Just in case you confused. No confusion.
Yeah, it wasn't just because y'all helped me out then, I'm gonna help y'all out now. No, we got a contract with this shit.
Pin that up, Q, when you get a chance, man.
They destroy the world over selfish reasons. Literally, France and Britain fighting for superpower.
In America. Don't leave the motherfuckers out.
America entered the fight later, but it was France. France wasn't looking at America as a superpower opponent. Britain
back
was
then.
opponent. You know, and it shifted because at one point Spain was and Portugal.
Don't forget Portugal. Yeah.
And when you check it out, all these people are like cousins. It's not even like distant, like strangers.
Yeah, we separating them now. Yeah.
Cousins. Just cousins decide he wants to have more than the other cousin, and for that he destroy Africa, destroy Asia, destroy America.
Man. So America has they got a contract to help these motherfuckers fuck over everybody. Including Haiti.
And that's just one contract. They have other contracts out there.
Yeah, they got some more contracts.
Like the one they have with Israel.
That's a strong one that's been in place since 1778, and it stays forever.
Britain and Belgium.
Forever, long ass time,
Scottish, America and Scottish.
Amen. Hey, amen.
You.
Forever, a long ass time, bro.
Forever. And
let me ask you something.
GQ,
y'all smart guys.
Only the
hold on. This question has been all over. I've been trying to.
Wale.
Hold on 1 second, Wale.
Oh, the mic, man.
Oh, my mic
you
is
know
bad.
That is though. Any land they colonize in the future.
Yes. Yes. Yeah. Current and future. Yeah. Forever. That shit kind of pissed me off right there. That's why America backed them. America backed them when they went back to Haiti and with the motherfucking ships and extorted the Haitian people for reparations for freeing themselves from slavery.
Yeah. America had to back them.
The most diabolical shit ever that I could pinpoint outside of chattel slavery in America.
Yeah, these people talk about global gangsters.
Man.
The global fraternity of gangsters.
Motherfuckers.
So how's the mic now, man?
You clear, Wale.
Oh, okay.
You got a little echo, but as long as you just talking, you cool.
Okay.
So the guy in Haiti, barbecue. So apparently this guy, he was in the army, left the army, and then unite all the gangs in Haiti.
He was a police officer.
Police officer.
Yeah.
But how he became leader is by uniting all the gangs that were killing each other.
Yeah.
You unite all the gangs and go after the corrupt government.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's deep. I don't know if he's
going to. I think it's a cold-blooded shit, man.
Yeah.
I think it's deep too, and I don't. I hate when they were gangs before he united them. I call them freedom fighters or liberators, as the crackers do when they, when they term their white gangs in America. That's or anywhere else, they're freedom fighters and they're liberators. But when they referring to barbecue and his people, is gangs. It's a gang. But I don't think they're no longer a gang because he united them. They're not a gang banging against each other. They fight for freedom.
I would hope that. I would really hope that to be the case, but I can't say for sure because the country is still in turmoil. People dying, people losing their house. You know, I'm not saying it's his fault or it's their fault, but I'm saying it's not looking good over there right now. And
unstable.
the
Looking through
situation,
a
corruption.
Western, we looking through Western media eyes
We are,
because that's what they
but
giving
it
us
is
for one,
happening.
and
The
for
thing is,
two, maybe it's true that this
and
is
if
going
they
on.
are really freedom fighters fighting for their country to see their country in a better future, then yes. And I'm not saying that's not what they're doing, you know. But again, who's destroying the country? Is it the military? Is it the government? Is it the Kenyan soldiers? Is there other gangs,
Or is it barbecue and
or
his
is it
boy?
barbecue and his people?
I
You know,
understand that. I understand that point of view, but making it, they creating a condition over there. You know, does Haiti, could Haiti sustain itself agriculturally? Like,
yes,
okay. So with that being said, yeah, I don't. I'm
agriculturally
with
they
you. I'm with you on that,
can.
Amin. As far as the verdict still being out, bro. You know, yeah, I'm with you on that.
From their
I'm going
side
to
there.
look that up because my understanding is they cannot.
Yeah, I don't know if they can or can't. That's the $1 million question, because if they can and they need really no outside help as far as feeding their people, then it would be no need for any other fuckery that they're claiming that barbecue and his people doing. But if that's not the case, I don't know. You know, how can they sustain without we know Western help, because we know that they're getting none of that. You know, they get no help because they don't have the Western countries, France in particular, don't have a proxy over there as they did with the former uh, president of Haiti. You know, he was a proxy for France. You know, and most leaders that they have over there is a proxy for France. So
Well, that is why they're rebelling. That
exactly,
is why they're rebelling.
exactly, exactly. So you know they not giving them no kind of, I don't know, man. It's crazy. And then they was extorting these people for reparations, and you know, taking all of their mineral rights and everything they had. Talking about they owe France for kicking them out the country. So it's just and America has a treaty with
You don't know about Haiti. You sound like you don't know. May I say something about it? Maybe you don't know, because I was about to give you some information that you asked about the agriculture too,
Go ahead.
about Haiti. Right. Wow. Oh, Haiti, the Haitian agricultural sector, the largest section in the country, employs about 2/3 of the workforce, but contributes only about 1/4 of the GDP, while only a fraction of the land is suitable for agriculture. A significant portion of that is under cultivation, highlighting challenges like soil erosion, drought, and the lack of irrigation. Many farmers focus on subsistence crops, while some engage in cash crops like coffee and sugarcane. That's the first AI response. However, I would like to bring to you that Haiti has in Haiti, there's a very rare mineral called, I think it's called iridium, that's like very expensive.
Yeah, that's
And
what they need for them batteries and shit.
I hear they have enough of it to make Haiti rich, every Haitian in Haiti rich.
Yeah.
But the people who they have to deal with, this is the thing about Traore. It's nice that he can get stuff from I want you to bear with me a moment, like they did with Cuba. It's nice they can get stuff from Russia, but that's what Cuba did. That's what Venezuela did. They got stuff from Russia. Russia was willing to help them build themselves up, even though the United States had put all kind of crazy sanctions on those people's countries, telling other people not to even deal with them. Not that I ain't gonna deal with you, but ain't nobody gonna deal with you. They did me like that when I was in the bookstore. They made everybody that sold books in that Florida, southern Florida, refuse to sell me books. And I just had to go out of business. So that's what they doing. They just tell them not to don't deal with none of them. And that's what they're trying to do, build up people against China right now. Don't deal with nothing China. You know, that's what Trump going around trying to get the Arabs to do. And the Africans was like, no, we're not going for that game today, buddy. And so Trump mad at all of Africa. You know, he didn't deny it. He's got some kind of ban against all Africans or something. I forget how it goes. But he's mad about that because they won't join his mafia team and beat up the next guy. However, I'm saying Russia, though, is accustomed, and like I mentioned, two other, maybe three other incidences where they work with other nations that were saying, hey, the nation comes out in its rhetoric anyway. Let's take care of our people. Let's take care of our home and not be sending all our essence out to European countries and giving it away. And Russia has been primary in helping with that. And China too sometimes. China has been pretty good with it too, helping with that kind of concept to help the people, because China wanted to help its people too. And the United States and all them countries were anti-communism, because communism in its my understanding in its rawest term is take care of the people. Socialism is a form of how you do that, just like capitalism is, but communism itself.
What's the hold up? What's the hold up with you got an echo, Wale.
Okay.
What's the hold up with Haiti establishing a government? That's what, you know, so they can deal with, even if it had to be with Russia, China, whatever the fuck they got to deal with, you know, to sell some iridium and do whatever. What's the hold up with them establishing a government, you know, on their own, independent government? Like, why they don't just say, okay, now this is the new fucking president, and this is the Congress, and this is what's going on.
Every time they tried, he got assassinated. Every time they tried, that president and his family got assassinated.
How many times, huh?
A few times. That's why I even start the whole war that's happening right now, because the last good president that was doing stuff for Haiti when it was stable for a little while, going through earthquakes and just natural disasters, earthquakes and hurricanes. Then they assassinate that guy and put someone in. And the people said, no, that's not their president. The people said that, like, that guy was put in by foreign powers serving foreign interests. Exactly. And that's when barbecue stepped in and so-called unite the gangs, and whatever is happening now.
Oh, man.
I like what Traore
fear that they want to just go ahead and him and his freedom fighters won't just go ahead and establish a government because it's out of fear of being assassinated.
No,
they're literally at war with the upper class and the current government. They're literally at war with them.
Look like they winning that war, but I don't know. Like I said, we getting it all from Western media. I don't know, so I'm not sure exactly what's happening over there. Declare something, motherfucker. Declare some independence, and this is what's going on. This is our government, you know, so they can have, so these other countries can have somebody to deal with as far as buying resources and everything else.
You see why it's hard for Haiti, for barbecue to do that in Haiti? he's looked at as a gang leader, you know, like in Burkina Faso. Traore has control of the military, a well-respected military of the country, and use the military to overthrow the puppet government, you know, and he has the support of the people. In Haiti,
They don't
barbecue
have a
have the
strong
support of
military, so
the,
he created it. He seemed like he created one with uniting the gangs. So that's his
yeah, barbecue has the support of the poor people in Haiti, the poorer class people. He
that's what
doesn't
I'm
have the
saying. If
support
you
of,
got the support of the poor people, goddamn it, that means to me, in my eyes, that means you for the people. Shit, I
yeah.
don't know.
Well, probably that's why he's still alive, you know. But he doesn't have the support of the bourgeoisie.
Port-au-Prince.
Are the bourgeoisie the ones who are losing their homes? You were speaking on earlier when you say people over there losing their homes and getting getting their homes taken. Is it those people that losing their lives?
From all the clips I'm seeing from independent YouTubers that went over there, not the BBCs and those people. Like the people are still living in their house, like the poorer people, like they're still living in their community and stuff, except for where places got bombed and you got places where the war really, like that's a war scene, like site. So no one lived there no more. But
war ravaged
people that are in the tents and the camps and the refugee camps, and from hearing their complaint, there were the middle class or the upper class in Haiti. From hearing them, they,
So
you can't.
that
They
seems like that
weren't
would be
living
that
in the
bourgeoisie. That
yeah. They
bourgeoisie
weren't
that was
living
happy.
in the garrisons.
Yeah, they were happy with the
Yes.
puppet
So people are
government.
like, they were teachers, or they have to run left them BMWs in the driveway and stuff like that. And I'm like, okay, so you guys are like the middle class or the upper class, and you guys have to run away from your your $1 million house and now live in a tent.
Right.
But if you see where barbecue and his soldiers are, they're civilians, they're women with their basket on their head, kids riding bicycle, people going about, stores like the little corner stores still open, people still making soup on the side of the road. People they're still doing what they do. So I'm like, these people didn't leave. That means, but the people who are in the tents complaining about they have to leave their house, they were the one living good lives. So
Yeah. So it seems like they fighting for independence. Shit. I haven't seen it until I see something really different or get some more information. I'm gonna call them freedom fighters.
well, the media is going to demonize him.
Yeah.
And again, I'm not here. I wouldn't vouch for him. I don't know what he's doing. I don't know the situation over there. Like human being are human being at the end of the day. And uniting the gangs doesn't automatically means that people that used to killing and extorting other human beings suddenly became moral, just soldiers fighting for a righteous cause.
Because they're trying to create a condition, different from the previous conditions where it was damn near they saw it necessary to do that. So they're trying to create a condition where it's not even necessary, because if you think about the iridium and other resources that they got, where everybody over there could be rich, or even not even rich, just straight, well to do, then you don't have a need for, similar to America.
Well, the fact that he could unite them because I pretend just use America for instance, and you got Bloods, Crips, GD, BBCs, and ABCs, and all the gangs together. You got the 6, you got the 5s, you got
Right,
the 4s.
I got you.
And these people have history of killing each other. You got people who are bloodthirsty for revenge. But in this moment, they could be in one place all together, holding guns, and they're not killing each other. So that's something I'm saying.
Hell yeah, that's something. That means that
Whether
it's
he's
a
good or bad, the
common
fact that he
cause,
can
common
unite those
enemy.
people.
They had an he was able to convince them of the common enemy.
Yeah, it seemed like they really have a purpose to fight to, because when I hear like individual stories from dudes who wearing a ski mask because he doesn't want to show his face and whatever, he will tell you that he murdered 40 people for hire, and he used to kidnap and do this and do that. He used to be the one who watched the drug house or load the ship, but he haven't done that since 2016 because barbecue says no more. And I'm like, yo, that's deep, And he's like, yeah, the only thing they want to do now is take over their country and see a better future for their people. They don't want to really go back to black crime.
Blue was speaking on something like that last night when he said that
sometimes it takes a revolution to change even people's mindset.
Yeah, the revolution has to be the biggest game, and the most powerful game. So that's how you convince a bunch of killers and murderers that look, this is what it is. And you're no longer doing none of that shit because, and if anybody got a problem with it, speak your piece now.
So the worst war to fight is the one where you're fighting for nothing. Because you're still going to feel the consequences of war. You're still going to go through the trauma. You're still going to experience death, whether you're doing it yourself or you're losing people around you. But if the outcome is for nothing, then why are you doing it? When you ask most gangsters why they're doing it, it's for nothing, or it's because everyone else is doing it. You don't really have an end goal. See, these people now, barbecue gave them an end goal. Fight for your country. Defeat these people and you regain your country, and they're willing to put their life on the line for that.
Yeah. And we all gonna be straight.
Yeah, and they're willing to put their differences aside for that, because now they have a purpose to fight. Killing the man next to you just because he killed someone that you knew in high school, for what? Yeah. There is no end goal.
Yeah. Killing your cousins and shit. It's a small island, everybody related in that motherfucker.
So yeah, is it Rodney Hilton, dude who whacked the cop for killing his son?
Yeah.
Yeah, see, he brought out the Black Panthers. Shit, I saw the Black Panthers coming up with arms and stuff.
Yeah, they're out there right now.
What they call them with the bow and arrows?
Yeah, they have the archery, but
yeah, the archery.
I know people are gonna say shit, but the way he explained it makes sense though, because not everyone can legally carry a firearm, especially people with peculiar circumstances to having to deal with the law.
Yeah, so I understood it fully.
Still having a projectile weapon, but they still have guys out there with real weaponry.
Yeah.
The way you break down the archery squad makes sense.
And the elder guy that was out there speaking, he's 70 plus years old and a member of the original Black Panthers.
Oh. Yeah, I saw him with the bullhorn.
Yes.
I'm like, shit. Kind of remind me of dude over there.
Yeah, he actually was trying to communicate with the younger guys, basically saying everybody can't go, and this negotiation type of atmosphere is holding them back.
Mm.
Man.
Yeah.
So y'all haven't heard that he wasn't in the driver's seat of the truck when it crashed?
Yeah, I heard it was an old lady. That's the social media rumor. It was an old lady driving.
Yeah.
And then they
Witnesses.
said the car wasn't stolen.
Yeah, supposed witnesses on the scene said that
But why aren't they showing the body cam though?
From that incident?
Yeah.
Yeah.
There
You
is
said why
literally
aren't
no
they, or
cam
why
from
are
that
they?
incident.
why they not? Why
Just
are they not?
you get a few still photo shots that doesn't reveal anything, any moment in time.
Yeah, that's
However,
real.
you know, because they're saying that he's suing them because they assault him at the accident scene, and other people are saying that there was another person in the driver's seat that died on the scene.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. As a result of them probably running from the police. You know what I'm saying? That's why they.
No, we talking about the dad go. We talking about that the next day.
Oh,
No,
for
we're talking
real?
about the dad when they said the dad hit the cop and killed the cop in revenge.
Yeah.
There is a rumor saying that he did not. They're saying that he wasn't the one that hit the cop and killed the cop. It was an old lady. But again,
Man,
that's a
quit
social
playing,
media
bro.
shit. But the cops are not showing the body cam from when they arrested him at the crime scene, which is something that they should have shown, especially given that
Yeah.
the
No
overall
footage
case
being shown around
attracts
that
so much
time.
media, attracts so much attention, public attention. They should try to be as transparent as possible. So
No camera footage from
and
cell
yeah,
phone
and we
footage.
know like next month they're gonna show it. Next month they're gonna show the body cam footage after they done doctored up the clip
Yeah.
in the office.
Yeah, because where are the? This was at a college. We know everybody pulling out cell phones. They
Yeah,
recording shit. Where's all that footage at? You know. So the two ladies that were sending out the tweets, they were saying that they were there. They were praying for him. He was on the passenger side, knocked out. The airbags had deployed, and it was an old lady driving. So I don't know, man. It's
there is
crazy.
that. Yeah, and the fact that he's not even like, you know, he's suing, so there must be something. There has to be something into something.
Yeah, and when they got him from the hospital, he had been heavily sedated.
Hey,
He looked like they
real
beat
quick,
the shit out of him.
real quick on this lawsuit. I forgot exactly what show I was watching. Once I get out the store, I'm gonna pull it up. But the person who filed the lawsuit, they did it on his behalf. He didn't even have anything to do with that. Kind of
Oh,
find
so
out
he's not the
this
one
person,
suing?
yeah, kind of find out this person done been filing lawsuits all through Georgia as well on this type of stuff. So maybe they said maybe this person is trying to become a civil rights activist or something, but he didn't have nothing to do with it. Mr. Henry didn't have nothing to do with it.
Well, it's good that they filed it. I mean, it would be hard for him to file a lawsuit from behind the, you know,
The
behind.
only problem with them filing it, some of the stuff that they put in it wasn't uh, factual. You know what I'm saying? So it's kind
Oh
of like
shit.
it's
Okay.
gonna if he did want to sue later on, you feel me? They're gonna be like they're gonna scrutinize even more. You know what I mean?
Well, for them to file it on his behalf, he would have to sign it, right?
Not necessarily.
Not necessarily.
Mm.
But
Not
if it's
necessarily.
someone else filing on his behalf, then that kind of takes a lot.
Come to find out they weren't. I think they said they went as far as to say this person wasn't even a lawyer or something like that to be doing this shit.
Oh shit.
So I was like, man, you trying to make this man look bad. This body bad as them
Fucking
calling
agent.
shit
Sound
doing
like an
testing. He
agent,
got,
Goldie.
huh?
Sound like an agent.
Yeah, agent provocateur.
Mm-hmm.
Trying to make it worse on that man, as far as I'm concerned. But it did look like, I mean, unless they trying to say he got all them damages from the accident, it did look like something happened to him.
Man, it looked like he had been doped up, man.
Oh yeah, but I'm saying it looked like something happened to him. That's why they probably drugged him up because he was probably in a lot of pain.
Yeah, they probably beat him up.
Or I mean, because from the well, not from the footage, but when they showed the scene of the car, you know, when they trying to say he, you know, used to hit the police, it looked like he hit a pole or something.
Yeah.
Yeah, they only releasing that one picture.
That's all I seen. I ain't really, you know, certain stuff, Dev. I ain't gonna lie. Aside from talking to y'all, I'll go back and research it after talking to y'all, but I be trying not to look at that shit.
Man.
Yeah, it could be very overwhelming.
Man, bro. Look, I caught myself trying to catch up on the case, man. I mess around and my little brother got his TV turned off Tuesday night. He thought he was in a wreck when they ran up on him. The police finally got up on him. They realized he had been shot up. I'm like, God, little bro.
In Ohio?
Nah, this was in Nashville.
Oh, okay. Damn.
Yeah, I be trying to tell people Nashville, bro. It's ridiculous.
Man, the world is a ghetto, man. I tell
You
people,
feel me? The world is a ghetto.
shit, nowhere is immune to this shit, bro. Nowhere.
Nobody. Mm. It just
Whether it's
crazy.
Nashville, Tennessee, Fort Worth,
Man,
Texas.
right. You name it. You name it. It's
this
going.
this this name this any geographical place you can put in your head, man. This shit is going down.
Yeah, if it's people that hurting, it's some people getting knocked out, bro.
Yeah.
It's that on that. I try to, you know, be strong for my mama.
Yeah, I'll be back in like an hour. I'm gonna
I
go
be,
pick up my kids from school.
All right, man.
Andy, you've been there,
Pardon me.
man. I be glad when certain stuff happen because right now I'm in Memphis. So the good thing is I'm out of town. 'Cause you know how that shit go. Your first reaction don't be on those. You know, let's make some peace. About to burn it more down. You hear me?
Yeah.
Like all the shit my little brother went through, bro. Like I look at it like this: the stuff that I'm going through now is teaching me the love of my mama. You know how she brought me into this world, and I had to see or have to live with the fact that I could potentially go out before her and losing my little brother and some of my younger homies. Kind of, like soon as I found out about it, the first thing I highlighted, nah, that's my baby. You feel me? Most niggas want to be tough and shit. Like, man, that my homie. Nah, that was my baby, bro. I love that man like that was my child, bro. Like, cause it's a different kind of love that you show when it's your child. You know what I'm saying? You ain't gonna withhold nothing. You ain't gonna put them in no shit. But man, some stuff you can't hold back from a person when it's destiny.
My condolences, bro.
What's that? Lock the doors. Oh, he's talking about work. There's some things you can't control when it's destiny. If anything, I would, man, I look at it like, people talk all these gun control stuff. Like, think about the people that's felons when they get out, can't even protect themselves. Like that shit crazy, bro. Like, I get it. This person shouldn't have a gun because maybe whatever they did in the past. But at some point, there should be a level of testing or something that you could, get your rights back. Because having people just out here naked when you got a lot of people, the gap between the have and the have-nots ain't doing nothing but getting further and further apart. So,
Yeah, that's you said something with the have and the have nots because rich people have a path to regain their rights.
mm-hmm.
It be the poor that usually have to. You know what I'm
They can
saying?
get they whole record sealed on you.
Yeah, and not
You
even
be
that.
like,
I mean,
dang.
they have so many different avenues when you got the bag. Now, as far as getting the records sealed and uh, getting things,
Into the store.
what's the other one? You getting it sealed or
Gas station.
you getting it
Expunged.
expunged? There you go. They do have pathways for poor people to do that also, but in certain instances that you gotta have a bag in order to get it done. But they do, because I know in Cook County we have you can go under indigent status, and if you receive like Obamacare or EBT, you can go and they'll give you assign you a lawyer to handle that for you, getting your record sealed or expunged.
Right. And then they catch
So
them
that's
on
probably
the
not available everywhere, but I know Cook County it is for sure.
and a lot of time they catch them on the front end. Like, that's why a lot of time you don't see people catch certain charges because they already know once you get in there, it's gonna be, kind of hard to get you up out of that.
Yeah.
Hey, Gold, I just came on to say my condolences to you, bro.
Much love, King. We warriors. You feel me? My dude fought his fight. You know what I'm saying? And before his time was up, he realized what was the right side. So I can't even be mad about it, bro.
You don't even know who this is, huh?
No, I know my brother when I hear. What's up, right now?
Chilling. You been
Man,
all right?
man, for sure.
That's
Just
what's
out
up.
here grinding.
That's what's up.
Just out here grinding. How the family?
Things different now. Really ain't no family.
God, G. I mean, see you
everything,
done heal
everything,
from it a little bit to be able to talk about it,
everything come down to money. Like when you I say like this country punish you for being a breadwinner. And
Oh yeah. Oh
um
yeah. Punish you for being great.
Yeah, he said a mouthful there, and they punish you when you don't win it. So what the fuck, you know?
so what's the
Big.
right? So that's why I be trying to tell people at this point, let's just go get it. But
Yeah.
that's a whole nother conversation, right? But like what I learned over these last 2 years, especially, is when you we're gonna talk about this real quick since you brought it up.
Let's
So
talk
as a
about it.
man, you taught to really run out and be a provider, right?
Right.
This is my grandfather, all these men I know, good men, you ain't nothing if you ain't a provider.
Yeah, you're a piece of shit.
Right. But then what they don't tell you is the sacrifice that it takes to be a good provider, right? Especially in this economy that we've seen over the last 4 or 5 years. The time away from home, even if you work from home, like if you build businesses and you work from home, you still might as well be out of the house because the amount of focus and integrity that it takes to run these enterprises, right?
Right.
So then, and it don't matter how good, like, people know, like, I homeschool my kids, all this good stuff, whatever. But at some point in time, if your spouse feels, you know, like you're not there because you want to be,
Neglected,
right? Yeah, I didn't
uh,
want to say the word, but that's exactly what it
not
is.
having enough attention,
Yeah, right. Then now all of
and
a
that's a
sudden,
society thing. A9 not to cut your wisdom.
no, you
I was
good.
going to say that before you even got that far. I was about to say when you were speaking on, I was going to say society as well. But go ahead, bro. I don't want to cut you.
No, that's the issue, right? So society dictates the things, and if you don't have the proper circle where like, let's say you got a bunch of partners and all y'all getting it, and then they marry, and then the women can be a strong support system for each other,
Yeah,
then unfortunately that woman is going to be inundated with things from society. And so you start to go through this stuff, and then what it turns into is everything becomes about money at that point, right? And so now you get punished for being a breadwinner. You get punished for really building a bag.
yeah.
And so that's But that's my issue right now, Go. You know what I'm saying? Like just finishing off this expensive ass divorce.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm sorry to hear that, True or Nine, man. You know,
For sure. I know how hard you fought for that.
this shit is this shit is. I mean, staying married in 2025, or even getting married in 2025. I mean, I don't want to hijack the conversation and go too far off the rails, Dale. Well, I mean, this shit is when you speak on your father, your grandfather, and they speaking on, okay, man, if you ain't out there being a breadwinner and providing for your family, you're a piece of shit. And I mean, most of us heard that. I know I did when I was growing up, right? So, and you were saying what they didn't tell you, but the situation was a little different for Granddaddy now. They didn't have to tell you. They didn't even think to tell you that because they wasn't going through that with they women, man.
Yeah.
You know, I'm not saying that they all were not, but very few and in between were. You know what I'm saying? Of course, you know, you had strays here and there, but for the most part, they without gender banging or anything, it was a more solid situation, man. You know, and it wasn't so much attention thirsty, attention deprived individuals being involved in this situation, man. It was like everybody knew their role and played their role, and
that's the thing, OG. TP. That was the goal back then. You feel me? And the man or whoever the breadwinner, you know what I'm saying, had the good situation at the time was just funding it. The goal was the family, but now the goal is the bag.
Man.
The family is an accessory to these.
Rewind that, Goldie. Hold on. God damn it, rewind that. Don't say that fast. You gotta say that in slow motion. The goal was what?
The goal was family. That was the Super Bowl. You get your family maintaining that shit, getting that 50 years anniversary. That was the Super Bowl.
And now the goal is what?
Get that bag. Shit on the next nigga when you get that mark. And then complain when they shoot you. Like, nigga, quit playing, bro. Quit playing victims out here. You feel me? Like, again, like, when I said that about my brother, that hurt. But at the end of the day, when you done been in this fire long enough, you know what come with this shit, bro. You know what come with this shit. And when it come to that, like, I can't tell a vet, not to remember they fallen soldiers or whatever. I'm gonna remember mine, you feel me? And I'm gonna respect them though. I ain't gonna be sympathetic on some, oh man, it's so sad. Nah, my nigga was a soldier, bro. Come on, man. We gonna cry when we got to. But we ain't gonna sit over there and be like, dang, I ain't think it would ever be like, man, look, I thought it would have been me. You know what I'm saying? So, honestly speaking, I just got to make sure to be as successful as possible. And then, what A9 talking about, like, only thing we can do when the situation get like that is to maneuver to save yourself. Because if your kid don't got you feel me? Now they down a parent, and if you have half a vessel, because your mind ain't right because of what happened and how it went down, like, bro, I can't tell you how many nights, after my divorce, my kids is over with me and I wasn't even myself, bro. I wasn't even myself. To the point it was like, yeah, they here, it's good, we spending time, but it wasn't even valuable time for real. So, like, having y'all to bounce conversations off for, like, it was some of my brothers from online that reached out to me when I was going through that. You know what I'm saying? Made sure, hey, bro, I ain't got much, but shoot, hey, this something to try to make sure you got something to eat tonight, somewhere to stay. You feel me? Because I know you put everything in your household, like, because, us as men, like, sometimes we just walk away from everything because we like, if this is what my kids going to be, I'm going to make sure.
Yeah.
But that's the part. And that's the part people
I did it a couple times.
But imagine, like, when you build something that's super expensive, like that monthly payment is real. You feel me? And then you got to handle that, walk away from that, and build something new. And you going through, and this is the thing we don't talk about too, is the parental alienation that come with it, right? Whole nother conversation. So, like, the point that I'm making, though, just to bring it full circle, is at some point in time, as men, we gotta put the proper things in place. And I think it lined up even with the conversation of reparations and whatnot. I'm not saying we should or shouldn't pursue it, but I'm saying the only real progress we're gonna make is when we decide to unify,
Hell
right?
yeah.
When we decide to say this is how we can get the bag, and it ain't on no let's chase capitalism or nothing like that. We're in this system, right? We don't have no choice. We got to fight within this system until something else comes better. So
Mm-hmm.
utilize those tools and work together, right? Then now you can make a dent.
But
Like,
that's
other
our
than
biggest tool right there, bro. Like
yeah,
us. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? Like, just think about any change. Like, you know, as much as people, when we had these conversations, like GQ was alluding to, like, a lot of time it veer off into something we ain't trying to be on. You feel me? Some gender stuff, right? But if we keep it on us, the agenda is for us to come together, because that's how any changes ever done took place anywhere in this world. Enough men came together and said, this is what I want for the future of mine. You know what I'm saying? So until we recognize that and work with the ones that we do got, instead of wishing for the ones that we know they on, bro, they the crash dummies. Or they the infantry. Like, how you getting mad at the infantry for not acting like the lieutenant? Like, quit playing.
you know what we forget too? Infantry got levels, right? First
Yeah.
you a frontline soldier, then you work up to be a sergeant, then you work up to
Man.
be a, you know what I'm saying? So
I sure
everybody,
was a foot soldier.
but then you
I
work your
played
way
my
up,
role. Hell
right? But
yeah.
you work your way up. So it's a growth thing. And
I would
yeah,
say, you know, in your language, shoot, the most high allowed me to, you know what I'm saying, to rise to this level, because man, it's plenty of soldiers that's gone. Man, had way better skill sets than I felt like you know what I'm saying? I acquired them from being around them, you feel me? But these boys were natural with that shit, you feel me? So, you know, as much as people be acting like it don't matter, you know, once people gone, you know, you just gotta move on type shit. Nah, you better learn as much as you could from them, and what you can't, you didn't grasp while they was alive. Think about that shit. Like, what was such and such? Like, I know people always talk about what would Jesus do. But shit, what would your granny do in some of these situations? What would your granddaddy do if he had this opportunity like y'all was talking about earlier? Like, it was certain shit they couldn't tell us, but they did the best with what they knew at that time. Like, I can't do what my mama and them did, but I gotta peep the fact that she's saying things in my best interest and work from them. But honestly, just to give y'all flowers, bro, I remember having this conversation with y'all brothers like years ago about making consciousness cool.
yeah. No, that's dope. And you
All
know,
right,
when you're
can
gonna
y'all
get
hear me?
ridiculed, we hear you. We appreciate you.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we
I
hear
don't
you.
think I don't think you can hear us no more.
Can you hear us, Goldie?
You
Oh,
might,
there
you
we
might,
stepped away.
you might have went out. Can you hear everybody else? You go.
Oh, he can't hear nobody.
Yeah, he gonna go out and come back in.
Yeah, you come back. What's up with Miss Chocolate? Yeah, y'all good.
What's good with you, Dev?
What's up, A9? Y'all, y'all basically talking about unity. So, I mean, it kind of fits what was already being discussed in terms of what was happening in Haiti, Burkina Faso, and other smaller, communities
Yeah.
having some sort of
Yeah, I just want to
agenda.
make sure we don't go too far. We know how, we should have run away all the way.
Run left, yeah.
But yeah, it's definitely about the unity. Goldie brought it full circle with the unity and us coming together, and the importance of it, having a strong community and a strong think tank, man, and trying to put provisions in play for these moments and these situations, A9. And it's sad. It's sad that you have to play the game like that, but society has made it necessary for you to do that. I mean, the way shit's going, you have to do it, the way you have to do it, if you know what I mean.
Hey, Dale.
And I'm going
Yeah,
through it
My
right
bad.
now, doing it that way,
Hold on.
if you know
Yeah.
what I mean.
Yes, sir.
Right? because if you don't,
Hold on, dude.
you'll never be able to start over. You won't even be able to start over. You
Right.
get what I'm saying?
Right.
And now you no good to your kids or anything else in the future.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
There you go. There you go.
But even like with the Haiti thing, the Burkina Faso, this is a question, and I get ridiculed from some brothers. Some brothers accept.
Crypto wallets. Yeah. Cousin. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, y'all. I was my fault. I didn't know my
Hold
mic.
on, real quick, hey now, because I know you finna turn the corner on their ass.
No,
No. I didn't know
I'm
my
just
mic.
asking
I didn't know
questions.
my mic was hot, bro.
Oh, okay, you good.
No, you
Go
good.
ahead.
Go ahead, go, because I probably answer. I'll be shifting. So
You heard me, A9?
I heard you, fam.
Okay.
Crypto wallet. So look, veggie backing off what you just said, right? People forget you not your job. You know what I'm saying? Like going back to what the goal used to be. The goal was to make sure your family was protected and you had the longevity of the family. You feel me? Now people, they want marriage, but they about like these athletes that just want to make it to the league. You wonder why they never win a championship because their goal was just to make it to the league. You know what I'm saying? With my
Just happy to
past
be there.
relationship, I got to be real. Coming from so much trauma, all I could see was being married. You know what I'm saying? I didn't plan for the longevity of that shit. And then stuff started changing so much. Man, I was just trying to survive. You feel me? From day to day without bleeding on my family. So when I think about that stuff, I'm like, bro, I'm to the point, again, going back to what we were saying. Work with the people that's willing to work with you. Stop putting so much pressure on that shit. Like, because for real, the marriage, the way things go now in America, unless you got a business mind frame with that shit, all that, like, don't get me wrong. You need to love the person that you allow to be as close to you as you know what I'm saying, we allow our mates to be. But, man, don't be so damn top heavy that, you know what I mean, somebody just come through and swipe your feet off from under you.
It's sweet the legs.
You feel me?
Legs, bro.
And they don't hear this from us as men, so that's why I'm like, I'm put this out here, because I know we really love the brothers I done talked to, like, they done showed me that kind of love, so I can only imagine the love they show their families. So when I think about that, I'm like, bro, it time out for, us sitting back acting like, we okay with the way things is going. And it's just like GQ and A9 were just saying. And a lot of brothers say on this platform, like, we just got to, move together. And honestly speaking, before my mic cut out, I was finna say, look at the progress we done made so far. Like, we said we wanted this shit to be cool. Now here it is, my younger brother and, my younger cousins, they can spit some of the stuff we was talking about and having to study and really try to get a grasp on. They spitting it like it's, a God-given talent to them when they coming out now. You know what I mean? So now it's just like, we was talking about with the violence, it's just a matter of, when you know how to steer that current, get back in that water. And with my little brother passing, that's really what I'm seeing. Like, it's time me get back in that water. Start, opening up more to the, to the youth. Given the age that we at. I'm at an age to where I'm kind of in the middle. I'm old enough to be OG, but I still got OGs that's still alive, and I'm right there before the youth get to the point to where they start really just like trying to take life serious. Like, I know for us, it was like 25. We was like, man, 25, bro, you growing the hell, bro. You need to get your shit together. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But for them, I ain't gonna lie to you, they, again, we just gotta get that goal-oriented situation back where it need to be. If you point in the direction, it's only a matter of time before you get there. You know what I'm saying? But in school, they don't teach you how to think. They teach you what to think by giving you people to think about. And then we wonder why our kids is acting like Alexander the Great out this bitch. You know what I'm saying? Like, our daughters out here thinking they, what's that girl, Marilyn Monroe or Cleopatra? Like, come on, bro. It get to the point, like, all that being scared of these kids, bro. Like, well, if you scared of the kids, man, you might want to hang it up for the future, because who you think gonna be up in line when you too old to do anything? You know what I'm saying? And shoot, hey, now when you get a chance, reach out to me, cause I need to talk to you about some infrastructure stuff with business too.
Just let me know. So that's the other thing I'm working on now. Like, I'm in that estate planning at this point now, right? And like, you know, universe willing, whatever. This time next year, I'll be in this doctoral program at Berkeley. That like give me like
Big
my
shit. Big shit.
that give me the doctorate to be able to do it like that. So they got a master's doctorate program that I'm fighting to get in. Where like you can do city planning and you can do estate planning, but it's not just estate
Ooh.
planning.
Hold on. That nigga said city planning.
So yeah,
All
no,
right,
look
go
it
keep
up.
going,
Like
G.
so Berkeley, like they offer these double like these master doctorate programs, and I'm almost all the way through my master anyway on paper. So I just I got more stuff I got to do, but you get a master's in city planning and then simultaneously doing the work to get a JD in like a state law. But it's dope because they also teach you how to do the zoning, like all the zoning paperwork. And so the concept at this point, and I've been laughing because so many people, you a capitalist, you won't. No, I don't. I never advocate for predatory capitalism, right? I'm gonna sing that from the mountaintops. But I do advocate for we can't just not do nothing, right? So we have to learn how to take these funds and allocate them for our kids. So that way, if it doesn't happen in our lifetime, they're set up to be able to fight in the next generation. And so, yeah, we can talk about it all. Like the level that me and my partners work on now is completely different than where I was 2-3 years ago. That's the best part I can say, right? Like
You brought me back, ain't you brought me back. That's what I was finna say.
Yeah.
The problem with us is the people. Man, please, because I know you know your shit. This just gonna be a quick little glimpse. You remember when Pac stood up at the Malcolm X dinner and said, "We niggas till we set this shit right." Until us as brothers, because the sisters, man, they gonna follow our tone, and if they don't, they ain't for you anyway. But until us as brothers recognize that each one of our lives is for the next generation, it's over with. If niggas keep on trying to shine for they little time they heal, bro, these kids ain't got shit coming, bro. Cause all the motherfucking money we could have saved up, all the the stuff we could have put investing that A9 talking about, as far as building an infrastructure for your family that's a real legacy, estate planning, like all the money we spending to shine right now, bro, we could have that shit. It ain't no fuck. I don't care if you work at McDonald's, you could have that shit, bro. Like just from somebody who actually done really put my hands out here to reach for it and then realize how easy it was, but we get talked out of our position or don't even get talked into knowing it's a position available. Like, bruh, the only problem with us is we don't dream big enough, bro.
And I agree. That's my issue. Like, so I don't got no faith in our elected officials, right? That's just me. Because their livelihood is dictated upon their ability to continue to work with the status quo, right? So they'll say certain things, but there's nothing passed. There's no laws passed to teach our children estate planning and the different things that are necessary to really build a legacy for your family. And that would be in any economic system, in my humble opinion, right? Whereas, and if you understand how like property taxes and different things like that go into school education, depending upon where you live, different schools, private schools, charter schools, whatever, are taught different things. We'll just say that. I'm trying to keep it as simple as possible. There's no reason that we shouldn't be able to start teaching our children STEM, especially, right? But all part of that STEM, in my opinion, is to learn how to work in these economic systems while still being you, while still being able to be the person you are, still being quote unquote loyal to your soil, but understanding like there's a way for you to create anonymous trust, right? Anonymous is funny, but trust where they don't even know that it's yours. They don't know whose names are attached to it. They don't. All your legacy and everything is protected. So now you can just go out here and run different things and stack up money and understand it's going to take 2 or 3 generations to get where you need to get. if you're really trying to stack and change your neighborhoods and change the way that we live in this country, right? I would love to tell you that we can just walk out and just destroy everything. It's just not. People don't like when I say it's not practical. It's not realistic, right? And it has nothing to do with fear. It has everything to do with I've tried it. I tried it every other way, right? You are your reparations at this point. Like these people. Now, are we seeing some progress in certain areas? Yeah, but those are local bills, local things passed by those specific politicians. And as soon as they get them out of there, they're gonna do away with it. So at some point, the goal has to be where everybody learns how to properly build wealth and then to properly use said wealth. That's the other problem. Too many of us get access to finances and we just walk off, we just run off, right? Learn how to take that wealth and put it back into your neighborhood. Learn how to properly do city planning. Learn how to properly educate everybody else, but also show up at these different things, these different community meetings, all of the different things that are local in your neighborhoods. If you want to see a change, right? Nobody's gonna help us, man. I know I'm a quote unquote Israelite. Jesus ain't coming to crack the sky, bro. I don't teach that, right? Like there's you are the change that you want to see at this point, right? We've been at this for centuries, and it's not until we wake up and say we're gonna be the change we want to see that's when it's gonna happen. We finna fight.
No, you good. The young people.
Y'all niggas kill me getting up here with that.
Let's fight. Let's go.
What's cracking, fam? I ain't got nothing, bro. What's cracking?
Shout out to my brother, man.
What's up, man? Yeah, I think one of the things that's been not addressed when we hear the unity, the Black unity, unite. Interpretations are not in sync. Ironically, yeah, pun intended. So, if the older generation has an idea of what that's supposed to look like specifically, give an example. The young people need to be informed. Hey, when I say this word unity, this is what I mean. Like just spell it out on a grade school level. Don't say unity and expect a YN, somebody that's conservative, liberal, poverty, middle class. I mean, everybody's definition of unity is going to be different. If you got one idea in your head, that's not going to translate. Even if somebody nod their head, they're not necessarily nodding their head in I understand. It's I hear what you're saying, but they still might not understand. And I just think that the unity word is being generalized in a narrative where people have different perspectives on what is that supposed to look like. Is that supposed to look like this in the end? How does this look in the beginning? What to expect and what not to expect during your journey or your fight against whatever you're fighting for.
That's real talk, Dev. I mean, that's the issue. That's one of the major issues with the unity thing. And then we have so many that's anti-unity that I don't fuck with them. I don't fuck with these people. I don't fuck with these. That separation game they laid on us is so fucking strong, man. Strong than a motherfucker, I hear way more negativity as far as who people don't like to mess with and who they can't conversate with and who they can't hold court with, way more than I hear positive as far as I can deal with them. Man, that's a good brother. That's good people over there. You know what I'm saying? You
But
don't
are
hear.
you reading that wrong though, GQ? Because
Am
I'm
I?
saying like that. Yeah, and well, I'm asking because I'm saying like, is there
Nah,
another
that's
way?
facts.
Like, I guess
Oh,
another
and
way
I
to look
lost my.
at that would be, I'm only identifying the people I don't fuck with. I fuck with everybody else, but the only reason you hear me talking about them and identifying them because I don't fuck with them.
Nah, that hit different.
That's a GOAT perspective.
That's kind of where I'm at with it, bro. If you hear me calling some shit out, calling somebody out, it's them. I don't fuck with them, but like that ain't the community. That ain't black folk. That ain't black people. But I do think when we start talking about it in, you know what I'm saying, the individual issues, maybe we do need to individualize the issues at times because sometimes it do sound like you're getting at groups of black people when you really ain't. You're talking about a handful of motherfuckers.
Mm-hmm. I read the mail. Yeah. I could. Well, so to answer your question, when you put it like that, I could be reading that wrong. I could be. I definitely could be. I definitely could be, and I hope I am. I mean, actually, you know, and Dale, that's when you supposed to hit me with the hope. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, I hope I am, man. For real.
No, I say this. I think Taz make a good point. The concern that I got is everybody don't think like you, right? So you literally like there's a method to your madness. You know, and we done had a lot of conversations. You know, we think so much alike. It was crazy to me. But a lot of these cats, when they quote unquote exposing or debunking or doing, it's a clout chase. Right? Like, so they not moving in the space where it's like, yo, this person is bad for us. This person needs to be spoken about. They just moving in the space of this person made me mad by what they said. So now I got to go on a whole campaign to try to separate or justify the fact that that person might be right or I just might disagree with them. Right? So it's a to me that's the fine line that we walking at this point. Y'all just gonna get quiet on me.
No, he gave me. You mean y'all? I don't know about everybody else, but I'm just pondering. You know what I'm saying? That's why I'm thinking about this shit. Man. You know, you have to try to consolidate a lot of this shit in your mind, man. We've been talking about it a lot. So that's why I got quiet. But
the weirdness that some of us sit back and think about all the time. Like, just to be honest, like that's why I vibe with certain brothers because I know that they thinking about this on a daily basis. Like, I agree. Some of these people we can't rock with, right? And they become detrimental, no matter how much you love them or whatever. But a lot of these cats, man, they really they chasing a bag in the wrong way. They chasing clout in the wrong way. And I don't know, I get tired of it after a while, just because you're not bringing nothing to the table, right? Like, at some point in time, we got to move in a space where some people like it's all, and I think Dev has said it, where like it has to be, and he didn't say it like this, but there has to be a bridging of the gap, right? Where there's an understanding of like, okay, we cooking this dude because he deserved to be cooked, but we don't cook everybody like this, right? We are talking about this because this is what we need to talk about, and whatever your agenda is, okay, bet, let's talk about that. And I think one of the main things is we just don't understand as a group, as a community, how society runs, right? It's not one thing, it's multifaceted. There's layers to this, right? Some of it's entertainment, some of it's law, some of it's family, so on and so forth. And in each one of those respective categories, there's different ways that we got to handle everything.
So Anon, I speak a lot when I'm talking to people in my neighborhood or in around the city. I speak a lot about worth, you know, and you kind of was hitting on that when you was saying like it's a lot of people that are not bringing nothing to the table and that we just can't fuck with, you know. And this always comes first thing come to my mind is worth and people knowing their worth and you have an ability to know their worth even when they don't.
Mm-hmm.
But I understand you can't want more for a person than they want for themselves. At least that's what people say. But I really think you can sometimes want more for a person than they want for themselves. You know what I'm saying? And I always, you know, I always just really speak to the worth of people, individuals who even feel down and out so bad they self that they don't think they have you know, that they worth anything, they own fucking self, you know, and other people looking at him, oh, he a piece of shit, he this, he a crackhead, he a YN, he's a shooter, he's a this, he's a that, and putting labels on people and, you know, diminishing their worth. And I try not to do that, man. I try to see the worth in everybody, man, and try to even, you know, explain to a lot of people, these different people, how they can be worth something, even when people don't, you know, think they are. You know what I'm saying? It's a position, a role for everybody, and to a common greater good. You know what I'm saying? For the whole community and for us as a people. You know what I'm saying? If y'all read what, you know, if y'all picking up what I'm putting down.
Yeah, but so that's dope. That's where the unity come in, right? So I got so many other things going on. I don't got the patience for that. That's your role. Like that's your space to say like, okay, this person is trying. We can't throw this person away, right?
Yeah.
And then you say, okay, this person we can't deal with because they're not serious. And then whomever you say, okay, this is who we deal with, that's who I'm gonna spend the next 60 hours putting them through a serious course so they understand the next move.
And I like that. I like that. And nah, I swear, bro, that's yes. That's organization. That's how shit's supposed to really go. Cause everything ain't for, you know, every role ain't for everybody. So, and I have been told by my peers around here, like, man, you got the patience of Job. You know, I've been motherfuckers be saying different shit to me, like, you know, I could deal with a lot of different people that a lot of people can't deal with. So, like you said, you don't have time for that shit, Adnan. But I do, you know what I'm saying? I have that kind of patience with people and can talk to the worst of the worst and find the good in them and I call him you know, because I got a ongoing joke with a couple people, like they be like, man, why you fuck with that motherfucker? He crazy as hell. And I tell him I like to make mud pies with him. Meaning,
I'll rock with that.
Meaning that I'm just as crazy as these motherfuckers. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So I don't look at him like, oh, he crazy as hell. These motherfuckers here's a killer. He did that. He did. Oh, he had a crackhead. I'm not, you know, I don't put no man above me and no man below me, bro. I look everybody eye to eye. You know what I'm saying? So that's how I carry it. You know what I'm saying? It's so, and I know how to play the. I know I'm what they call a Sigma male. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? I know how to play the role for whatever the situation goes. You know what I'm saying? Some people need that. Some people ego need that stroking and okay, yeah, you the baddest motherfucker on the earth. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, you a bad man. Yeah, oh hell yeah. You know, I could do that with you. You know what I'm saying? And knowing myself like, oh nigga, you ain't no better than me. I'm not no better than you. You know what I'm saying? But we can work through these. We can work through these dynamics. You know what I'm saying?
I agree, but I think surprisingly, most people that do what we do, at least on these panels, would classify as a Sigma today, right? If you really look at the definition of what we're talking about, but the difference is, so like I was you And people would say, like, bro, you got to pay. Literally, you got the patience of Job is what they would say. But it cost me everything. Right? It literally cost me everything. To the point where I had to start over, I had to revamp.
Hold on, that was the meaning in the story. Hold on, run that shit back.
Yeah, right. And so if you understand that story, like I ain't gonna preach, I ain't gonna do none of that. But if you understand the Job story, he
Well, let me
lost
tell him
everything.
there, stop having patience for bullshit. Go ahead,
Nah, but I can't tell him that though, because like I said, he is born and bred for that. I wasn't born and bred for that. Right. So
I truly believe I was, and when you say
I agree, right? Because while I can, so like, first one I went to school for psychology, and my goal was to help people and all of this. But then when you start to put that in practice, I don't got the patience to sit there for 10 of those cognitive behavioral therapy sessions. And I'm telling you, like in session 4, if you want to get better, you got to make this move. And in session 6, you still playing around, right? I'm going to look at you and say, you wasting your money and you wasting our time. And then I'm viewed as being a bad person when I'm just saying, bro, my job is to help you. And I'm not helping you by saying it's okay to continue to not organize your life. It's not healthy for you to continue to do the things that are poisoning your life, right? But a person like GQ is going to sit there and keep saying, no, we're going to get you right. We're going to get you right until you're ready to go to the next level. Part of us working as a unit is understanding where you're going to be best at. And I can't put you down for that. You can't put me down for that. Right? How am I going to tell you not? Yes, keep loving on them, please. Because if I could, I would. If I could, I would sit there all day and love on these people. But then who's going to be the next person that says, okay, you ready now? Let's get you to the next level. Right?
Real talk.
But then there got to be a person that say, you a F boy and I'm finna expose you. Right?
Yeah.
Right? And it all should work in the same space. And it took me so long to get to that space where,
and also being that type of person also gives you that kind of validation, because when and if I ever do put that label on you, it's kind of validated. It's like everybody around is like, wait a minute, if Juice said that you must be really fucked up, bro.
Yeah.
that nigga don't want to fuck with you, bro.
You
gotta
be messed up, right?
What type of nigga is you? You know what I'm saying?
Right. But that's a reputation thing, though, right?
Exactly. It gives you
that's
that
a reputation
bro.
thing, right? Because we know that you've been patient. You're gonna be in the community working with them. So, like, and that's the other thing. If you send them to me, then I am gonna show that level of patience.
Yeah.
Right. So if you send them to me, it's like, okay, he vouching for you. Okay, I get it. You messed up. Let's get you back on track. You messed up again. Let's get you back up on track. You messed up again. Depending on how bad you messing up, we'll just keep getting you back on track. Right, and that's what people is levels. It's nuanced. Is much deeper than we could imagine in order for us to work as a true unit. And I think everybody got their space in that. Everybody has their role in it. This is why, like, I got so much love for what Taz do, because he gonna air you out, right? But I also know if he airing you out, it's because he didn't sit there and looked at it and he's analyzed it.
Yeah.
Right. So,
that Dale got damn near like a 0.05 tolerance level for bullshit. You know that and I understand him. You know what I'm saying? He just ain't going. You know what I'm saying? And we need that too. You know what I'm saying? Like you was just saying. All these levels are important. You know what I'm saying?
Think about what he's seen in his life, though.
Yeah, I understand it. I definitely understand it. Yeah.
Right. Think about what he's seen in his life, and so I respect it all. I respect it all,
bro.
And I just try to fall into my role. That's what I'm learning. Just fall into your role, and the rest gonna work itself out.
To a certain extent. Because working itself out could be interpreted as, regardless of what you do, the order, the process or plan of action will come together.
And and that's not true. That's a great
Right.
point.
Yeah.
Yeah, not a great point. Yeah.
It took me a long time to get that together because I heard that all my life too.
I don't even know if y'all just realized what he just dropped. That's a whole
Yeah,
that's a whole nother jewel.
I read the mail before he even said it.
Yeah, no, that's a whole other jewel because we have a tendency to kind of throw that it'll work itself out and not realize. So this I was taught when it came to playing sports. You hear practice make perfect, but that's not true, right? Any championship team I was on, it was more perfect practice makes perfect, right? If you aren't prepared and putting the proper things in place, it ain't gonna work itself out in that respect. You're not gonna get the results you want, right? You got to be successful on purpose at this point because the enemy, the apparatus that we up against is so intricate and so focused and has perfected its way of operating that if you're not ready and operating somewhere in that same lane, it's gonna be an issue.
No, true. It's not therapy hour. You just have to come in at a clarification.
Truth.
Yeah.
Truth, if you here, you obviously needed to be here. You just graduated from therapy to the asylum. We realize we gotta lock the door on you. So
therapy, I'm gonna be honest, therapy way harder than this.
You heard me.
You ain't never been.
Needed.
Therapy,
Much
therapy,
needed.
Therapy way harder than this, man. So,
man, boy, you don't even want to go there.
But yeah, no, I think unity. If unity becomes the prescription of the day, and we understand that unity don't always just mean I'm going along to get along either. Just like peace don't always mean we don't got to break a few eggs. Then we'll get somewhere. We'll get somewhere as a people.
So, for example, unity. So, unity, an example of unity would be if said group it has been tasked to create or build some form of storage for food. A specific set of plans will be distributed to individuals based on their particular job. So in that case, even though the individuals have different jobs, the plan of action and the result will be one structure that will function as a storage place for food. Now, the word unity is given, but everyone has a different job. So that has to be translated in a political and social sense as well. And I think some disconnect in terms of whose job belongs to who. Timing is
organization.
Yeah,
has to be a big key factor in the unity. It sounds like what you're saying.
Yeah.
Organized unity. Makes sense.
Yeah, it do. That's how my weird brain works. So as soon as he said it, I'm starting thinking, okay, one person is for security, one person is for gathering, one person is for organization, one person is for categorizing. Like, like
Yeah.
it's dope. And it needs to happen on every level. Right? It's that simple. It needs to happen like that on every level. I be feeling like I said something wrong and everybody get quiet on me.
No, you say some shit that motherfucker got to think about what you said. You can't just automatically respond to some shit when you think you got to think about the shit. You know what I'm saying? Just start running your mouth. That's what be the problem with a lot of these panels, motherfuckers. Just instantly kick in. Wait a minute. You said this, and what you meant by that, and what?
I'm so used to that, bro. I'm so used to getting kicked.
Think about what the fuck you just said, and then respond. You know.
So used to that, bro. I ain't gonna hold you. Just, you an Israelite? Hold on, bro. Nah, just all right. I get it. I know my faith, whatever. I don't
What you mean categorizing? Who gonna be in the category? Who you?
Yeah. You talking about Jesus now?
I got you in a minute. You know what I'm saying? I'm just kind of in the middle of some shit, but yeah, I hear all this shit, fam. I even though I don't disagree, I will find a way to in a minute.
Shut your weak ass up. That's Taz coming in.
All I want
that's fuckery at its finest, bro.
All I want you to do is get ready, because as soon as that
nigga said, even though I don't disagree, I will find a way to somehow.
Oh, he will. You know he will, bro.
That's fucking hilarious, bro.
All I want you to do is get ready, because as soon as that tournament over, we gonna mix one up before the season can start, bro. Just that's all I'm saying. Just long as you know that.
Oh yeah, you know you're good for it already. Ain't no doubt.
I need, you know what I'm saying? I done spent an hour and a half this morning with this Landy the Christ dude prepping for this thing. Oh my God, bro. Hey, look, I don't want to debate no more religious topics, all right? I'm just letting y'all know right now, bro. Like
that's kind of your bag, though, man.
I mean,
not saying that we putting you in the bag and that's your only bag, but you built for that.
I am. Don't get it twisted. All praises. I'll do it, but like I don't want to debate. Now I'm gonna do this because I need to get back active, and I feel like what old boy is saying is so crazy, and the evidence that he got, like it's a challenge just to disprove it. I'm not saying he right, and it was just I like challenges.
Right? Put us in tune. What's going on with it?
So there's a brother. Hey man, I don't want to talk bad about it. Hey, shut up.
Yeah, tell us all about it.
I don't want to talk. I'm gonna say this. I don't want to talk bad about
it. I'm sure Taz already know, but I don't.
Yeah, Taz want to pop up now and shit.
I'm gonna say this though. He's not a bad person, right? So I don't want to spew flame on him.
Man. Who the hell you debating?
This new dude named Landy.
It's for you to say that,
bro. Because
Christ.
So he says that.
Let's get that straight first. What's his name?
His name is Landy the definite article, the Christ.
Okay.
Right? Meaning he says that he is the promised Davidic Messiah of the Bible. And everything.
Another one of them. Okay.
Let me get it out.
Why y'all laughing though?
Oh, because you gonna laugh in a minute too.
Leave it alone, Goldie. Let him go to rock.
you gonna laugh in a minute too. So, according to him, anything that's came before him, even gonna come after him, don't count. Right? So if it was a Messiah before him, Messiah after him, however you view it, it don't count. He is the one with the blueprint. He is here to set everything right. And anything that is according to biblical, prophecy or biblical definition of this, that don't matter because that's future. So you can't say that it's not him. And he got so because his DNA transmits radio signals, and because he eats a certain diet, and his pineal gland is calcified a certain
Yeah,
way.
hey, bro.
Hey, because certain rabbis. Now this
Y'all
the
need to get
crazy thing.
y'all need to get y'all vibration up. Y'all
No,
hey.
because this is the wildest part for me. Certain rabbis have given a messianic like profile, but he ain't never talked to him. He ain't never met him. They've never even said that he fits that profile, but because of that profile, he's the one. And anybody that says that there's something different,
It's sacrilege.
yeah, there's something wrong with you. So we're gonna go ahead and put that to the
Something
test.
wrong with your ass, ain't none.
Yeah, something is. We're gonna go ahead and
You
put all
don't
that
get
to
it.
the test.
You don't get it, ain't none.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, I'm gonna kick that can all the way down the street. I'm gonna stomp it. I'm gonna beat it up. I'm gonna blow air and
You
bring
know
it
what
back
they
to life.
say?
Beat it back
If
up.
you argue with a fool, nigga walking by ain't gonna know who the fool.
Hey, they gonna know that day. They gonna know that day.
They gonna have to watch the whole
Hold
debate.
on, Goldie. Hold on. You said why we laughing like, hold on, he might be the Messiah. So
Yeah,
how you gonna
ain't
try
no
to
way.
call him a fool?
You ain't heard him. Hey, you ain't
No,
heard
I
him.
called him a fool because I'm playing along with y'all. Y'all playing that nigga like he a fool.
That's why
All right.
Taz laughing. You ain't heard him. You ain't
No,
heard
I'm just
it.
this
You ain't
what
heard the
killed me,
circle.
A9, cause you my brother, I could argue with you like this, right? But this what killed me about people that that believe in the Messiah, right?
Mhm.
Do you realize how crazy that shit was back in the day for him to be saying that shit? Like, have we ever just sat back and thought about like the Pharisees weren't really just no haters, bro? They were just like, nigga, hold on, who the fuck
Hold
is you?
on, prove it. Who was who was you? Yeah.
Like, who the fuck is you,
Yeah.
nigga? And I know you didn't just flip my money over in this bitch.
But you gotta convince me that the nigga was even walking around saying that shit. I think they might have been putting a bad rap on him.
No, hell no.
I don't think
that
that nigga
was
was
running
walking around there saying that shit. Nigga wasn't saying. He wasn't
We
walking
got
around there.
Landy saying that shit in 2025. So why a nigga
Hold on,
would
but
have said that
I'm gonna
in
tell you why GQ
33
got
AD?
Because Landy believed that nigga was walking around there saying the shit back
No, he
then.
don't. That's the thing. No,
Oh
he
god
Nigga,
damn!
Jesus got it
It
from
gets
another
worse.
nigga. It was other niggas that
Hey,
got killed
no,
before
Jesus,
Jesus.
in his opinion, Jesus is a Roman creation.
Like I was just saying, huh?
Yeah, but like even worse.
But he is Jesus. Ain't this hold the fuck
Right,
up?
bro. This is what dogma do to
No,
you.
Jesus is a Roman variation, maybe, but not no creation. What the fuck?
Like,
Variation.
what is it
Yeah,
about
I
that
can roll with the
community though that
variation.
like? What is it about that community though that they create so many bad debaters though, fam? Like, it just reminded me of that nigga. Hey, no, you remember that nigga? Go, you remember this? What was it? Aratazar.
Aratazar. I knew you was gonna say
Man,
that.
come on, bro.
No, but it's like these niggas
Hate
want to
you.
debate so fucking bad, bro, and you
Right.
cannot.
I thought you was talking about
You ain't bad.
Akmalak uncle. What's Akmalak uncle name? What was that?
Oh,
Battle
battle
Axe.
axe.
Battle Axe.
Battle,
Yeah,
bro.
bro.
Man,
I
this
hope
shit
I
is
hope you
insane.
still breathing and thriving for your family, but nigga debating, hell no. I hope you're not.
Hey man,
But
I found some stuff out today about that. I gotta wait and see. All I'm gonna say is
When is that debate? I'm pulling up for that motherfucker.
who Akmalak. It's
hold
Akmalak
on,
versus
GQ.
Damo.
Hold on, GQ. I'm getting the behind the scene real quick. Hold on, TPO. What'd you just say?
What you
Hey,
talking about?
nah.
Battle Act or Akmalak versus Damo. But
Nah, nigga, you ain't slick. You know I'm fast with it. I'm from the south, but
Yeah,
shit,
yeah.
quick
What
with
what
it.
you what was you going into though? What you
Yeah,
what you
with
talking about?
battle axe.
What you
With battle axe. What you talking
Yeah,
about? Bring
there
that
was
back.
something else about to be said with that. What was the rest of that sentence, bro?
Hell yeah, nigga.
Hey, I'm gonna tell you why I hate you, smart
I
niggas.
knew something was weird about that nigga back then. Hold up. What's up?
That's why I hate Taz, especially because I know he listening. Look, I'm gonna say this. Just I know I ain't got to tell you, but just stay ready so you ain't got to get ready. That's all I'm gonna say.
Damn, stay dangerous.
Oh yeah,
Cause like so there was a time when we was talking when I told Akmalak not to take that debate, remember?
Mm-hmm.
oh yeah.
And I gave him a specific reason because I said, bro, you gonna change the title or something ain't gonna work out, and then you're gonna get mad when something basically that debate might not happen. Just stay ready, bro. That's
Yeah, I mean, I'm ready.
um I predict either way it go, we're gonna see Taz and Damo in the next round. And that is what it
If
is.
not, something ain't right. I'm gonna have to call Solar myself. We're going. What happened?
But
Play. I need the
look,
body cam footage.
I'll be honest though, I don't mind the religious debates if it's with somebody that we can have, like, we can argue on the same level. Like, bro, I'm not finna argue with you about the Ghost Army and talking snakes and talking donkeys and a woman being created from a rib. Like, if you don't understand,
Now we gotta talk about all that shit.
Cool. Let's talk about it in a Bible study then, right? Because I'm gonna tell you, I don't believe or teach none of that, right? I don't believe that. I don't believe that the people that lived in that era even believed or taught that.
I believe in the burning bush. They was definitely out there getting high to no motherfucker.
See,
niggas
this,
like,
and then we got this.
And God said.
Nah, it's difficult, man.
Me and Goldie go to the same church.
I could tell. You know
you already know the church have never been a hotel. Nigga better not step on my shoes. Baptize me in that fire.
Yeah, no, this crazy.
Real nigga shit.
Yeah, nah, I can't.
Taz, we gonna recruit you too, Taz. A9, he a secret deacon, and you know we don't tell everybody that shit. But since you here,
I ain't no deacon, bro. Evidently,
nah, we know you the deacon. He the deacon at the fist.
Nigga might get that crown in a minute. You might want to be careful, bro. Oof.
Oh, Lord. Lord. Heavy is the crown.
I'm trying to end a lot of this dogma, bro. Like I don't got no time for it. I'm tired of having to answer for these cats who really don't study. I'm good, bro.
But you know that's just like, man, I used to try to answer for these niggas that ain't shit, or people that ain't shit in general. Like, I can't answer for that. And if motherfuckers want to keep focusing on people who ain't shit and relating it to me, I know how you think about me. Ain't no point in me sticking around for that dumbass shit. So, cause I used to try to say motherfuckers, help every damn, man, look, bro. A part of me wanted to help people because it affirmed a sense of worth within me. Nigga, I'm going to heal myself. And if you see me doing it, you know what I'm saying, you got the recipe. But I'm not finna sit over here and look, Jesus got crucified trying to help every damn buddy. Look,
Jesus
you gonna learn from
it. If we really gonna run with the narrative, Jesus got crucified for a specific reason, right? And it was to help a certain amount of people that was looking for one thing. The rest of it ain't got nothing to do with us, man.
Nah, Jesus. I'm gonna tell you what happened though. Jesus sold to some motherfuckers that want his normal clientele, bro. I'm telling you, he helped niggas outside of the Israelites, and they went and snitched. Hey, look what Jesus did for me. Hold on, then you talking to the ops. Got Jesus knocked off.
I mean, if we take that, I could take that and really tell you what it was about then, right? He knew he was gonna sell to the ops. And the reason he did it was so that way you understood that the ops was out there and they was really trying to get you.
Right. They could be grafted in. He trying to let them know y'all could be grafted in, but y'all ain't gonna never be.
See, that's what the ops did. They took the message and made you think they could be grafted in. No, they can't. You can't grab something
on that shit and
you can't grab something in that was never a part of you, bro.
They stepped on that shit and flipped it, boy.
This the one thing that Tazariak them say, and I know whatever the One West cats that you need to understand. When you see this Gentile conversation, that's cats that got kicked out. They got kicked out the group because they didn't know how to act. And so the whole purpose is to tell them, okay, it's time to come back. Time for you to repent. Time to stop living like these people that's been kidnapped you and took you. Right? That's the basic understanding. The entire book is for a certain group of people. That's it and that's all. It ain't got nothing to do with all of this free spirit, love, go to church on Sunday, go to the club on Saturday, keep doing what you want to do. Nah, ain't got nothing to do with none of that.
Yeah, dude. Cause y'all be in that motherfucking church club and like a motherfucker. They be in the
I don't be at no church. What church I go to?
Y'all be in the temple. I don't know. Shit. I know they used to in the 90s. Shit. I don't even
this
think people
2025. This
don't even go to
2025.
church. They be on the Zoom link out there, bitch. Watch
But
that
look,
shit on YouTube.
I don't even want this to turn to no proselytization. I'm gonna tell y'all right now, that boy Landy the Christ is
Bro, you
crazy.
sound like Peter. You sound like Simon before he became Peter. Chill out, bro.
Bro, that's
You up here
his
trying to?
name. Taz, what does he call himself?
No, I know
Landy
that's
the Christ.
I know that's his name, but you ain't catch the reference I just made. I said you sound like Simon before he became Peter. Wasn't he out here persecuting Christians and shit?
No, that's Saul. That's Saul before he became
All right,
Paul.
help
But
me
yeah,
out. Help me out, cause I mean
I
I
get the
know
point.
what Hoover and Big Meech did though, and Rick Ross. I can
No,
tell you.
but this ain't that, bro. This ain't this. Like, I'm gonna be honest, bro. Let me say this the right way. This is dogmatic. I want to say mental health, but I don't want to talk about the bro mental health, right? But this is dogmatic, right? And
Yeah,
so
dog man, straight up.
we're gonna get that up out of there, bro. And I need to warm up, I need to work out a little bit. So I really want to debate everybody that's been lost out the tournament.
Was he calling for you?
Yeah, like they called me.
Oh Lord.
He said, bring that weak ass nigga here. That's what he said. I don't know
I
what
don't know why everybody want to meet the big dogs in their fucking house, bro. Like,
you
this
know
is crazy.
why? They see y'all on the big screen. They're like, oh, these
We
the
watching
ones.
shit. And
I wouldn't
motherfucker,
debate me in the Bible, bro.
me, I'm watching shit. I ain't like, nigga, what? All right, bet. Set it up, dumb nigga. You got me fucked
Tidal
up.
wave, nigga.
Like I'm gonna give Taz some credit, right? He was the first or second debate I had when I came back in season 3. And I had to get on his paradigm, right? You know how hard that was to debate, like, because what happens is when you're a real debater, you go and research who you finna debate, and you find out he wake up and do this, this Black history, Constitution type conversation all day long. He do it in his sleep, right? That was one of the hardest debates I had to prep for. Like I wouldn't suggest you go debate people in their wheelhouse, especially when it's your first, second, third real debate. Like, I don't know. Some of us really do this. It is what it is.
They're like trying to debate me on some mother, father, child shit. Y'all niggas don't know nothing about that shit. Stay y'all ass at work. Don't come over with that bullshit.
But
Come
yeah,
over and
man,
take care of the babies.
we're gonna have a good time. And I guess like he had tried to have a conversation with somebody else, and that person got mad at him. They couldn't even.
So they couldn't even stomach that shit.
They couldn't even stomach it, bro. Right?
Yeah. He blaspheming, and some people they thought that was
That's the only
embarrassing.
thing
They
I
were
love
at the
about
church.
the debates, bro. People still be too attached to that shit, bro. It's like, fam,
Yeah.
it's a debate, fam. Like, don't, you know what I'm saying? Like, if a motherfucker just being reckless, then I get you, being serious about it or whatever. But
You mean like
these
Taz? That nigga
topics, bro.
Taz be talking crazy to niggas. You talking
I
about that
ain't
nigga?
never got mad about a topic. That's cap.
No.
That's cap.
I said you think they be getting offended by that nigga Taz? Cause he'll talk crazy your ass. Whatever the fuck you believe in, nigga, fuck that shit. You talking about that nigga?
Yeah, to set it up and to get the debate popping, yeah, I'll talk crazy to you. But I'm talking about
Taz be having them niggas ready to kill themselves,
like,
bro.
especially on this motherfucking debate league, but niggas be talking greasy, bro, like they like that. Like they really
Right.
can debate.
Right.
And so, you know what I'm saying? You have to kind of carry that type of energy in the league. Like, bro, shut the fuck up, nigga, or set it up. The fuck?
Nah, you know I know. I'm just fucking with your ass. Like, man.
I be forgetting you was right there.
Sitting there stirring the pot.
Right. Debates and all. I'll be forgetting.
Day one.
No, you right, bro. Like, I don't.
I was in the first season, but shit, nigga, the second season, I was like, nigga, let me get
Queen
on
Sheba says debate ain't yelling at the fool. You know what's crazy, fam? We yelling at the fool so much, a motherfucker might not think we can seriously debate and sit on the clock for them 10 minutes. I still ain't seen nobody come off the clock. The wildest of us ain't never disrespected the debate league. And we are not niggas that's quiet. But niggas ain't coming
that's
off.
been since day one. Hell yeah. Everybody always got their shit together when it was game time.
Yeah, when it's game time, fam, ain't nobody cutting down. You know, you get around to cut niggas off all you want to. Use a whole round for that.
Yeah,
Right.
for real. I think people need to understand, like, these panels is like sparring for us, right? This is practice.
Yeah.
And
it was 24-hour ESPN. That's how we was running that money to the debate
bro,
time.
them first 2 years, especially 2-3 years,
Man,
it was kind of wild, bro.
epic.
It was kind of wild. Only thing I'm happy is I'm pretty sure I ain't gonna have to get my life threatened no more. Like, as long
That shit used to be funny though. I ain't gonna even lie. I used to be wishing
because it ain't your
pull
life.
up. I swear, bro. You ain't gonna stupid ass down this street. I swear, bro.
I think we right, but Taz making a good point.
Was you there that night when that nigga Lance came out the closet?
What?
All right, Lance. I know we cool now, but you know I gotta let niggas know I was there in the beginning. Huh?
Wait, man. What's
going on? What? hey, Lance, my partner. I don't know. I got to wait.
You don't remember when Lance said that gay ass shit to me that one night? That nigga told me, he said, man, you keep talking to me like that, gold man. You turning me on. I said, man, what the fuck? Hold on, bro.
He did.
Hold on, bro. I kick your ass, bro. My kids be listening to this shit. Who you think you talking to?
Who said that to you, Cody?
Nigga Lance.
He didn't like.
Not the greatest mind, man.
The way he,
Yes,
the way he cleared it up,
to say to a nigga right there, fam.
You say he didn't mean it like that. Yeah.
You a fucking like, how you mean it? How you
mean
mean
it? Ain't no other way to mean no shit.
That's the wild shit to say.
Shout out to Lance, man. Hold on, I don't think he meant it. You know,
nigga, I had to make Lance apologize because he know he was fucking wrong for that shit.
He did apologize though.
That was my nigga. That's why we cool to this day.
He did.
But I still keep an eye on that nigga. You feel me? I locked the bathroom door when I'm at that nigga house and shit. Nigga, I don't play around. I don't play around.
Yeah, no, it's been some wildness though. I don't know how to. I don't understand getting mad though when you trying to set a debate. Like if you trying to
you know why? Because niggas be fucking other niggas' gals. What was that shit that happened? Oh no, cause that's why I became the media, cause I was paying attention to everything. Hold on. What was that shit with Rob and damn, somebody gal. Who the fuck was it? Oh man, what happened to the bishop? He all right? You remember the bishop?
He just doing this thing on Clubhouse from what I understand. Yeah.
Man, tell him I asked him about it. He was a smooth dude though.
He don't really talk to none of us really. So I try to link up with him, but he don't really.
Oh, okay. It's cool. You know. Just good to know that nigga still out here pushing. Because even when he disagreed, he used to be smooth about that.
Yeah, no.
He gonna snap today. Nope.
He was one of them cats that'll snap on you in private though.
Oh, for real?
Hey, you said the wrong thing about Jesus and all of that. It's a problem, bro.
It's a problem.
It's a problem. So
shout out to Rio. Rio ain't gonna play about Jesus either. Don't play with Rio about no Jesus out here.
I ain't gonna lie, bro. I don't think Rio repeating this season. I don't know.
You don't think he gonna repeat?
Nah, it's a hard road to go, bro. Like,
hey, did my G stop rapping though?
He's still doing the battle rap.
I ain't seen him on the scene in a minute. On the big scene, anyway.
Yeah.
Let me know.
You know what I should say that. To the best of my knowledge, he's still doing it. I don't know.
I was gonna say, let me know what league he is.
Yeah, I don't know. But to the best of my knowledge.
All right, so back to this reparation conversation. A9, should we get reparations, or do we gotta wait till everybody realize they Israelites?
Well, I'm gonna say no to the second one because everybody ain't Israelites. That's number one. So we just go ahead and get that out the way.
No, the first one. Is it time?
Should we get reparations?
Yeah.
I mean, obviously, from a, if you want to argue for your people, you want to see them get reparations. I don't think that we organized enough for it to have. I think the better question is, would it have its desired effect? And the answer to that is, I think no.
Hold on. Hold
So,
on. Now,
how are they going to split up?
I
How are they going to
know
decide the descendants who get reparations?
That's for y'all to decide. I don't argue for it. Like I said, I don't think that if we got it right now, I don't think as a community we are organized or unified enough to make it be effective.
That's a different conversation. The conversation I want to have is how are African Americans, descendants of slaves, going to get these reparations? And that's it.
This ain't my topic. So who you asking?
The person who said that, I'm asking anybody. Like the conversation is about reparations. Like, and you said, well, you don't think we are I mean, I'm trying to figure out who are African Americans if we're not Israelites, basically.
Oh shit, Sabio, I didn't even know your ass was up here when I said that.
You said who are African Americans? So then now you directing it towards me, right?
Mm-hmm.
Hey, bro, number one, stop coming for me if you ain't gonna debate me, bro. Right?
Hold up.
Now, number two, I just clearly said we not all Israelites. And whoever said it in the chat, I don't teach the 12 tribes chart. Do your research on me. Who are we? Some of us are descendants of Native Americans. Some of us are descendants of Africans. Some of us are descendants of some of those Taino Indians that were part of what we call the intra-American slave trade. So it's an amalgamation, right? So if you want to say, how are we going to determine? I don't write the reparations bill. I don't make the reparations rules. It's not my job to determine that. You tell me. Evidently, you think you're something else, a monkey, an Indian, I don't know. Whatever you think you are, if you think you're entitled to reparations, then you let me know. If you don't think you're entitled to reparations, then move out the way and let the people who are entitled to it go get it.
Cool. Now, again, I know I'm not a monkey. I do know I'm a human. And I do know that my descendants descend from Africa. So I am an African American. So again, and I do believe, think, and agree that my descendants, those caught up in the trans-Saharan and the sub-Saharan and the transatlantic slave trade, do deserve reparations. Now, how we go about getting those reparations will be decided once we get those parameters and things hashed out as a community. Where does this involve peoples that aren't those descendants, though? Native Americans, because Native Americans are from America. Tainos are from the land that they were in. African Americans are here in the Americas. So this has nothing to do with the Native Americans and the attached groups that you're trying to attach it to. So are we going to discuss the reparations that we deserve? Or are we going to attach the Jews to this, the Jews to this also?
You still talking to me?
Other groups that have been done by the Europeans.
You still talking to me?
I'm talking to you.
Say it again, because I stopped listening to you. I'm gonna be honest with you.
All right, I'm gonna make it real short. Are we going to attach everyone to our reparations plight, such as the Native Americans, the Tainos, and all the other groups, and the Jews also, and all the other groups who have been done or mistreated by the Europeans, the devils?
This is such an ignorant question. So the Jews already have their form of reparations. So we have no reason to attach a Jew to a reparations bill for African Americans. No one capes for, in terms of like pure Native Americans. So when I talk about Native Americans or anybody who's really talking about like the Tainos, we're talking about those that mixed, who are the offspring of like a Taino and an African that was brought over here, or a Native American and an African that was brought over here, or those who were forced to identify as a Native American but really were Africans. So when we talk about the horrible atrocity that is the transatlantic slave trade, I like that you try to simplify it, but it's much more complicated than that. So to say, are the Native American, if you was a true Native American that was here and you weren't a part of the transatlantic slave trade, then yeah, no, why would you even be entitled to that? So in order to clarify from my perspective, and mind you, this is not my topic. I wasn't even the one that brought this up, but since you want that smoke with me always, which I ain't got no issue with, you should debate. I would say is those who are descendants of slavery. I mean, that's what it comes down to. And I don't care what movement, if it's ADOS, FBA, whatever, I'm not, however, because you got different people who identify in each different range in each one of those movements. If you were a descendant of slavery, and whatever we're going to come up with as the definition and the determining factor for that, notice I didn't say that I have an answer for that, right? But whatever it is, whatever we're saying that determining factor is, then yeah, I mean, I think they should be entitled to reparations. I just don't think that we're ready as a group to properly administer that right now.
Cool. I appreciate that. I really do. As long as we can establish that the attachments, the Native Americans who was already here in the Americas, North America, Canada, South America, our ancestors was brought here. We can make those distinctions, those separations. We can make sure that the other groups who attach themselves to our movements, the civil rights movements, all of them, we can make sure those groups are not attaching themselves to our movement. We're on the same page, dog.
But I do want to say
But
this.
hold up,
Because
I did not interrupt you.
I thought you was finished. You sounded like you was
No. I was going to continue on. I wasn't even going to take a long pause. The moment other groups attempt themselves onto our reparations claim and say we're not these people, we don't come from these lands, we were always here, or we are from this area, that's when you get pushed back and smoke from Sadio. Because I know where my ancestors come from. Cool. We cool. We ain't got to worry about all that other shit. Is for another day. We talking about reparations, and if we want African Americans to get reparations, cool. We can build on that. Keep all the other people on where they belong.
But I will say this though, like they need their own reparation situation as well, though, right? The thing that the European did to them is atrocious as well. Like you came and took these people land, you came and took everything from them. I don't think it should be attached to us, but I do think that they are entitled as well. That's just my thought process.
They got casinos and a lot of other things built on their reservations. That's another conversation for them to have. We shouldn't be having that conversation for them, no.
I didn't say I was going to have it for them. I just wanted to make sure that I'm making that statement. But I also made it clear that their plight shouldn't be attached to our plight.
Oh yeah, and that's all, and that's my main issue, because the majority of the other oppressed groups that has been oppressed by the Americas have attached themselves to our plight or to our fight, to our causes, and they've gotten gains while we have continued to have these conversations on why we haven't advanced, while the LGBTQIA, Native Americans, the Mexicans, and all the other motherfuckers advancing.
I readily admit that I don't frequent a lot of channels on YouTube often, so maybe I'm ignorant to this. Is that an argument that is had over here that we should include these different groups to that?
Other people have done it. And that's why they like to mix up and say we're not from Africa and we're these people. We were always here and things like that. It makes it a more inclusive. The kumbayaism, as I like to call it.
People on this panel though?
No, not people now.
Oh, okay. You gonna debate?
Of course not. Debate what? But
If you said of course not, don't ask what.
So which groups have advanced? You said the rainbow and the Native American. How did the rainbow and the Native Americans advance? They advanced in what?
all we have to do is go back and look at the bills and things, initiatives that they have gotten passed when their movements attach themselves to the civil rights movements that were initiated by the African American community, Dev. And that's all I'm saying. If you don't notice, if you don't know that they've been getting bills based off of things, and once they attach themselves to the movement, they're what like it's like for real. So you all right. I'm finna go pull up some things that's been passed for Native Americans and other movements since the civil rights movement.
So you qualifying if somebody got a bill that is signed into law that is an acclamation of advancement. I was actually trying to point to some sort of advancement in social, economical, or some form of being at one point compared to another group being at another point. So, for example, if a bill was passed or some sort of legislation, would we be able to demonstrate that since that bill was passed, this group of rainbows or this group of native or whatever groups that have, Asians, whatever, have acquired X amount of homes, let's say 2,000 homes, while people in the Black community have only acquired 1,000 homes. So that's just a simple example. You can translate that into jobs, personal wealth. I don't know, rise in income. I don't know. So going past the bill passing, because getting a bill passed or signed into law is a step in advancement, I guess.
And that's all I was saying. Now,
Oh, okay.
now what other things has happened underneath those? I'm not in those streams and in that field. But there's been bills and things that they've gotten passed that made it easier for them to get jobs and things like that, discrimination bills, shit like that. That's all.
Yeah, I'm not naive to some of the distinct legislation when it comes to various groups.
Yeah, that's all I was saying. So yeah, that reparations conversation. thing is, I seen you drop that source. Why didn't you pull it up?
I think we had went over it a little earlier. You can, yeah, you can pull it up if you want. That's Congresswoman Summer Lee holding it down from the Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania area. She is the first Black woman to hold such office in that particular region of the U.S.
So what you think about Jasmine Owens lambasting Jasmine Crockett lambasting Candace Owens? Did you get to check it out?
Not the latest episode. I'm not a real big fan of sound bites and other means if it doesn't result in what she's trying to achieve. So if the bashing results into them redacting or retracting their statement, or actually reversing their ideologies and signing their name on some sort of legislation that would oppose those views, cool. But if you're just going to get a laugh or a like from a social media platform and they're still going to stand strong on their stance, then what is the true purpose of continuously getting sound bites or using your allotted time in Congress or whatever to do that?
I understand that. I don't know if Jasmine was really looking at it like that, because I watched some of it. I didn't watch it all. I was too busy laughing like Jasmine going in. Candace Owens, her stupidity is profound, and I think more Black women need to be willing to say it to her, because she has a platform. Don't mean anything. Like, Candace is stupid.
Yeah, I hear more men in support of her ideologies than I do Black women, at least as of late. Since her separation from Ben Shapiro's platform,
Yeah.
I don't hear as much unified from Black women and Black men as I did prior to.
But yeah, man, I don't know. Just be sitting back, thinking about, not even really thinking, just listening to some of the claims and then some of the things that are said, and I just be like confused. Like, how are you gonna talk about reparations for African Americans, but you claiming you're not African American? That's a weird dilemma to be in.
I don't know, Sabio. Do you have to be African American to advocate for reparations?
No, not advocate. I don't mind you being an advocate. There's a difference between being an advocate and being somebody who wants to sit down and tell us how we should get them and who should get them.
Oh, okay.
I don't mind you being a supporter and things like that, because I did not support the Jewish Holocaust. I mean, them getting reparations for the Holocaust and all that. I don't support what's going on over there in Israel and Palestine right now. Them killing the Palestinians off. I don't support that. But I'm not against Israel. I wasn't against them getting what they needed to establish that little nation state they got over there. So it's a weird conversation.
It's not reciprocated. They
It's
not
not
for you.
reciprocated. And that's it. There it is, right there, GQ. It's not reciprocated. As he said,
With them.
as was said, everyone else who has had grievances or been grieved by the Americas or the Europeans have had their grievances or been had their grievances repaired.
Oh, in that order.
In that order. They went over and blew up Iraq and rebuilt it.
Mm-hmm.
Afghanistan too.
Japan too.
Japan.
That's why everybody want to be everything but a nigga.
That's why everybody want to be everything but a nigga. GQ. So they can attach themselves to other people's cultures and steal some of the benefits. It's about benefits, being able to benefit off the cultural attachment.
This nigga shit ain't getting us nowhere, so I mean, we gotta be a Asian, a elbow, or something. Yeah. Gotta be some other shit. Them motherfuckers do not give a fuck about a nigga.
That shit crazy.
I'm gonna put all the pseudo shit on the wheel. I'm gonna spin that motherfucker like the Wheel of Fortune. Wherever it lands, that's what I'm gonna be next week.
You stupid.
Tired of this nigga shit. I'm about to be some other shit. I'm put Asian, I put Arabo, Hebrew, Muslim.
Don't forget Kemetic.
Muslim / Arab. Kemetic.
Don't forget Kemetic.
What else I can rock with?
Egyptian.
That's Kemetic, right?
Yeah, that's Kemetic.
I gotta make my wheel, man. So I can spin it.
And you gotta add Immortal to that.
Oh yeah. I gotta be the Messiah too. I gotta put Messiah on that motherfucker. I hope it land on Messiah so bad. I just hope it land on that motherfucker.
Crazy.
Damn, you supposed to hit me with the hope. Why you ain't been on point lately?
The will of pseudo.
Yeah.
Every time I say I hope, son, I'll be looking for you to say hope. Okay, flat earther, regular Joe said I got to put flat earther on the wheel. Is that a? Yeah, I guess. Yeah, I can identify as a flat earther. That's an identifier. So, yeah. Anunnaki. God damn. Alien. I'm just gonna put alien on there. I'm not gonna put no specific alien. I'm not gonna put
Atlantean. You gotta put Atlantean. A Mexum. You gotta be from a Mexum too.
I'm just gonna put alien so I could cancel out all the different, different Anunnaki, Atlantean, and Martian, and all the different shit. Look at Caesar Ortega. Egypt is America.
A Mexum. Tom Median. Tamarian. You can't forget about being a Tamarian.
I said Abo already melanated, so that's covering all the Indians. That's Choctaw, Cherokee, all the motherfuckers. Apache.
That's that wheel gonna be spinning forever.
There's gonna be a lot of shit on that wheel. It's gonna be like the Wheel of Fortune, though. I can make it fit. Pause. I'm gonna let me make sure I put all this in my notes. I gotta make sure I got all my shit right on my wheel, man. So I got aliens and Kemet, Abo, Hebrew, Muslim. Flat Earther. I'm gonna be
don't forget the Moors.
Yep, Moors. Gotta get the Moors. I'm gonna be a brand new me, man. I'm coming out the bag on y'all, man. Shit. I think I'm missing something. Chuck Wu say ancient, alien, aboriginal, Hebrew, Indian. That's a bad motherfucker, Chuck Wu. God dang. It's a nigga that's out there identifying like that right now. Okay, atheist. Yep, look at it.
What list is this supposed to be?
This for my pseudo wheel of fortune, Dev. I'm converting next week into whatever it lands on out of all of these identities, because I don't think being a nigga is getting me anywhere. So I'm going to I'm going to put all the identifiers on the pseudo wheel. I'm spinning it wherever it lands. That's where next week I'm going to be wherever it lands, man. That's what I'm gonna identify, man. I got to give me a new identifier. What you think about that?
Oh yeah, I was just having fun. I was trying to correlate atheist with pseudo. I mean, I don't see how
Yeah. That was melanated said put atheist on there. I was kind of like, wait a minute, that's gonna end me back up where I'm at. But all right, so
since we're halfway, and I believe me, I get the lack of interest to expound and dive deep into the reparations topic whenever it's brought up. Let me see. Oh yeah, there was a survey of 750 companies in the U.S. that either cut or rolled back their DEI policies. And based on a recent study that was conducted in April, it looks like 20% of them have reinstituted their DEI policies.
they finna lose too much talent around that motherfucker. Crazy enough, all the DEI hires is the hardest working, most talented motherfuckers in the whole company. So as they got rid of all the DEI hires, everything started falling apart. I can see that.
Yeah, what was the objective when the policies were rolled out in the first place? What was being desired when we first heard, hey, cut that DEI stuff out?
Hate. lot of hating. Is what it seemed like. I don't under.
No, I was asking what were they looking to
Accomplish, right?
get? Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, yeah. So
By getting
when he said, "Hey, cut that DEI stuff out from your company, or I'm gonna fine you," what were they looking to achieve?
to get more um, unqualified white men jobs.
That would result in the company. So this was about the individual and not the companies.
I think so, Deb. I'm not. I can't say definitely, but I think that was the end goal. You know, the white man was being discriminated against. He couldn't get these jobs and shit because couldn't get these jobs and shit because the DEI hires was in the way. You know, so
Could it be they weren't qualified?
hey, that's the first thing I said. Unqualified. But that should not disqualify them from getting the job because they are white. They are white men. They got the complexion for the connection. What you mean qualified? I'm white, motherfucker. What more qualification do I need?
Damn, for real.
I think so, Fabio. Now, don't quote me, man, because I might be wrong.
Nah, I feel you. I understand how that mindset works.
I might be wrong, brethren, but I'm just that's just my that's what I think. What my mind is taking me to these places.
I understand. I was just saying, like,
That's why I'm over here making my wheel and shit. That's what I'm trying to get y'all to understand, man. Y'all think this shit is a joke, man.
This man said making his wheel.
Making my pseudo damn wheel around this motherfucker. Put a bell on you niggas.
Mm-hmm. Gonna put a bell on us.
You about to bail on y'all, man.
Somebody told me, somebody was like, have you heard about the veil? So y'all think I don't be having these conversations with people in real life. I honestly had these conversations about, because people want to know what I know. People question me. So,
what did you say, Fabio? The veil?
Yeah, the veil.
What's up with that?
So
I said I'm about to bail, but we can talk about the veil. What's going on?
So basically, people who don't know about spirits and angels and all the spooky shit are to be in the dark. They're supposed to have a veil over their eyes.
Oh shit.
Yo, I'm like, bruh, I heard about that shit before you. I was telling you about it. I don't have a veil over my eyes. What I'm trying to do is help you get the veil off of yours. Where you stop looking outside the world for shit that you can't see.
I think you taking a subliminal shot at my wheel.
No, I'm not. I was taking a shot at.
Oh, okay. Let me make sure.
Because I seriously get questioned all the time. Just random shit. Because sometimes people are able to hear what I'm listening to, and they might want to hear what I'm listening to. What you listening to? Sound interesting, and I let them hear it. Sometimes it'll be y'all. Sometimes it'll be another show. And they'll ask me a question. What do you think? What do you believe? Oh, you think evolution's real? And I ask them, don't you got 46 chromosomes? Yeah. And what is inside chromosomes? DNA? Does every living organism on the planet have DNA and cells? Yes. So evolution's true. But you don't think, show me where a woman came from a man's rib. Then they get confused. I be like, nah, like, this is what you want me to believe, but you got children, right? You watch your children get born? Yeah, all of them. So which one came out of your rib? None. Okay. So throw the book away. I get challenged on different all the time.
Just throw it in the trash.
Just throw it. At that point, you should throw the book in the trash.
Pick up a science and mathematics book.
Sometimes I get questioned about history, what I know on Black history. I give them what I can remember. Give them books and things that I remember from class. Sometimes I get questioned on psychology, all the different shit.
One thing about history, man, it's in the past.
Yeah, it's in the past, but we already created. We're creating it now.
His story.
His story, not our story.
Well, all the wars America then lost that they claimed they won in the history books. Is that supposed to be a morale builder or make people more of a nationalist, like make you be
Yeah. Yeah. It's supposed to give you more patriotism.
make you more patriotic?
Yeah.
Peace, y'all.
Peace to the goddess.
It's Melanie.
Happy Friday.
What up?
Same to you, sister.
Savior, why it bother you that people have a belief system? I don't understand. It be bothering you a lot. It seems like it's bothering you more.
It doesn't. It doesn't.
Not it seems like okay.
Hold up. Let me answer your question. No. You
I mean, I can elaborate on my question, Savior. You don't have to, but you go ahead.
So if we're having a conversation, somebody hears me listening to a video on evolution, question me on what I think about evolution, and then I redirect it. I answer their questions, and then I redirect it to them. It's not your belief. I'm questioning what you challenged me on. You challenged me on evolution. They challenged me on evolution. I'm giving a real life example that happened 3 days ago. And I asked him those simple questions. And once he admitted it, I was like, you should just throw the book away. Because you just admitted that children don't come from a rib of a man. You admitted that evolution happened. Take the monkey, all that out your brain, and just accept that you have chromosomes and those are packed with cells. Don't try to force your belief on me, though. That's where it becomes offensive and disrespectful. If you're challenging what I know, challenge what I know. Don't take this into what you think I believe. Because I don't bring up my atheism.
What?
I don't bring up my atheism.
That's a lie.
I don't.
That's like on these panels you do all the time.
No, I don't.
And even on the topic. Sabio. Like, I was speaking, right? So if you disagree, you can disagree after I'm done. I'm saying that you bring up your atheism all the time. You make conversations about religion when it wasn't. Like you bring up, oh yeah, they false gods, or yeah, and the Canaanites were really this, and like you like that's your thing to go against religion, and like So if you're going against it, then people are going to, you know, especially if they are a religious person, they're going to say something, and then you trying to make me like no one has told you to take a shahada. I've never heard someone tell you to take a shahada on a panel. I've never heard no one tell you to confess with your heart that Jesus Christ was crucified on the third day he rose and he's your I've never heard anyone try to get you saved or anything, right? But you be really going. I mean, I'm just telling you on the outside looking in. Now, if that's your thing, that's your, you know, that's your passion. You're an anti-theist and you want to fire burn all religion, and you want to. That's what you want to. You know, I'm just saying how it looks on the outside looking in. It's just like, damn, he really like this is getting under his skin. Just the fact that someone else has something else that inspires them, that they believe that that's their foundation, that it helps them, it's enriching in them, that's the foundation of their family. And like what people eat don't make me shit. So
Motherfucking devil, melanated. That's all. He's the goddamn devil.
All right. So cool. I heard it and I'm listening.
mhm.
Contentiously. Now, again, we weren't talking about religion. I didn't ever bring up religion. I gave a real life example. When me and Anonymous talked, I didn't bring up religion. I don't bring it up unless it's brought up. I make my statements. I am very adept at having conversations on different topics. Now, when the conversation of religion is brought up, I will address it. Again, if we're not talking about religion, I don't have to address it.
I am. I'm listening. I am. And you know, like if GQ was to say, you know what, melanated, you like to argue a lot, right? I would be a freaking lie if I said, no, I don't, right? Because I know the melanated goddess that you all see on these panels, I be arguing. I argue with Lance, I argue with Don, I get I argue. Like the version of me that you guys see on here is I argue. So if you look at the chat, the version of you, Sabio, that we get is a very anti-theist person. You're saying that you don't do that. If you look at the chat, people are saying that's the version that we see. It might be some other versions of you that we don't see. So I can't say that's not there, but I am saying that when you're on the panel, that is your topic of choice, and you find a way to bring the conversation there. And I'm just saying that we get it. You don't like it. You don't like. We get it. It's not your thing. I don't know. It's just like
last conversations. So the last conversation, before the night before last, or when was that? When the conversation with KT and them diverged to God, I wasn't talking about God. They started bringing up the spirit and all that. I was trying to keep it on the history of race.
May I interject?
Other people bring up God, and then I make my comment. Y'all don't pay attention because my anti-theism is what y'all look at. Y'all lead with that. So because I'm so vociferous and so staunch, that's all y'all see. Actually pay attention to the conversation and see what Sabio is actually saying in the conversation and when God is brought up.
Damn, Jesse Jackson, did you say vociferous?
Vociferous.
What the fuck is that? What that mean, my brethren?
Strong, staunch, angry. Speaks very strong again, with fire, with anger, with venom.
Okay. Carry on.
Excuse me, my brothers. I'm joining in on the conversation. So when he's talking about in the historical view, you're looking at thousands of cultures that have their own history. So you have to select what history you want to follow and what culture you want to concentrate on. Okay. Now, if you want to go along with the Hebrew, well, let me explain some things to you. The Hebrews are the royal line of Abraham. The Jew is their servant. Abraham did not. Hold up, brother. Now, if you want to hear something about Jewish or Hebrew history, then you need to talk to somebody who has authority about it. Because if you like,
nobody asked for the history, yo.
Nobody asked for that history or none of that.
But some of us are.
Brethren, hold on, brethren. Do you have authority on that?
Yes, sir, I do.
What you gave you the authority?
I'll put my name out there.
Look, Melanated, jump on him. Jump on him, Melanated. I didn't bring up Hebrew bullshit. He brought this bullshit up.
Okay, but see, my whole thing is I'm just trying to give out some information. And then you make your own decision on what to do.
Sir, you can't. Yeah, you saying you trying to get information, but we were actually having a conversation, which was not talking about the history of the Hebrews and stuff. So it's kind of coming across a little left field because we weren't talking about like if it's real, if it's not real, if it's and trying to go down. Because the thing about it is, there are people who identify as Hebrews, Hebrew Israelites, I don't know, children of Yah, whatever they want to call themselves, right? There's people of Nation of Islam, there's Sunni, Shia, Sufi, Sunni, all of this, we got New Albions, Moorish, we got Kemetic people, we got Ifa, we got Voodoo, we got Hoodoo, Phobia, we have black people are very, sir, what I'm saying is that, sir, over talking, your mic is sounding messed up.
You gotta cut your mic down a little bit.
So what I'm saying is that we're not getting into the specifics of what people believe in, right? It's just having some decent respect in order for what they believe, because the disrespect becomes a divider, right? And we don't need it to be. We don't need it to be a divider, right? People, they got people who in Ireland, and they want to have their pagan gods and stuff, and there's some Christians there. But guess what? They're all freaking Irish. And you know what I'm saying? And when it comes to unite as white people, the Irish are going to combine with the people in England and people in Britain and Russia, and they're going to be all white. They just white. So we got to stop. Like, I don't care if somebody calls their God Yah and somebody calls their God Olodumare. Like, what somebody says, I call it energy or source, or they say there is no God. Like, if people who say there is no God, like, religious people need to leave the atheist people alone. Let them be atheists. Let them be atheists and have no God. It's fine. Fuck, man. Worry about your credit. Raise your kids. Like, get a black wife. Get a black husband. Stay out of jail. Stay out for jobs. Like, what about that shit? Like, come on. What?
I appreciate all that.
So you just want to live in the material. So you just want to live in the material world. That's what you want to say.
Material?
No, I'm saying I want to respect people. I want to respect people's right to do that. If that's what they want to do.
Disrespect in his own way. He gonna disrespect everybody.
In the material world.
Respect people's right to make their decision.
As he's going
just
to
like they want to respect you for having your sky daddy. See what I'm saying? So as soon as you start insulting them, they're gonna insult you.
Yeah, but I'm not insulting anybody. I am just saying. I am just giving them the background of the religion I believe in.
You're relabeling it because I call them an atheist. You got to say you want to live in them. I don't
care about this. I don't care about this religious conversation that he's attempting to hold. I know it's some shit that he picked up in the 18th, 19th century from William Crowley, F.S. Cherry, and some other dude. I don't care. I don't. He can think
Ain't you the
that.
dude? Okay, hold up. Ain't you the dude from yesterday who signed for Donald Trump? Ain't you the same dude?
Absolutely
You the
not.
same sellout, right?
Absolutely not. You got
Okay,
me
so you
fucked
don't
up.
believe in nothing. So how can I convey ideas to somebody who has no background, no foundation, no knowledge whatsoever because you don't believe in even in believing yourself? So how you gonna tell me? How can I talk to you, teach you something?
I don't believe in myself. I believe in myself enough to be having these conversations on YouTube
No,
with
you
hundreds of
you
people
you
daily.
you have no foundation, no information, nothing solid. You base all your on conjecture and feelings.
I don't
You don't
have
have
any
nothing
information.
based on knowledge.
All right, Dev. All right, watch this. I'm finna ask you a few questions. Are you aware of Musar literature?
I'm sorry, repeat that again.
Are you aware of Musar literature? Musar literature. It's part of the
Well, see,
Hebrew
you know
culture.
what?
Are
I'm
you
intelligent
aware
enough
of
and honest
I
enough to
don't
say
know shit.
no.
Not know. You don't know?
But wait, hold up though. What your
What
knowledge is know and
you
what
don't
I
know.
know is
You
two
don't
different
know.
things.
Hey,
So
bro. Hey, bro.
explain.
Hey, bro.
So explain your philosophy to me. Explain this so
My
I can see if it has some validity.
my philosophy of what? Life?
No, you just brought up some kind of religion. You just brought up.
No, this
Inform
isn't
me
a
about.
religion.
Enlighten me with it.
This isn't a religion. Musar
What is
literature
it then?
isn't a religion. It's a part of Hebrew culture that was translated through the Tanakh and Torah and picked up through the 12th, 13th, 14th, 15th, 16th, 17th, 18th, 19th, 20th centuries, carried by the so-called Jewish people through their culture. It's how they hold on to their culture. I
But
have a
brother,
book
can I
on this.
ask you a
I have
question?
books on
Do
this.
you know who the
I
Jew
have
is?
books on this.
Do you know who the Jew is?
Not you.
No, you don't, because if you
Not
knew,
you.
you would know the Hebrew are the royalty, and the Jews were the servants. When the royalty got destroyed, the servants took on the mantle of being the religion. You can read that in First Maccabees 1 and 2
Look,
about the turncoats
look.
who went to
First
embrace
Maccabees.
the Greeks' religion rather than sticking to their own.
All these niggas reading the Hebrew, reading
Because
Greek
once you're
books.
talking about
All these
biblical,
niggas
then you
reading the
got to
Greek
go by
books,
the history of the
yelling at
Bible.
me. These niggas
I'm
reading
not.
the
I'm
Greek
not
books.
yelling, brother. I'm
These
just
nah,
passionate
nigga.
about when I try to give
You
people
passionate
information,
about being
and they be trying.
you
See, I'm
passionate
not
about
with
being
this
a Jew.
YouTube trying to be
You
cool. I'm
passionate
trying to
about being
save
a
a
preacher.
food.
You
Passionate
gotta come
about
down on
being
your
a
mic a
preacher.
little bit. It's distorting your words. Maybe it's your speaker. I'm not sure.
Definitely can't blame me. But the Warner Bros in the chat, his homeboys in the chat, blaming me. It's all my fault. It's all my fault.
No,
All my
I'm just
fault.
challenging you about the disinformation you spreading through the community because you don't believe in no unity. You believe in just you.
I believe in just me. But
Exactly, because everybody else I noticed in the panel, everybody else in the
Yo,
panel trying
brother,
to come with some
Dwight, Dwight.
compromise and some kind of understanding. You the only one that knocked down
Uh,
everything everybody else.
all right, hold on. Okay, so you're gonna have to come down on your volume on your system. Your words are being distorted.
Told you to turn your mic down.
Kind of difficult to understand
Fabio,
what you're
go ahead.
saying.
Teach this nigga, man. Don't, we always on you, but hey, he started. He kicked it off. Go on, teach him, bro.
Nah, we're not gonna get into no religion, man. We thought we were talking about something else.
this shit funny.
No.
This shit hilarious.
All right, come on back, Dwight.
Stupid.
Okay, I'm back. Okay, I'll bring the volume. I'll bring my internal volume down. How's that?
That'll help.
Okay.
Okay, so understand this, brothers. I have listened to your show maybe for about a month, right? And a lot of things I agree with, and a lot of things I disagree with them. But at least I'm open-minded enough to hear it out. Okay. If a person is talking and they're trying to give you some information, just out of respect and dignity and professionalism, you're supposed to let them hear them out and say, and then you tear apart their argument where you see the fallacies of their statement. Now, Sabio is known to disrespect other people's opinions, but he seems to want everybody to respect his opinion. And that's all I'm pointing out. You have the floor.
I don't have opinions until we're having an opinionated conversation as we are now. So your opinion is just as valid as my opinion at this point. But when we're talking about facts and history and things that have sources that we can account to, I'm very adept at pulling up my evidence on anything that I stand on.
Okay, can I ask you a question then?
Let me ask you a question, Dwight. Since
yes, sir.
That brother presented to you what that tidbit of information that he just did. What is your opinion on Ibrahim Traore?
I think that he is a brother who is brave enough to buck the system. And he's trying to establish something that's going to work for his country. Because every country is different. Africa is a continent, not a country. Okay. And that man has decided that he is going to put his life on the line to bring his people some kind of dignity and some kind of prosperity. That's my opinion.
Respect it. Respect it. All right, you can continue with your question.
So yeah.
If I may add on what I said.
Go ahead.
The Europeans have been raping Africa for over 600 years. When they came with the Crusades, they noticed all the wealth that the Muslims had stolen from the Africans, and they said that we want in on it. Not only in the workforce or the manpower, because a slave is manpower. That means things are going to be done through the energies of that slave. So if you put 1 million people to work doing
Dwight, and I hate to stop you, bro. I like where you're going. I hate to stop you, but do you have a volume button on your microphone?
Yeah, I'm either gonna, because I'm using it from a tablet.
If you could just cut it down a little bit.
Okay, I'm trying to see if I can. Okay.
Yeah, and then you continue where you left off.
Okay.
Go into your StreamYard settings. That's where you need to go.
StreamYard setting.
Yeah.
Okay.
Where it says more. Where it says more or audio.
Oh no, Dave telling you, my fault. Dave got you.
Okay, yeah. I'm doing camera. Okay, got that. Chat more. Okay, I'm hitting more. Settings.
Mm-hmm.
Audio. Echo cancellation. That's on and automatically adjust mic volume. Okay, so now I'm adjusting the volume. I'm putting it down to 33. Is that better?
Yeah.
That's better. 30, 32, probably 31, probably where you'd be perfect.
Okay, I'm going down more. Hold on. Is this better?
Yes, sir. That's a lot better. Chat, okay. That's better. Yep. Everybody saying perfect. Yep.
Okay. So
you got to think. So a lot of people in their car, they listen to you on speaker, and you probably yeah. But so finish where you was at. Right?
I understand.
Yeah. Finish where you was at.
Okay. So what I'm saying to y'all is, look, I'm 63 years old. I went to Jackson State University in 1977.
The Tigers.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So understand this. Back then we had books. We didn't rely on no computer. The computers are giving out false information. When you went to what we call the archives, I'm talking about them old books. I'm talking about them research books from 1932. Them archaeological finds where they came up with a deduction, but white America would not accept those kind of things.
Hold up.
So you got to understand, Western science suppresses the real knowledge of what is really going on in Africa in the ancient civilizations. They suppress that.
Wait a minute.
He cooking, Savio.
No, he not. I gotta ask him something because I just got hella confused.
Hold on, bro.
So the books that you were going into the library to get, are those books still not available online? Can I not pull up a book from 1932 online?
Can I answer you? Can I
Go
answer
ahead.
you? The University of Berlin made some discoveries and Hitler didn't agree with them, so they burnt them books. The KKK here in America burnt them books.
No. I'm not asking about Hitler burning books or none of that. I'm asking about books that you said that you used to go to the library and get when you were in college. Were those books not transferred to digital copies that we can use right now today?
No.
Are you serious?
No. I'm serious.
So you mean to tell me I can't pull up a paper written in 1918 right now?
Well, I mean,
I
you
want
can
to think
Google
about that a
it,
little bit, Dwight. I think the book's still available, brother, online. He just saying
Okay,
the books that you once read in college, can you get those books online? I think you can, brother. I'm pretty sure you can.
Okay, there was a German archaeologist, right?
Oh shit, you gonna push back on that?
Okay, so he made the proposal about the city of Troy really existing, right?
Okay.
All of Europe said that was just a fairy tale, that it never existed. He went on his own, and I think it was 1880 something that he discovered the first level of Troy. And he dug deeper and deeper and deeper and deeper till he got to the 9th level of the city itself.
Hey, yo.
So we talking 2,700 years ago.
No one's ever disputed the city of Troy.
I don't know who was saying that the city of Troy never existed. That's the question, because
all the Europeans. What
the
fuck?
Yes.
They couldn't have been saying that. I mean, they've known that Troy. I mean, Troy is an actual city.
No, you got to understand. When Homer wrote the poem, the visit of Troy, they thought that was just like Atlantis. They just thought it was a fairy tale. Until that man did the research and found that city.
I know he just made that up. So Atlantis was real, right?
Yes, it was real, brother.
Game over. I quit. I throw the towel in. Atlantis is real, but Troy fake. Atlantis is real, but Troy fake.
Atlantis is real because they have now discovered, doing satellite and all kind of stuff, that in the western desert there used to be an inland sea, just like there used to be an inland sea in America. We are talking about time, and maybe if you don't put time into your thinking, over time the climate's changed. Time,
Atlantis was real. Mermaids were too, Thomas. Mermaids were too. At one time, mermaids were making people crash ships. You had your satyrs. You had your those half horse, half men. You had all of it.
Exactly. Genetic manipulation. They knew that. See, we call them fallen angels, whatever you want to call them, space peoples, or Anunnaki, whatever you want to call them. Them people master genetics.
They mastered genetics before they knew what genes were. They mastered genetics. Okay, you right. You are so right.
My brother, and the title of the first book is called Genesis, right?
Oh, shit.
Genes. Genes. See, you don't have the insight
I
to
knew it
look
was
at
going
and
there,
see the
Psycho.
message that's in your face.
I knew it was going there. Genesis, genes. Genesis,
Thank
genes.
you.
Genes
Origin.
Genes is. That's what he's saying, y'all. Genes is. That's what Genesis is supposed to really mean. Genes is.
Thank you. We are human. We are the children of God, the Most High. We were genetically designed to work as His servants. We weren't the Cro-Magnon, man. We weren't a Neanderthal. We weren't none of that.
Judah, come get your boy.
That shit is amazing, man. That's extraordinary. Genesis is genes, okay.
GQ, let's go.
Man,
So Judah, come get your boy. Judah, this your Hebrew teacher. This your Hebrew teacher right here.
Okay, what's your teaching?
Not you.
No, but what's your teaching?
You want to know what I study?
You gotta go on because you don't believe in it.
No. I want to know exactly what you're. I want to know exactly what you're asking me.
Okay, so what is the origin of the human race in as far as your opinion?
The origin of the human race, we evolved from ape-like species.
And where did you get this information from?
What?
You got that from the white man. You got that from Darwin. So in other words, your Bible is Darwinism.
Crocker got you fucked up out here, son. Yep.
Darwinism.
Thank you.
Nope.
You got Darwinism. So if Darwinism and evolution is gone, where the intelligent monkeys running around then? If evolution is always
You're
gone.
sure not one. You're sure not an intelligent monkey.
Yeah, I ain't really tripping about you because you understand this. You can call me dog, poodle, whatever. I know who I am. Do you know who you are?
Oh shit! This is hilarious, yo.
Because you can't insult somebody who know they self. See, I know who the hell I am. I'm FBA, baby. I'm FBA. I don't run.
What? I thought you was a Hebrew.
Oh, baby.
You an FBA Hebrew? You an FBA Hebrew? How did that work?
Have you ever heard of the word about Laban? Do you know about Laban?
Oh,
since you know about my Bible so good.
I'm partially familiar with Laban. I can't remember the story off the brain.
Okay. You got to understand, you are looking at a Bible that was edited by the white man. But if you go and you look at the Coptic Christian, if you look at the Coptic Christian Bible, it has the book of Enoch in it. So how are you going to tell me that people who were 5,000 miles away from where God originally made man, because we talking about Angela Christians, we talking about white man Christian, white Jesus Christian.
All right, hold on, Dwight, before you start getting on the pulpit and shit. Let me ask you this.
Are you a Hebrew?
So were we always here in America? Are you Aboriginal to America?
Okay, then let me put it to you this way. If the African...
That means right?
Yes, sir, because if the African can make his way to Hawaii, which is almost, 34,000 miles?
We made it to Hawaii? What?
Yes, brother.
No. Africa is not nowhere close to 34,000 miles. It's not that. That's not correct.
How far is it from Australia, Fiji? How far is it in the Pacific Ocean? How far is it?
Yeah, you can
walking across
try to I know it's not 34,000.
If they could go ahead and travel the Pacific Ocean to that farthest point,
they were walking across ocean.
Brazil, You mean to tell me they couldn't get from Africa to Florida?
They were walking across oceans.
Brother, we was making ships. What's wrong with you?
When were they making ships?
Carthage, brother. It's called Carthage. The city of Carthage was
Hold on.
the
We're not going to go to 3 BC.
We're
not going to 3
Mediterranean.
BC. We're not running Dwight. We're not running to 3 BC. And what's his name?
Do you know who
what's his name? Khufu's boat. We're not running to Khufu's boat. We are not going to use Khufu's boat to try to say that they were sailing across the Pacific Ocean and the Atlantic Ocean. No.
Do you know the ship design? Excuse me. Do you know the ship design of the Carthage people?
We will not
do
use
you know
Carthage
they didn't do
in
no
3
Khufu?
BC.
You're not going to be able to get that off, Sabio, but let's go ahead and see if we can get some Friday night clips, yeah. Yeah. Don't worry about it. He not going to take over the show, man.
Jeezy the
No,
snowman.
I'm not trying to go, but the brother keep on. He don't believe that there's other civilizations other than Egypt that were black. Carthage, Hannibal.
What?
What?
Yeah, I like this dude, Dwight, bro. Teach my nigga.
Another stupid.
Check this out. The children of Ham took over all they domesticated all of northern Africa, from the Atlantic all the way to the Red Sea. The children of Joseph went up and established Troy. Joseph, those are the 3 sons of Noah, the 3 original kings. The 3 kings of the Bible. Because you got to understand, these men lived to be 800 years old.
Sabio smells pseudos out.
I'm gonna give you a few minutes, Dwight. Then I got a question for you. Go on, finish.
Okay.
Finish.
So the people, the 3 sons of Joseph of Noah was Joseph, Shem, and Ham. Ham took over all of northern Africa.
Look.
Oh, that's enough, man. I had enough.
Look, here we go. We playing in fairy tale land. Let's go.
Damn, man. Oh, god damn.
The flood didn't happen. A woman came from a man's rib. All the fairy tales of the book have to happen in order for us to go down this rabbit hole.
We understand this. The Bible was made for people who lack imagination and knowledge.
Like you.
But the more you study, you also study other books. You also went and found out other knowledge. See, science is the systematic accumulation of knowledge and theory and its application. So when they say let conscience be your guide, con means with, and science means knowledge. With knowledge, make your decisions, whether it's with a woman, a car, or a house. You find out as much information before you make a concrete decision.
Yo, this man can't put con and science together, thinking this is how we use consciousness. He's speaking of, oh shit. Yo, this is
my boy Dwight sound like Dr. B. Serious.
He already did Gene and
Dr.
Genesis.
B?
What you expect?
Oh shit, this is insane. Con
because
science.
Because like I am saying, this is our history.
Y'all taking notes?
Please do.
Con science.
And I'm gonna ask this man, so he's so knowledgeable about us. How many children did Abraham have?
I don't believe in that myth, so I don't care about Abraham and his so-called children.
But you think it's a myth.
I know it's a myth.
But you believe in Darwinism, but there is no concrete evidence that evolution exists.
Okay, watch this. How many chromosomes do you have?
Why you bringing that up, bro? That's genes, right?
Okay. Sit back. How many chromosomes do you have, Dwight?
I have a human chromosomes, brother.
How many of them? You got 46, 23 from your mom and 23 from your dad, right?
Genes is, brother.
Hey, chill out, K. I don't need nobody's help, especially yours. So, those 46 chromosomes, inside those chromosomes, it's called their cells, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Do all living organisms? I'm going to ask you this very concisely. Do all living organisms have cells?
No, they have chromosomes.
And what
A
are
cell
inside
is
chromosomes? And what are inside
hold up,
chromosomes?
brother.
And
If
what
you
are
want a
inside
chromosome,
chromosomes? And
a
what are inside
chromosome is a
chromosomes?
genetic strand, brother. It is not a cell. Did you take up? Did you take up
Jesus,
biology?
Jesus, nigga.
And what is inside chromosomes? Cells, right?
No, those are nucleic acids, brother.
Okay.
Those are smaller
I'm about
compounds.
to source up right quick.
Read, look at the word, man. Dinucleotide acids. An acid is something that is below.
Inside chromosomes. I should just go get my psychology book on this.
Oh, okay. So we finna get to psychologic again, huh? Psychology, psychologic, meaning crazy ass logic.
Oh shit.
Savio, you got a psychology book on genetics?
I got a psychology book that goes through the brain and it goes through chromosomes and all that. Yes. 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 And I got a human growth and development book also that goes through that.
Okay.
What up?
So in other words, you wanted to be what some things
Don, you came up here to pick your uncle up?
Please.
All right, I just told Dan, man. I heard him slicing up Savio. I'm gonna let him finish dicing.
He ain't
childhood
doing
development classes. So
he
he got
sound worse than you.
out of childhood development classes, right?
I'm about to show this screen real quick. Can somebody share my screen?
Yes, I can. Let me see where you at.
Well, one thing I am enjoying is I'm making this man prove his points rather than just talking. Prove it.
You haven't proven anything but talked.
No, because understand this. I've been talking to the audience. I've been talking to the audience.
And I have you.
Because you Google. Before there was Google, that was you. You know everything.
No, I don't. I learned.
Hey, now that's funny. That was funny, bro.
Thank you.
It was funny. This was funny.
They should call you Google because you know everything.
I hear you.
Oh man.
I hear you. I appreciate all that.
Nah, brother, I respect you. I love you.
Is my screen sharing?
You coming with some knowledge.
Yeah, you sharing, brother.
Cool. Chromosomes are thread-like structures found in the nucleus. They consist of proteins and DNA, and that are arranged into DNA that are arranged into specific sequences for specific traits. Humans have 23 pairs of chromosomes, one from each parent. The most important function of chromosome is to carry the genetic material from one cell generation to the next. The basic shape of chromosomes is rod shaped, consisting of a centromere and arms. I bet you don't even know what a centromere is, but we're not going to even go down that route. During cell division, chromosomes divide and ensure the distribution of genetic material to daughter cells.
Okay.
So again, they're packed with DNA.
But the cell is not DNA, is it?
Again, chromosomes have DNA.
That wasn't your argument.
That's exactly what I asked him.
No, you talking about cells.
So no. I asked him. So again, Madami, I asked him how many chromosomes does he have? He said 40. He said he got 20. He got 23.
I never answered you. I said I'm human.
Cool, but you have 46 pairs of chromosomes. You got 23 from your mom and 23 from your dad, and inside those chromosomes is DNA. So when I asked him, do all living organisms have DNA? His answer should have been yes, but it wasn't.
Can I ask you a question? Is a car a transmission, or does a car have a transmission? It's a component of something. It does not make up something. It is a component of something. DNA is a component of a cell. It is not the whole cell. It is inside the nucleus. Inside the nucleus.
That's not correct either.
That's hella wrong.
Okay, where is it then?
Do you want me to bring my article back up because it'll go over all that?
No, because we're talking about the composition.
I don't like to
cell.
freestyle. I don't
Of a
freestyle.
cell.
I don't freestyle things that isn't my field. So I use sources. So I can go get my book, my human growth and development book.
Okay, I tell you what, you go with the book, and we're gonna carry on the conversation till you up to date. Okay,
Right.
Download your information.
No, my
we're gonna carry
information
on
right
with the
here.
conversation.
Yeah. So at this point, you're just going to talk about things you don't have any idea on, right? That's what you're saying.
No, I'm giving my opinion about the history of my people.
We need information.
People, not your people.
We need sources.
You evolved from a monkey.
Not
You
sources.
evolved from a monkey. I didn't. You evolved from a monkey. I didn't.
There it is.
So you just said you believe in Darwinism.
There it is. No, Darwinism is a fact.
Bullshit.
There it is.
Bullshit.
Prove to me why it is.
Darwinism.
All of y'all got DNA.
Hold on, Sebio, they got you confused over here.
Darwinism is a creationalist substitute.
No, it isn't.
Yes, it is.
Oh, I should do. Oh, I wish I. Shit. But you know what? I'm gonna wait for another.
Hold on.
Hold on.
Cause we all over the place. Darwinism is a racist idea. Darwin theory of evolution is a fact. DNA is in every living animal. No human being evolved from monkey. Human beings are apes. The branch between a monkey and the ape split million years ago.
A sapien is not an ape.
Is
a
my
sapien
screen
is
sharing?
not an ape.
Okay, one at a time now.
Is my screen sharing?
Well, I just gave you the facts. If you want to go believe what sapien is and what sapien isn't, that's up to you. I just gave you the facts. Human beings, we are in the families of great apes.
No, you are in the family of grape ape. I'm not in the family of a grape ape. You might be, but I'm not.
Where you get that from?
Then you are ashamed of being a human being. You are ashamed of being a human being.
I'm a god on earth, nigga. What are you talking about?
Do you know what a human is,
Again,
brother?
you are ashamed of being a human being.
Do you know the term human being, what that actually means? Do you know what that word actually means?
So while y'all talking, I got a book up called Human Development.
Hue means the colors of man.
Oh,
colors.
Oh shit.
The colors of man.
Man. All right, so let's
Well,
see.
I was teaching biology, not philosophy and theology.
Okay, and then also let me explain something to you. Man,
Wait a minute. Yo, Dwight.
Okay.
Let him get this screen stuff.
So let me get to page 68, where they start talking about zygotes and things like that. Do anybody know what a zygote is?
Baby, that's babies, embryo.
No, a zygote is not an embryo.
Okay, what is it?
A zygote is the beginning stage of an embryo.
Bro, stop it.
So, all right. So when this book says it, are you going to stop it?
I don't care if that book said Michael Jackson was still alive. But go ahead.
So science don't mean anything to idiots like you, right? That's what you're telling me,
science
right?
don't mean nothing to us.
Okay, we can minimize the jokes and stuff, man. Let's just get to the info. Madon.
These are the research methods that they use that I'm going through. Let me see. It's page 68. Let me see.
Okay, so while we up here scrolling, can I go ahead and throw my little 2 bits in while he's searching for his information to back up his preposterous suggestion?
Hold on for a second. What is it that you're trying to find, Savior?
He don't know, Dad.
Development over the lifespan. Show them how we develop. And here it is, infancy.
Oh, we was white folks jet skiing on the lake. That's where we came from.
Shut up.
So that's what I just seen.
Can you please stop sounding stupid?
Well, stop presenting me with stupid information and stupid pictures of people jet skiing when you telling me about zygotes.
That wasn't the picture. If that's the picture you thought I was trying to show you, you're small-minded. You're very small-minded. So this right here.
Come on, 8 man.
So this right here is what I was trying to get y'all to understand. But this might be a little too far for y'all imagination to grab
a little bit too rudimentary.
So this is called prenatal development. All right, so this is the germinal period. So at these points, there has millions of sperm, but only one does what? Fertilizes the egg. Madon, I've been telling you this for years.
Bro, what are you talking about? You need to check. We need to write to a Tortoise script. That's ancient history.
Shut up.
Bro, that's ancient history. What are you talking about? That's old news.
Shut up. So
now we're supposed to shut up, huh?
After this, they become what?
You're not even familiar with the information.
Bro, you ain't even on topic. You ain't even on topic, bro. Nobody talks about what? Nobody brought up how a baby was born, bro. What are you talking about?
I mentioned the word zygote.
Which was out of context.
Hey, Madon, remember.
And I said
asked you when I show you this. I know you want to talk over me. Remember, I asked you guys if I showed y'all in this book the word zygote, if y'all would shut up.
Bro, we're not talking about
this cell containing the combined genetic information from both parents is referred to as a zygote. Hey,
hold on, bro.
Yo, Dwight.
Wait a minute. Just let him get out what he's trying to say. I can't hear neither one of y'all.
Okay, I'll be quiet.
So this is the 23 chromosomes from your mom and your dad. They become a zygote. A word you guys have not ever heard of.
Nigga, please.
Until recently.
Zygote. Zygote.
That shit been out over 30 years.
It's zygote, what I've been saying. During this time, the organism begins the cell division through what? Mitosis. Then it becomes a blastocyst. It's still not even what you said it was. We have
bro, this is so irrelevant. This is so irrelevant. It's a shame.
I'm showing you slowpokes how evolution isn't false.
Bro, that's not evolution, bro.
What? You're so dumb.
That's just regular.
That's not evolution, nigga. What are you talking about, bro? That's bro.
So
I
am not. This is how I know you niggas is dumb.
Oh, now we niggas now.
I'm sharing my screen because
so
this is how I know y'all dumb.
Niggas, huh? Okay.
This is how I know y'all dumb. Y'all think I'm talking about the cell. The zygote developing. Madon, hush. You think I don't know the dip? Can you hush?
You gotta stop, bro.
Can you hush?
Man, finish your lame ass point, man. Come on.
I would have been done had you not said shit.
Hey man, I would love to be with you guys somewhere at the park with some beers or some wings.
So
It
please,
would be so entertaining.
so please, what I'm trying to get you guys to see, the DNA that becomes the zygote develops.
Right, because it was programmed to do that. It wasn't evolution. It was already programmed. Every man and woman that came into existence went through the same process. That's not evolution, my nigga.
Okay, show that on the screen, Madame.
Well, I can't show that on the screen. I'm on the phone. I can't share my phone screen. But
every
I have to
ape.
concur. I have to
So
concur with
again,
his
before I
statement.
was interrupted by the stupidity of Madami, there was no program.
Okay, so now that you
because
didn't
because
prove
all
your
humans, because
point,
all
can
males
we
and
move
all
on?
males and all females.
Okay, y'all talking at the same time.
There are some humans that aren't capable of reproducing.
that don't mean, bro. What you got to stop. That just means a malfunction went on somewhere. That just means a malfunction. That just means a malfunction happened within the body of that particular person. That's all that means. Because every don't give a damn if they white, black, Puerto Rican, Mexican, Chinese. Everybody that's a man or a woman go through the same process.
So again,
It's not just a man or woman. It's mammals. That's the blueprint that mammals use for reproduction. Literally, hence the term mammal. The placenta that a female, whatever species of mammalian female you will find, it has a placenta.
Right.
That placenta is capable of carrying out embryonic development. That's unique to mammals, not birds, not reptiles. If a human being, which is a mammal,
and it hasn't
which
changed.
evolution, shut up for a second, which evolution, are you just dumb?
Man, go ahead, bro. Make your point, man.
The blueprint that mammals use for reproduction, which humans use, which all other primates use, which all canine, feline, antelope, herbivores, not herbivores, bovines, any kind of mammals, even a rat. Once it is a mammal, you will find this blueprint for reproduction. You will not find it in a bird. You will not find it in a reptile. You will not find it in an amphibian.
Right. The
If a
keyword
mammal, if a human being is not if a human being is not an ape, where did a human being take on this blueprint and why? Because there is much more easier way to reproduce, involving no pain, involving not a long gestation period of 9 months. So in some mammals like horses, it's like 13 months.
Bro, check this out.
There's
If
animals that have a way easier way of reproducing. Why did humans adopt this way of reproducing that mimics every other monkey, primate, gorilla, chimpanzee that you can find?
It was designed that way, bro. What are you talking about? It was designed. It was a blueprint. In order to have a blueprint, you have to have a designer. In order to have a blueprint, you have to have a designer, bro. Stop it.
I'm gonna go with your designer. The designer was a monkey.
Oh shit.
The designer
just
was
like
God.
a human being, would imagine an alien to be something with 2 legs, arms, and head, very symmetrical, like a human being. I would assume, since we are designed like other primates, I would assume the designer himself was a monkey. That's what I'm going to tell you. The designer was a monkey.
That's absurd. That's absurd, bro. Come on, bro.
No, it's not. Why do you have an opposing tongue? Why do you have an opposing tongue and not talons? Why don't you have talons like an eagle, yet you have an opposing tongue? Raccoons,
because we can clearly see if I'm a designer, right?
Squirrels,
if I'm a designer,
dogs,
okay, this thing,
do not have opposing tongue.
I can take a pit
Only
bull,
primates.
Right? Hold on, I can take a.
There's nothing about you that's like a pit bull.
I can take a pit bull, right, and create all kind of different kind of dogs. So the blueprint is the same. The blueprint don't change.
You can't create nothing. You cannot create a dog. You can manipulate the process of evolution and generate new breed of dog using selective
Okay, why did you
breeding.
say new breed?
You yourself, because you're not
That's
creating a
called
new
breeding,
species, you're
brother.
not creating
That's called
shit.
breeding.
That is why. Only thing you're doing is generating a new breed by manipulating selective selection, sexual
Genetic,
selection.
Right, and that's
You
what
can't
humans did.
create shit.
And that's what humans did. We as black men in the beginning, we used genetic modifications to create white people, Japanese people, and Chinese people, and the rest of the
Thank you.
human family.
Y'all
Thank
niggas.
you.
Listen,
What?
I'm not gonna go down this road of bullshit.
Hey,
It's an
can I
insult to
say
my
something?
intelligence.
Can I say
It's an
something?
insult to my
Can I say
intelligence.
something that might
I'm
throw a
not gonna
little
continue
infection
with
in
it.
on it? Can I say something? When Noah got on the ark with his 3 sons and his wife, he told his sons to pick up 3 wives. One was a European, one was an Asian, and one was an African. When they landed those boats, those women climbed to want to go back to their motherland. What? Their places of origin. So the African migrated toward the south, the Asian migrated toward the east, and the European mother wanted to go to the north.
How did how did Noah get the penguin from Antarctica on the ark?
Everything in the water didn't die. It said every living animal that breathes.
How did Noah get the penguin from Antarctica on
Because
the
the
ark?
penguin is a water animal, bro. It didn't destroy everything that was in the ocean.
There
How
you
did
go.
he get it on the ark?
Let me ask you something. Did Noah take a whale on the ark?
Right.
Dolphins.
It described
Man,
everything that breathed air. Everything that breathed air that was a
right.
land animal,
Everything
mammal.
on the land, brother.
Penguins
Everything on
breathe
the land.
air. Whales breathe air. These niggas is slow.
Bro,
Man,
they
God didn't
bro.
take air off. He put water over the land, brother. He didn't take oxygen off of it.
Y'all niggas is slow.
So you mean Noah was on a spaceship and there wasn't no air?
I don't think Noah even existed.
Well, you don't think much. I don't even. So I mean, you
God
know,
damn.
what can I do?
We got 2 Madummies on the panel. We got Big Madon and Lil Madon.
And we got
You can call me
Slovio,
whatever,
and we got
I don't care.
Slovio Denovio.
You can call me Fred Fox dummy, Fred Sandler dummy. I don't care.
Got
But
Big
my retort
Dummy and
gonna
Lil
be to
Dummy.
you,
So
you
again,
big dummy. Thank you. So it ain't no problem. We men, man. We can joke with each other, call each other names. We can even get disrespectful. But if it's in a conversation and we just trying to make sense of what's going on in this world,
there's no
I
sense in
respect
this.
all of it.
There's no
You
sense
can't
in
hurt
this
my
shit.
feelings.
All sense left this conversation when Madon entered the when Madon entered the panel.
Bro, this
It
thing was
left
different.
long
Only
time
somebody,
ago
bro.
when you said
Bro.
That's not
when you
fair,
asked
bro.
me if I
That's not
believe in
fair.
evolution.
He went and got a book, right? That it had nothing to do with the topic. That's retarded.
That's true. That's true.
So actually,
if we understand just the nature of life itself, if you have only 2 surviving animals of a species, that species is extinct. It will
Thank you.
never recover. So if Noah took only 2 pairs of animals on his boat for each species to repopulate the earth would be barren, looking like Mars. There would
Do you
be
know about
no
the
such
7?
thing as animals on the earth.
Do you know what all animals he took, bro? He took 2, bro.
Madami, you might be, because you're a human, you picture everything in your human perspective. For
Okay,
Well,
I have a
animal
question.
hold on a
Ask a
second.
question.
For animals like hyenas, bees, ants, termites, many species of birds, many species of herd animals, just 2 of them will not be able to repopulate and recover that
That's
population.
because you got
When we
the
talk
story
about
twisted. You got the story
hold on,
twisted.
when we talk about stuff like bees and insect and smaller stuff that lives in colony, their breeding pattern is nothing like what we know, like a female and a male like pairing together. It's nothing like that. Many of them have queen, have specialized uh groups within their society that is only meant for breeding. If you just take a male and a female from say a bee colony just randomly, you will not be able to produce any more bee. That colony will be dead. You have to select the right ones, the queen. The male, you can't just pick a male. There are special times when male bees
Just
are
to
produced,
clarify.
and they
Okay,
will
okay,
come
bro. All right,
with
bro. We had enough of that. Where did
different
the bee?
adaptation.
Where did
That's
the
just
bees
one
evolve from?
that's just one species, I'm telling you. There's
Where did
other
bees? Where did
animals like
hold on? Where did bees
what I'm
evolve from?
saying is you're going down rabbit holes after rabbit holes because you have no sense of
Bro, I'm asking
comprehension
you
or
a
logic.
question. You brought up
Follow
bees
what
to
I'm
the
saying.
conversation. You
Yes,
wanted to
follow
bring
what
up
I'm
bees.
saying though. I'm saying like the Noah story is so illogical and so anti-science, anti-biology. It
Bro, you
just
don't even know
wouldn't
the
work.
story. You don't know the story.
It just wouldn't work.
Bro, you
First
don't
of
even know
all,
the story.
So
you
another
can't have
angle, I mean,
you can't have so many animals from different ecosystem in one place.
another
That would be
angle, I mean,
just a collection of invasive species that knows nothing about each other, about their adaptation to survival, and predators will just eat what's there to eat, and preys will just, not to mention disease. Just
yo,
like
I mean,
animals grow, just like human grow on each other, immune to the similar disease.
You need to go back and
Animals
reread the story of Noah, bro, so you
so
can
I
see what
animals
mean,
happened.
evolve
so I
around each
mean,
other, have similar immunity. You mix species
let me ask
and
y'all this.
disease go rampant.
Let me ask y'all
Go ahead,
this.
Sibio.
How did ocean water, how did all that salt water not kill all the freshwater fish?
Because they don't
because
mix.
there was
They
Yeah,
don't
salt
mix.
water and fresh water don't mix. So all the salt water would have killed off and all the plant life and all, bruh,
Bro, we
y'all
got
and where
crazy.
does
evidence
salt
today.
water and where does
Oh, go
salt
ahead.
water come from, bro? Where does the salt water come
There is
from?
no evidence of Noah's flood. There is no evidence of that
Uh,
flood.
Salt water comes from the runoff of rivers, meaning the minerals and everything get deposited at the lowest base and collects.
he
It
schooled
starts from
y'all.
the mountains and the snow. It starts from the mountains of the snow, and that
That's where salt water
snow
comes
water
from.
is fresh water.
Salt
Okay,
water comes from mountains.
Yeah,
thank you.
the salt in
Salt
It
water.
the
comes
salt
from
in
the
the
The salt in
ocean
the
comes.
ocean comes from mountains.
It comes from the land. It
the
comes from
minerals. The
just like
minerals
every.
over.
Yeah, he's right.
Yeah, he's
The
right.
rivers and lakes that flows in the ocean brings mineral from the land, mostly from eroding rocks, limestones and stuff.
Right.
Brings it to the ocean. It accumulates over millions of years or billions of years until it become
Cool,
the salinity
cool,
that it
cool,
is right now.
cool. And no one's
There is
disagreeing with
other
that.
means
No
of
one's
salting the
disagreeing with
ocean
that.
too.
Right.
No one's
If
disagreeing with
any of
that.
you
What I'm
watch
saying is,
what's that
so
channel
what
where
I'm
they have the
saying is,
guys vacuuming
how did
the
it the
gold
salt
off
water
the
kill
floor?
all the freshwater
Hold
animals?
on, Sabio. Hold on. Is it? Do this? He don't usually come up here. What you trying to say? The white?
Yeah, what I'm saying is, if any of you watch some of these shows on the entertainment, you see the white boys vacuuming the Gulf where the gold particles is, like 1 billionth of a particle, and they then collect it all and separate it, and then they come out with ounces of gold. That's the same thing that goes with minerals. Minerals flow from the mountains to the limestone, wherever, to the plains, to whatever, and
What
it
I'm trying to
deposits
figure
it
out is,
into.
how didn't the salt water kill all the freshwater animals?
They didn't.
How? If
If let me ask you something, brother. If
How
it's a
did
mountain
it
lake,
salt water?
Because it
How
didn't
did the
happen.
salt
Because
water not kill the
it didn't
freshwater
happen.
animals?
The story was a plagiarism of a fairy tale, the Epic of Gilgamesh. The story was a plagiarism of a mythical story.
Do you know where Gilgamesh come from, bro?
You just ask random questions.
No, bro, you brought up Gilgamesh, so let's deal with it. Where did Gilgamesh come from? Who is the progenitors of who is his progenitor, bro? Who is his forefathers? Who are the
Anunnaki.
forefathers of Gilgamesh?
I don't know.
Exactly.
The
The people
Anunnaki.
from the people from the Bible, nigga.
Anunnaki. That nigga said that.
You heard him say, "Yo,
Oh man,
in your language, the Elohim."
Nah, man. When you deal with Nimrod and all that area, man, a lot of them stem from Nimrod, and Nimrod is the great grandfather of a lot of these people that y'all talking about, man.
Anonymous.
Nowadays, fasting they come from where?
Nimrod was the
Greece
first
or
people.
Turkey, Rome, Greek, Turkey, those places.
You might as well join the fray.
Nah, man. Nimrod. When you look at the land of Babylon, right? When you look at the name of Babylon, a lot of the names in Babylon is you see them with Nimrod within the name of the certain country or cities within their area.
The city that the white man named.
Right.
Mesopotamia.
Well, Mesopotamia only means the land between Mesopotamia. Hold on, Mesopotamia. Mesopotamia is a Greek word. Mesopotamia is a Greek word.
Can y'all actually bring up something that can be validated other than your own belief?
Yeah, Mesopotamia.
And the white.
Yeah, Mesopotamia means the land between two rivers.
I didn't ask that question. I did not ask you that question.
Tablet in order to get the information. And since I'm not that adept with applying these things to your forum,
all right.
But if you're willing to wait, I'll be happy to go on another phone and try to see if I can bring something up.
You gotta do it on the computer.
Yeah, you see what I'm saying? Because I don't have a computer, I have a tablet. I'm enjoying your show on YouTube.
Oh, you might can do it on the tablet.
Okay, so I will try. But what I'm trying to get to is I am just trying to leave breadcrumbs to where people can go and find the research for themselves. You ain't got to believe me. I'm just leaving the breadcrumbs for you to follow.
Yeah, but religion is not research. It's ideologies.
But that's what the white man told you is a religion.
Hold on. What is it?
See, a religion is basically a philosophy about spiritualism.
No. I'm saying, what is the shit that's going on in church? What is it to you?
The church itself is a false deity. Okay. First of all,
that's right. That's right.
How can people in Rome tell you what happened 800 years ago? Only through records.
See, this is why we
only
ain't
through the written records.
This is why we ain't hold on. I mean,
that is why we know.
You deal with the crazy people over there. Hold on. Let me deal with this. Look, bro, you know so much about that. Now, did you see the topic when you came in?
Yeah, but see, everything got so twisted up, we wind up here.
No, you good. I appreciate you reading the room like that. But I'm wondering, have you done that much research on the topic of reparations as you have on?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay.
40 acres in the Muse was the original promise they said they was going to give us.
Okay.
And then 10 years later, when they withdrew the Union Army from the South, the Ku Klux Klan started killing black farmers and taking over their land through the banks.
That's a fact.
Man, hold on. I was about to agree with you.
The white-owned banks reneged on the loans and repossessed that land from the widows of those farmers who were killed.
Facts.
Boo. That is a horrible sermon.
That's not a sermon. That's the truth, nigga. That's the truth. That ain't no sermon.
No one's clapping No one's throwing dollars and roses at
You
your
ain't got
feet.
the
You're
clout.
not getting no
I'm
quarters.
not looking for
You ain't
claps.
getting no
I'm putting that
standing
out there. I'm
ovation
from the
for
South,
that
bro.
weak
I'm
ass
from
sermon.
Mississippi.
Tell them where you
And
from.
I heard
That's
what
right.
my elders used to tell me.
I understand you from the land of low education.
Oh hell no! Fuck
Brother,
that.
Listen to this
my
Hold
goddamn
on,
mom had
hold
a
word.
on, hold on,
PhD and my
hold on,
dad had a
hold on,
master's
hold the
degree.
fuck up, hold
You
up.
don't know my
Not
pedigree.
you, go.
Nah,
He's 63, so his
nah,
educational
you ain't shit, Savio. You
educational
ain't shit.
journey was way
This
worse
nigga in
than
St.
yours.
Louis.
You ain't
Anybody seen
shit.
St. Louis lately?
You ain't shit, Savio.
Shit, look
Cause
at him and Madon. Did their
It don't matter.
educational for
Check
him to
this
be
out.
63 and him to be battling
Do
with
you
Judo
think that really
with
cares
Madon?
by a nigga named
For him
Fabio?
and
Do
Madon
you really think
educational level to be on the same levels, that's a problem.
Bro, you just been a good puppy, nigga. You just whatever the white man told you. Yes, master son. Yes, I got it.
There go the Trump lover
what you
right
talking about,
there.
the
This the
Darwinists?
Trump lover
You
right
talking about the
there.
Darwinists? Because I
There
know
go
you
the
ain't talking
Trump
to me
lover
because
right
I went
there,
to an
Dwight.
ACT, baby. I
Hey,
went to a
Dwight.
black university. We didn't
I-
sell out.
I took
We
the
didn't sell out back
SAT.
then.
I took the pre-SAT.
Okay,
I didn't need
what
to
you
take
score on? What you score
1100.
on?
1100.
Yeah, right. One.
Bro, I had 1,700 on my ACT scores was what we used back then. Bro, I was 28 on the ACT.
I didn't have to take the ACT. The ACT's easier than the SAT.
Okay, well, I still got the same, so I still score higher than you.
Still
so what
score
are
higher
you
than
talking
you.
In 1970 something.
Come on,
damn,
what excuse you got?
Savio.
What excuse you
You
got now?
wrong again, Savio.
Tell me about something I lived, about what you heard about. Because I was born in 62, baby.
We
I was
understand
born
that
in
the
62.
educational system
Yeah,
down
respect your
south
elders,
aren't
Sabio.
the
You,
best.
bro, you ain't never but a Johnny come lately.
He ain't got to. Because understand this, he's a man just like I'm a man.
I don't
I'm
know
not
about all that.
perfect.
I don't know if you're a man or not, but
Oh shit! Hey,
Wow.
flag on the
Come on,
plate.
man.
Flag on the plate.
Their collective
Don't take that
IQ
man,
is
man.
0.3.
Don't take that man.
Caesar Ortega. Their
hold
collective
on. He
IQ
just
is
told me we was from
0.3.
Mississippi and Alabama and had no education. So why am I wrong for saying what I'm saying?
Thank you. Thank you. You calling us some sharecroppers and shit.
Y'all ain't slow. Y'all up here, y'all are slow. Y'all are both ugly. Y'all are both.
Hey, Savio,
Y'all
you
are
is lucky
both.
they ain't cuss you clean out,
Like
bro.
Right, exactly, go.
Clean out.
Okay, I'm sorry. We have toothpaste in Mississippi and shit. What's wrong with
It's
them?
a no-fly zone for your ass. It's a no-fly zone to Mississippi and Alabama for your ass, Sabio. You fly down here, nigga. We gonna bury your ass in the backyard and plant a plum tree on your ass.
Thank you. The disrespect.
They said they gonna plant a plum tree on you like you sleep, bro. That ain't shit. They ain't shit.
People in this
That
panel in
lets me
Chicago,
know.
wherever,
That lets
they
me
came
know
from
to stay away.
the South.
That lets me
They
know to
ain't
stay away
shit.
from the undereducated people in those states. That's not my fault that y'all don't intellectually challenge
Bro, you
yourself
can't
in
even say. I
2025.
tell you what.
You
I
ain't shit,
got to
Savio.
challenge you.
Ancient books from
Say
antiquity
your name backwards. Spell
got
your
y'all
name backwards.
scared
Less than 5
to stand
seconds.
up and be who y'all actually is.
Spell
You
your
got an
name backwards
Abo
in less than 5
Oriental.
seconds, homie.
You got an Abo Israelite, an Abo
You can't even
Moor.
spell your name backwards, and you're trying to talk about my educational level.
I can spell my name forwards and backwards.
I'm asking you to say it.
Why would I
Spell your name
spell my
backwards.
name backwards?
Without you having a stroke. Without you having a stroke, spell your name backwards.
OIDASE.
See, you saw he had the pause, right?
Yeah, stuttered and shit. He had to look at it on the screen.
It took you a minute.
He was hoping somebody had it typed in the chat.
Nigga, my name is Yes Rod, spelled backwards, nigga. He's with Yes Rod. Dwight Dorsey, spelled backwards. See, that's where
Mine is no
that's where
damn.
my mental levels go. It goes
And
in
mine is no
dimensions,
damn because
brother.
I don't give no damn.
And mine is fuck y'all.
You damn right.
Go, man. You
If fuck that, look, don't get me wrong. I'm all for education, but I tell y'all, like I tell y'all all the time, when y'all get to measuring y'all wallets and shit, I'm not measuring no nigga by his education, because if that nigga know how to feed himself, keep his clothes clean, you know what I'm saying, handle the basics, I ain't got to, bro, look.
That's right, Gold.
That's what they used to
That's right,
teach
Gold.
us in
Can do
Mississippi.
that. I know a
You
lot
gotta
of
count
I
your
know a
money,
lot of
sign your
socially
name.
I know a lot of socially I know a lot of
Here you go.
You
You
go.
ain't
You
shit.
bumming. What you
I
bumming
already
for,
know.
Gold?
functional illiterate.
You
I
Jehovah
know a
Witness?
lot of
Don't even fuck
functional
with you.
illiterates that can do that. That can dress themselves,
This
brush
nigga
their
said
teeth,
functionally
hold a
illiterate.
job, hold conversations, hold a girlfriend, take care
But
of
I'm
a
just
I know
saying,
they all over St. Louis.
I know a lot of, but they're all over Alabama too. You
but
one
I'm
of
just saying,
Nigga, we got more teachers. It's more teachers and principals in Alabama that came out of Alabama than Missouri. I bet you that, nigga. I'm willing to bet it's more educators, principal, teachers,
come on, Madonna.
all that. I guarantee more come out of the
Madonna,
state
I'm
of
trying to.
Alabama than Missouri. I
Are they
guarantee it.
teaching y'all though?
Man, goddamn, they
Are
want.
they educating
Hold
y'all?
on.
Because look at
How
you.
y'all niggas gonna sit over here and Missy? Y'all pissing me off. Y'all go argue with each other about who can memorize the white man information better. Like I don't get this conversation right now.
Me neither.
What the fuck?
The white man.
The white man.
The white man is right and exact according to
Which one of
Sabio.
y'all niggas
The white man
remember
can do no wrong
Shakespeare?
according to Sabio. The
Always,
white
Who
man
can
knows
quote
ancient history.
Shakespeare better
The
than
white
this motherfucker?
man recorded history from 400 billion years ago, and he's right and exact. Like the
How
white
many?
man was there and shit. Get the hell out of here.
You accept that Bible? That white man gave you that Bible. You
That's
accept
what I'm
that?
talking about. Which one of y'all can quote
Why you
Shakespeare?
ain't got that same scope for that?
I got a question.
Cause ain't the Bible
If the
wrote by
white man
Shakespeare?
if the white man was so smart, then how come ain't no pyramids in Europe? It's
Oh.
pyramids in South America, Asia,
So they
need pyramids
Black people didn't build those.
Why would that help?
Black people didn't build
blocks
those.
on top of each other. They don't even know
Bruh,
how to stack blocks on
come
top
on,
of
bro.
each
I
Black
other.
people
just
didn't
got
build
y'all
those.
out
Why
the
you bragging
The
about
motherfucking.
shit that
closest
black
thing they
people
got
didn't
is
build?
Stonehenge. So
Bro, I
don't
just
come to
got
me
y'all.
talking about what the white man is able to do.
I
He
just
just
got
got
y'all
into
out
the
the
game.
mud, bro. You
He
done jumped
shared
all
our
the way
Y'all
to
the
the
ones who think the white man
pyramids.
is God. Y'all killed me with this crap. Y'all the ones talking this white man is God stuff. That's all I've been hearing since you've been up here. The white man's God. What are you talking about?
You done jumped to the pyramid. I just got you out the mud, the white.
You literally talk about every time he's talking about the pyramids. He's praising the white man, and y'all praise that white
I
man.
don't praise the white man because Africans built the pyramid. So why the hell I'm gonna say the white man built the pyramid?
Yeah, they just
The
black
white
Talk
man
that
was
shit, the white.
It ain't just black people in Africa.
the white man
It
was
ain't just
not
black
in
people
the
in Africa now,
region
is
at
it?
that time.
Nigga,
Is there
Black
only
Power
black
came
people in
from the
Africa?
pyramid.
Africa's a landmass. Africa's a landmass. You telling me it's only black people there?
Check this out. You said landmass, right?
Is it
Fuck
only
that
black people
pyramid
on that
shit, bro.
landmass?
A
Yes or no?
landmass is a land.
Is it only
You gotta
black people
understand.
on that landmass? Yes or no?
Fuck that pyramid shit.
Are you talking about time wise? Are you talking about
I'm
time
talking about
wise? Because see,
they only
no,
black
because we got
people
to go
on
by
that
time
landmass.
migration. We got to go by migration timelines, brother.
Okay, well, what
Don't come to
migration
me.
or
I'm
timeline
talking
is you
about
going
now.
by?
We talking about the
Okay,
past.
slow down,
We talking about the past.
Tell them what we talking
bruh,
about.
slow down. You run past mad stop signs. Now, you just said migration patterns. What migration are you talking about?
You know what migration.
I'm talking about the
No, I don't.
migrations from the Medes. Understand me? I am talking about the time when the Medes Empire invaded Babylonia.
You heard.
Okay,
During
so
the time of
where
Darius.
these people migrate
During the
from?
time
Who
of Darius.
invaded, bro?
So you're not talking about out of Africa migration, are you?
What I'm saying is they migrated and invaded Africa millions of
Migrated. Who
times.
invaded Africa? Who
Africa.
invaded Africa? Who?
The Crusaders, the Muslims.
The Muslims? You talk about
You
Berbers?
gotta
You
understand.
talk about are you talking about Berbers?
The Berbers? Yeah, the Berbers.
The Berbers
That's
invaded
one tribe.
Africa.
That was one tribe.
You heard.
Right?
Okay. All right. So
Okay, you had the Mongolians. Check this out.
eh,
You had the Mongolians. You had the Golden Mongolians that later on evolved into the Ottoman Empire.
Right.
Okay?
Got
The Ottoman Turks, the Ottos.
Right. Got you.
Okay?
Are these the people that you saying invaded?
Yeah, because you got to understand these are over the thousands of years, brother. We can't say, oh, they did it in 10 days. We can't say they did it in 100 years.
Now, Now, where did this invasion come from? This invasion came from the Levant.
Okay, what happened is there was Nebuchadnezzar,
See, what
right?
happened was
Nebuchadnezzar, right? That was the emperor of Babylon, right? He had established a kingdom all the way from what we would call Turkey, all the way down to what we would call Egypt. Okay? He had established this. When he died, his son came into power, a prince. He disrespected what everything his father had set up.
Right.
Okay? While he was out there partying, not listening to his generals, not listening to the people.
Yeah, you give me too much backdrop. You give me too much backdrop. I just wanted like a short answer. So all right. Now, when you're talking about migrations, I don't know where you get. I would like to know where your information is with this migration. The migration I know about, when you're talking about out of Africa theory, that came through the Horn. That didn't come through the Levant. That came through the Horn of Africa. Those Berbers that you speak of, they came through the Horn of Africa and worked their way up to the north.
Right. Okay. So understand
this is way before what you're talking about. This is way before any Babylonian civilization.
Right. So understand this. Because we're talking about such vast regions, man, a million things was going on at one time. You know, there was a million different ways to get into Africa. You could go through the Mediterranean. You could go through the Indian Ocean. You could come from a million different ways to be.
Right. I've been telling you how the people that are deemed as Berbers, how they initially got to Africa was through the Horn and migrated their way up north, and they took over the northern Africa.
But Psycho, you can't get into Africa a million different ways during that time because they could only travel by walking. So, yeah, no. It wasn't getting into Africa.
Not a million different ways. Exactly.
Man, this man act like they didn't have canoes, they didn't have barges, they didn't have boats, sailing. Come on, man.
At certain times, they did end up developing canoes and different types of boats, but they didn't all have that technology, bro. They didn't all have that technology.
Brother, we had the technology. We was Egypt, brother. We was trading with everybody.
He don't remember the white.
He don't. We stuck to the shoreline.
Tell him. You done forgot, Fi. That's sad, bro.
All right, Master Teacher Dwight. All right, Master Teacher Dwight. Master Teacher Dwight. Because I've been asking. Hold on, real quick. Because I've been asking a lot of people who claim that Africans had ship technology.
You damn right.
West Central Africa. Okay, so can you show us this technology before the 15th century?
Yes, brother, it was called Carthage.
Ship technology. Don't take me to Khufu. Hold on, let me finish. Can I finish? Don't take me to Khufu's boat.
They won't call the canoe back then.
Don't take me to Nebuchadnezzar's boat or ship. I don't want no 3rd century, no Egyptian shit.
Man,
I want something. I don't want to know about Mansa Musa's supposed journey. I want actual architectural evidence of ship. Not boats, not canoes, not rowboats, not rowboats, not canoes, and not little.
Brother, I hear what you're saying. I can see what you're saying. But brother, you got Google. Just look up Carthage and the naval power of Carthage, and they'll show you the design.
Are you not listening? I asked. I did not.
That's for a certain time period.
It's not the 3rd period. It's not 300 BC. We talking 700 BC. What's wrong with you?
What's wrong with him, bro?
Western Central Africans had ship technology at that time.
It's in 700.
Yeah.
Yes.
Show me.
Yeah.
Show me.
Brother, pull up Carthage. That's all I'm asking you. Just pull up the city of Carthage, the one they destroyed and erased all records of this. But it was still.
But they erased all records. How do you know about it?
Because there was still records left, brother.
So they didn't erase all records then. So stop saying they erased all the records. Just
No,
take the records.
because some people escape with the knowledge.
So I want you to understand. I said the 15th century. He went to the 700s.
BC,
BC,
bro.
Before Christ. I don't want anything before Christ.
Yes.
I don't want anything before Christ.
Why not?
Why not? Because it'll show you know why? Because it'll show you that Africans had the knowledge and the wisdom and the know-how to make not only ships but all kind of boats.
So again, I conceded that they had boats. They had war boats.
Ships. They had
And
ships.
the white man has recently did research. The white man has recently did research showing that the people on the west coast of Africa, the way they built those, what you might want to call a canoe or whatever, bro, they can go across the Atlantic. They just came out with this information in the last 2-3 years.
They can't, bro.
Yes, they did, bro. They just came out with it, bro. They tested it. They tested it and proved it. Don't take my word for face value.
I'm looking at the oldest ship in West Africa, and they calling it a ship, but this is a whole canoe. This is not this cannot make it across the Atlantic. This is not.
They retested it.
No, they did not retest this ship. No, they didn't. That's it. The ship they retested. The ships they retested that you talking about with the ships you talking about. God, this dude just keep talking over.
I told you he was talking about the Punic War.
The Duke. Now you talking.
Hold on, Fabio.
The ships that they retested as far as what ships can make it back across the Atlantic with Thor Hamadal, those were ships from Egypt. Those were not ships from West Africa. He rebuilt a bunch of ships that was pretty much the same as the time frame out in Egypt, and because that was his claim. His claim was Egyptians made it out to the Americas, so he rebuilt a ship that Egypt was using because Egypt did have ships, and he rebuilt that and tried to test that. But there was not no South African canoe that I'm looking at. That was not what he was on.
Well, I seen when they showed the ship make or like you said they would call it. It's more like
I saw the ship
more like a canoe
did too, and it didn't look like this. That wasn't it.
Right.
That was
it kind of resembled more of a canoe. You're right. That's why I was like, some would call it a canoe. But they show how the people in West Africa, the type of canoe or boat, whatever you want to call it, they was making, it was seaworthy.
I mean, I'm not saying it's not. It wasn't strong enough to take people across the ocean, right? It wasn't built for that. It was built to go up and down the Nile.
Well, I mean, I feel you. I mean,
again. So if y'all can show those ships,
not the Niger River, not the Nile. Excuse me, the Niger River.
Because the thing,
I know what you meant, Psycho.
Because the thing is, if they had that technology in West and Central Africa, when the Muslims came in the 700s, 800s, they would have used them to sell away. And then again, in the when slavery.
Can I say something? I just looked it up. It said the Carthaginians had got their designs from the Phoenicians. Okay, that's the Carthaginian, and I got that off Google. Because that's all I ever asked y'all to was Google the information I'm throwing out. But when I kept on saying, look at the Carthaginians, Navy.
You didn't know that the Carthaginians got their information on both.
I said that the Carthaginians crossed across the Atlantic and went across and did these things in America.
Carthaginians went across the Atlantic now.
Oh my
God!
What he said?
Well, what we do know, we know the Carthaginians had navy, bro. They had a navy, bro. They had a whole navy.
Check this out. All I ask is one of you. Just one of you, okay? Look up Carthaginian ship designs and then go to the images, and you'll see there's over 50 different ship designs from the smallest boat to large barges.
Yeah, because the Romans recorded a lot of that. The Romans recorded a lot of it because the Carthaginians had a the Carthaginians had a navy, right? And Rome, that's why Rome couldn't beat them for years, because they had a standing navy. Go ahead.
I know you
Leave
agree
him with his dignity, Madon.
that agrees with you, or sounds like he's
Leave him with his
throwing
dignity.
dynamite, but he's throwing duds. So
You know,
can you
dud,
show us
nigga,
a source?
goddamn bud.
Can you show a source where the Carthaginians went to the Americas?
Yes, brother. That's why they suppress this information.
Oh, shit.
That's
Do you
right.
think hold
Bro.
on. Do you think it's a coincidence that the Olmecs look like black people?
Let me ask you something, bro. What's gonna happen if all black people start believing that that's true, that Carthage got to America? What the fuck is gonna change?
Our view of history. That's what's going to change.
Nigga, don't nobody fucking care. Ain't nobody finna have no uproar.
Nigga,
Y'all
you
niggas not finna
always
take
trying to
over
rewrite
nothing.
history.
You're gonna
You
go
come
to
up
work
here all the
tomorrow
time
at
trying to
Mercedes,
rewrite
nigga.
history.
You gonna go to work tomorrow at the Mercedes-Benz place and tell the white people, hey, you know we made it here to America before y'all. That's all, nigga. That's all that's gonna happen. Y'all keep saying they suppressing this information like that shit gonna do something, bro. That shit is not important, my nigga. This pointless ass information y'all be talking about.
History
Man, you
repeats
know
itself.
Carthage made it to
History
America before
repeats
Columbus.
itself, nigga.
We should really start the revolution now that we know that. Get the fuck out of here, man. Y'all niggas crazy as hell, man.
You crazy because you over emotional about history.
Who is is that your only response, Madon? Do you realize that's all you ever say to people? You're so emotional. Say something more intelligent, bro. Say something more intelligent. Okay, you said it. Okay, you got that out. Now come up with something new.
Listen. Go ahead, Sabio.
Hey man, they suppressing the information, Sabio. Now that we know Carthage made it to America first, what we finna do, bro?
I'm gonna let Sabio say what he got to say because he was talking before I started.
The Olmecs are black too, and Atlantis is real. And mermaids used to make pirates crash ships, yo. Mermaids.
Did your powers turn on, Sabio?
And sirens.
Did that unlock your powers, Sabio? We should be powerful now. We should be superhumans now.
You don't know how to unlock your power. If you want, let me say this.
Did you unlock your power, Madon? Did you unlock your power, Madon?
Hell yeah. That's how,
you a grown man talking about unlocking powers seriously,
yeah,
bro.
I done unlocked a lot of powers,
crazy as
nigga.
fuck, bro. You a grown man really saying you're unlocking powers, my nigga.
Yeah. That's why. Hold on. Let me say this. Even white people, even white people out here unlocking powers. Mental powers to have bro. Why you got
so white folk got power too?
Hold on,
damn, white power.
Why does hold on, bro? Hold on. Why does the CIA? Hold on, let me ask you this. Hold on. Let me say this. Why does the CIA have multiple programs like remote viewing and all these things, bro? Because those are powers, bro. Those are powers, nigga.
Madam, what I really want to know, Madam. Here's what I really want to know, Madam.
We'll look up how the CIA studies remote viewing and all these things.
I believe you. 20 minutes ago, you told me that black people, we made white people. Remember, you and dude earlier said Okay, so are you telling us that we create white people with all these superpower and we didn't save none for ourselves?
Because
why
white
do we
people,
give them the power?
all human beings on the planet can tap into it, right? You just gotta fast.
So
you gotta eat right.
Did you
you
create?
Hold on, let me ask you something. Why we see a lot of the Chinese that practice chi? You ever seen the one guy that practice? Hold on, you ever seen the one guy that practiced chi? Who was able to damn near burn somebody by using his power that he
So you used your powers to work at
according to you. According to
you, use your powers
Elijah
to work
Muhammad.
At Mercedes-Benz? Bro, it's a waste of power.
So you created these people. You created these people, and now you're working for them. Wow.
You did too, I mean.
What that mean? You did too, right?
I didn't create no white people.
Hold on, bro. If we are the mothers and fathers of civilizations,
human
black
beings
people,
are
if Africans,
through
if
a
we gonna
long
make the claim,
process of natural evolution.
If we're gonna make the claim that Africans are the mother and fathers of civilization, that means we created everybody else.
No, that's not. What
Those people are not
create anybody.
We weren't here 70, 80,000 years ago.
Right, they devolved. They devolved from us.
We did not design white people. They did not come out of some manufacturing factory or anything like that.
I'm saying they devolved. That's why they missing certain components.
What do you mean devolve? What is devolve? That don't even make sense. What do you mean?
There's no such thing as
there's no direction in evolution.
So you have a better. So you can have a better understanding of evolution of Madan. If the chicken, right, turns back into a dinosaur, it did not devolve. It evolved. When the dinosaur turned into the chicken, it did not devolve, it evolved. Isn't it? I don't even know what you mean with
right. But
devolve.
when we look at the European, right?
He don't understand evolution.
They was grafted.
You're looking
They was grafted.
You
Out
didn't
of
even
us.
say grafted. You know what he talking about.
No,
Bro, you call it
they
what you
evolved.
want.
They
He
evolved
grafted.
in an environment with natural adaptation
Right, because we
for them to
isolated them.
survive.
Why were they isolated? Why
No,
were they isolated? Hold on. Why does history prove that over thousands of years, certain groups of people were isolated?
Are you natural geological disaster? Are
Bro,
you an ice age?
Bro, we
Are you a
isolated those
tsunami?
people.
Are you a flood? We
can cause that. We can cause that, but black people don't want to tap into their power. We can cause tornadoes and earthquakes. If we want to bring wrath on this country, all we got to do is ask. But we so spooked out and still in the goddamn church, you scared to pray for a tornado to hit the goddamn police station.
Who was the person that carried out these acts? Who was the person that carried out these acts 70,000 years ago? We who?
Bro,
you live in a fantasy world.
We got these powers, bro. We just ain't tapping into them, man.
But you tapped into yours, right?
I believe you.
Not all of them.
You tapped into your powers, right?
Not all of them. I mean, some of them, but not all. I wish I would. If I was tapping into all,
so what power you tapping into?
I would zap your
Give us
black
an example of something you did with your power. Like, what can you do? Which one did you tap into? What can you do? Can you see through walls or something? Like, what can you do?
Mental power.
Oh, you can. Oh, I know what you can do. You can repeat rap lyrics you heard out of drop of a dime, right?
That's
what you can do. You can pull the rap lyric from 1980 hip hop out the back of your mind with the quickness.
All rappers, any rapper can do that, bro.
Right there, boy.
Any rapper can do that. That's simple. I understand. You want to know.
Disrespect your pen game like that with that?
Say what, Psycho?
You gonna let him disrespect your pen game like that?
Oh man, you know hey bro, he's 17 like Brandon. He just want to be down.
Hey, damn, you sound like Afro Asiatic. I told that nigga he said the same shit you be saying. That's crazy as hell. Y'all niggas
that's
really
my brother. Great minds think alike.
I mean, Psycho, a grown man just told me he wish he had power so he could zap me. He a grown man. He said he want to zap.
Bro. Well, like I said, man, we as human beings, we see the Chinese people, they tap into all kind of different powers. You even got some that, bro, this shit is real. Chi power is real. The one Chinese guy, bro, he can channel his energy so much into his hand where to burn you, bro. This is a fact. This is documented.
Have you ever witnessed any of that in real life, or you only see it on YouTube videos? You saw things on YouTube videos. YouTube is not a true depiction of real life. Have you witnessed that with your own two eyes?
The scientist was over there interviewing the guy. They had the guy go through all kinds of different tests. Hold on, they had the guy go through all kinds of tests and everything, bro. What are you talking about? Now, if you looked it up and seen it,
yo, have you ever been on a movie scene before and see doctors, lawyers, scientists, policemen, and everything on the fucking movie scene? And it looks real when you watch the movie. You can't say the doctor didn't show up on the scene when the guy got shot. It's a movie. It's not real. Things you see on YouTube.
I don't know what the hell you talking about.
YouTube
I'm talking about real life. What human beings, we as human beings can do it. You keep going to the movie because you've been
and I'm telling you,
by the movies for so long.
A guy using chi power to start a fire is really extraordinary claim, and there is no evidence whatsoever of that ever happening other than YouTube videos. I'm asking you, have you ever witnessed that for your own self, or known anyone who says yes, I saw it done in real life?
Because most of us in America, we've been poisoned by the air. We've been poisoned by the food. We got a detox. We got a fast.
That's not the question. Have you ever witnessed it done?
I said no, bro.
Okay. Thank you.
Because we in a society where we engulf with goddamn all kind of poisons and everything. Now, see, those Buddhist monks and all those, they can tap into things because they don't got that many distractions. And that's why they're able to accomplish different things. They be like, God damn, it ain't that it's some out this world type of power. It's just what the human body was designed to be able to do. But I mean, hey, you from Canada, you might not seen nothing like this before.
No, I've never seen anything like that.
But nah, I take that
Other
back.
than on YouTube.
Well, I mean, I'm
On
I've
just
some
seen
saying,
people.
American shit.
I've seen people doing Reiki and stuff. I've seen people doing the woo over people's body, claiming something spiritual or some form of supernatural energy is being transferred. But there is
well,
no
I
claim.
don't
There is no
see it as that.
scientific claim for that. But I've
I don't
seen
think
people
it
do
comes
the
from. I don't
yoga,
think
the
it come from.
Reiki,
I don't think
all
it
that
comes from
stuff.
outside. I don't think it comes from outside like some magic spirit come over you. You just happily no. It to me it comes from inside. You have to meditate and all these different things and fast and all that. That's how I believe you accomplish these things. Not just some special spook God did it to you. No, you as a human being or the God in a person, a human being. This is what I believe can accomplish these different things. We just gotta be able to focus and what I'm saying. I ain't saying niggas gonna
Okay, so you're
fly.
not saying a supernatural power. You're saying like a nigga intelligence might like he can operate at his peak level.
Right. Which what people would call above normal.
But
But
that
like you
doesn't
said, it's
mean
not
he's
no
gonna be doing.
superpower shit though.
Yeah,
Those are
but
powers, bro.
he's talking about superpower shit. He's talking about guys starting fire with their hand and
Oh
transferring,
no.
being able to zap people with a touch or burn you with
I was
literal
gonna give him an
fire
out.
that he transferred from his hand. So I don't know.
Bro, you seen the 1-inch punch with Bob Bruce Lee? Bro, that's real. That wasn't fake.
Yeah,
All that
and that
is
can be
that take the
calculated
human
for.
right. But you have to go through all kind of fasting. You have to have all kind of you have to be seriously focused and tapped in, bro. That's a locked in. Like we said, that's why when you're on the
Again,
court, they said it's time to lock
Bruce Lee
in.
was fasting. Bruce Lee was
Hell yeah,
fasting.
Bruce Lee was fasting.
the
I didn't know.
speed and force that someone punch are able to punch with can be calculated for. Someone starting fire using their mind cannot be calculated for and have not never been proven in reality.
No.
On movie, in TV, on YouTube videos, yes, all of that been proven. People been levitating, starting fire with qigong, and doing all that crazy stuff.
Why I
Only
gotta be
on
crazy?
YouTube videos, doing all that fancy stuff on YouTube video. I'm saying in real
I
life,
mean,
it has never been done and it has never been calculated for.
no, you just haven't seen it. That don't mean it ain't
Whether
happening.
whether I see it
Have
or
you ever
not, I'm
seen it in
telling you.
person or only on the internet?
Well, hey, I seen them go through scientific testing. So
I
if they
said, have
use
you
it,
ever seen it in
You never
person
seen
or
nothing
only on
I
the
successful.
already
internet?
answered that.
You
I
never seen
answered that
nobody
question earlier.
successful.
Oh, so you can't answer it again because I didn't hear it.
Bro, you heard it. You was just here. Our man asked me, and I told him no. I haven't seen it in person. I only
Oh, okay,
seen it
okay.
Right.
when they put
You
the
never
guy.
seen it. You never seen it in real with no pyrokinesis. Kinesis. Pyrokinesis is pseudo. It's not real.
Well, I'm still talking about with the guy using that chi to burn people. That's that
Yeah,
concentrated
that's
energy.
pyrokinesis. That's fake.
No, that's not fake.
Yeah, it is. It's all
I
fake.
mean, they did testing. They did scientific testing on the guy, showing the heat.
That
They
he
had a
started the
heat gun.
fire
They
and
had
put
a
his
temperature gun. They had a temperature gun and all these different testings. To
man,
see what
stop,
this.
man. That's called friction, dog. That ain't got nothing to do with no pyrokinesis. Stop it.
Concentrated power, bro. It shows you can concentrate that power and pinpoint it to a certain point of area. Well, I mean, yeah, I mean, to me, at the end of the day, that's my belief. So you're right. You know what I'm saying? That's just I believe we are capable of that. It's just my belief. So you're right. It ain't, I can't prove it as a fact. I can't come out here and say, yeah, there it is.
They test that. They've been testing that stuff for the longest time, and they have no evidence of nothing of such nature because it's not nature. It's supernatural. It's not natural.
Right. Supernatural only means. See, I think we took supernatural and put it outside
Supernatural means anything outside of nature.
Outside of normal.
Once you do not anything outside nature, you are dealing with the supernatural.
Yeah, but I think the Western
These
world has took that supernatural and put it on like
listen,
motherfuckers flying and all
these
those other
kind
shit.
of Oriental practices like stretching, what they call it, yoga, qigong, tai chi, they do have health benefit because they are a form of exercise. You know, some of them do have mental health benefit like meditation and stuff, you know, help calming your mind if you have anxiety and stuff like that. But to claim that there is some spiritual power being generated from these is completely pseudo.
I never said anything
Absolutely
about a
pseudo.
spiritual power. I said it's all everything is within man. Everything is inside of you, inside of me.
So
You know what I'm
spirit
saying?
not inside
Everything
you.
is not inside of you because there are stuff that are poisonous and toxic to your body. And if they are inside of you, you would die.
Of
So
course.
everything is not inside of man. That's
Man,
completely, you
I'm
know,
talking about
it's
generating.
biblical. It's probably you're
I'm
speaking
saying these
philosophical.
powers, I'm talking about the powers, I'm saying they don't come like some spook come give it to you. You know what I'm saying? No, I'm saying you have to, as the person in person, you have to make it, you have to manifest, you have to fast, you have to meditate and do all these things. It ain't just gonna come out of blue like, oh,
Last time I
abracadabra.
meditated, I fell asleep.
And how would scientists calculate for combustion, fire coming out of human flesh? How
Because
would
the body,
scientists calculate for
what's the
that?
temperature of the body? What's the temperature of the human body?
It's just above room temperature. It's a simple thing you could look up.
Bro, I just asked you what's the number.
It's around 32 degrees.
Well, no, I'm talking about I thought it was like 96 point, 98 point.
You talking about
Yeah,
what?
98.3, 98.7.
Yeah, that's hot as hell.
That's
He's
not
giving
hot
you
enough to start.
Celsius
That's not hot enough to start a fire.
How come it ain't?
because it's
Nigga,
not.
it be
It's not the
96 degrees
flashpoint.
outside all the time. You see fire starting, it be 100-something degrees outside.
That's hot as hell. So if the temperature
Do you
go
see
up,
fire
right?
starting? Nigga?
Okay. If that's if 96 is the normal, right? And they go up past that, right? And people be like, "Whoo, my pressure was up. It was 132 over such and such and such." Bro,
Madonna trying to go super saiyan.
no, I'm not going
In,
super saiyan. I'm just showing how the body can
He
heat
finna
up.
go super
I'm just showing how the body can.
37,
I'm just saying how the body
37
can heat
degrees
up. The body
Celsius.
can heat up. The body can heat up and spontaneously combust if it heat up enough.
37, and if it does, if your body reached the point of combustion, you would overheat and die. Your cells will literally die. Even if
Of
your
course.
if your physical,
That's what you
if you
think.
do,
I
if you
mean,
don't,
what's
if it's
actually gonna happen is you're
even
gonna
if it's
start
not
levitating.
if it's not
We got
fatal,
evidence.
if it's not
Bro, this
fatal,
proof.
you will definitely be losing whatever tissue, organ, or wherever part of the body that fire is. The
Of course,
person
we've seen
who's,
it. We've seen
and
people.
I'm saying
We've
it's
seen
fake.
where
And
people
I'm
have
saying it's
spontaneously
fake.
combust,
You
bro,
have never.
and they
I've
go to
never
I'm
that
seen
upper
saying you
that.
saw
room.
a
I've
video.
never
You
seen that.
saw a
And they go
video.
to that
You
upper
didn't
room.
saw it in real life. That's fake. It's literally not possible. What is the fuel sustaining the fire? And how is there combustion on human tissue without tissue being damaged? How?
Well, you got to study that science and figure it out.
That's not science.
Nigga,
I'm telling
you
you the
gotta study
science.
it, nigga.
I'm telling you the
I ain't
science
got to do
says
shit.
it's fake. Based on science, it is not real. It's fake.
You don't want the proof and the evidence. I'm telling you, it's a belief. I believe. Well, I believe spontaneous combustion is real. But as far as the other shit I was talking about,
Okay, it's a belief. So leave it
but
there.
spontaneous
So stop
combustion is real. That's a real thing.
talking about it as if it's real.
Wow.
Spontaneous combustion is real. But as far as me proving the
Yes,
man
it's real.
started a
Like if you
fire,
have,
the man started a fire with his hand. No, I don't have no proof for that.
People,
But
when
do
you
I?
talk about spontaneous
So
combustion with
you think
people, like
Kevin Gates
humans
started?
if
just,
certain
you think
chemicals
humans
mix
can just,
together,
you
I
think
couldn't hear you,
they
humans
Psycho.
can
will.
just, wait, you think humans can just spontaneously combust? That's what you're saying?
Yeah, I believe that. Yeah, I believe that's real.
Wow.
You're really
I
madam.
believe the body. I believe
Yeah,
the blood
he think
pressure.
Kevin
I
Gates
believe
started
the
a
blood
car with his
pressure
hand.
can because, bro. I believe the blood pressure can get to a point that you have to spontaneously combust.
That's pseudo.
Spontaneously combust.
Spontaneous
Is the liquid?
combustion amongst like like forest fires and stuff like that can happen.
Think about it, Madon.
I
It's
want
the
to smoke with
liquid.
Madonna so I can laugh
It
my
is
ass off.
body is
the
just when you
fluids.
just
The fluids
explode.
in your body.
No,
Hold on. The fluids in your body are they flammable fluids like your blood
I think
plasma.
what happens is maybe they drunk something or maybe they ate something that you know what I mean that it caused some type of chemical reaction within the body. You know what
If
I'm saying? So,
and
well,
and and and,
I'm giving you
and
my
how
synopsis.
did they not die? How did they not
They
die?
did
If you
die.
drank something,
Everybody, bro, people who spontaneous combust do die. From what I've seen, I've never seen a
from what
survivor.
you've seen. So you've seen somebody spontaneously combust before?
This is shit they shown when it was like there was no other reason why this person body just was burnt like this and he's dead. There's no traces of
Well, what
no
pseudo
arsenic,
documentary was you watching?
Yeah, what you
gasoline.
watching on?
What pseudo documentary was you watching?
Nah, he
Man,
said
I
all
can't remember, bro.
documentaries is facts. Remember?
I didn't say all documentaries are facts, bro. I'm talking about that was pertaining to that conversation I was talking about within what I was talking about. But
It sounds like another documentary you was watching.
nah, man, I be watching different shit. Man, I watch so much because I gotta study all things. So I watch so much, man. I can't remember why I saw it. But I saw that years ago. It was years ago.
Yeah, that shit pseudo. Whatever you was watching was a pseudo ass show. I'm telling you, that shit wasn't real.
It could have been.
Probably ancient aliens or something.
Oh no, I can't stand that shit.
Monster Questing.
Yeah, one of them.
I don't like that ancient alien shit, bro. That shit like that.
Thank you. That makes me happy.
Yeah, you is anti like flat Earth and stuff. That's that's one thing you ain't jump off the cliff with. Surprisingly enough.
Oh yeah, man. You know what I'm saying? The flat earthers, they got it out for me, man. But it's cool though, man. They showing the Earth is round every day. Some people think when the women went up, it was fake. I think it was real. The white woman went by the window. You could clearly see the ball Earth. And Tesla even showed it from another. They even showed the shit from the space station with the capsule in the background. You can see the Earth just as round as it can be. But I understand flat earthers. They just flatlining. It's cool.
How do people survive lightning strikes if there's no internal combustion?
Say what now?
How do people survive lightning strikes if people do not internally combust?
How do they survive lightning strikes if they don't spontaneously combust? Why would they need to spontaneously combust to survive a lightning strike?
No, they will internally combust if they get lightning strikes. So how do they survive?
That's a good question.
How do they survive if they don't spontaneously combust? Is that your claim? Like are you claiming that they have to spontaneously combust in order to survive a lightning strike?
Yeah, they would have to fry or blow up internally.
No, that's not necessarily true. No.
So then they must have superpower. They must have superpowers to survive lightning strikes.
How is that possible? How do they need superpowers?
Completely.
Well, they survive high voltage.
Yes, you can survive high voltage. It's not a definite. You're not a definite fatality if you receive high voltage. You can survive it, or you could die. It depends.
They must have superpowers then if they could survive that, man. In my opinion.
No. If you get shot by electric eel and you don't die, you have superpowers?
Well, that lightning bolt is.
That is true there too, man.
How many volts is the lightning bolt? I forgot.
I mean, it's a lot of votes. I don't give you a line. I don't have the exact number. I'm talking a lot of votes. And most likely you're probably going to die, but there's some people that do survive. It's not the norm, though.
You are right about the electric eel, though, because Steve Irwin, the crocodile hunter guy, he died. So, yeah, I guess he wasn't superpowered, man.
That was on a stingray, though, in the chest. He got a barb in his chest from a stingray.
It depends on where the lightning hit you. If it catch you close to your heart or your vital organs, then you have a greater chance of dying. And again, it depends on a lot of stuff. How well are you grounded, and how fast can that lightning pass through your body? Because it really doesn't. Lightning is not seeking to stay within you. The electric current doesn't want to stay within your body and burn you. It want to really pass as fast as it can to the path of least resistance, which is the earth.
Right.
They
Now,
want
what
to just
causes
go to
lightning?
the earth and scatter it out.
What causes
So
lightning then?
To the
What
ground,
causes
right?
lightning out, man? What causes lightning? Well, no,
difference
matter of fact, don't
between
answer that. So, Johnny, do you believe in spontaneous combustion?
Oh yes, if you have enough herbs and minerals in your body, you could blow up, man. With enough heat. Oh yeah, dude. It's happened before.
Can you explain it, bro?
When
They
does that
said I was.
happen?
They said I was pseudo because I believe it can happen, and I said I believe. I was going off my belief that
I would like to see
you eat
evidence
certain
that it's happening.
things, and mix with chemical reaction. But can you explain us? Because they call me pseudo. So can you explain it? Because I know they're gonna believe you.
It's just bad acid reflux and gas and bad minerals and what do you call it? Minerals and herbs. If you mix them enough, yeah, you could just turn on fire, man. If you got a hot enough
So
temperature on
what's
the
the
outside.
proper concoction that you need to have in order
you
to
would be dead. You would be dead long before any combustion take
Yeah,
place.
I know that's right. I was about to ask what's the proper concoction you have to
So
consume in order
to
to
make it seem as
not.
if a human being could be walking around and the next minute just burst in flame spontaneously,
Yeah. Do you
it's
know what kind of herb?
impossible. It
Do
would
you know
have
what
to
kind
be
of
from an
herb,
external
Johnny?
source. Like back in the days, they used to be making this kind of fabric, the early kind of nylon that was very flammable, and literally people used to be the spontaneous combustion, but it's from an external source, the kind of clothing that they're wearing, and they use it make furniture, window curtains and stuff like that. So things would just go up in flame, but it's
And
not
how is
from
things? How do
it's
things just
literally
go
from
up
the
in flames?
material.
Right, it's the material on the
Because
clothes.
the
Was
material,
that
the
abracadabra?
material, no dummy, the material that they're using to make the fabric was so reactive
Highly
that it
flammable.
will, yes, anything would oxidize it,
What?
even
Oh,
air,
so you saying static
oxygen,
electricity? You said we some static
stuff like,
electricity or something?
no, it's a
No.
chemical reaction that start fires. Stuff like the grease from your skin would react with the fabric, glycerol, any form of chemical, certain salts, potassium salt, nitrate salt, so stuff
Asbestos.
that you use. It could
Asbestos.
be any form of chemical, and what they did was pretty much ban that form of fabric. It was a synthetic form of
Okay,
fabric. I
cool.
forgot its
Okay,
name,
cool. We got you.
and
I mean,
stop
so
using it because it's
Hey,
too
Dev.
we
flammable.
got you. We got you. We got you. So
Can we bring
Johnny, do
can
you
we
know what?
bring
Do
the
you know what
white back
herb?
to talk to Johnny?
That'd be energy drink herbs like Turion, which they're actually doing a settlement on that for energy drinks. People that drink lots of energy drinks. To the Turon. That's that shit that gives you blood cancer now, man. They're actually making a settlement for that.
No, we were trying to get to the point where the temperature of flashing point, forming
Psycho
a fire
asked you what
would
herbs you gotta take.
be obtainable by consuming whatever. So.
Oh no, he was asking about the herbs. I'd say Guriana, ginseng, of course, Turon. Gotu cola, terrible for your liver. That'll turn you on fire. But if you ever Gotu cola, it's a herb.
This stuff will make you combust.
If you mix enough of them, man, I could go down the line. I used to take like 96 of them, man, and my blood pressure would go through the roof. Like the herbs and minerals that you see on SwansonVitamins.com from Montana. Yeah, they got cheap herbs, but they make you feel good for about 2-3 years. But then, yeah, they can raise your body temperature to crazy and like 104. It's crazy, and then blood pressure goes up to 192.
Is that what causes fevers? People about to combust when they get fevers and the temperature go up.
And blood pressure, yep. And then you get acid reflux. You fart like crazy. You could lay bombs like just out of your ass. I mean,
Hey,
you totally
Dave.
combust, man.
Where'd the white go?
In the chat.
In the chat right now.
Yeah, that's crazy. I didn't know that.
You mentioned asbestos. Something about asbestos. What did you just say about asbestos?
It's another form of flammable shit. It's not good to be around. Like it's another thing that your body.
I thought asbestos was used to try to stop fires.
Nope.
But they don't use it anymore. But they used to be popular to be used in construction of buildings to try to stop fires.
They use that's partially a lie. They use that to repel spiders and rats and shit like that. Not
I
for
mean,
fires, dude. It's still flammable.
It did help keep bed bugs out. Like that's one of the reasons for the explosion of bed bugs now and everything else. They no longer use asbestos.
Psycho is right. One of the reasons why they use the asbestos or choose it as a material was because it's very hard to combust. So it's pretty much non-flammable for most of the temperature that we work with. Even
that's
some
fire
industrial.
retardant, dude. Not asbestos.
I'm gonna read something real quick, Amin. It says humans can burn under specific conditions, but not spontaneously. The cases labeled as spontaneous human combustion are better explained by external fire sources and the wick effect. Yeah, so what y'all saying is not true.
Exactly, and that's why I'm telling them.
So then you need lightning.
Only
blow
time
up.
that used to happen is when people used to wear flammable clothes. So it's an external source, like your garments.
So static electricity, basically.
Static electricity can start fire, but the source or the fuel source of that fire would have to be very flammable with a real low ignition point. And you would know because your clothes would literally smell like gas or like some flammable volatile oil, like kerosene, gas, what do they call that? Acetone, stuff like that. Paint thinner.
Accelerant is what it's called that starts fire. It's called an accelerant.
Like if someone dosed your shirt in diesel, not diesel, in gas, in E85, and you walk past somewhere where there is a lot of static electricity, there is a strong possibility that your clothes can now what do they call it? Burst into flames because the ignition source, the ignition point of the gas, the fuel on your clothes makes it easy for it to light, to go into combustion.
Even methane or cow poop or animal poop can be a fuel source.
Even strong alcohol, even like strong whiskey. Like sometimes you see people playing with rubbing alcohol and TikTok and stuff. And they don't understand that the fumes is rising, and then you see they start a little fire trying to blow it out or do some silly TikTok trick, and then their whole face go up in flame. But other than an external source for the proteins, the carbohydrates, the fat in your body to burn, you're looking at temperatures way above 800-900 degrees Fahrenheit. So by the time you go up in flames, you would be already dead.
Of course.
True. Yeah, that makes sense.
Of course you're gonna be dead.
You would be dead long time before any burning happened.
Yeah, but you still going up in flames.
Yeah, but that's not spontaneous combustion, though.
Well, then what would be the temperature if you got struck by lightning then?
When you got struck by lightning, you're looking at temperatures.
It passes through your body.
I believe you're going way over 200, 2,000 degrees. It's permanent burn damage.
Yeah, it can heat the air up to like 50,000 degrees Fahrenheit.
It's not long, because
it don't last
kind of used as an antenna, like you said, to the ground, because that's where the lightning's destination is to hit the ground. That's electricity. That's all electricity. That's why people say, like, if you got radio outside or whatever running on batteries, you're not supposed to sit on the ground because it drains your batteries, because that's what
electricity.
Yeah.
You ever seen a bear climb up a power pole and get shocked by a transformer and it fall down and come back up again and survives? That's crazy.
Excuse me, gentlemen. The temperature for lightning is 50,000 degrees.
Oh, that's 50,000 volts. I said 50,000 degrees Fahrenheit, but it heats the air up to that, but it doesn't last for so long.
But
okay, how was lightning?
It's very quick. It's very quick. Yeah.
So, how was lightning created? What creates lightning?
static electricity of a molecules up in the atmosphere. It first starts as water vapor, and then as it cools, they turns to little ice, and they start rubbing against each other, creating static electricity.
There is many. You're talking
Rubbing
about
against each
many
other?
different method of getting to that, but the reason why lightning happen is the difference between charged particles. When you have enough positive charged particles accumulating in one area and negative charged particles accumulating around it or in other area, then the difference between negative and positive charge causes a lightning. It causes
Ain't that
electricity.
amazing? Now, ain't that amazing how
Yeah, it is
something
because
now that's because the Most High created that. See, I'm glad. See, that's why I set you up. I'm glad you did that because it
How
goes
did
to
the
show
Most
you.
High create it, nigga? Like,
There we
shut up.
go.
Well, who else created it?
Stop.
Shut up.
Nature.
Drop Dead Fred
To make
created it,
those
nigga. Not the Most High, nigga. Drop
ions,
Dead Fred
to
created
create
it, nigga.
those different
Prove
ions
Drop
with
Dead Fred
protons
didn't
and
do it.
neutrons, bro. That's no accident. But
Drop
go
Dead
ahead.
Fred did it, nigga. Not the Most High.
Man, you call it what
It's a
you want,
Buddha
natural
did
nigga. You
it.
can't do it. You can't do it.
How comes this?
Thor
Chris
did it,
did it.
dog. Thor did it.
I
Everybody
never
knows
claimed to be
Thor
able
is the
to, but I
lightning.
know
Thor
it
did it.
happened naturally, nigga.
Thor
No
did it.
human, no being created it at all, nigga. Talking
What
about
you
I
mean
can't do
no
it,
being
duh,
created at
it's
all?
lightning.
If
No
you
being
can break
created
it
it
down
at all.
scientifically, hold on. That's why I allow Amin to break it down scientifically to show you the science within how the Most High
You
structured
know what?
Prove
lightning
it
to
wasn't
be
Thor.
created
Prove it
on the
wasn't
earth.
Thor. Prove it wasn't Thor.
So Psycho.
Prove it wasn't Zeus.
everything I
Prove it
just talk
wasn't Zeus.
about, what I
Can't prove
talk
it
about,
wasn't Zeus.
none of that was created. None of that have to do with anything or anyone creating it. In
Well,
fact, it
why can't you
happens.
break it down?
Created the
So
atmospheric
It
presses
happens.
around this
It
planet, bro.
happens simply because of physics. It's just because of the physical nature of things wanting to move from a high state of energy to a
right,
low state of energy. It has
right.
nothing to do.
That had to be set in
How
place. That was
lightning
organized, bro.
flashing.
That was what you mean,
Listen. Lightning flashing is no different. Is literally no different than a ball rolling down a hill.
bro. That takes. You know what
So
that, bro? You
Psycho.
know, bro.
So Psycho.
You gotta
Can you
stop.
hear me?
Yeah, I hear you.
I have the case Dover versus Kitzmiller that they did on creationism in school and why it should be taught, why it shouldn't be taught, why it's a pseudoscience. I have the whole PDF and the breakdown of it.
So what?
I can read what the justices said in their opinion.
You petty,
Right, in their
man.
opinion. You said it right. In their opinion. Thank you. I appreciate it.
This is
So
for
you
the
gonna
school.
so you gonna take the
This is
opinion
for
of the children of
educational
Cain over
purposes.
the truth.
Why
The
evolution
children of
is
who?
a fact.
Go on.
The
And
children of Cain. The children of Cain.
Who the hell is
That's who
Cain?
runs this world. The children of Cain. His
Who is
descendants.
who the hell is
Who is
Cain?
Cain? Because you
Who
wouldn't
the
know because you
fuck
don't
is
believe in my
Cain?
religion.
Say
What's
what?
Cain's haplogroup?
Hold on. So, I wouldn't know
What?
because of what?
Let me talk to
an
the
Hey, can
objective
we?
who reads
observer
the Bible.
would know that
Let
Hold
ideas
on,
me talk to the
Savior.
brother
about
who reads
galaxy
the Bible.
problems and evolutionary theory are creationist religious strategies that evolved from earlier forms of creationism.
Bro, what do you think Darwin? Why do you think Darwin went out? Darwin was trying to debunk creation.
No, he wasn't.
Yes, he was.
No,
And
he
all he
wasn't.
did was
He
he
didn't
created
care
a
about. No,
substitute.
he was a creationist. What are you
He
talking
created a
about?
substitute. He
Darwin was
created a
not an
substitute.
atheist.
He believed in the Most High.
Thank
He
you.
believed in
So
God's
what is it?
creation.
How was he trying to debunk it? What do you mean? He wasn't trying to debunk creation. That wasn't his goal.
Yeah, that's what he set out to do because he
That
couldn't
was not his
explain it.
goal. No, that's a lie.
What
That
When you
wasn't
read
his
his
goal.
work,
No,
he wanted to
he was trying to
disprove.
He wasn't
He
trying
wanted
to
to
debunk
disprove.
creation.
He wanted to disprove creationism.
No, it's not true.
No.
No, he didn't.
Yes, he
So
did.
No, he didn't.
Not true.
That's what he went out
Would it-
for, bro. Because he couldn't explain. He couldn't explain the fence and the deep
Actually,
pit and all these different things.
That was
what really
he
happened
was
is
not
the
trying to
complete
disprove God.
opposite, because Darwin wasn't really a atheist, but during his work, especially in the Galapagos, that's when Darwin stopped talking all that God bullshit.
Well, I'm not lying.
When
I'm
when
just
when he
saying what
when
he
he
said.
see natural selection in nature, that's when he know for sure that creation is bullshit. And he was
No, it only supported his
full-fledged an
He even wrote in the
evolution.
book. When he first made his discovery, he wrote in the book that this is not an attack on religion and this, that, and the third. And he was trying to actually use evolution to prove the Bible. At one point, he felt like he could be a tool to prove
Yes,
the
he
Bible.
was sympathetic to them.
Trying to attack religion. That's a lie.
No, I'm not saying he was attacking religion. I'm saying the process
Just
of
say he was
nature.
trying to disprove the Most High.
No, the creation, meaning the creation of nature. I'm saying the creation within nature. He was trying to disprove the creation in nature, like everything. So when he went out and observed, when he went on that, got on that boat and came to other lands, and was like, well, damn, shit different. This shit is crazy, but it's kind of the same. So it showed him that there could only be a person who put out the blueprint for nature.
No, please stop.
Well, I mean, it's in his book. I got his book.
Please stop.
Do I need to go get the book? I'm gonna get the book, bro. This is how I used to beat up Uncle Cat with his own book.
Yeah, get my book and debunk me. Get the book and debunk me. Yeah. Cause see, this is what I'm saying.
Literally,
all of y'all.
Darwin.
Y'all trying to suck up all the air in the room. Give other people time to present their argument. And then y'all keep changing the subject. That when a person is basically somebody who knows something about the subject, y'all switch it over to another subject where they might be too familiar with. And I don't have no problems with that.
My screen in the back.
But blame your God buddy over here. He the one guy that's talking about other things. I was trying to walk the white boy down, trying to figure out what he would believe in and everything else. He jumped up and talk about lightning and thunder and everything else and derailed the whole conversation.
Okay, I can't argue with that.
Oh man, but no, man, I was just showing the magnificence and
Somebody threw Thor in the mix. Now come
I
on
was
now.
just showing the magnificence of lightning, bro. Like Samuel, you can't create lightning. You can't even create a lighter. More yet, lightning.
Cool. I appreciate I appreciate the idiotic joke.
No,
but as noted, this is coming from the Dover versus Kitzmiller case, and this is speaking on what you was just speaking on to teach you a little something. As noted, it is essential to our analysis that we now provide a more expansive account of the extensive and complicated federal jurisprudential legal landscape concerning opposition to teaching evolution and its historical origins. As noted, such opposition grew out of a religious tradition, Christian fundamentalism, that began as part of evangelical Protestantism's response to, among other things, Charles Darwin's exposition of the theory of evolution as a scientific explanation for the diversity of species. Subsequently, as the United States Supreme Court explained in Epperson, in an upsurge of fundamentalist religious fervor of the 20s, state legislators were pushed by religiously motivated groups to adopt laws prohibiting public schools from teaching evolution.
Prohibited, meaning none of that shit.
Between the 1920s and early 1960s.
These were the Klan, by the way. These were the Klan. Let's be specifically for these religious groups that were attacking evolution. This was the Klan out in the South. You could look up the Klan. You could look up the monkey trials in Tennessee that happened.
How you gonna come to Tennessee
above Psycho? Let's spoke on the monkey trial.
Damn, not the monkey trial. What the hell the monkey trial was?
The Klan trying to keep the Klan who because that whole y'all talking about evolution, talking about we come from monkeys and everything else. They're the ones who created that talking point. The Klan, y'all repeat Klan talking points. They're the ones who and they was pushing back just like Sabio's reading. They was pushing back against teacher evolution in the schools way back then, well over a century ago. Matter of fact, the monkey trials was the very first trials that was that was on radio, because radio was brand new. Radio was brand new at the time, and it was the OJ trials of his day. And everybody was listening to it, and it was a big case out in Tennessee about keeping evolution out of the school system, and the Klan was fighting against it hard. Pause.
That's crazy. That explains why when we went to school, our parents was like, in Tennessee, they was like, man, yeah, get your education, but we didn't come from no monkeys. Like they was on that.
That's been going on for over a century. That's not and then it came.
But I'm just saying it explains for my generation, like
right.
coming from Tennessee, like they was on that tough, like.
Between the 1920s and early 1960s, early anti-evolutionary sentiment based upon a religious social movement resulted in formal legal sanctions to remove evolution from the classroom. McLean, 529, supplement at 1259, discussing a subtle but pervasive influence that resulted from anti-evolutionary sentiment concerning teaching biology in public schools. So again, when you make statements like this, you have to know what you're talking about. As we previously noted, the legal landscape radically changed in 1968 when the Supreme Court struck down Arkansas' statutory prohibition against teaching evolution in Epperson, 393 U.S. 97. Although the Arkansas statute at issue did not include direct references to the book of genes is, because that's the pronunciation of it from now on, genes is, or to the fundamentalist view that religion should be protected from science, the Supreme Court concluded that the motivation of the Arkansas law was the same: to suppress the teaching of a theory which it was thought denied the divine creation of man. Arkansas sought to prevent its teachers from discussing the theory of evolution, as it is contrary to the belief of some regarding the book of genes is.
Oh man, I got a catheter inside me right now. I'm walking around with a
what?
Hold up, bro. Hold up.
Yeah,
I heard wrong, right? I heard wrong, right?
Because of, well, you got to understand, when I was in the military, I got injured with shrapnel. I was in Beirut, Lebanon.
Oh, I'm sorry about
that. I'm just saying, bro, you random.
I didn't have confidence on them to put me on no suit. You know.
Hey. TMI.
So now this is the band's good enough.
Bro,
cool. We don't need to know anymore. Let me get back to this. Let me lay you creationists down. Next, and stated, religious opponents of evolution began cloaking religious beliefs in scientific sounding language and then mandating that schools teach the resulting creation science or scientific creationism as an alternative to evolution. Madon, this is probably what you learned. However, this tactic was likewise unsuccessful under the First Amendment. Fundamentalist organizations were formed to promote the idea that the book of genes was supported by scientific data. The terms creation science and scientific creationism have been adopted by these fundamentalists as descriptive of their study of creation and the origins of man. In 1982, the district court in McLean reviewed Arkansas's balanced treatment law and evaluated creation science in light of Scopes, Epperson, and the long history of fundamentalism's attack on the scientific theory of evolution, as well as the statute's legislative history and historical context. The court found that creation science organizations were fundamentalist religious entities that considered the introduction of creation science into the public schools part of their ministry. The court in McLean stated that creation science rested on a contrived dualism that recognized only two possible explanations for life: the scientific theory of evolution and biblical creationism. treated the two as mutually exclusive, such that one must either accept the literal interpretation of Genesis or else believe in the godless system of evolution. There you go. And
No.
accordingly viewed any critiques of evolution as evidence that necessarily supported biblical creationism. The court concluded that creation science, hold up, I'm almost done. The court concluded that creation science is simply not science because it depends upon supernatural intervention, which cannot be explained by natural causes or be proven through empirical investigation, and is therefore neither testable nor falsifiable. Go play
Okay, cool.
in the dirt.
So how do you explain immaterial reality?
Madon.
No,
Go.
answer the question.
Play
Hold on.
in
How do you
the
wait?
He
Hold
literally
on. Let's
does
deal
not
with it.
care when you read
How do
anything
you?
scientific. He don't care.
No.
He just
I heard
ignored it.
everything he said. I heard everything he
Yeah, but
said.
you ignored it.
But my point, no, I did not. I'm asking him the question pertaining to what he just read. So if it's so pseudo, right? How do you explain immaterial reality?
I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know what
Exactly. So if you don't, that's why you lose this argument because you don't know what you don't understand immaterial reality. If you know what immaterial reality was, you would see why all what you just read was a bunch of wasting all our time.
So
Basically.
again, until you why don't you teach us what immaterial reality is?
Now y'all gotta look it up, bro. I'm done. You know.
Oh, okay. So because you don't know what immaterial reality is,
I do.
and you don't have anything to counter what I actually presented that shows that creation science.
Immaterial reality does counter that, bro. Just look it up. Google or AI immaterial reality. Real quick. I mean, 5 seconds.
Creationism is pseudo. It's false, and I can go further because it actually supports the theory of evolution in this, and that it should be taught in schools.
Well,
because
bro,
it's
when you look at the scriptures, because see, they was going
The
off
scriptures
different people.
don't explain science.
They was going off. Those people use multiple interpretations, right?
Man, don't try to use no scriptures to explain science or biology.
Pseudo is pseudo.
Explain science.
Belief and reality is two different things.
The scripture have supernatural stuff in it that can't be science.
Yeah, I thank you for the super chat, but I was gonna drop them anyway.
Fairy tales. I'm sorry, you can't debunk science with fairy tales.
Yeah, and that's not even the super. It's 39 pages, the one I have. I had a shorter one. I got a shorter one on my phone earlier this morning. Yeah, but if anybody want that, I can send it so y'all can have that for these creationists. Or y'all can just Google Dover versus Kitzmiller. Kitzmiller.
Yeah, people want to believe in magic. That's what it comes down to.
Do you believe in magic?
They need something supernatural to come and help them.
I told you I'll be sourced up. A lot of the sources I just be forgetting where they are and having them in different folders and stuff.
And all these pseudo theory was given to them by the white man.
White guys.
Yep.
Make it make sense. Don't make any sense.
Oh, all the pseudos got dropped.
But Don got sat down for somebody put $10 on him. Yeah, they didn't have anything. That little court case is a bomb nobody really wants to deal with for Tang.
What court case?
That
The one you
court
just
case.
read?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's the Supreme Court case.
Man, we know they don't care about facts, man. They don't care nothing about no facts.
Well, that's the problem with them. They act like they care about facts, but when facts are presented to them, they run from them or try to reform the facts to fit what they want to say. I'm still waiting on the source for the boat from Western Central Africa. We still didn't get that source, did we?
What boat?
That the Africans took to the Americas. I mean, what you mean?
They said they could cross the Atlantic.
Ivan Van Sertima bamboo boat. Still looking for Van Sertima bamboo
They
boat.
had ships. They had ships that they sailed over here.
Facts, Cedric. Then he said pseudo fatigue is real.
Man, pseudo fatigue, yeah, that is real.
Who started that black fatigue thing? I missed it.
I don't even know.
White people. Bitching and complaining.
Religiously motivated groups push legislatures to adopt laws prohibiting public schools from teaching evolution, culminating in the Scopes monkey trial of 1925. 105
Monkey trial.
criminal prosecution of public school teacher for teaching about evolution. In 1968, a radical change occurred, right? When and this is just up. This is the beginning.
It was a setup. It was all staged. It was a setup.
Right.
They wanted to challenge they wanted to challenge a ruling that was put in place to keep evolution out of the school system. So they was looking for a teacher that was looking to buck the system and be the sacrificial lamb for the case. And that's the Scoops dude. That he was a gym teacher.
Yeah.
And he only substituted for one day. He substituted for science to teach science for one day. And that one day he taught evolution, and that was enough.
And that's what set it all off.
Yeah.
And he probably went in there talking some monkey stuff.
No, he was teaching straight from the book. He was teaching straight from the book. He wasn't anti-evolution. He was teaching straight from the book because the pro-evolution people was the ones that got him to do it. So he was teaching it correctly. Well, at least what they knew up to that time. You know what I mean? Like
knew at that time, right?
Yeah.
He wasn't saying we was monkeys and all the other stuff. That was coming from the religious folks, obviously.
Religion is a problem.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it was a big case though. Like it was the Diddy trial of his day. Like everybody was listening, everybody was talking about it all over the country. It was the first trial that got on radio. The radio was still new at the time, and it was the first one that got national coverage in real time.
You can imagine people's reaction when they hear human beings are very closely related to chimpanzees.
Mm-hmm.
In fact, human beings are apes.
Yeah, they was in the uproar.
Yeah.
And he didn't say nothing about monkey, but only thing people hear, human beings are monkey.
Mm-hmm.
That's the only thing they hear. Tell them 1,000 times, human beings are apes. They went and said, oh, he said human beings are monkey.
Selective hearing.
Yep. And they don't even say. So what's the difference between an ape and a monkey?
Right.
That's a question that they should ask all the time. What's the difference between an ape and a monkey?
Yeah, they don't even care to know. They just keep running with the monkey stuff. And like I said, they don't even realize that's clan rhetoric. They don't even realize they're getting all their rhetoric from the clan.
No, they didn't take you off the panel. Only one person took you off, and that was me, Dwight. Because I thought you was going to chime in on the subject matter, but you strictly keeping this as religious as possible. So that's the main reason why you're not up. In addition to you're not able to keep your mic volume down on your setting. It's back loud like it was. But you can file a complaint with the complaint department. I think they'll be open for another 30 minutes. Then you have
15.
to wait till Monday.
15.
Yeah.
We're taking complaints for 15 more minutes.
But you gotta write the complaint
We get
in
off
Hebrew.
early on Friday, Dad.
You gotta write the complaint in Hebrew.
Nah, you gotta write it in Aramaic.
It's like all the pseudos all come with the same information and the same angles, bro.
But
That's
different
because they all got the same master teachers.
Yeah.
They just parrots for the most part. They just parrot whatever they master teachers say, and they preach it as the gospel.
Yeah.
They don't even have a good grasp of the subject matter that they really be talking about most of the time, because all they know is just the parrot whatever they hear other people say.
Yeah.
So once you start asking them questions, they get stuck, and that's when they get in preacher mode, and that's when they want to start talking at you and like, listen, and they'll just start going on and rambling, go through their little bullet points, go through their whole script and everything else, and the entire time they're not answering nothing you ask them because they don't have a good grasp of the concept of what they're actually saying. Because again, they students, right? They still learning this stuff. They don't know this stuff.
Yep. Just what you just said, bro. That's true. They be talking from a space of ignorance, but the arrogance of somebody who actually know what they talking about.
That's what be confusing. That's what be really confusing. Where you been? You been under a rock? This man, Dwight, said, "It is my first day. Next time I will come prepared. Apparently, there are links to the information." What?
Prepared.
Where you been living up? You got a whole tablet. You didn't know you can use the tablet to find links to information? So you really thought the library was done? You really thought the oh wow. Technology is the problem. I guess you are 63. I can forgive you for some of that. I can excuse you for some of that. You are 63.
Dwight, I agree. People are the problem, not religion, because people made the religion.
Right. If it wasn't for people, religion wouldn't be here.
Yeah, the religion is like just like man. I mean, it's just all stuff we create.
Yeah, religion is man-made. God didn't create man; man created God.
Mm-hmm.
And don't join the panel special pleading for your God.
Yeah. It's the people who organize religion, they understand, they see a flaw within other people, within population. And that flaw is that human beings want something to believe in. So if you can provide them with anything to believe in and it hooks, then you are God. You have complete control over these people from there on. So those who organize religion, they saw that fatal flaw within population and they took advantage of it.
Constantine.
Most, yeah,
Constantine.
they themselves know it is bullshit.
Mhm.
There is not one religious leader that believe in God. There, if he does, he would not be a religious leader. There is not one. The followers are the ones who believe in God,
Right.
and that is necessary to keep the religion going for the benefit of the religious leaders and nothing else.
Constantine was not a religious person, but he understood the power of religion. So that's how come he flexed it and used it to further the Roman Empire. But Constantine was not a religious person at all, but he understood the power of religion. That's why he weaponized it. Sad, but it is what it is. It's human nature. It actually became tradition after a while too. It just became tradition, like that people just never challenged as the generations went on and on and on, because it really wasn't a whole lot to challenge. Because they couldn't explain things, and it was just easier to say it was God, and who's going to challenge it, right? Like, who's going with such little knowledge they had of the world.
And they use their common sense.
Exactly. Hmm. And then they assume morality over other people.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Yo,
No.
you know what y'all getting into, kinda, and y'all don't even know, but it's funny. It's like we dance around the skirts of race and racism when we had these conversations, because now we're looking at what empires going to other nations that may not have the same ideals or may not look the same as them. So how are they looking at those people, especially if they conquered them?
Inferior.
Bingo. Bing now. Now y'all starting to see how these things develop, because now the literature that these people in that nation may have been using, or the ideas, they have to be what? Transferred or replaced with the new dominating culture,
You
dominating
gotta,
empire.
yeah, you gotta pretty much get with the program and get with their morale code, right? Their morality code. That's what it's all about. That's what the missionaries' purpose was, with all the padres and everything else, and this, that, and third. Like this, it's all indoctrination. All right. So that's what they do. That's what they did all in Africa. Set up all these missionaries in Africa and everything else down there. Indoctrination. If the white man's going to come in to colonize your area, he's going to send two things: the Bible and that white woman. That's what he's going to send. He's going to send that Bible and that white woman, and she's going to go. He's going to go colonize your area. That's what he's going to do.
So now when you start looking at the development from them ancient empires and the literature that they used to establish themselves and their codes that led them to see themselves as superior to other people, or strong, or how they were right that certain skins were good, or the best skins came from these areas, the best countenances came from, and things like that, and the other ones came from other places. You can start seeing how, when as empires fell new ones rose, those ideals will be what? Imported or transferred and recycled and reused to establish or maintain this new empire or push it forward. It's cultural transmission. It's called cultural transmission. Things are held on through language, religion, art, literature. Those
Yeah.
practices aren't forgotten.
Like after the Roman Empire fall, the other European power to rise, Spain, France, and Britain, they all use the same tactics: religion, Christianity, and military might.
But they also use
Same tactic.
but they also use literature that helped establish the Roman Empire because that literature wasn't destroyed. The Ottomans didn't destroy the literature, as other empires did. They kept the literature, so those people were able to hold on to their libraries and things like that, that inform, that help establish their countries and things like that. So as they started doing what? Writing new rules to establish themselves in different parts of the globe that hadn't been discovered, they had to cultivate or craft them to fit the times and the areas. Because what was happening at one time is no longer happening in another time. Things have transitioned. They've got more people they have to deal with. The world is more expansive. They're coming into other peoples that in the 13th and 12th centuries they were calling monstrous races. They continued to call them monstrous races all the way up to the 16th, 17th century in some places. But these people were not part of the group or the area where they were used to seeing people that had the same skin tones and cultures and things like that as them.
Yeah. Which was pretty much everyone outside of Europe for the most part, except for the Far East. Everyone else outside of Europe, they're not going to look like Europeans. They're not going to have that skin color. That is why when they left Europe, everyone else that they see, they just automatically call them black or dark because to them, they were much darker than someone coming from Europe.
Yeah. And I see GA talking about de-extinction or whatever, bringing things back to life or whatever. Talking about the last common ancestor, and they're playing around with it. They like with Neanderthals, I know, and I'm Denisovians as well. They got the proper sequence of their genome. They say it's tricky, but they're not sure. I think it's going to be that's very controversial. I think they have the technology and the ways of doing it now, but it's so controversial that they kind of holding off on even trying something like that because that'll freak people out probably. Like they still going through the process of doing the dodo bird and I forgot what's the other one they just
Gray wolf.
did. Well, yeah, the dire wolf.
The dire wolf.
Yeah, the dire wolf.
Yeah, and so they and that's controversial. So and that's just animals, right? So you talking about doing a whole nother hominid like that's going to freak people out. So they definitely going to walk on eggshells when even trying that.
I think they trying it, just gonna keep it on the low for a while.
Yeah.
they can't bring back Neanderthals or any extinct human being. What they can do is replicate traits that those human being had, and then can replicate those traits within
Got
modern
another.
human being.
Got another. Culture vulture in the chat talking about Black Yeshua, y'all.
That's the same guy.
Oh, that's the same guy. That's the white.
Yeah.
Yeah. But if you brought the Neanderthals back and let them live like out in Greenland, I think they could survive. You don't think, Amin? They was living out like in Greenland, out there, Iceland somewhere. Greenland's actually colder, so I'll say Greenland.
Yeah.
I don't know much
I
about
think
their
that
habitat. My bad,
So,
man. Go ahead.
what does my mother have to do with what we're talking about today? Harry
Yeah,
asked.
about your mom.
Right. Niggas is so like that you wouldn't say in my face, Harry. You
Nigga,
weak
most
ass.
of our my mom a believer, nigga. What the fuck that mean? And she know I don't
Right.
believe this bullshit. I tell her
And
it's
my mother knew
bullshit.
I didn't believe this bullshit.
My pop's the biggest Bible thumper I know, and he know I don't believe in this crap.
Cause these niggas needs attention, Joe. They
Big
need
attitude.
attention. They don't. Their life isn't good until Sabio speaks to these weird ass niggas.
Yeah. I
Okay,
don't
y'all
really argue
battling
with family.
the fall of the Roman Empire. Sebel, you saying 1453. Vyasa saying 1804.
There because there's different areas and people. So different times Rome fell. Rome fell a numerous times. The official end of the Ottoman Empire was a couple years after what Vyasa talking about, and I know what he's talking about, but people get it confused, and that's why I'm like, yeah, but it was split. So the Eastern Roman Empire, also known as the Byzantine Empire, as L put, survived for another 1,000 years until its capital, Constantinople, was conquered in 1453 by the Ottoman Turks, by Mehmet the Conqueror. But the 1806 is a different battle and at a different time. So, right, that's the Napoleon, right? I think that's the one you talked about. I think Vyasa, I could be wrong. I would have to go into my history to know for certain, because is that the one you talking about, the French Revolution? Yeah, that's the one you talking about. Pseudonami Joe, you stupid. Said y'all the pseudos making a comeback.
Shit, the pseudo's winning. Hey, my daughter told me the other day she was in class, not arguing, but going back and forth with two kids who told her evolution not real.
Damn.
Yeah, bro. She texted me this, bro, while she was in class. She like, Dad, you right, man. These people just say anything. They sit here saying evolution not real. Then she say one little boy, because then she started bringing up fossils. One little boy gonna say, what do fossils got to do with evolution? She was like, Dad, I just stopped the conversation. I was like, yeah,
Damn.
you can't do nothing.
Damn,
Yeah.
they teaching their kids. Wow.
What grade? What
And it's
grade
not
was
just
that?
them, the kids on YouTube too. This ninth grade. My daughter in ninth grade.
Ninth grade.
But they on
Yeah,
YouTube, baby. It ain't just the parents. They be on YouTube like the parents be.
them pseudo
My
videos
son
been
hit me with
getting
the flat earth
thousands
shit.
of views. They
Nice.
yeah. But I don't know, flat earth and stuff like that, the amount of video debunking those things, they must come across actual scientists debunking flat earth and creationists. But
Nah, though, when you know
they
that when you start
probably
digging down that rabbit hole, you stay going down that rabbit hole.
What's good,
that's
everybody?
What up,
that's
Austin?
true.
What up,
And
D?
I wasn't trying to do nothing but just kind of throw tidbits to people who don't know. And Sabio, you kind of cleaned it up nice. But yeah, if you was in a college classroom, depending on the professor, they could trip you up with that question: when did Rome or the Roman Empire, however they word it, collapse? And if you don't traditionally say 1806, chances are that historian professor is gonna mark you wrong. Um, Now the schisms is out there, you know, Savio, you're gonna know this, but the Byzantines didn't even call themselves the Byzantines or Byzantine Knights or however, you know, Arthur made. They identified themselves as Roman. You
Yeah.
gotta know them great schisms and all that.
Yeah.
And I don't know if y'all caught it, but you
Right.
know, ideal wise, if you say something collapsed, it means it no longer exists. Well, they just had a new pope just a few days ago. So you could argue, you know, they still here. Um, Depending on how nuanced and factual and precise people want to get. That's all I was throwing that in the chat for. I'm on lunch and was just, you know, y'all know me, just trying to throw little grapes to the audience.
It's all good.
Yo, what up to the chat? What up, everybody? What up, Dan?
Man, what's
Know
up?
what it is, man.
Man.
Hey, hold
Oh,
on, man. Okay, I man, this dope.
oh shit.
Dude, reach in his truck and get something out of there. Did somebody just go in his car and steal something while he went in the store?
Yeah, I don't know what.
Did anybody see that?
That wasn't him.
Oh, I don't know. Was it? I thought, didn't the dude have glasses on? I might have been tripping. So ain't nobody got no did he try update? Or they still going? It's
Oh, Psycho,
over.
yeah, you did say that. They did a little better today, Psycho, with the defense. They did a little better today than they did yesterday.
I don't be paying
I
attention
haven't
enough.
seen the transcripts yet. I gotta go
Yeah, I
listen
was
to it.
gonna eat some of them. They did better than they did yesterday, but so, because remember how you say, because I agree with you, Psycho. Remember how you say you felt like Cassie going so early was a plus for Diddy, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I agree. I agree and agree. So, but they was being slick, I think, because now they trying to rush the defense to get her off the stand. Really was supposed to be by the day the judge was trying to make them do it. But the defense was like, bro, they called two witnesses before her. This is a big witness. They like, we need time, you know what I'm saying? But she was it was agreed before the trial started that she would be off the stand before the end of this week. So
Right.
I think the prosecution did that on purpose. They threw the two
They
witnesses in
did.
there first, and then did her, and they was like, well, we only did it for a day and a half. That's what the prosecutor gonna say. She's like, they need to do the same. And the defense like, nigga, nah, like, it's a big witness, nigga. We ain't do a day and a half because y'all did it. And they was like, they put two witnesses in front of her. They could have just started with her.
Right.
I think they did that on purpose.
Mm-hmm.
Which is a good tactic, honestly.
Yeah. Dawn is one of the witnesses. I thought Dawn would be. I said that too. I said if anybody from Danity Kane, it'll be Dawn.
She gonna be there tomorrow, I think.
Well, not tomorrow, Monday.
Monday. Do they do Friday court?
This is Friday.
Oh damn, Bamfo. Oh, them overnights be in my day. Bro.
Yeah,
I'm still in Thursday, bro.
yeah, that's that night shift, yo.
Yeah, bro, that overnight is fucking good.
Yeah.
Because Thursday is technically my Friday. That's my last day of work. Yeah, I was watching some clips with Dawn earlier from the Fall of Diddy little documentary they did. I do want to see what she say.
Yeah, she's gonna have some stories. I'm sure. I'm sure. Because yeah, I've heard some. I heard her say some stuff before. So yeah, she could be a damning witness.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, I've heard her say things before and everything else, and she got a long history with them because they went through the reality TV show and all that stuff, and then they blew up, and then the group quickly broke up this fast. They got together, but when they broke up, she was the one and only member that stayed, and then they had formed that group, Dirty Money. It was Puffy, Dawn, and that other chick. I forgot the other chick name. Yeah. And they had their little group or whatever. And they did an album together, and then that group broke up. But she's still hanging around Bad Boy, so she was close to Puffy for a long time through a lot of different projects, a lot of different groups and everything. And I'm sure some stories that she's gonna have, to say the least.
They purposely bringing her right behind Cassie.
Yeah.
Might get bad for him.
Hey, what's up with that?
Good.
Hey, what's up with that Tory Lanez situation, man?
As if I know right
Cause I
now.
heard he supposed to been in. Yeah, I heard he supposed to been testifying too on some other shit.
Well, right now ain't nothing going on. You got people that's trying to get them to reopen the case, but ain't no guarantee that they're going to reopen the case. So I wouldn't get your hopes up.
Yeah. They say Puff in the Cajon, eh? I think he gonna get off that shit, eh?
Who did he?
Cause you gotta be guilty without a reason. Yeah, you gotta be guilty without a reasonable doubt. And the shit that racketeering all that shit ain't gonna stick.
I'm
He
not
might get hit with something,
house
but
lawyer.
everything ain't gonna stick. Yeah, everything ain't gonna
I
stick.
don't know because when they was reading off some earlier, they said one of the charges was prostitution by traveling or traveling by prostitution, some shit like that.
That's the
He
sex
guilty
trafficking.
of that.
That's the sex trafficking. Yeah.
Okay, so that's how I never heard it worded like that. When you word it like that,
Well, people coming up on the lineup, you know what I mean? Look, people coming up on the line, you got Angie Stone, you know what I mean? That was a hit on Tory Lanez, you know what I mean? So, shit going down.
Well, I don't know about all that.
Do you got a degree?
I think it was a hit on that, man.
Degree? Mathematics? You got a degree in criminal justice?
Nah.
So how do you know which charges are going to stick or not?
I mean, when you got racketeering, that's just evident that you gotta have more than one person. They can't stick that to him if they can't pull nobody else with it. You know what I mean? They can't stick him with that charge. You know what I mean? Because if all what he was doing, all that sex shit, if that was considered, like anybody can, you can you can get a broad from any other state and bring it there and pay her. Well, that ain't illegal, really. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, cool. Now
So
again, how are you able to make the claim that some of those charges are not going to stick, or they're not going to be able to pull people in on the racketeering aspect of this case if they haven't
I
even
think
gotten to that aspect? Do you
they
know
ain't got to
all
that
the
aspect. You right. You right.
do you know all the do
I'm
you know all the
speculating. You right.
defendants? Do you know all the defendants other than him? Do you know if there's any other defendants other than him? It has to be in the RICO case, right?
They ain't mentioned, right. They ain't mentioned them, but they just said his staff, but they ain't mentioned their names. But they going through the little Cassidy shit right now. So I don't know what's going on. I don't know how they gonna bring the racketeering into it.
Okay, cool. So how about we wait until that aspect of the case is brought up, and then we start giving judgments or ideals on what's happening. Like, that's putting the cart before the horse. How you gonna be so
You
presumptuous?
right. Yeah, you right. You right. You right. I'm just saying though, man. Cause like coming up missing, people coming up dead, shit real. They try to kill that man, Tory, man. They try to kill that man, bro.
They try to kill a lot
But
of people.
But
was you
you know,
was you riding for Tory before the pandemic?
say it again.
Were you riding with Tory before the pandemic?
Nah, I don't fuck with Tory like that. I don't fuck with that nigga like that. I don't fuck with none of his music. I don't even know that nigga.
Oh,
Nah, musically that nigga fire
He's
though.
dope. Yeah, I'm about to say he dope. Like
oh,
Yeah,
okay.
he got
musically he
bars.
fire.
Yeah, he got bars. I don't, I,
Yeah,
I don't, I don't
yeah,
know about albums or whatever, but every time I hear him, he be killing it. He dope.
Yeah, I never listened to his whole
yeah.
album.
He a young nigga though. He a young nigga. He a young nigga. He really he just a young nigga. I ain't really goddamn get into his music like that though. You know what I'm saying? That's just like all them young niggas. All them niggas. I don't fuck with that. I fuck with all the niggas, the old school niggas, man. All these new niggas, I don't fuck with them. They copying all the old shit, really. I mean, ain't no hate. I'm just saying I don't fuck with them. I don't know nothing about them. But I know they try to kill that man. You get stabbed 14 times, nigga. Somebody try to kill you, bro. And he had you know, he's supposed to have testified in the
I'm,
shit.
I'm surprised he's still living, getting stabbed 14 times. I'm gonna keep it a buck.
Yeah, that's hard, man. 2 in the head. He took 2 to the head.
That's crazy.
Regular Joe, stupid. He trolling like hell.
Yeah, it's funny, man. Nah, but on some real shit, I really only clicked the link because I heard somebody talking about flat earth. That's the only reason why I clicked the link. But if you ain't
Nope.
talking about that, we can keep it moving.
Nope.
You're not a flat earther, right?
Yes, he is.
Oh shit.
Unless he changes
Yeah.
ideology. He
He
switched
has,
up.
he
Nah,
has to change his
no.
ideology, y'all.
Actually,
He's using a
actually,
GPS.
y'all got it. y'all shouldn't say ideology. Y'all shouldn't even say that.
That's what it
It
is.
ain't an ideology. Nah, it's not.
It ain't no methodology and
It ain't
ain't
a
no
fact.
science
It ain't a
and it
fact.
ain't
So
no
it's an
fact.
ideology.
All right.
Show
Y'all,
me one
So the
fact.
globe. So
believe the Earth is
And
so the
so
flat,
it's
but
globe.
you can't prove that the
self-observation.
Earth
So
is
the
flat.
globe. So the globe is a fact.
Yes,
Yes.
Okay.
absolutely.
Prove it.
And when I want you after I share my screen, are you going to have me share your screen
You know,
on the flat
can
earth?
you prove your flat Earth is because you're the one with the outrageous claim? Can you
Right.
prove that flat Earth? Because you
I'm
said
gonna
it's
share
not
the
an
screen.
ideology.
No. At this point, y'all claim is outrageous. You got to prove a globe spinning in space.
No, I didn't know. You guys are the ones going against what everybody else is saying. So it's on y'all to prove that everybody lied to us. Because that's what y'all claiming. Y'all claiming all the school books are lying to us, NASA's lying to us, the Russians are lying to us, the Germans are lying to us, the Chinese are lying to us, the Japanese are lying to us. Everybody's lying to us according to y'all. So y'all the ones with the outrageous claims with the
I,
conspiracy. So can
hey,
you
Psycho,
prove that the Earth is
no,
flat?
yeah, I can, but look, the thing you got to think about it like this. You
Man,
got to kind of think. Hold on, you got to kind of think about it like this. When it comes to propaganda, that's gonna spread through each state, meaning each country, each world. Like when it comes to certain things, like it's propaganda, so they got that spread that everywhere. You feel me? So the globe is propaganda. Actually, the flat Earth was the original. You see what I'm saying? They came out with the globe later. You feel me?
When they understood the Earth a little bit better, right?
Now when they made, I think they made up the globe, bro. I think they made that up. I think it was some group had an idea that they want to do this, and they did that.
That's not how knowledge works. At one point in time, people thought, like I
no
said, gotta go
game,
back to the same thing.
no
At one point in
game.
time, people thought Thor and Zeus was creating lightning, right? It made a whole lot of sense to people back then, right? Now it sounds silly, right? Because we had gained knowledge of the world and how it works, right? This is what science is, right? The study of the natural world. And as science evolved, we started understanding the world a little bit better and things started making more sense. So it's no need to sit here and say that we are living on a flat plane and everything else when science has evolved since then. And we understand that we are totally not on a flat plane and it
My
doesn't.
See
screen's in the back.
that?
My
See
screen's in
that's
the
the thing
back.
right there. You
My
said the
screen's
word.
in the back. I'm not going to allow you to just talk at us like we're stupid.
Go ahead,
My
go ahead,
screen's in the
go ahead,
back.
go ahead,
I
go
need
ahead.
to.
I mean, I'm on the phone, but I don't know how to do all that. You know what I mean?
All you have to do is tell me what source you need, and I will pull up your source. But my source right here. This is Aristophanes of Cyrene, an ancient Greek polymath, mathematician, and geographer, poet, astronomer, and music theorist. I'm going to skip past all that to get right here. Is my screen sharing? I
No,
want you to get. All right. Well, when they share my screen, I want you to read this.
you gonna have to read it to me, bro, cause this screen small as shit.
All right, cool. I got you. Aristophanes is best known for being the first person known to calculate the Earth's circumference, which he did by using the extensive survey results he could access in his role at the library. His calculation was remarkably accurate. His error margin turned out to be less than 1%. He was the first to calculate Earth's axial tilt, which similarly proved to have remarkable accuracy. He created the first global projection of the world, incorporating parallels and meridians based on the available geographic knowledge of his era. So, can you give me a source
Okay,
comparable?
hold on.
Hold up,
Parallel.
hold up. I'm
No,
gonna
I'm
let you
asking you a
go.
question about
I'm
what
gonna
you
let
just
you
said.
go. No. I don't want you to try to deal with what I read. I need
You
a
said
source.
parallel to medians.
I need
What,
I need a source. I don't need you to try to tell me about a
I told you
parallel
I
or
can't.
meridian line.
I'm
I don't
asking
need
you
you
a
to
question
I don't
about
need you
what
to
you just
try to
read.
tell me about meridian lines or parallel lines.
No, you said that. I'm asking you, what do that mean
No,
on
I
a
don't need you
globe?
to try to answer. I need you to
What
listen to
does
what I'm
parallel
explaining.
mean on a globe?
I'm not answering any of your questions. I need a source.
That don't make sense.
I
Everything
need
you just said
I
didn't make sense, bro. Everything you just said did not make no sense.
I know it's above your pay grade, but
It
I
is.
need you to tell me a source that is comparable to this that explains the flat Earth.
All right. Well, longitude and latitude is dealing with a flat, something that's level.
No.
First of all, so we're not dealing with a ball. So when you said latitude, you got to deal with something that's straight. Anyway, period. You can't deal with a curve when you're dealing with latitude.
You sure about that?
First of all, a meridian.
You want to bet? You want to bet on
You
longitude?
can't deal with a curve. How you gonna deal with a curve when you're going in a straight line?
Latitude has to do with curve.
How?
I'm gonna let them explain it. I'm gonna let them explain it.
Come on, Sabio, it's me and you.
Nah,
You explain it.
I'm using sources because I'm
asking you a question about that source. I'm asking you a question. How can latitude deal with a ball?
I'm not a freestyle king, so I'm going to let GIS, geography, help us out.
Please do.
I'm going to be sharing my screen again.
I can
Your
tell
screen
you
ain't
how.
up, brother.
I can tell you how latitude deals with it. Just read the definition of latitude.
All right, look, we're gonna deal with we're gonna deal with the Webster dictionary, right? Hold on. Let me go get an old dictionary. I'm gonna go get an old dictionary.
Latitude, longitude, and coordinate systems. My screen's in the back. So if you look, you will clearly see globe shape.
Oh, okay. This you? Hold on, let me
and this is from GIS geography.
I don't know nothing about that. I'm fucking up, bro. I don't know what this shit is.
Yeah, I know you don't. Latitude lines run east, west, and are parallel to each other, but measure north. So if you go north, latitude values increase. Finally, latitude values, Y values range between negative 90 degrees and positive 90 degrees. But longitude line runs
X and Y is in the middle, right?
Measure east, west. They converge at the poles, and its x coordinates are between negative 180 degrees and the positive 180 degrees.
But X and Y is at zero.
Make up our geographic coordinate system. Listen,
bro. You're dealing with a graph. None of these graphs have curves. What are you talking about, bro?
Any location
on the X or Y axis, you don't have a curve.
Coordinates.
A coordinate to the X and Y coordinate.
Listen.
The latitude is X and Y.
Listen. The field of study that measures the shape and size of the Earth is called what? Geodesy.
You're gonna make me turn up, Sabio, in a minute, bro. That's what's gonna happen, bro. That will be what happens. Cause you ain't making no sense.
Use coordinate reference systems such as WGS 84, NAD 27, and NAD 83. In each coordinate system, geodesists use mathematics. I think you need to change your name to subtraction again.
What lines do we have for coordinates on the flat Earth?
It's the same, bro. Listen, man. They, you know what? When it's called propaganda. You know what I mean? So what they did was when they separate the time zones, they say it's 24 time zones.
Why y'all always reference time zones when somebody talking about location?
Because we're dealing with latitude, so you can still deal with time zones.
That don't have nothing to do with time zone, yo.
Yeah, it do.
Huh?
Time zones got something to do with latitude. So I'm explaining the time zones so I can get to my point.
This is what he thinks the Earth looks like, right, y'all?
So the further you go north,
right here.
So the further you go north, the further you go back in time.
So
Is that what
so
you're saying?
No.
do you think the
If you
globe?
dead reckon, if you just go straight from anywhere you at, you're gonna end up going south. It don't matter where you at.
This is
That
the
What?
globe
motherfucker
right here,
said
dog.
south.
This is longitude, latitude, and longitude in a grid. This is what the man thinks the Earth looks like.
No, the earth is a circle. The earth is a circle. That's what the
So
Most High
you,
said.
Most high?
There it
What?
is.
Yes, it's a circle.
I thought it was a
listen.
It's not
Everyone
a. I
think
know
the
you
earth
thought
is
it
a.
was a spirit. Yeah, you thought it was a spirit, but he said it was a circle, bro. You have to
No,
side with it. This is.
science
Hey, this is. Hey, listen, man.
using maths and physics,
Hey, Dev,
using
niggas
maths
act
and
like God
physics.
really actually talked to
Y'all
them
gotta.
himself.
Y'all gotta think about it. These scientists that
That
told
nigga
you
said
the
he
shit that you
said.
know, they came after what he said. Yeah, they came after
This
history.
is a beautiful thing, though.
That
What
motherfucker
is
said he said.
a scientist's work can be verified. A scientist's
No,
work
okay.
can be verified
So
by
what did they
anyone.
measure? What did they measure a globe with? What scientists measured the globe? And what did they
this is
use?
hard.
Yeah,
That has to be cracking that.
And I'm about to snap on y'all niggas in a minute, man, cause I told y'all, bro.
You gonna
Y'all
argue
not
with us over God?
over flat earth there.
No, you said most high. So whenever you say the word most high, that means forget everything that they're trying to explain to you scientifically. Right?
No, not necessarily. Cause see, science does exist. But see, I'm gonna tell you something about science. This shit that they telling y'all about a lot of shit really ain't real. For real, for real. But you gotta goddamn you gotta deal with your own personal self. Like everybody like all of us is all different, right? Like some people can't eat peanut butter. Some people can't eat jelly. Like it's just like that. Everybody is different. So we
All
supposed to
right,
use each
this
other.
is
We supposed to use each other to bounce off of. We ain't supposed to use
niggas say
what the main or what
eating
scientists say,
butter
nigga.
bro.
You
They
just
need
ranting.
all
You
the
just
information
ranting.
for
I
you to
eat
follow
peanut
them.
butter and jelly.
Some
Man.
You
people
just
don't.
ranting. You just ranting because you're off work. You finish work and you just want to rant before you catch a cold beer.
Y'all just want to jump me. But go ahead. But y'all can't win. Because I'm swinging every time.
How do you have an equator on a flat earth?
It's a circle. It's a flat circle. So the equator is in the middle. And then you had
Die. Shit. Oh shit.
the equator is actually they call it what, the prime meridian or some shit like that. It's really it's really got to do
The
with zodiac, man.
equator,
Oh
the
yeah.
equator is not the prime meridian. You just spitting
Yo,
out
I
I
words.
mean,
Like I said,
I said
catch
that's
a
what they
cold beer.
call
Catch a
they
cold
I
call
beer
it
didn't
and
the
know
drink it.
prime
what
meridian.
he was talking about. I just showing him the prime meridian and all that. If my screen was showing, I don't know if it was or not,
The
but I had
prime
all of that on
meridian
the screen.
is a complete different set of line from what he's
Close
talking
your
It's,
about.
office.
a prime meridian goes around a fucking ball, like the Earth, and a prime meridian is like
Say that again. Say that again.
the arm of
A
the
fucking
ball,
ball like the earth. Say that
right?
one more time. A fucking
Yeah,
ball like the earth. A
the
fucking ball
equator is
like the earth.
the equator is not that. That's not what the equator is.
Every time he says the word
They trick you
circumference,
up. They get
circle,
to whatever. I
prime
just remember the
meridian,
prime meridian. That shit is not
He's
real, bro.
just
latitude,
spitting out
longitude,
words. It's
he
Prime,
like
That
talking
shit
about
ain't real.
you don't even know what the prime meridian is.
he doesn't
It's the
know.
equator. That's what they tell you the
It's
equator
not the
is.
equator.
Not the
It's
equator.
not the equator. It's not even
Brother,
Out
a
of
you're
here,
trying to say
man.
latitude.
you're trying to say
Y'all can go
It's
radius.
back to
not a
school
line
at
of
this point.
latitude.
The
It's
Hey, in
completely
the
prime
chat,
different.
meridian
ask the
runs.
chat what the prime meridian is.
No, you don't know what the prime meridian is. Clearly,
It's the equator,
no,
right?
it's
you
not.
want to bet?
No, we keep
You
telling
want
you
to
no,
bet?
and you keep saying
Betty
it
bet,
is.
I know
Betty
it ain't
bet,
the equator. I
Betty
know it ain't the
bet
equator,
$20
but
Right?
that's what
Well,
they
why
tell
you
you.
keep saying that?
right now.
Because that's what
If
they
you
tell
have
you
any
in the book.
sense,
Just
That's not
put
what they tell
$20.
you in the
I
book.
no,
Show me the
don't care
book that
what
no
tell you
book,
that.
nobody
You will never find a book that calls the equator the prime meridian. They are two opposite lines, two
Right.
opposite
The
imaginary
equator
lines.
goes from east to west. The prime meridian goes north and south.
The prime
Oh,
meridian,
oh,
the
oh,
lines
I
of
got it fucked up.
longitude.
You're right. You're right. You're right. I had it fucked up. You right. I apologize, y'all.
So just
Damn,
stop
you right.
spitting out words.
Yeah,
That's the
you
only thing
right.
you had fucked up.
But what I was explaining is they talking about the prime meridian is like half of a ball. It's a ball, but that shit is not real, bro. Like we're not on a fucking ball, y'all.
What lines do you use to measure time and coordinates on your flat surface?
X and Y. So you got longitude, latitude, right?
That longitude and latitude is used on a globe.
It's you no
On,
because
it's used on a
they
globe.
tricked you. So how many
Both,
time zones do we have? How many time zones do we have?
listen.
That's why I keep talking about time zones
You're
because y'all
asking
don't
all dumb
understand
questions.
latitude. Y'all don't understand positioning. Y'all understand that? Y'all not understanding that. Y'all spitting out words at this point. Yeah, I fucked up, but y'all fucking up too because look, there are 32 time zones. They tell you it's only 24. If there was a perfect circle, yeah, you could make 24, but why do we have 32? You see what I'm saying?
Time
And it's
zone, time zone is completely arbitrary, especially in this
so
discussion.
how do you
There,
get longitude, latitude? How can you locate
time
yourself?
zone is
Once
listen, listen, listen.
you got down to
A,
24
a,
hours,
a, a
how do you
country, a
mark
country,
yourself?
a country
Arizona
can
don't even
determine its
Arizona
own
don't
time
even
zone.
use time zones.
It's an
A
X, Y,
Arizona
it's
country,
an X,
don't
Y,
use
a
X, yo.
country can determine its own time zone. A landmass, a country as large as China, only use one time zone.
And it's made
While
up.
other
And you
countries,
saying it right
yes,
now.
it is.
That's
So
just
why are
made
you
up.
talking about time zone?
It's
Time zone
not
is it's not necessary
because
in this conversation because it holds no
all right,
weight.
you're right. You could be right about that because, but time zones is relevant because time zones are real. Because if you're somewhere and you need to find a motherfucker, you could go off a straight. Like if I if I'm straight, if you say you straight ahead,
You
you
lost
know what I mean.
all the
If
time.
you're at 12 o'clock, I can go 12 o'clock the
You
whole
lost
time and get to you.
all the time, y'all.
You know
He
what I
get
mean?
lost going home. He gotta use GPS to get home.
See, no, now you going. I know you ain't finna bring it to GPS. Don't. I know you
Man,
ain't gonna bring
please
it to
use
that.
GPS to get home. You too stupid to remember your home address.
I know you ain't finna
Listen,
bring it to GPS and shit, bro.
there is too much science, too much proven facts using
It's too many
science, maths,
lies,
and
bro.
physics
Cause look, the
to
thing is,
prove
look,
the
I'm gonna tell you.
shape of
Let
the
me ask you this.
globe.
Hold on. Let me ask you this: is a square and a shape the same dimensions? I mean, a square and a circle the same dimensions.
What?
A square and a circle. They have 360 degree dimensions, right? But they two different shapes. And this how they tricked y'all. With
Is the
shape,
circle
they
if the
tricked you, bro.
circle is if the
They tricked
circle
you,
is
brother.
a 2D
You got tricked.
circle, like you use your pencil, like you use your crayons to draw a circle on a piece of paper, that is a circle. However, a spherical object like a basketball, it's still considered a circle. The difference is one is what,
No.
can you be quiet for a second? One
Yeah,
is a two-dimensional circle. The other is a three-dimensional circle. A three-dimensional circle you could actually hold in your hand as a sphere. We call it basketball, soccer ball, globe. You know, the two-dimensional circle is the one you draw with your crayons before you start to draw stick hands and stick legs.
Wow. This man said, I know you didn't bring up GPS. I'm scared
hey,
of
hey,
of the
hold on,
thing
hold
that
on
they're
real quick. Let me
using
go in the
to
house.
talk
I
to
gotta go in
all
the
the
house.
people
Hold
across
on,
the
let me
globe
hold
at
on, let
this
me go.
point. They're using a GPS, global positioning satellite, to have this communication with us. Again, don't play stupid games unless you're really stupid. Now, if you're really stupid, then I understand.
Hey, can y'all hear me?
Unfortunately.
All right, hold on. Let me get out the car. Hey, hold on. I'm going in the house real quick, man. Hold on. Give me about 2 minutes.
2 minutes? Oh, he got to smoke his stogie.
You left the phone in the car?
I guess. I don't know. You know,
So flat earthers pretty much think that we live on a two-dimensional projection of the same globe that you're looking at. The same globe that we can use science, that we can use math and physics to prove. Flat earthers thinking that we live on a two-dimensional version of that globe, because whenever you ask them for anything to do with math or physics or any empirical or data that you could use to verify what they're saying, they give you the same that we use to verify the globe. The only difference is on maps. Back then on maps, they used to stretch it out on to make it a 2D. Hence you get the Grecian map with the North Pole being circular on the outer edge. And you get like the flat Marcadian maps that we use, that sailors use, with North America and Africa and Europe on the other side, with showing only the northern hemisphere and southern hemisphere, with Alaska as a little chunk of ice at the bottom.
I think
Those
he had to
are,
make sure he wasn't changing
yeah,
time zones.
but all those are two-dimensional representation of the physical globe that we live on. And the map that goes along with all those maps are verified using the globe. The navigational coordinates, you use them on a globe, not on a flat earth, because we don't live on a flat two-dimensional surface. We just don't. So when I ask for the flat earth map or the flat earth maps or line of reference or coordinate, they reference back to meridian lines, another a global coordinate, equator, a global coordinate, longitude and latitude, global coordinates. They can't give you anything that says this is unique to the flat earth and we can prove how this system works. No, you're taking two-dimensional representation of what we already have and saying, hey, this is what we live on, which is completely stupid.
All right, look. A two-dimensional, like two-dimensional, three-dimensional. Hello?
Source.
I ain't got no sources, G.
Well,
What you talking about?
all this conjecture isn't getting us anywhere.
Where's your source? You ain't showing no source, nigga. What you talking about?
All right. So here go another one of my sources: latitude and longitude for the slow people.
Look, man. Look, you ain't gonna cut me off, bro. Let me say what I'm fucking saying, bro. Go ahead. Say a little piece, man. Say your piece, bro. God damn.
111 kilometers, 69 miles, varying because of the non-uniformity of Earth's curvature from 110,560.
What the fuck is Earth curvature? How was it measured, bro? How did they measure it? What tool did they use? What tool did they use?
Longitude is a measurement of location.
What tool?
Prime meridian at Greenwich, London, England. The specifically designated imaginary north-south line that passes through both geographic poles and Greenwich.
Round and round with your motherfucking ass. Listen, bro. Listen, Sabio, listen to me. Listen. What tool? Listen. They taught you all this shit in grade school or whatever. You went through 12 years and then you went to college or whatever you did. All them years you was just studying a globe the whole time. You never in your life even took the time out to say, damn, is the globe spinning? Or what tool did they use to measure it spinning? Or what? How?
That's three
How?
sources.
How?
That's three sources versus your stupidity. My three sources versus your stupidity is
All you gonna say is you went to college or some bullshit, bro.
three sources
Shit.
versus
Bro,
your
that's some
stupidity.
bullshit, bro.
My three sources that I've used is winning. 3 versus 0. You said you have no sources. So your stupidity isn't going to help you in
Well,
this conversation.
before we have the ability.
Hold on. I asked him a question and he never. So my stupidity.
I'm gonna answer it for you.
I asked him a question and he can't answer the question. So if he can't answer a stupid question, then he's stupid. Fuck you talking about?
All right. They use mathematics, like trigonometry, geometry.
What? What
Calculus.
instrument? What is the name
Mathematics
of
is a
it?
tool. Mathematics is a tool. They use math to measure. And I'm talking before we have the ability to go outer space and actually look back at the earth and see the globe, the curvature and all. Before we could do that, they use mathematics to calculate the curvature, the circumference, and the size of the earth. Because the earth is so big, it's literally impossible for you to observe the earth while being on the earth. However, hold on. However, things that can't be observed can still be measured and calculated for using math. So even though we never see it, we know just using math. And when we were able to see it and have tools that surpass human capability, like laser, like other measuring tools, like satellite,
I don't mean to
spacecraft.
interject. I don't mean to interject, bro. Hold up, wait. You saying something that a human can't do. So if a human can't do it, then they can't do it either. What scientists did it?
You cannot see infrared, but human make instrument, dummy. I said surpass human capability, meaning instrument are gonna make the observation for you. Are you that slow? I'm pretty sure you can't see. You can't see ultraviolet.
However, I ain't yelling on your show.
Instrument can see it. You can't see X-ray. You can't feel speed, but we got instrument to measure speed. Come on, man.
Listen, bro. Listen to me, y'all. I'm gonna say this shit. I'm gonna say it again, bro. Listen. Whatever, whoever measured the Earth globe, they have no name. It's not in no book. There's no instrument.
What's the size of the flat Earth?
Let me finish. I'll let y'all talk, bro. There's no instrument that shows the Earth spinning. There's no camera that ever viewed it. There's no photos. There's nothing showing or that's evident that we live on a globe. Period. Now, all evidence shows that the land is stationary and not spinning. All evidence show that the earth, I'm gonna say it again, like Umar Johnson. All evidence show that we're not spinning, we're not moving, and we're stationary. After that, the stars, the sun and the moon rotate above us.
Show us the evidence. You said all evidence. Show us
Go
one,
outside.
just
Go
one.
outside right now and look at the fucking moon and the stars and all that shit, nigga.
And,
Then you will
when
see
you do,
it.
you witness night and day. Not everyone live in a cave like you. Night and day is an expression of the fucking rotating
I'm
globe.
gonna go
You
outside. I'm
dumb
gonna go
piece of.
outside and show you. I'm gonna show you now, nigga. Fuck you talking about, nigga. I turn the camera around, nigga. Look at the fucking sky. Right now it's just the clouds, but watch, they gonna move. If I stand here long enough, you gonna see them move, bro.
The clouds gonna move.
When
Yeah,
the
it's
clouds
so.
gonna move,
Oh,
the clouds gonna move. The fucking sun gonna move. The stars gonna move, nigga. It's gonna get dark. All that shit, nigga. Fuck you talking
and
about?
the
That's
only
just
thing that
moving.
doesn't move is the earth. The only thing that doesn't move is your flat earth.
And you're right, and you're right, and you're correct. Thank you.
Okay,
Thank you. I
okay.
appreciate.
But
I
science
appreciate
proved that
that.
we do not live on a static
Scientists
stationary earth.
fucks that lied to you. And if you
Whoever
believe
fuck up your brain,
them, go to sleep
whoever
with them
fuck up your
and stay
brain
sleep. Stay
at
sleep with
giving you
them.
the Darwin
Stay in
Award.
bed with them, bro.
It's hard trying to argue back with you. I know you don't understand anything I'm saying. So
No, when I went to school for 12 years for that shit, bro, I already know all that shit. I know all that shit that they said. I know it all. I done just forgot it now because I done forgot a lot of it because a lot of it don't make no fucking sense.
yet
Sound like you
still
got all of it.
you're
Look,
using the internet.
I'm gonna kill y'all with another topic. I'm gonna bring some more shit to y'all. I ain't gonna see we on flat earth. So I'm gonna stay on flat. I can bring more shit to y'all that still did with flat earth, but I can bring some more shit to y'all. Y'all be like, oh, this nigga really tripping. But I ain't gonna do that because y'all ain't ready. You know how I know a lot of niggas know about 5%. You know how I say you gotta feed a nigga baby food, man. Because you feed them you can't feed a baby a whole steak, nigga. You know what I mean? Y'all be lost, nigga, if I tell y'all some other shit. Y'all really be like, this nigga is fucking busted.
I know kindergarten that's smarter than you. Preschooler that are way smarter than you.
Yeah, I mean, anybody can regurgitate and memorize a lot of shit that they was taught since they was in the first fucking grade. Or kindergarten.
No, they have the sense of logic and reasoning that surpass you by 1,000.
Okay, yeah, because you memorize some information that somebody told you. Now, if I could tell that same little kid all the information I know, he ain't gonna know none of that bullshit that the school teaching.
So
And that's
let
the
me get
beautiful thing about
what
science, because
what is
when you actually can practice it yourself, you can prove or disprove the bullshit that people tells you.
bro? It's
But if the
2025,
only
bro.
thing you rely on is belief and conspiracy theory, you're doomed.
Nah, actually, you know, the globe was the first conspiracy theory. It was a conspiracy theory. Like first, like don't y'all know the flat Earth was first, and then they start coming with all that. Y'all don't
That's
know all
right.
this shit.
Baby,
All
yo
the
brought
people
up
they
yo
killed.
nigga.
Yeah, all them folks they killed. Aristocracy, them people probably weren't even real people. Columbus, all them people weren't probably, all that shit probably ain't even real people, bro. Y'all come on, man. Come on, man. I ain't even got to tell y'all about it, too, but I'm gonna stay off it. Y'all got it, man.
I know science ain't real, history ain't real, and the only proof we have is our feeling. If we feel it good and it feels like it's real, then we accept it. Pause. If it doesn't feel good, pause. We don't accept it. It's all about how you feel and what you want to believe.
Hey, I heard that people wasn't in the United States before Columbus. Like it's like this shit crazy. All them stories, bro. When you get down to the root of what's really going on, bro, the foundation of the earth, like when you was born, you got born out of your mama or something like that, right? Most likely. You came to the earth. Thank you. Right, but You came to the earth. You here right now. Now you 40, 50 years old. Now you trying to be a leader or some kind of thing or something. But the point is this: when you was a little baby, you ain't know nothing, bro. All whatever you got going on with you right now is fucked
Some
up.
of us are adults and don't know nothing still, it seems.
Thank you.
What the hell was
You
that?
ever pass when
You
you're a
fucked,
baby,
everybody fucked
you're
up right
clean. When you're a
now.
baby, your mind is a clean slate, ready to learn and adapt, ready for growth. When you reach your age, at your age, and you're talking all that nonsense, refuse to learn, refuse to grow.
Hey, y'all know anything about 5%? What's number 5? 5 is refine. You have refine. Oh, y'all know anything about Christianity? You gotta repent. You know what I mean? You know about anything about Muslim? You gotta, do your shahada, man. You gotta go do your thing, bro. Like, so
Are
look,
you are you
What'll happen if we don't?
you ain't righteous no more. Like, it's like you don't fuck, but that ain't real life. That's not real life, Lord. What I'm telling y'all is, you are you. You are your only self. That's why 1 times 1 is 1. Because you are your only self. There's nothing like you.
Subtraction. Are you the dumbest nigga in the world on purpose?
Man, who the fuck is this, bro?
It's a subtraction.
He come from Sanchez channel.
That's why.
That explains everything.
That's why 1 times 1 can't be 2 because the 1 is already just an individual. It's a self. It's something. So you can't get 2 of one thing.
Psycho, you
Out
was
of
quick with this.
How stupid can you get on a Friday night?
a nigga said some shit like this: man, woman, and child. Like a man and a woman create 3. So that's kind of, you know what I'm saying, some different shit. But like, look, what I'm saying is this, y'all.
Mathematics. Where you live again? You from Georgia, right? Or are you from Mississippi?
Now I live in Georgia.
Where you from though?
I'm from Virginia.
Oh, you from Virginia? Virginia, West Virginia or Virginia?
Virginia.
They got a pretty good school district out there. What happened to you?
That's why I learned everything, y'all.
Yeah, he forgot everything he learned.
He didn't learn anything. That nigga was too busy.
I learned a lot. I don't know why you asked me that, but yeah, I learned a lot over there. Oh, I look. The point is this, bro. Look, this is what I'm trying to tell y'all, and I'm trying to tell whoever on the chat, whoever on the thing, right, like that, right here, right. Like I'm chilling right now, like so. I probably don't ever say all the right things, so I probably mess up, and I'm gonna apologize right now for it. So I'm not all the way correct with everything I do. You know what I mean? I still drink, I still smoke, so that's already a negative to myself. You know what I'm saying? But what I'm saying is this: everybody got their own thing they going through, but when it comes to a whole conspiracy, the educational system is a conspiracy, bro. That's propaganda. Y'all got to look at it and y'all got to sit back and say, look, bro, a lot of that shit they was teaching won't right, and especially globe Earth. The Earth is basically you're standing on it. It's not moving. When you look up, the clouds move, the sun move across the sky. You know what I mean? So like it's really self-explanatory of how we need to live. But they taught us 12 years of our life some other bullshit, which made all our inner selves change. So now we done changed really inner. Now our inner is outer. So we didn't. It's like that, bro. Yeah, I'm telling you, bro. I can't really explain it for real. But damn, say projecting, you're really projecting all that shit that you was taught. Like, but if you was It was to keep what you know on inside, like inside you. You really do know that the earth is flat, but you can't really project that because it ain't what you was taught.
Oh yeah.
So, and you so
Somebody
wrong.
say.
So it's like 85%. So if y'all ever deal with 5%, like it's 85% the dumb, deaf, and blind type shit. Then these folks
You
are
the
just
you the 100%
then
of the
you'll be
dumb
that
deaf and
You
blind.
just learned about that. You just
you
learned
know
about that.
you know what I'm saying?
Nah, I don't know. I don't have a motherfucking clue what you talking about. Man.
It is what it is, bro. I fuck with everybody though, man. I love Savio. I love Dev. I love everybody that
No,
don't fuck
you
with me
don't.
because
No, you don't.
your haters
No,
is the
you
one that
don't,
put you up.
David.
You know what I mean? I
I
love
don't
y'all
even
for
know
hating
your
on me,
real
bro.
name.
Hate me.
Your name is Subtraction, nigga. I
I
don't know you.
love the haters. Look, he know my name, Matt, but he called me Subtraction.
Your name is
That's
Subtraction.
crazy. You was a hater, man. But I love that. You know what I mean? And on real shit, like I said, the last show, I said, look, man, if we ever met Sabio on some real shit, I still give you respect, man. If you disrespect me, you know what gotta happen, but you know what I mean? But
You wanted to
it's
put
all
yourself a
respect, love,
homeboy.
and no hate.
A homeboy. You one of the dumbest
Yeah.
niggas I know.
And you won't say that in my face, and I'm gonna say, ha ha ha, ha, you funny, Sabio. As long as you keep it respectful, we keep it like that. You know what I mean?
I'm gonna tell him straight out, like, nah, don't get into no serious conversation with him.
But if you got there any kind of other way, nigga, we got there blaze your ass, nigga. You understand that? I ain't gonna hold you.
You ain't gonna do
And the thing is this. The thing is this. I don't like that. I don't promote that. You know what I'm saying? But I don't play with nobody.
Why you
And
bringing up
I
shit
don't
that you
put
ain't
nothing
gonna never
past
do,
nobody.
bro?
So I'm just letting you know if I like. I don't put nothing past nobody, so I don't
You
know.
ain't gonna do shit.
Listen, man. I mean, we just having fun on Friday night. What you talking about is on some, I don't know, ain't no description for it, you know. You can go to another platform and do all that. But you ain't gonna do a motherfucking thing to nobody. You ain't gonna do shit. But keep coming back to this platform and sounding dumb. That's the only thing you about to do.
You put him in the back.
Yeah, I put him in the back.
Something going. I think he got developmental issues. I don't know why y'all going back and forth with him.
You think?
It's clearly he got this. It's clearly he has developmental issues. Yeah, some people is they don't even make it no sense to waste your time going back and forth with him. He's going to keep the same position as some of these people. Something is wrong with them. Y'all think that they regular normal people, like y'all. You know,
Nah,
they was
they
some of
got
these
low
people in here was probably in special ed.
they got low self esteem,
Yeah, they
Marlon.
got low self esteem. Yeah, that too. They got low self esteem, but I think a lot of them got developmental issues too, man. And y'all gotta stop doing that because then everybody gonna be looking at us like bullies and shit. You know, it's quite clear. It's quite clear that he probably had some developmental issues.
The man said, "Remember rise." What? Remember rise? Can somebody tell me when remember rise became a word?
You was one of the few people that was actually listening to him.
That's your secondary storage memory. Rememberize. That's after you memorize and then you remember, then you rememberize.
Then you
Don't
remember
tell me
rise?
that's bullshit.
Yo,
Marley
504.
the
When I
Gov.
heard him say remember rise, I was like, what the hell did this man say? Remember rise? Nah, this nigga stupid.
Yeah, when I heard him say it, I thought I was tripping.
Hey, yo, Marley, what up?
Oh, it's
I
good. It's
didn't
good.
make up a word on the fly.
You on the plane, Miley?
Yeah, I'm on the plane. Yeah.
Marley flying out today.
Yeah.
The plane's still on the ground.
Nah, it's not on the ground. I'm in the air.
You going to Heathrow?
Yeah, I'm going to the Heathrow. Yeah.
I got a live camera at Heathrow.
You got a live camera?
Yeah, on the southwest runway. One ray 283 Romeo. 283R.
Who asked that, GA? Somebody asked, how do you know your mama is your mama? Nah. Don't tell me he asked that question.
Yeah, that's a pseudo conspiracy.
He
Your
did?
mama ain't your mama.
For real? Oh, nah. I'm mad I left. I missed out when I stepped out.
How the hell you question if your mom is your mom?
Wow. The stork brought my ass here, GQ. You stupid. Oh, shit. Dropped me off on the doorstep. The stork knew exactly where to take me. It wasn't no random doorstep. The stork was programmed to drop me off. This shit crazy. Two storks. It's a two-store delivery system if it's twins, GA. Two times zero equal one. Oh shit. Y'all hella crazy in the chat. Man.
This meditation commercial break, man. If you're gonna wait a minute, man.
People tired of your bullshit.
Oh shit.
Your mic don't never be quiet unless you walk away from it. And you ain't trying to hear nothing nobody say that makes any educational or academic sense. You repeat more stuff than what you was taught as a child. Sound like.
See, because there's other YouTube channel that will entertain these people for hours and be agreeing with them, bouncing other pseudo information off what they're saying, and 90% of the time, they're not even agreeing with each other, but they kind of validate each other. Once you're going against science, you're going against math, you're going against what they want to call the system. You know, it could
Kind
be
of
one
like the
belief.
French. Yeah,
Yeah,
like the French in the American Revolutionary War, which I brought up earlier. They weren't really siding with the colonials and the Continental Army. They were just happy that somebody was going against the British.
that's exactly what happened with the Sudan. That's exactly what happened. That's why you find the Moors who talking something completely different from, say, a Abo or a Hebrew Israelite, but they
Yeah.
will come together to go against known history, you know. And once you're going against known history, then that's cool. So people like him, Matt, Gover, and Sanchez, or wherever they come from, and they will be on for 8 hours validating each other BS.
A lot of the time, that's what's going on. They validating each other. You know what I'm saying? And they're getting
Yeah,
validated. So it's like for them, they see it when somebody get validated, they see it as that's true. You know, or they think that that's like, you know what I'm saying, because they're getting validated.
And you know what,
You
Marley?
gotta.
I had to say something in the back chat to somebody. I had to tell them I studied to learn, not to confirm my biases. That's the difference between me and a lot of the people that challenge me. I'm not studying to confirm my biases or my preconceived notions and beliefs. I'm
yeah.
studying to
Mar-
learn. So I have to challenge and see things from the opposite angle also.
Marley, you got a window seat?
Nah, I ain't got a window seat because I was about to show y'all the Earth. I mean, hold on, let me see something.
I know, right? As you as he was on when we was talking about flat Earth, right?
Yeah, no, but the dude is sitting next to me, so I ain't want to be
Yeah, don't
rude
worry
in the
about it,
way.
man. We good. Nah, don't.
Hold on, hold on,
Like
hold
if
on.
he get
Let
up
me
to go,
see.
yeah, if he get up to go to the bathroom or something, because I was thinking about the time. I mean, it's unless it's cloudy, you should be able to. Yeah, like that. Yeah,
Now show me,
you right behind the wing. Yeah,
show me a flatness. Show me the flatness.
So I told you, I said,
yeah. It's
don't
dark on
argue
his
with him.
side.
I said, asleep,
Yeah, it's
asleep.
dark on his side. Yeah, yeah. He going across the Atlantic Ocean, Brandon.
Yeah,
I
it's
was
gonna
trying.
get dark. He's actually going into the night. He's
Yeah,
going
this is
east.
weird, son.
No, actually, he's going ahead of time.
Yeah, which means it's gonna be
Gonna be 6
darker.
hours, 6 hours ahead.
Yeah.
So it's gonna be like no, it's like what, 8, 9. It's gonna be like 3, 4 a.m. when you reach over there.
Yeah, the runway where I got the camera at, they change it at they use it for landings all the way up until 11 o'clock, and then after 11 o'clock they switch it to takeoffs only because there's so much traffic.
We not tired, Dorsey. Trust, we are not tired. We tired of the flat earth.
You know,
That
it's
isn't
an
even worth the top.
entertainment.
That's not even a topic worth discussing.
It's an entertainment factor of YouTube. People people do not like dead air. They want to be entertained every minute. So we got to give them something.
But yeah, back to that race conversation that I was hinting at. Because on the peripherals of conversations when we get into um empire building, what's underneath that, and nation building, what's underneath that is peoples. And these peoples are building up what? Ideals about themselves, which some of them may have brought from other areas. But now that they've conquered a kingdom or an area that was supposed to be the ruling kingdom, now they're going to start looking at themselves as superior. So now they have to do what? Start classifying these people. Even though these people, the people that they start classifying already did what? Classified themselves or already had a way to identify themselves. Well, you're under this, if you're in this empire or you're ruled by this nation or this kingdom, then you have to abide by their rules of civilization. So now your shit has to do what? Fit into that. So if you weren't a barbarian in your civilization, you're now considered a barbarian in this civilization because of the hierarchical scale. So at the bottom would be what? The barbarians, the monstrous races, the dark-skinned peoples. And as you go up, it'll get lighter. So as they do what? Pass this information down or up. Cultures do what? Peoples do what? Reinterpret, rewrite the literature to fit the times. So when we get to the 16th, 17th centuries, what did they have to do? They had to reshape that literature so it could fit the times. So the codes, the black codes, the slave codes, dumb diverses, all those things will have elements of that tied into it because those elements were the foundation and the mindset of those people. Y'all got to remember these were the pamphlets, the books, the literature, the travel logs. The maps, all these things is what they were using. People that was traveling and reading and things like that. So this is what they were getting. So if this is how the world was shaped for them, then their ideals and their terminology will do what? Rule the day. And once that rules the day, it'll become standard. And once it's standard, it'll become passed down. So the next kingdom ruler, whatever empire, will have what? Something to build off of. History just followed this up. So the system that we have it could have been avoided. Who knows? Because history didn't ever show us that. Yeah, that shit crazy. The history of racism, race and racism from antiquity to now, that shit crazy. And if y'all notice, no Bible reference at all. Because I don't have to. I mean, it's part of it, but I don't have to use it. I can formulate an argument without it. But the argument is stronger when you use religion, because religion is what actually helped codify and solidify that superior ideology. So without that, those stances would not have took on the angle that they did. So it was the religions that solidified that ideology of superiority, and everyone else underneath them being Gentiles or Goyim. But yeah, I got so many papers on this. I can actually put together a presentation on it. It's just sometimes I don't be wanting to mess with my computer. It be tripping and shit. No one's scared to be challenged. Dorsey, let Dorsey join the panel, damn. No one's scared to be challenged. Trust me, no one's on this panel afraid of any pseudo that thinks they know what they talking about. Trust and believe that, dog.
Yeah,
As
let the
long as your
pseudos come with
microphone, go
let them
ahead.
come with what they got.
Right. As long as your mic, because they be telling me my mic is too loud, and sometimes I don't be knowing. But if your mic is too loud and they let you know, nobody's scared though, dog. But yeah, man. I don't know. And what I was trying to explain with the zygote, you did a good job, I mean, even though I got cut off in the middle of my explanation of a zygote and why the zygote is important. Because as you said, all mammals have zygotes.
Yeah.
That turns into blastocysts, things like that. But it's obvious they didn't take those types of classes. So these things will be foreign to them.
Well, they skip biology.
Yeah, they missed those basic classes. It's weird. Either they missed them or they just told, or they said that shit's not true. How that, and they can't explain to themselves how that works.
Yo,
what up, Q?
What it look like?
You know, catching bodies, Paul,
What's up
Slam.
with it?
What's good?
Make triggering pseudos like the trigger does.
Oh yeah, gotta stop messing up these people who got developmental issues.
Marley, we heading to Dubai?
Now I'm going to the UK.
Yeah, you on the plane now, Q?
Yeah, he on the run. He ain't trying to have ICE take him out.
Damn. Marty said I gotta go before Trump come get me.
I think a federal judge just blocked that alienation deportation order.
Chat, what's goody?
Can you pin the link from where you at?
Oh, yeah, give me some. I thought I did.
Your best friend was just on the panel, Q. Subtraction.
Subtraction.
Mathematics.
Oh,
And nobody knows subtraction, said he.
Nah, you don't know how to add or subtract.
Nope. That's why I said his name ain't can't be mathematics.
Boy, your ego.
Gotta at least know how to add.
Yeah, they food be horrible too in the UK, man.
But again, they ask us what's the solution, and we try to give them the solution, and they run from the solution. Have you opened at a school for adults, Q?
What you say?
Have you opened a Zayat school for adults, the night school, online school, or anything for them?
We're gonna have the adult literacy program covered starting in September.
That's what's up. Because we got a few candidates already lined up for you. They should be your first students for free. Somebody should donate for them to take the class or something. Shit.
There's gonna be at least one crashed out per day in adult class because they don't want to learn.
See Marley on his Brooklyn shit. That nigga said, "Yo, Keely, I hear all that hot shit. Yeah, it's cool. I already bought my flight for London, nigga. Fuck is you talking about? Brixton. I'm in Marley gonna be. I'm in Brixton, nigga. It's popping.
Yeah, I'm
Yo,
gonna be in, I'm
Keely.
gonna be in Brixton.
My nigga Marley from Brooklyn. Y'all niggas said this nigga from Brooklyn, son. Now, this ain't the Trinidadian side of Marley. This the Brooklyn side of Marley, the Crown Heights side. Like what? Nigga, I'll catch a flight right now, nigga. You stupid.
What's beef?
That's exactly where I'm gonna be at too. I'm gonna be in Brixton.
Marley on this what's beef shit.
Nah, Marley ain't coming.
Now, don't get chased by a bunch of motherfuckers with masks on.
Yeah, that'll be hella crazy.
Okay, you ain't gonna have like 100 niggas out there with masks on and knives and machetes at
Get
the
it.
airport. They'll be chasing Molly to the airport. Get a raise at least, Molly. You know what I'm saying?
Nah, I'm good. I'm good. I'm not worried. I'm not
My
worried.
son Molly already. Yeah, that's that. Yeah, my son already. Yeah, he said, "Q, you already know. I checked in already, boy.
Yeah, I'm
Yeah, I
not
already
worried.
got my niggas.
Yeah, yeah, I'm not. Yeah, I'm really not worried.
I got wild Brixtonites, bro. What you call Brixtonites? That sounds kind of
Yeah.
weird. Brixtonites. Sounds like a weird type of metal. Brixtonite. What was this made with? Brixtonite. Sound like a Lord of the Rings type of metal. Fertile. Go ye and findeth Brixtonite to maketh thy ringeth, bitches.
That's the ring that the pseudo looking for, the Brixtonite ring.
Yeah, the Brixtonite
I
ring.
give them superpowers. A dude earlier was talking about people have superpowers. They could when say he wants power to zap you, they could touch you and zap you. They spontaneously combust.
Depending on your meditation style, though.
Damn. Damn. You gotta meditate in the right style.
Facts.
You gotta cross your leg like a fish. I ain't gonna say pasta. Fish doesn't have legs.
Yeah, I was gonna say how that worked out.
Who that?
Go ahead,
Who that?
Dwight.
Yeah, I'm right here. I turned down
Oh
my mic. I
shit.
made sure I checked my mic first. It's on 17.
Oh, he a real. Oh, he a real person. I couldn't tell.
Oh shit.
Yeah, real
No, he
pseudo.
not.
Oh
He's
yeah,
a
nigga,
super
don't worry,
pseudo.
nigga. I'm just the way it is.
Had to make sure I wasn't sure you was a cray cray. You might
Oh,
be a
he
cray cray,
is.
but not a cray 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 cray.
Oh, he is. Atlantis is real.
But that's a normal cray cray. If he cray cray can
Nah.
show his face, he cool.
Okay.
You do
Atlantis
what?
is real.
Your elders.
And we come
Is
from
that
and we are monkeys. Evolution's fate.
dude look
What?
like he's 70?
Okay, so is the subject is something? Can we talk about Elon Musk or the Afrikaners that came into America?
Let's get it.
See,
Let's get it, man.
Africans came to America before
Yeah.
Columbus and the slave trade.
No, no,
We were
no, no,
already
no.
here. We walked
About
across the
Elon Musk is
Pacific
Afrikaners
Ocean.
over here.
My ass just
Hey, kid.
oh shit, come on, boy. Shit.
So
I think he's talking about how Trump let those white South African in the country.
is that what he's talking about?
Must be.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Recent events.
Oh, when Trump let them white South Africans in the country.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
Okay. What's the problem with that?
Okay, you want my opinion? My opinion is that Elon Musk are bringing them people who are racial fanatics, okay? So they believe in purity of the Aryan race, right? Okay, you following me? He brought these people here to Texas and to Florida in order because it's a cult. And what he wants to do is train them people in order to move to Mars because he don't want no black people on Mars. He wanted racial purity. Nazis on Mars.
What the fuck?
Remember,
Nazis
the man
on
said he
Mars.
wanted
Yo, hey,
the,
chat. The man just said Nazis on Mars.
that is what that man
And
is trying to establish. He is trying to
well,
establish just take him and the pure breed Aryans and go to Mars. And he knows that we will not be able to follow them there, nor will we want to.
Whoa. Whoa.
so
Whoa.
what if they take them and the pure breed Aryan and go to say Afghanistan? They think we're gonna follow them there?
No, what I'm saying is they're making sure they can be isolated from everybody else in the world. Because
So they can already do that here on Earth though. It's not like they can't do it here.
no, they
If
can't do
that's
it
what they
here
want to
because
do,
yeah, but they can't do it because of the United Nations.
Man,
so the
shit is
United
crazy.
Nation is not a part of this Aryan brotherhood that you talk about.
Well, you got to understand, brother. I was with the group that protested against apartheid in the 80s. You understand what I'm saying? Because people were saying, well, you're not going to make that regime change. And we were like, yes, we can. External pressure would do that. Just like Musk is learning the hard way. When you piss people off, they're not going to buy your product no more. Now, we ain't stopped buying rocket ships, but we sure damn stopped buying cars.
Sabio, do you want to entertain this? Cause I don't have the energy for it.
Yo, racist Nazis on Mars is different, yo. What? So I'm trying to figure out what are the racist Nazis on Mars going? Who are they going to be racist to on Mars?
They are not going to be racist. They're going to be pure upon themselves. They're isolating themselves from this world. Now, if you look at what Elon Musk is put his money into, the technologies, solar panels, AI. You understand what I'm saying?
I think
Computer
you're
chips,
AI.
brain. Okay, electronic trucks, electronic cars, rocket ships that go off methane gas rather than oxygen and hydrogen like the weather. Because if you go ahead and you go somewhere else and you carry some pigs, you will have methane.
What the fuck?
What does his ship propel?
Shit, I think I want to go. I think I want to go with them to Mars too. Shit, let me see if I can help. Shit, this shit crazy. I think I want to do
Hold
y'all
on,
crazy ass shit.
Sabio. What he's saying is that Elon Musk is planning to power his rocket using pig shit.
I know. That's why I said, what the hell?
Methane gas comes from where? Methane gas come out your ass and your shit.
That's crazy.
Now, if a man is going to
boy,
resources, when
This
you
is
go with the
this
basic
is
things you take
prison
with
knowledge
you,
mixed up with 5% knowledge, gone mixed up with
hey,
Bible
y'all can laugh
knowledge,
at me.
gone
Y'all can laugh at me
wires.
now, but 20 years from now, when that man get on that ship with his colonists, because he said
with
he
them
wants to
pigs, eh? How much pigs you gonna bring? Like 200 pigs?
Judah,
I
this
don't
your
know,
boy.
because look,
Judah, this your boy.
the man
Remember,
told,
You-
the man
he a
so
Bible
the
is
man
this
thumper.
like
the man
is this
stole the
like the
idea of
new
jumping
Noah Ark? But the only
methane.
difference is the Ark is going to space and it's only bringing pigs to make methane gas.
No, remember what Madonna said last night about Jesus needed a spaceship to get to heaven. It's gonna be that spaceship just refurbished by Elon Musk and his crew, and it's gonna be powered by pig farts. So it's
Pretty
gonna have
much.
Jesus on it.
Look at the people he bringing on board. People who gonna work them pig farms, them agricultural farms, but they're gonna be so slave to the idea of racial purity that they're gonna, because it's a cult. CULT. Cults don't care what the other parts of the world think. They do what they gonna do.
So Jesus is gonna be the captain of the mothership.
Man, Elon Musk is not Jesus. Please now. I didn't say none of that. You see, y'all trying to put words in people's mouth. I said Elon Musk is going to Mars with his colonists,
Yeah,
and
that's
they
where
are going
Jesus
to.
is. Jesus took a spaceship to Mars last night, according to Madonna. The
Well, I
spaceship
ain't
picked
Madonna.
him up.
How you gonna put man? How you gonna put that man's ideas in my mouth? I didn't
I'm
say
just,
that.
I'm just freestyling with you, just adding layers to the story. Shit, if you
But
can
what
make
I'm
believe,
saying
I
is,
can make believe. How come I can't make believe with you?
come on, make believe. I don't care. But
All right,
mine
so
is
that's what
based
I'm doing.
on
I'm make
fact.
believing.
But I'm basing
Nasty.
mine on facts. You trying to ridicule me.
You
But
not
what I'm
basing
saying
this on
is,
no
if,
fact.
if yes, I am, because understand is, does Elon Musk build solar batteries?
A lot of
Yes or
people
no?
build solar
You're
batteries.
not
So that
basing
means
it on no
everybody who
fact.
builds solar batteries are attempting to go to
He,
some planet.
he also builds solar panels. Does he not?
There's
Does
other
he not?
people that build solar panels also. So they're also trying to
But
go
he
to
does.
other planets
Do they
also.
build spaceships? Do they
Some of
build
them do.
satellite things? Do they
Some
do
of them
anything that
do.
goes up?
Some of them do. Not all of them,
Okay,
but some of them
and
are
how many?
invested in satellite spaceship construction.
Keep going. Keep going.
So
Okay, what about the brain? The
are they
chips
all
for the brain?
trying to go to different planets, or are they all going to colonize Mars because they're all European or Eurasian or something like that?
All the European billionaires are headed there. The Chinese have already beaten the United States and the rest of the countries as far as the space race. The Chinese gonna go ahead and be on the moon.
So shouldn't
And
that be a good thing though? Because they're going to Mars and they're leaving the Earth to us. So we're gonna at least be by ourselves for once. Isn't that a great thing?
yes, and that's what I'm trying to get y'all to understand. When that man take off with them, man, white folks gonna start the exodus, bro. Those that can, those who
Do you
can't
understand
move.
that? Do you understand that it's still a conspiracy in your head, and there's no facts to what you're saying?
Okay, bro, let me go back to you this way then. See, you guys are ridiculing me now in the present, but you are not looking at the future. And maybe that's what the fallacy of the black man, we cannot look at long-term plans. We can only look in the short term. See, that man got a long-term vision. That man got a goal. He has set it, just like Donald Trump said his goal, and he accomplished that. And everybody laughed at that man when Donald Trump said, I'm going to be president, including Obama. But guess what? He wound up doing it twice. And with the aids of black people, because he sat out on the election and said, we ain't doing it.
Oh shit! There go another lie.
I know a lot of people who set goals and accomplish them. That's not unique to Elon nor Donald Trump.
But what is Elon Musk's goal? What is his vision?
Why are you so obsessed about Elon Musk's goal? How is he affecting your life?
Because I know when they go ahead and leave this earth, they are going to devastate this planet with nuclear fire. That is what
How
they
do you know
do.
that? How do you know that? Can you show us the evidence?
I can show you where the technology that Elon Musk is developing. And did you know that South Africa has a nuclear bomb?
Show us the evidence that Elon Musk and Donald Trump is going to Mars and they're going to destroy
No,
the Earth.
Donald Trump is just a patsy. See, Donald Trump wouldn't be able to stand
Show
up to
us the
the so
evidence. Show us the evidence that Elon Musk plan or Elon Musk's goal, as you say, Elon Musk's goal, and that is to go to Mars, start a colony, and destroy the Earth. Show us the evidence because you claim to know. You could simply say you believe.
brother, he doing it now. Why you think he
lot
dismantling the federal listen to me. He is dismantling the federal government because the federal
Y'all know he's a subscriber to the Sci-Fi Network, right? I know you're a subscriber to the Sci-Fi Network.
Nah, I can't afford it.
Well, you watch Sci-Fi a lot.
Nah, I listen to sci-fi a lot, and I get ideas. And then because I listen to the
I knew
ideas,
something was going on with Sci-Fi. I was along the lines.
Well, what do you listen to? Where you get your information from?
Not from science fiction novels and movies and
So
stories
let me
and
ask you: when
tales.
does science fiction become? Check this out. When does science fiction become science fact?
What?
Because if
The
you was,
hell?
if I was talking, listen to me. If I was talking to you about cloning in 1950, you would be like, nigga, that shit don't exist. And then if I talk to you in the 1980s, you'd be like, nigga, that's just a theory. And now it's 2025 and they cloning. So I mean,
so that lets you know that science isn't a theory if they're cloning in 2025. So they're able to take cells of animals and make copies of that animal.
And that's what it's called a clone.
Cell.
It's a clone. They put a cell in a medium to give it nutrients.
So that's how you know science is real. Stop arguing against science with your made up beliefs.
But
So
when
pretty
a theory
much,
first started, when
pretty
a
much
theory
anything
first
you don't understand is dangerous. You create a conspiracy around it, and the system is using it to destroy us simply because you lack understanding.
so let me ask you something. So everything I presented, you guys can't just go ahead and put it together and see the bigger picture.
He
So
from
that's what you're telling
Mississippi.
me?
Put it together and see the bigger picture.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
put it together and I see the bigger picture that technology is improving, human beings are advancing in many ways. Uh, our understanding of the earth, our understanding of the universe, other planet in our solar system and beyond our solar system is getting more and more stronger with evidence because of our technology, because of the knowledge that we gain and shared as human beings, especially in the scientific realm.
Exactly.
That's
So
the
when we
bigger
make,
picture.
but
Nah, he
when we
from
make it, because
Mississippi.
not more than 10 years ago, they didn't think water existed on the moon. Come on now. 10
There
years
was
ago,
that
they said that there was no
the
water on the
prediction
moon.
that water exists in other planetary body has always been there. That has always been a
I'm not
prediction
saying
in
other,
astrophysics.
brother, I'm not saying
So
other planetary
saying they
bodies.
don't believe that water exists on the
I
moon
am saying
is
the moon.
completely false.
I am saying the moon. I ain't talking about other planetary bodies. I am saying the moon.
Whether the moon it would be considered a planetary body.
But I am giving a specific planetary body. See, y'all keep on want to talk in generalities. Then when a person tries to talk specifics, y'all want to pop back to generalities. I am talking about the moon and I am talking about Mars. I am not talking about any other planetary. I am talking about the planets that humans have access to with the modern day technology we have available today.
Well, I'm telling you that scientists has always leaned towards that water exists in other places other than Earth. Where they find it is up to how far their research and discovery into outer space goes. So if they find water on the moon, then guess what? They have instrument that was able to detect water on the moon. And they found water in many other places.
Right,
Not
but when
only water, ice.
they brought back the rock samples, they wasn't looking for that evidence. They had said that the rock samples didn't contain nothing. Then 40 years later, they re-examined the rock samples, and then they said, "Well, yeah, there was pockets of water inside the rocks itself." If you're not looking for something, then you're not going to make the discovery. You're not going to uncover what was hidden from you.
So
You
how
look
does
for it.
this correlate to Elon Musk's plan to colonize Mars and destroy the Earth?
Because he's going to leave us here and then he's going to start a cataclysm so that we can't follow. It'll take us thousands of years to come back to that type of technological level if there's a nuclear war going.
So he's gonna leave us here and he's gonna zap our mind. So everyone who remain forget all the math, all the chemistry, all the biology, all the geometry that they already known, all the science, math, and other academic knowledge that is
And
well
where
bestowed throughout the
is
environment, throughout
and where
throughout civilization. Are you
and
saying
what
when
is
Elon Musk goes to Mars, he's gonna zap our mind so we lose this knowledge and we can't get
Cataclysm.
civilization? So pretty much civilization is being held up by Elon Musk in one
let me
hand.
ask you something. Have you ever heard of an EMP device? An EMP,
This nigga
electrical
said an
impulse
EMP
device.
device.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
magnetic
again, what does that have to do
Device.
with your mind?
So
What does
if
that
I
have to do with your mind?
brother, listen to me first, and before you interrupt me, I let you talk. I don't get in your, but let me talk. Let me at least finish my sentence. If you put out an EMP blast that disrupts all electronic devices that are not shielded. We store our records and educational and everything on the electronics. That is why they're trying to get rid of the books, because we won't have a reference to go to.
Please put the pipe down.
Hey man, y'all can do whatever y'all want. Y'all can say whatever y'all want. I'm cool with it. But when it comes in your face, don't say somebody didn't tell y'all, didn't warn y'all.
Please.
Don't say nobody throw that idea out there, and then 20 years later you be like, damn, remember that crazy OG we was saying that was crazy?
Please.
Just like y'all said, Ray Rick was crazy when he said the FBI was giving out
No
guns and stuff.
more smoking dope for you, man. No more smoking.
Name me one thing necessary for life that if Elon Musk leave Earth today, we won't be able to regain this one thing that is necessary for life. Because without Elon Musk, we just can't do it. Name that one thing.
Sir, you made your argument based on knowledge. You did not say on being able to still sustain life on Earth. You said, how is he going to get in our brains and make us not unlearn all this stuff? And I said, everything, all this knowledge is stored now in electronics. And if they do an EMP blast, you will not, none of your computers, phones, or even your televisions will work after that EMP blast happens.
I understand. So what there are electrician and technician that can rebuild television, radios, computers from scratch. All the technology, all the instrument technology tools, weapons, and other things that we have, infrastructure. If Elon Musk should leave Earth today, we can rebuild all of them and continue to build them without Elon Musk.
Manufacturing capacity to make these things. We will have to go back to using tubes. We will have to use vacuum tubes all over again.
Vacuum tube.
We who? You?
No, I guess y'all. No, I'm just talking crazy, man. Forget what I said.
That nigga said
You are talking crazy.
No, y'all
Vacuum
Google. Y'all Google again. I'm talking to Google.
So
Okay?
in your fantasy story, Elon Musk is gonna leave Earth with all the white people, and he's only gonna leave black people on Earth.
Gonna leave with his cult members.
Okay, when he leave with his cult members, the Russians are still gonna be here, the Germans are still gonna be here, the Israeli, the Chinese, the Indians, the Africans, and the rest of us in America, in North, South, and Central America. We're still gonna be here, right?
So show me them Soviet rockets. So show me the Soviet rockets.
Let me ask you. It's not about showing you Soviet rocket. I'm asking you, when Elon Musk leave, are the Cuban doctors gonna stop practicing medicine?
Brother, no, but the Cuban doctors can't even practice medicine
When
outside.
Elon Musk leave, are the Japanese engineers gonna stop building computer?
Yes.
What?
Why would the Japanese when Elon Musk leave, are Chinese gonna stop building electronic vehicles?
Yes.
What?
Are Americans gonna stop building houses and roads?
Not houses and roads, but when you say electronics, what do you think an EMP device does, brother? And if he does more than one, say 12, 100, what's left? What's left of civilization? But to start right back to scratch. But to start right back to scratch.
Elon Musk got this grown ass man shivering in his boots.
Nigga, I'm not dribbling in my boots because understand that I am a
Elon Musk is going to take a coat of white people to Mars and launch an EMP and destroy civilization. You, sir, don't have a
Okay.
spine.
Okay. You the same niggas. You the same niggas that wouldn't
You
believe in
are
the atomic bomb.
scared.
You were the same niggas that wouldn't have
100
believed in the atomic
EMP.
bomb if we was in the 40s.
Boo.
Okay, so don't come to
Boo.
me with you calling me
Elon
scared and
Musk got
pissing
you
my pants and
scared.
all that. That's why y'all
The
be
white
disrespectful.
man has tamed you.
The white man ain't tame shit here, buddy. I
He
got
got
my
you
property. I
scared.
got 2 houses.
The white man got
I
you
got
thinking he a
400 acres of land.
boogeyman.
What you
He
got?
got you thinking he
What you got? I
powerful
use the
enough
knowledge that I
to
was
take
able to
a coat
accumulate.
of white people
What
to
you get?
Mars and then shoot back an EMP that'll destroy the Earth. The
Bro,
man
they
is
ain't
going
got
to
me.
leave a
Check
potential
this out,
planet
bro.
for a
If we got
habitable planet. He's going to leave a planet that is habitable and livable on with resources for a planet with nothing.
That's what the white man do. What you think he came to America for? What do you think when they went to Australia? It was
Leave
nothing
a
there, brother.
planet. When they came to America, they didn't leave. When they settled America, they didn't leave a planet. They left another country, another part
Is
of
a
the
ship,
globe
brother.
that they
That's why
already
they
had been
call them.
living on.
Look,
What the
that's
hell
why
is
they
wrong with
call them
your brain?
spaceships. You the same brothers don't think that a ship can cross the Atlantic Ocean. Y'all the same brothers that say that black people ain't smart enough to build a ship to go across the ocean. So how am I be able to
No
convey this
one
to you?
says that. Nobody
They
ever says
didn't
that. You never
have
hear anyone over here says black people
Nope.
ain't smart enough to build a ship to go across the ocean. What we said is West Africans did not come to the Americas before 1492. That's what we said. Before the
What
1400,
I asked for is ship
West
technology and
Africans did
weapons
not
before I said he said
Africans did not
14
come
countries.
to the Americas. Could they build ship? I'm pretty sure they could build ship if they knew about the America and had any interest of coming. I'm pretty sure they would have come.
We dealing with the present and the future. See, y'all going back to the past. Let's stick to the present and the future.
You're the one who brought that shit up.
Dude,
Because y'all
your future is a doomsday. Your future is a doomsday by a little feeble white man. Your future is
Elon
a
Musk,
doomsday
and
by a
Elon
little
Musk at the same
feeble
time
and
white man.
your
EMP
future is
is
being
100
dictated by a feeble ass
EMP.
old white man called Donald Trump. So don't come to me with that
No, no,
nonsense.
no, 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 no. No, I do
Don't
not
come to
live in
me with
America, so I'm not under the rulership of Trump. Sorry.
Oh, so you from somewhere else. Call out your
Yeah,
country
it's
then.
called
Where you
Earth. It's called planet Earth. It's called planet Earth.
call out your country. Since you say you ain't under the authority of Donald Trump, what country do you live in? Speak up, nigga.
How is that important?
What
How is
country
that
do you live
important to this conversation?
Because when somebody is telling me about what they only know in their country, you can't tell me what's going on in my country.
No, I'm telling you what's going on in the world of science and
I can tell you
academia.
where I'm in LA, California right now.
Good for you. Good for
91302.
you.
So my
And
whole thing is,
does that prove Elon Musk is gonna
are
go
you
to space
ashamed
and
of
take
where
over the
you
Earth?
come from? Are you ashamed of
And
where you
how does
live?
that prove?
Then why
Yes.
did you
How does
mention
that
it then?
prove Elon Musk is gonna take over the Earth, go to Mars and take over the Earth? How does that prove he's gonna zap the entire Earth with EMPs?
Because let me ask you something. Did they tell us about the plan about AIDS? Introducing it to Africa?
Oh,
huh?
shit. The
No
plan
one
of
introduced
AIDS.
AIDS to Africa. Show me the
Okay,
proof
so
of any. You know what? You're just jumping from. I don't. Stadio, he's a headache. He's just jumping from topics to topics. How does Elon? Where do you have the proof of Elon Musk going to Mars, taking over
But
the
see,
Earth?
that's what I'm saying. Why can't you tell us where you from? I don't want to know your
I'm
city. I don't want
from.
to know. I'm just
I'm
asking your
from
country of
North
origin.
America. I'm from Jamaica. I'm from Jamaica.
Earlier, he
Are
said
you
he from
living in
Mississippi,
Jamaica?
y'all.
Are you living in Jamaica? Are you living in Jamaica?
I'm living on planet Earth. Isn't that good enough?
Because if you live in America, you under the thumb of Donald Trump. So don't come to me with
I
your
do not
one.
live in America. I do not live in America. I live on planet Earth. I live on planet
That's a
Earth.
cop.
My
That's a
coordinate
cop.
is not
You
in the
you a
United
cop.
States.
That's a cop out. You don't stand on nothing. You don't even stand on where you live.
I stand on science, and I'm telling you, my
Then
coordinates
the
is
science,
not in the
then with
United
the
States.
science,
Yet
then tell
I'm
me
still on
what
planet
city
Earth.
you live in. What's your zip code? Then what's your zip code? We ain't even got to go what city you live in.
Why you want to know my personal information when you don't even
I
understand
don't
grade
want your
5
personal
math?
information. All I asked
Why would
was
I give my
where.
personal information
All
to a
I
dumb
asked
fuck
was,
like you?
bro, I could go on the internet and find out your address right from your computer. What are you talking about?
Okay, do that then. So you will see that I didn't lie. I'm here on Earth. I'm here on Earth. Isn't that good enough? I'm right here on Earth. I'm
Man, you
right
ain't on
here
Earth. You
on
ain't on
planet
Earth.
Earth.
You in. See,
Man,
that's what I'm saying,
y'all
bro.
pseudos
Why
are
I gotta sit up and argue with a man
crazy.
about a simple question or like where country are
Because
you
you can't
in?
answer the question that you state. You state Elon Musk is gonna colonize Mars, take over the Earth, and zap us so we can't get back to where we were with technology. And I'm asking
Yeah,
you to prove
that's
it.
what I'm
How will my
saying.
zip code help you to prove that?
Because when you are sitting up here discounting what I got to say, I'm asking you, well, why don't
Because
you
it's
know
pure
this
hog
information?
shit. The only truth you
I
said
said,
is
why?
that the hog, the only truth come
Why
from your mouth
don't
is that
you
hog shit
know this
contain
information?
methane. That's the only
I
truth
said,
you said. Hog shit contain methane.
you don't have an interest in it. See, you only when you interested in what you want to know, but when other people tell you, like, hey, I have an interest on what's going on, and this is what I'm seeing, the pattern I'm seeing, and then you want to discount it because you don't see it. You don't
No,
recognize the
you
pattern.
made some bullshit statement that you can't prove, and now you're caught in a trap and you're trying to find a way out. It's called beat the bush. You're
No, I'm
beating
not.
around the
No,
bush.
I'm not. No, I'm not. I am giving you each and every time something that links to another, something that links to another. The reason he wants chips in people's brains so it will connect with the starships. So then there will be no time lapse in the response of the ships and the computers. That is why he's getting chips into there, so that it can be pilots. Everything is going to another thing, brother. It's connected. And if you can't see the connections, that's fine. But don't tell me I'm blind and I don't see what I see.
You don't. You're making them up.
Okay, I'm making them up. Okay. I'm making them up.
Because the
Just like
mind,
just like
because
the
the
just like
brain,
the just like the
because
flat
the
earther made his
brain
shit up.
doesn't like not knowing things. So when you have gaps in your information, you will find things that can fill in those blank spaces of information.
Okay, sir. Then inform me, why did he bring them Afrikaners over to Texas and Florida, where
Ask
every
him.
space,
I
where the
asked
space
him.
is open?
Ask him. Ask Elon Musk. I'm not in his brain. I wasn't part of the travel plans or any of that.
Am
So
I talking to
asking me
Sabio
that is
again?
a
Am I
fallacious,
talking to a man who
ridiculous
don't believe
ass
in nothing?
question. You would have to ask Elon Musk for that answer.
Here we go. Now my arch foe is my arch enemy that I got to deal with again. The man who believes in nothing but
I've
knows
always
everything.
been here. I ain't went nowhere.
Okay, well, okay. I've been listening to the other brothers
And I
because
believe in what I believe in. You don't need to know. Just know that I don't believe in no books from antiquity written by desert dummies.
So that's how you see us, the descendants of desert dummies. That's how you see us, because you call us niggas, stupid, ignorant. You call you know you
You're
but see
not.
when that girl,
You're not us. You're not
when
us.
that girl
I don't come
Hey,
from
bro,
your
let me
realm.
ask a question right quick, bro. I've been
wanting to ask a motherfucker this for ever since I seen Cisco. Hey fam, why would a black man make his hair that blonde color, bro? Why would a black man want to have like goldish, yellowish, blondish hair?
Because at one time, brother, I used to be in Parliament Punkadelic. That's why. That's why an era you guys don't have no idea about.
Shit, nigga, that era over with, nigga. So I'm talking about now in 2025, my nigga. Why you wearing that?
Can I live in my era? Can I live in my era? Huh? Can I live in my era? Y'all live in y'all era. Some of y'all niggas still wearing FUBU. That shit played out a long time ago.
So let me ask you this though. So are you straight?
Damn. Oh, you mean am I heterosexual male?
Yeah.
Hell yeah, nigga. Yeah, you got me fucked up.
Well, no, you got yourself fucked up. You running around here.
I hate homosexuals. So for you to even ask me that question and I answer you as a straight ass man, are you a heterosexual? Can I ask
absolutely,
you that?
absolutely, no doubt, bro. But that's why I wouldn't be wearing blonde hair and shit.
I got another question then.
No doubt.
Do you eat groceries?
Huh?
Do you eat groceries? You know what? Do you eat women's assholes?
I have a wife, so I don't do anything with women.
Don't come with that. Have you ever eaten a woman's asshole?
I got a whole wife, gang.
P-A-U-S-E.
Do you have a wife?
I've had 5 wives.
Well, we'll see now. Again, like now, you got to ask yourself how did you fail so many times, bro?
The reason I failed is because they failed me. That's why I failed. Because when I thought I was getting married, when I thought I was getting myself involved with educated women, I didn't understand that they were only educated to a level and they couldn't go beyond what they learned.
You think they start judging you like by your blonde hair and shit?
Damn. Hey, check this out. They met me with blonde hair, nigga. So how they gonna judge me?
Well, I mean, because at first women be cool, like, you know what I'm saying? They like the fact that niggas be soft and feminine ass niggas and shit, but then eventually when they see that you lack masculinity, they get tired of you, get the fuck away from it.
Okay, well, let me put this to you, brother. I've been to California State Prison, nigga, and my asshole's still tight. So fuck what you talking about. And I had the same blonde hair when I went to motherfucking prison.
Hey, yo, HLH. Remember I said this was prison knowledge mixed with 5% shit and the Bible. I was not
How the fuck you went to prison with blonde hair? Nah.
Check this out, bro. They got motherfucking college books in prison too. I don't read no Donald Goings. I don't need to know about no pimping shit. I read about motherfucking real knowledge. See.
So you read about real knowledge and then so you read about real knowledge and then take psychedelic drugs to the people? That's what y'all did.
I don't even do psychedelic drugs, my nigga. I put that on my dead mama. Now fuck what you talking about. I don't do drugs, nigga.
Shout out to your mama.
Thank you.
HLH, I don't lie.
My whole thing is,
I said it earlier.
I put everything on my parents. I don't have to lie. I don't have to lie. Why would I lie?
I don't lie.
Exactly. You ain't got to lie, Craig. Shit.
Y'all sure don't. I knew this was prison knowledge mixed with some 5%er more shit mixed with the Bible.
Check this out, bro. Check this out, bro. I was reading these books before prison, after prison. I was reading this shit when I was in college. So everything
That's
that
why
y'all
you
keep
failed.
on talking about, all this shit y'all
That's why
talking
you failed
about,
out of college.
I knew
What
about
state you
Michael
from again?
Phelps
Aren't you from
before you was
Mississippi?
even born.
Aren't you from Mississippi?
Yeah, I was born in Mississippi, and I ain't gonna be ashamed of where the fuck I was born. Why? Where the fuck was you born?
I was born in Belleville, Illinois, raised in Pasadena, California.
Well, good for you. And what
I
did
got
he
a
do
great
for you?
education.
Okay, then. So I got a great education too.
That's
So let me
doubtful.
ask you this. So let me
That
ask
is
you this.
doubt.
You know what the symbols of E equal MC square mean, right?
Toronto.
I actually don't. I'm not
Okay.
a mathematician, and I didn't
No,
study
E
that
equal
far
MC
math.
square. Einstein's formula. You don't even
Yeah,
know
I know
about
it's
that?
Einstein's formula of relativity or one of those, but I don't know exactly what it means and how it works. So no.
Okay, so let me break this down to you, brother.
No, please
E
don't.
equals
Please don't.
energy output.
Please don't. Please don't.
That's
Please.
why I help niggas like you get GEDs, because y'all was lacking in y'all education.
Please.
That's why
Trust
I
me.
ain't have to worry
I
about niggas
I
in
wouldn't have got
because I
any
had
type of
all the strong
educational help from you. I would not have gotten any type of educational guidance, help, or assistance from you. You would have been the last person I asked for help.
Okay, so let me ask you.
We
Do
could
you
have
know
been, it
algebra?
could have been 3
Do you
people
know
on the
algebra?
planet.
Do
Me,
you
you,
know
and a
basic
retard.
algebra?
I would have went to the retard before I went to
know
you.
basic algebra? Do you know basic algebra?
Nope. I don't remember it off the top of my head. Nope.
Any basic dope addict or dope dealer knows how to do algebra, nigga.
I know how to do it
If
when
I
I'm
got
looking at it and
if
writing
I
it
got
down.
10
But I'm
bags
not a
and 10
mathematician, so I'm not gonna sit here in front like math was my favorite subject. I got to algebra 2, and that was as far as I got, and I
Okay,
barely
well, I
made
give
it
it to
there.
you. At least you
So
understand the
again,
problem. You understand the principles of
asking me
algebra.
about math, that's not going to help you because I just told you where my math ends at and all that.
Okay, so then where your end, I exceeded that. I went beyond what you was willing to learn.
Congrats. I give you a hand praise of
Thank
praise.
you, but I congratulate you on what you learned, bro. But I don't tear down your. See, it takes a very insecure person to tear somebody else down to build themselves up. I don't do that.
I'm not
Or
telling
you could just be bored
I
when
don't
you
have
do
to
it.
build myself up.
No,
Sometimes I
because
just
if
do
you
it for the
attack
board.
me, I'm gonna throw bricks back. I ain't built
I
like
don't
that.
have
See, I ain't.
one thing
I'm
I'm
not
not
talking
doing
about
is
you. I'm
building
not talking about
myself
you. So
up in
I'm
I'm
any
telling
way.
you,
talking
I'm
about
having a bad day and a grown ass black man walked past me with some blonde hair. Yeah, dog, my day just got better. I'm gonna roast that nigga.
You stupid.
Hey, check this out, my nigga. You walking, you will never see me walking, nigga. I got a car. Huh, fuck what you talking about. No, you will never see me walking, nigga. You will never walk by me. Cause nigga, I drive.
You
I don't
drive
catch no
in
bus.
like you drive
I don't
inside
catch
the
no
grocery
bus.
store. You drive inside the Walmart.
No, my nigga, I don't do Walmart. Remember, we supposed to be boycotting Walmart. Why the fuck you up in Walmart?
Who is we? I'm not boycotting Target, but you got the wrong spot. That was Target you're
Check
supposed
this
to be
out.
boycotting.
They boycotted Target and Walmart. What are you talking about?
Yeah, I don't know nothing
Update
about
your
it.
information. Okay, you don't know nothing about it. Don't mean that it ain't happening.
Yeah, Walmart was just packed. There was a whole bunch of niggas in that bitch.
Well, it's a dumb nigga who don't. Obviously, it's niggas who don't want to motherfucking be free, huh?
Damn, Walmart got us in slavery.
Well, you could have just as easily went to a black business. You could have went just as easily went to a black business and got your groceries and got your toilet paper. They got black stores. They got black family stores. So
Yeah, they
how come
got
you
them.
ain't supporting them? Huh?
I do when I go buy like meat and shit like that. But sometimes you just want to grab from the store up the
Okay,
street.
congratulations. I appreciate at least. I appreciate you at least keeping it real. You go there to get your meat, and that's good,
Well,
bro. But see, that's what I'm saying.
pause. I got to be careful talking to you with that blonde hair, nigga. Pause. It's about some meat,
Hey,
nigga. No.
I hear your woman back there. I hear your woman back there laughing. Hey,
Yeah,
Jokey
bro.
jerk in front of
Like for real, bro. She don't even wear that shit, bro.
you got a good man. You got a good man. Because at least he ain't out there doing criminal activities.
Criminal.
What?
What is he talking?
Where's this shit going? Where do these
nigga got black fatigue.
wherever they can reach it, they gonna go.
That nigga got black fatigue, bro.
He tired of himself. He tired of himself.
No, I ain't never gonna be tired of myself, baby. I'm here for 80 years. I don't know what your motherfucker.
I would be tired of myself if I was as stupid as you.
My bad.
And so I would be tired of myself if I was as stupid as
So
you.
my whole thing is, I have it in my head that I'm gonna live to be 80 years old.
Congrats.
Okay. So I have a purpose and I have a goal to attain. And ain't no man or anything can keep me from reaching that goal. See, I don't hang out in the clubs. I don't hang out in the hood. I don't do none of that. I'm a 63-year-old man who knows to get his old ass somewhere and sit down.
It's crazy to be
That's why I'm
63
on
still dyeing your hair blonde, bro. At 63, fam. Like, for real, bro. Like, you don't feel strange at 63 years old still like
shades of gray, bro. My hair was 20 shades of gray. I was looking at my hair.
That's
my
normal,
hair was
right?
like black on one side, gray on one side.
He didn't like the gray, so he dyed it white.
It's not white, bro.
Oh, it's blonde.
It's bone. It's bone.
Bone.
Nah,
bone
bro, that's
bone.
blonde, bro. That's blonde. That's Cisco.
He won't.
Man, this ain't no.
He's trying to look like one of them Middle Easterners.
Yeah,
no,
that's
son.
Cisco.
I'm trying to look like people from the South Sea, from Sumatra, Borneo. Black people with blonde hair naturally. The Aborigines. That's what I'm trying to look like.
Fam, why you trying to look like something you're not?
Now get your Google and look it up.
Well, why you trying to look like something that you aren't though? If they got it naturally and you just had to make your shit up, like what are you doing? Paying homage to them niggas or something? What's going on?
Because I wanted my hair. I'm a grown ass man. I paid for it. Did you pay for it? Fuck no. So I get to do what that I want to do. What the fuck
no
wrong
problem.
with
Y'all
you?
don't see the layer of black underneath that.
No doubt. You paid for it. It's yours, nigga.
Was that natural too? When you got your tattoos, was that natural too?
That's a weird question.
No, did you get your tattoos?
I didn't. Yes, I have tattoos.
You did what you wanted to do with your body.
I'm trying to figure out how you equated that to your hair.
But you want to tell me what I want to do with my body.
Well, no, I'm telling you what I don't want to see. I don't want to see a brother, a black man, somebody that I would have to maybe stand up and defend at some point. I'm looking up and you got blonde hair. You know what I'm saying? The white boys want to whoop you and shit. I'm trying to have your back and whatnot, but I don't know if I can, fam. You out there looking crazy.
Hey, man, if I look crazy, I blend in with the rest of y'all, huh?
No, we don't all have blonde hair, fam.
Black men don't wear blonde hair. I didn't say all. I said I blend in with the rest
straight
of
black,
them.
straight black men don't wear that. And you will not blend in with any 63-year-old I've ever met. You're the first 63-year-old I ever met with blonde hair, my nigga.
I'm surprised. I thought Wale was going to join the panel and support your stupidity. Wale didn't join because he saw the blonde hair. Wale believes that Atlantis is real too. And when Wale didn't join, I knew you lost.
That nigga said, "It's mine. I bought it." I ain't heard that. I ain't heard that shit since the women was talking about they weed. They bought shit.
I got you. But what's your take on Future?
The rapper? You about the rapper? All righty. Well, if you talk about the rapper, yeah, he's made some decent songs, fam. Like, I mean, one of the top people of his era. I don't know exactly.
Did he not cut off his dress and blonde his hair? Huh?
Oh, I don't know. Did he?
Yeah. Look at this recent picture, bro.
Oh yeah, that's what's up. So you on that type of time?
Ain't trying to be like me. He ain't trying to be like me. He's trying to be himself.
Yeah, you know they be trying to get attention and shit. So ain't no telling.
Okay, nigga, you don't think I don't want attention? As many times as I begged you to be on your damn show.
Bro, you are 63 years old, fam. What type of attention you need?
Check this out. My intentions, my intentions, which goes along with attention, was to educate some of you brothers about what's really going on in the world. But y'all got y'all own ideas of what's going on in your world.
Bro, that bleach frying your brain, bro. Like, what exactly could you tell me about the world?
Sorry, son. I don't bleach my hair. I go to a motherfucking salon.
Damn, that's bleach, bro. That's straight Clorox, bro. You think you fooling?
Nah, that's peroxide, Taz. That's peroxide. He poured a bottle of peroxide and walked around and stood outside in the sun for about 5 hours. He stood outside in the sun with peroxide on his head.
You're crazy. Nigga, I'm not gonna burn my scalp. Are you crazy? That's that ghetto shit. Hell yeah, nigga, I live in LA.
Bro, you are dyeing your hair anything but black. That is crazy, fam. Like, you ain't got no grandkids, bro.
Okay, so you say that shit to the black women that blonde their hair too? Huh? You don't say shit to them?
You, sir, are not a woman.
So here's the question.
Yo, you're a woman, yo. Are you a woman? Why you keep referencing back to women, though?
I actually do, though. I don't like weave, and I don't like blonde weave. So I actually do.
No, I'm talking about blonde hair when they do their hair. I'm not talking about the weave. I'm talking about when they really do their hair. You know,
blonde
like the
hair,
do.
like blonde hair. You don't need blonde hair as a black woman, bro. You don't need blonde hair, sis.
I'm not a motherfucking black woman, nigga. Get that shit out your mouth. Now you're being
You the
fucking
one made the comparison, bro. Like, damn, I thought you made the comparison like y'all was similar.
See, y'all be trying
like, bro, you made a one-to-one comparison, man. Fam, don't get mad at me, bro. You made a one-to-one comparison. I'm just going with you, bro. I thought you was the equivalent of a sis, bro. You talking about blonde hair?
But keep it in context, then, if you're gonna go by what I say.
Some niggas be straddling the fence and shit. You know what I'm saying? You might be one of them niggas straddling the fence. So, you know what I'm saying? I'm just checking you out, bro. See what we talking about. Pause. You know what I mean? Just seeing what you talking about. I don't know.
Hey, check this out. You know, I'm like this. You can go ahead and say whatever, but if you cross that line, nigga, I'm a motherfucking start out and tell you done crossed the fucking line. The fuck you think of, nigga? I ain't no beta motherfucking male. You got me fucked up. Nigga, I don't sit up here and motherfucking argue with you niggas. I'm a USMC vet, nigga. I seen actual combat duty. So what the fuck I'm gonna sit up here and let you disrespect me?
That's crazy you ain't get smoked over there while you was fighting for the white man. That'd have been wild if they'd shipped your that'd have been wild if they'd have shipped your bitch ass over here, back over here in a box with a flag over it, huh?
Obviously, I was more man
You
than get
forgot
gunned
about
down.
your bitch ass,
I'm
bro.
more of a man than that being gunned down on a motherfucking street corner. You niggas is getting shot at street corner. Go stand your ass on the street corner for 3
Not
hours.
me.
And
Nobody over here getting shot on the street corner.
No corner, bro. Are you crazy?
Exactly. So what the fuck you gonna come up here and tell me when I was in artillery, nigga? I was artillery. You don't know nothing
they
about
could
that.
have got you too. That's what I'm saying. I'm glad you made it home, bro. They could have got you.
Man, do you know what motherfucking artillery do?
Yeah.
We send
niggas die every day,
17 miles away. So how the nigga gonna get me when he's 17 miles away?
Friendly fire, nigga. That white boy standing next to you, that white boy standing next to you, clap you, friendly fire, nigga, the military.
Check this out. You ain't been in the Marine Corps. You ain't been in the Marine Corps, so you wouldn't know. We fighting for fucking imperialism at the time.
You were a
I was
jarhead. I understand why you so slow. You were a jarhead.
Oh, okay, but you the man who don't know how E equal MC squared, what that means. You don't even know the mathematical equations to shit. But I'm the motherfucking slow one.
Yep, I do know some mathematical equations. I'm not finna sit up here and
said
act
he
like
was in
I can
artillery.
break down the theory of
They told that
relativity
blonde haired nigga to load up
and
the
all
next
that
round.
shit because I can't.
You have to learn about
Load up the next round, Blondie. Load up the next round, Blondie. We got some insurgents coming through. Get ready, Blondie.
No, I ain't got to. Y'all fight y'all own fight. Y'all fight your own fight. Y'all fight y'all own shit.
Where
I'm
they
not finna
had
fight
you
for
at,
you,
gang? Where
Stop
you
fighting
was
for
at?
imperialism.
Let me
You
see.
dudes don't even go out there
Where you was
and
at?
protest
I
against
know I
You was in
didn't fight
Vietnam?
for
y'all.
imperialism,
You
and I
sit
know
up
I
here
didn't
and
Hey,
y'all
fight
you was
for
yak,
America.
blah,
you
blah,
was in
blah, and
Vietnam,
y'all don't
bro?
come to the motherfucking thing.
You was in
Which one of
Vietnam?
y'all got a business? Which one of y'all got a business with an actual motherfucking
You was
ID number where
you was
you
in
pay
Nam, bro?
taxes? None one of you. None of you.
Hey, man.
Not one of you can claim that you
Hey,
have an
man, where you
actual motherfucking business with a tax number
so
and a
right, man.
tax
Hey,
code and a
where you
business
do your
license.
service at though, fam? Where was you at? You was in Nam?
I was in Beirut, Lebanon, brother. 83.
Ooh, 83. Reagan. CIA, covert war.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah.
So some of the shit I saw shit wasn't right.
Yeah. You one of them niggas that really put in work for the white man.
I'll admit that. When I was
Did he
young, I was
did he
misguided. I was
did he hit you off
misguided.
with a
I
medal and
thought
shit?
America actually loved me.
I'm saying though, but did he at least hit you off with a medal though?
Nigga, what the fuck a Purple Heart gonna get me?
I'm saying it'll get you some respect, bro. I'll shout you out for it.
I got a Purple fucking heart, but my Purple Heart and $1.85 will get me a bus pass. That's
Purple
it.
Heart. Now wait, hold on. I thought ain't the Purple Heart one the when you get injured?
Yeah. Yeah. That's the
So they
injury.
clapped you. So they clapped you?
Oh, I got blowed up in the bombing, the truck bomb.
Yeah. See, told you. I knew it, bro. You goofy, bro. I don't even know why they just be sending any old body over there. So they sent your goof
Check
ass
this
over
out,
there. You
bro.
got blew up
Check
in the
this out.
fucking truck,
Check this
bro.
out, bro.
Thank God you made it
Obviously ain't no
home, bro.
goofy. Obviously
Goof
ain't no
ass
goofy
nigga.
because I was on. Check this out. Obviously I wasn't no goofy because I was on guard duty that night and I wasn't in the barracks when it got blowed up.
Shit. That
Because
nigga was sliding around in
something
the
told
army
me
truck and got blew up.
to get my ass out there and do something. Something told me don't be in the barracks that night. So I volunteered for guard duty on the northern perimeter. And when that
Damn.
shit got hit, I got caught up in the blast wave.
Boom. Boom, nigga.
That
I hope you
sound
learned your
horrible.
lesson from that, bro. Not to be over there playing with them people. You know what I'm saying? You over there, nigga, thinking you got some got the ups on them. You getting over? Nah, nigga. They ready. That's why they bombed your ass, nigga. I'm just glad you made it
Now,
back,
they
bro.
ain't
You hit
bomb me. Check this out.
Thanks
Excuse
for your
me,
service.
I'm a survivor.
Thanks
Excuse
for your
me,
service,
I'm a
bro.
survivor.
Thanks for
Excuse
your
me,
service,
I'm a
man.
survivor. I'll say
Yeah.
it once again. I'm a survivor.
He's a
And
survivor.
see,
Yes, he didn't make
but
it.
see,
When
you don't
that bomb
believe in my
went
religion.
off, that
But see,
nigga took it.
you don't believe in my
He's a
religion, so I don't
survivor.
bring it up.
Survived the truck bombing. That nigga
Ain't
said
no
he a
problem.
survivor, nigga.
Laugh. But I tell you what, I'm laughing when I go and deposit this $4,100 check every
Man,
motherfucking
I'm
month.
trying to tell you.
Yeah, I'm
I
laughing
feel
every
you on that.
motherfucking time to the bank. Okay,
I feel you on that.
$4,100 a month I get
Ain't
from the VA.
nothing
So
gonna match
yeah, I'm
that.
laughing straight to the fucking bank.
Now, some of that got to do with your mental state too.
Nah, nigga, it's my bodily injuries.
Absolutely. His brain was damaged. He suffered brain damage.
Yeah,
He
that's true. I
absolutely
was in a
suffered
coma.
brain
Check
damage.
this out. I was in a coma for 3 days. I woke up in Baden, Germany.
Oh, poor
At a
Desmond's
military
feeling is
hospital.
hurt. Hey, nigga, this nigga want to talk shit, bro. We just having fun, bro. Stay your ass in the chat, man. Somebody get Desmond Gamble some tissue.
Check this out. I ain't even I ain't mad about shit y'all talking because I
Yeah,
know my
no,
life.
you ain't. You talk
When I
that shit,
told you
bro.
from the get-go, I know who I am.
Yeah.
I know who I am. I know what I've been through. I know the life experiences.
No
Shit,
doubt.
nigga, my fourth wife was a motherfucking German national with a PhD.
Damn, a white
Veterinarian,
woman?
nigga.
A white woman?
You damn right. I married a white woman, a black woman, a Hispanic woman. I married who the fuck I wanted to.
Bro, I mean, that
Niggas
is just
pay my
epic
bill.
levels of
Niggas don't pay
failure.
my bill.
Like niggas marry every race of woman on the
Okay,
planet and still fail.
so let me ask you something. So let me
That's
ask you. You say you
wild,
married,
bro.
right? You say you married, right?
It's just one time though, bro. Just once.
Okay. So how old were you when you got married?
I was 39.
Okay.
38.
I got married.
38. No,
Okay,
38.
understand. You were mature and you made the right decisions at your age. Am I right or wrong?
Sure.
Okay. I wasn't mature enough to get into the marriages, or they weren't mature enough, because I thought that respect, love, loyalty, and all that went in with the marriage. I thought all that went in with the marriage. So when I did that, and then I seen that they were not on the same level as me, I then started asking them, hey, what's going on? And if I didn't like the answer, I took my ass on about my business. I don't sit up and argue with people. I don't sit up there and beat on women. I don't do none of that dumb shit.
No, don't do that, bro.
Exactly. So if you ain't finding what you want, you move on to something else.
But damn, 6 times though, bro.
OG.
No,
Like,
five.
Yeah, but you on number 6 now, right?
Nah, nigga, I ain't getting married no more. Shit, nigga, I got my shit. I ain't trying to have no damn kids. You got me fucked up. Nigga, what I look like being at somebody's graduation at 80 years old? Hey, man, that your grandfather over there? No, that's my dad. Hell no, I wouldn't put that shit on my kids. Nigga, you crazy.
That's crazy though. 80 at the graduation. Like,
Hey,
that's
look, hey, check this out. I'm crazy with a sense of humor, okay? Because some of the shit y'all laugh at, y'all be like, goddamn, OG is serious about that shit. You goddamn right I'm serious. But at the same time, I do have a sense of humor.
Yeah, nah, you good peoples, man.
No,
Good
y'all
people.
good people. Nigga, I would die. Look for me. Listen to me. If the shit went down and I was on y'all ranks, I would be that nigga who would carry the motherfucking bomb and blow up the building because I say, nigga, I've already got done with my life. I done lived my life, nigga. Y'all niggas live. Just name one
Nah,
of your kids after me.
don't crash
Shit.
out, man. Don't do it. Don't crash out, bro. Don't do it.
But understand, man, somebody has to make the sacrifices for the cause, homie.
Nah,
Ain't nobody
they
willing to
don't be that guy, bro.
Oh no, nigga, I ain't gonna go. Check this out. I ain't gonna run out there by myself. Are you crazy?
I know, but what you're saying just sounded a little like, you know what I'm saying, like, nah, but if somebody tell you to strap on a bomb and go do some shit, fam, like, don't do it. Like, that ain't what's up. Like, they don't really like you.
Oh man, hey, check this out. That shit worked on me, didn't it? Well, shit, I learned something new, right?
No.
The shit got me. So you don't think I ain't learned something from them niggas and learn how to do the same shit to them?
Yeah, I would just hope you would decline the offer to do that. You know what I'm saying? I wouldn't want you to jam yourself up and nothing like that. I say people are have you doing their dirty work though. So you know what I'm saying? I'm just saying don't be the guy.
No, I'm doing that for me. I'm doing that shit for me. Ain't gonna be no manifestos. Ain't gonna be none of that shit. I'm doing that shit for me. If I decide to do that shit, I'm doing it for me.
Nah, bro, that's crazy, bro.
Yeah,
Like,
but see, that's okay. Let me ask you about this. What if Trump started bringing the military into the hood? What y'all gonna do?
I'm gonna refer to the Posse Comitatus Act and try to figure out why exactly is the military allowed to come into our neighborhoods now. Are you familiar with the Posse Comitatus Act?
Are you from Chicago?
No, my wife is.
Okay, so anybody from Chicago know about the Posse Comitatus, right?
Right.
That's basically the Illinois militia. You understand what I'm saying? Meaning that
So
they
what
can
makes
make a
you
citizen
think
arrest anytime they feel.
What makes you think the military can just pull up? And you know what I'm saying? Like that's not how things are structured in America.
Well, The president is defining the Supreme Court. Okay, the shit that used to function in America don't work no more. The Supreme Court is a bunch of weaklings. The Senate, a bunch of weaklings. The Congress, a bunch of weaklings.
So you don't think they still passing laws?
Yeah, against us, and in their self-interest.
So when you say weaklings, I mean, what you want them to do?
Hey man, what can y'all do? Y'all ain't got no power no more.
What you mean, y'all? You one of us, ain't you?
Hey man, y'all ain't willing to strap up no bombs, so I mean, I can't. I'm the only nigga who volunteered for that.
Right, but I'm saying you ain't got to do that, bro. Like the power is in the voting booth now. It ain't 1967 no more, B.
Here we go with that voting booth shit. Okay. And
Yeah, we gotta
how'd
get
that work out?
the ballot or the bullet, my brother. We got to choose the ballot. It's working out well for us. We got politicians in office like Jasmine Crockett right now. You know what I'm saying? Black people getting right to the top.
Always gonna side with the bullet. Fuck a ballot.
Nah, bro, that's what I'm saying, bro. You went and fought for my right to vote, and this is how you acting, bro. It's a shame.
But let me ask you something, bro. When you become a felon, they'll give you your vote. They'll give you back the right to vote, but they won't let you have that gun, will they?
No.
Okay, but they'll let you vote, right?
Yeah, they'll let you vote as a felon, yeah.
Yeah, but they won't let you have that gun, right?
Nah, they don't give you no gun.
Exactly, because then you still can't protect yourself. You just talking about, I voted. Stand your ass against a firing squad and shoot your ass. That's what they gonna do.
Now we don't. No. See, that's what I'm saying. It seems like you're going a little too far at points in the conversation. Nobody's going in front of a firing squad unless they've committed a heinous crime like the murder in South Carolina, who went in front of a fire squad. But the average person ain't going in front of a military or state firing squad. Like, why are you saying that, bro?
Because the fascists, people like Donald Trump, are going to throw the Constitution out the window. Look, the man took a $400 million jet, knowing that's bribery in any other language. But that nigga said it wasn't bribery. He said it's going to my presidential library after I use it.
So let me ask you a question. When you say he's going to throw the Constitution out the window, does that have anything to do with like when previous presidents, like let's say Ronald Reagan, was sending troops and covert forces to Beirut and Lebanon, right? You know, where you were. Isn't that the same exact thing? Like, when did they not throw the book out and just do what the hell they wanted to do?
Well, see, you got to understand, Ronald Reagan got an approval of Congress. He got the approval of Congress first before he could send the Marines out. Okay?
Absolutely not. That's cap. That's cap.
Well, who paid for it? Who paid for it? American money, right?
War led by the CIA.
No, I'm talking about Beirut. I'm talking about Beirut. I ain't talking about. I'm not talking about South America.
Wasn't they running guns with Beirut? Wasn't they running guns with Beirut?
That's down in San Salvador.
Nah, they was running guns with Beirut too. And they
No. Check this out. Let me give you some background information. When they had the Iranian hostages, do you remember the Iranian hostages of 78?
Yeah.
And they tried to get their release. Ronald Reagan then went behind Jimmy Carter's back and made a secret deal with the Iranians, saying secret deals, with the Iranians, that we would give y'all arms and weapons, C4 and all that shit, in order to release the hostages. So when he gave it to them, right, they released the hostages, but then they started sending them weapons to their other militias. You understand? America call them terrorist groups, but they call them militias, right? Okay, so in the Baca Valley, there was a militia was called Hezbollah. Okay, sounds familiar?
Yep, sound familiar. I heard that.
Yeah, we talking about Hezbollah. That's a group that comes out of Syria. That's on the eastern side of Lebanon, right? It's called the Baca Valley, right? So what happened is they spreaded those arms, including the C4, That's the high explosives, right? They put the C4 in the truck and rammed it into the barracks. I just happened to be on guard duty that night. So I didn't get caught up in the blast.
Yeah, okay. But you was there though.
I was there.
Yeah, they slid 2 trucks up into the building. Yeah.
Yeah, I was fresh out of. I had just graduated from college. Maybe how long ago? It had been like 9 months. I had just got in the Marine Corps.
Wait, where you go to college at?
Jackson State.
Shout out to Jackson
where
State.
They had where they had the shootings, just like Kent State.
Yeah. I did some content on that actually.
Exactly. So when I was getting into school, Walter Payton was going to Chicago Bears.
Okay.
Okay. So that's the time frame that I was around. Okay. See, understand this. When the 70s was around, they was giving money away for blacks to go to college. Pell Grants, all that. We were going to school for free.
For free.
We were actually going to school for free. When we started graduating with our BA, BS, master's degrees, we then was in competition with them white boys who didn't have no idea what to do with themselves in college. All they did was party and graduate. But when we went on to the job market, see, that's who them what they call DE. That is who they took out. Yeah, they took out the people who went to college and was eligible to get government jobs.
That's it.
Because on a higher level of most government agency is logistics, meaning they move the money around or the resources around, and administrative. They keep up with what's going on. IRS administrative. You see what I'm saying? General purchasing office, administrative, resources, logistics. So what they do is they are the ones who cut the checks to the outside contractors. They're the ones who cut the check to the military bases. Do you see where I'm coming from?
Absolutely, 100%, no doubt. Yep.
So those conscientious black women, black men, the dudes, not the paraplegic, but the dudes who are disabled, the handicapped dudes, right? Single moms, all the women that went to college and earned these degrees in order to be able to apply for them jobs. You know, because they had requirements. You had to have at least 2 years of experience doing this. You had to have an accounting. You see where I'm coming from? So if you went to college to be an accountant, and then you got with the feds and became an accountant for the federal government, you might have been audited in the military. You might have been audited in the post office. You might have been audited in any agency in the government.
That's crazy though. So what years was you on tour with Parliament?
Man, this was back in 76, 77, 78. Then we got the motherfucking deal with Casablanca Records. So then we moved out to Hollywood. I was supposed to be in school because I had a scholarship. I had a full scholarship. I almost lost my scholarship hanging out with Parliament. My parents told my aunt, send his black ass home.
Yeah.
He out there wilding out there in LA. Oh, nigga, don't get me wrong, bro. I had fun when we was coming up in LA. LA was a hell of a town back then.
But that nigga George had you in the streets like that, bro? As a young man?
Hey, man. Do you know his son, Stacy? Stacy Clinton?
Yeah.
Stacy was my age. George used to have a Winnebago, right? And they brought the Winnebago all the way from Michigan to California. But when they got the record deal, they got like in houses and condos and shit. So they let us have the window back. We was using that as our hangout. Cause see, we didn't do the hard drugs. And they was like, if y'all niggas ain't gonna participate, y'all niggas don't need to be over here. See, we couldn't afford cocaine. We could only afford weed.
But you wanted that cocaine, didn't you?
Oh no, nigga, I ain't need no cocaine. I seen how silly them niggas got with the cocaine. You know Peanut? Do you know the Parliament dude named Peanut? One of the bass players?
Peanut. Nah, not for real. I can't place him.
Okay, he went by the name of Cliff Davis.
Nah, I do remember Cliff. Yeah. I remember Cliff. Yeah.
Remember the nigga in the diaper with the nose ring? With the blonde hair?
Yeah.
That Cliff. That's where I got the shit from. Cliff.
Oh, that's crazy.
So when Cliff didn't want to work, I would be like, Cliff would want to go backstage and rest a minute, right? So they would send me out there as a dummy, as a stand-in.
Damn.
And when nobody paying attention because I was just running around the stage acting a fool.
Goofy type shit. Hell yeah.
Yeah. Okay, they had one character, he was called Pig Face. That was me.
Oh, that was you.
I was a man. Pig Face.
Big face. Damn. You ain't had no mask?
No, I had a mask. That's how come most people didn't know. When Cliff got tired, because Cliff would sometimes be pig face too, right?
Yeah.
But when he get tired, he get hot in that mask. Man, I'm lights and all that, and they've been drinking and they sweating and dehydrated.
Yeah.
They be like, go on, man, go in the deep, go on, do your thing, nigga. And I would I'm in LA, so I'm like, fuck it, okay. Because what happened is we would meet the group 16, 17.
Damn, you was young as hell, bro.
That's why I'm fucked up. I seen too much.
Damn. That's what them older men will do to a young nigga, though, man. They had you out there too early running the streets. You weren't supposed to be seeing niggas snort cocaine and shit at 16, bro.
Oh, nigga, the freak of the week. Oh, nigga. Oh. Hey, man, I can tell you so many stories about that motorhome with Tracy when he used to bring them chicks over.
Damn.
And I used to just get the crumbs. Right?
Right.
It'd be about like 3 or 4 chicks. He get the top flight. I took the bottom shelf.
Yeah, no doubt.
So understand this, brother. I don't mean to be vindictive or whatever, but you got to understand, man, this is a life I live, bro. This is a life I love. I can't get shame about my shit.
No, I see it, bro. 100%. No doubt.
So, my whole thing to you is, man, thank y'all so much for letting me get this and speaking my truth. Okay? I can't speak nobody else's truth. I can only speak my truth. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, hell yeah. I just think, that's messed up, man. When you're 16 years old, though, man, they're supposed to guide you back in the right direction. They weren't supposed to let you be wilding out in LA like that.
Okay, you know who Ron Ford was, right? The lead bass, the one that got busted with the 3 kilos of cocaine in the airport.
Yeah.
And the drill sergeant hat with the ski glasses.
Yeah.
Yeah. You see what I'm saying? I know too much because it was like, man, Ron got busted by the feds at the airport. For what? That nigga had 3 bricks on him. Oh.
Damn, that nigga was tripping.
Yeah, but man, when you got that money, you got to remember, what's that dude? The one who made the DeLorean. Who was the dude who made the DeLorean? The Back to the Future car.
I don't know, bro. I don't know who made that motherfucker.
DeLorean. His name was DeLorean, but I'm trying to think of his first name. Anyway, that dude got busted by the FBI with $1 million worth of cocaine. And they swept that shit under the rug.
Damn.
Have
$1
him under
million.
surveillance. Yeah.
That's
Stop
crazy.
self-snitching.
Big coat.
Yeah. And we talking about that's the 70s and the 80s. We ain't even talking about how much the product costs now. So can you imagine what $1 million worth of Peruvian flake look like?
Go ahead for a minute, brother. I'll be right back. Go ahead for a second.
Okay. So what I'm saying to y'all is, look, bro, it's a different time, and they've used it, put it in different packages, but it's the same old scam. Get us to do their dirty work, then come and bust us and skim all the profits. That's what they do. You know, when they needed somebody, if any of y'all seen them show Snowflake on Fox, anybody watch that show? Well, on that show, it shows how the FBI used young black men to bring not only cocaine but crack into the black community, along with the guns and everything else. And Bill Clinton then sent the Justice Department to find out if the accusation was true, what Freeway Rick was testifying to come, and they found out that it was true. That they was giving away automatic weapons in the stockyards. And then nobody do nothing about it. Oh shit. Am I on here? Okay. Oh, there we go. I'm sorry. Are y'all back?
Yeah, what's up with it?
What's up, Gold?
You got it.
Hey man, it's just an OG talking, man. That's all.
Ain't nothing wrong with it. Trying to get the.
Hey man, this growing old, man, it's the best thing in life, bro.
Man, it's an
It is.
adjustment though. It's like having the power to fly, but you gotta adjust to all those past experiences. Being able to use them as proper wisdom. You feel me? So yeah, I definitely
Yes, sir.
respect it.
Yes, sir. And you seem like you're a brother on your path to wisdom, if you ain't got it already.
Definitely on the path.
And that's how we get there. All this wisdom don't come overnight.
Yeah,
It don't come overnight. It comes through the knowledge and the experiences that you combine in order to make it wisdom. See, what some people don't understand is you can have knowledge and no experiences, and you won't know how to handle things. That's why they call them educated fools, because they only know what was in there.
Yep.
But people who live out on the street, who've been in the street, who then did dirt, there's a difference between street knowledge and book knowledge.
Right.
So when we were coming up, you got to understand, when in the 70s they were allowing convicts to get diplomas in prison.
Mm.
So brothers was coming out of prison with PhDs because they was offering the college education. They was giving that up for free in order to rehabilitate people. So those who took advantage of that program, when they got out, they got in with the government or with the state or with some institution and so forth that was willing to give them a second chance.
Sound like an internship.
Yeah, so when Reagan and them saw that black people were being competitive in corporate America, they had to cut the nooses to that. They was like, no more free education. So that kind of hampered us from making it to the next level, because once you had a government job, whether it was at the post office, IRS, anywhere, you were then 9 times out of 10 was in a credit union, and then you could get your own house. And then through that house, you then gain generational wealth. Does that make sense?
Nah, that's plenty. That make plenty sense.
Okay, so what Trump did when he cut off the DEIs, what he did was, man, he cut off people mortgage payments, so then he can repossess their property. You know, a house payment is what, 20, 30 years, right?
Mm-hmm. Easy.
And you only been on your job 5 years, and then you decide to invest in a house, and then they cut your legs from under you. What can you do but give up the house?
Man. It's over with.
My son, I was down in Florida with my son while he was going to college, okay? He went to school in Tampa, okay? So when my son first saw Donald Trump coming down the escalator, he said, Dad, what do you think? I said, there you go, there, your next president right there. And he was like, Dad, why you say that? I said, whenever the United States government want to pull bullshit on an average American citizen, they get a ringer, they get a specialist. Donald Trump, his specialty was grabbing people's property. That's how he got the South Bronx. That's how he got New York. See, Donald Trump, when he wanted a building or he wanted the property, he would get people to go and burn that property down. Arson. And then he would tell the bankers, hey, don't let them give him a loan. I want that property for my next project.
That's a cold game.
Yeah, but see, that was the game. So now, when he came in, see, this was his first objective. He got them immigrants, right? Locked them up, and then repossessed their house under auspice of the federal government. Joe Biden then let them people back in, and them people was like, we know what to do. We know how to get back to cutting yards. We know how to go back to doing this. And so they got some of their stuff back. But Trump was like, okay, y'all going on and get all this stuff. Because now I'm coming back, and now I'm going to take everything from you. And I'm going to put it on the radio, a commercial saying, if you voluntarily leave, you might have the possibility of coming back. But they didn't say shit about take your shit with you, did they?
No. They steadily lying to us, man.
Huh?
They always lying to us, man. Talk to them, man.
Yeah, they want you to leave the United States immediately. They're not waiting for you to sell your house and they go through foreclosure and all that so that you can get the money in your hand. No, they're telling you to leave all your assets behind. Your businesses, your home, your cars, your trucks. Can you fit that on a plane? No. You got to leave that behind. And just like they did with the dope days, they sell your stuff to the white people on pennies on the dollar.
Facts. Yo, who mans is this, man?
I'm the crazy old man, who's seen too much, who recognized the game plan before they even started. Because I'm like, look, they setting up their chess pieces. This is what maneuver they gonna use on y'all. Whether it's the rook, the rook gambit, the bishop gambit.
So what you got set up
You
for us,
understand?
OG? You got something set up for
Huh?
black folk?
Yeah, they got it set up, but see, you got to
No, I said you got
understand.
something set up for black folk.
Yeah,
What you got?
I got 400 acres of land in Mississippi.
Oh
I know
shit! What
where to
part of
come to.
Mississippi?
Jackson. Okay, the place I'm at, it's called Story, Mississippi. It's about 37 miles south of Jackson on Highway 49. It's right adjacent.
Is it developed or is it just open land?
Man, just prime old forest, bro. Okay, look, this is something that was handed down from my family to each generation till
some forest, man.
Nothing but pine woods, man.
Oh.
Nothing but. We have so much mineral rights. They pay out for us. That's how we was able to keep the land, because you got to pay taxes for that property tax. So we were using all our mineral right checks and so forth to keep paying the state to keep the property in our name. Some of our property border lines on a lake and a swamp, so there are natural gas deposits, oil. You understand what I'm saying? So what happens is they usually they pay us a leasing license for drilling rights.
Yeah, that
But when they
sounds good,
negotiate,
man.
but when they
So you want
negotiated
black
this,
folks to move down there with the trees in the swamp and shit?
hell yeah.
Shit, I'm from New York,
Ain't
B.
that what we ran off? Ain't that what we ran off to when we was trying to be free of slavery? So they couldn't
That was
find us?
400 years ago, G's.
No, that was 100 years ago.
All right, well, it wasn't 5.
No, it wasn't 5. I'm just talking about when we had the opportunity to grab the land, people grabbed the land. I mean, understand this, man. It's people who sitting on 1 acre land with their little mobile home or prefabricated house, and they living good. And yeah, you might say, "Oh man, they out there in the middle of nowhere, yada yada yada." But it's a community of them. It's not them just by themselves. You got neighbors.
Bunch of motherfuckers living in motherfucking trailer parks.
They not really trailer parks, because a trailer park you got to pay rent.
They're a trailer that's parked.
Right. So understand this. They call you ever seen a double wide motor home or mobile home or prefab house?
I'm from New York. All that shit says white or poverty. But I get it though.
Yeah. Yeah, but if you say ghetto, what does that represent?
It's like another way of saying poverty, but hood for black folks.
Exactly. So which one would you rather have? Poverty in an apartment or poverty on 1 acre of land sitting in your trailer park mobile home?
I don't want neither.
What would you prefer?
Definitely none with no poverty.
I would prefer you tell us the truth about some stuff, bro.
Yo, Series B, the Science Fizz next week, man. And shout out to everybody that's been donating. We broke a little milestone, so we got way closer. I'm say that we heading towards the 15 number for the spot. I told you I got to give it 18, so we heading towards the 13. We just got to be climbing away. I don't want to. She said I can give her a piece, but I'm trying to go with the situation right. You know what I mean? I don't like doing the piece up front, but yeah. So shout out everybody donating and shit. Definitely lit, man. And the science fair is next. Good luck, Series B. Yeah, I would have told you put on Cash App or something. That ain't gonna hit till like next month. Next month. But nonetheless, appreciate that. But yeah, everything going towards the situation. Series B with the 200, always supporting. Now the science fair gonna be. I ain't gonna lie, we got some heat for him this time. We got some heat for that ass polls, man. 2 to 6, man. Please, man, pull up. And then online,
Sunday from 3 to 6, but I would like to start it on, we be going early. I would like to make Sunday, almost no niggatry. So if you want to do a presentation on science, evidence-based, Dr. Mo, I would like to have you in the conversation. So you got 10 minutes to talk about what you're doing with environmental sciences. Definitely would like for you to pull up. Brandon, definitely would like for you, Sisby, to talk at the science on the expo. Pulling in a lot more internet people. And it's because we got so many people around the country. We want to showcase that we actually have a strong network. And believe it or not, what we've been doing over here is really monumental. Dr. Mo, Brandon, GA, Taz, do we have some dope truth? You know what I mean? Identity, Big Psycho, Big Dad. We have some really strong people over here. A lot of people in science that's really deep in the science. And so I'm just proud to have y'all in the, in the situation. Shout out Young Deity, Amen, you know what I mean? Layla, Ryan, RB. Abe. You shout out one person, you gotta shout out the whole, you know what I mean? We're gonna do this like the 90s, man. Shout out the whole hood. The whole hood. You know what I'm saying? Joe. What's up, Joe, man? If you're not sure if you're being a quiet pace, if you could do a pre-record, Dr. Mo, that'd be fire. A little 5-minute pre-record about the programs you got and different stuff. That'd be fire. We could play that during the stream. Black power for that. You know what I'm saying?
Always black
Straight
power.
work.
Always black unity. Black power, black unity, and black pride. That's what we grew up on.
Hell yeah. See, that's where we at, OG. Feel me? Vayasa, hell
brother.
yeah.
Sometimes.
What you said?
Hell yeah. I'm saying hell yeah. I believe in everything that you believe in, brother.
I believe in us, man. Black power, man. Push black folk forward.
But one thing I would like to stress to my brothers and sisters out there, learn how to grow your own food. If you have any property where you can just put you a little patch of tomatoes, greens, whatever, cabbage, whatever you can grow in your backyard, learn how to do that. Go get you some chickens. Go build you a chicken coop.
Not no thoughts, Joe. Joe, he not talking about thoughts, Joe.
What's a thought?
Don't worry about it.
Oh, okay. But what I'm saying is, we still, regardless of how much money you have, if you don't have no food, how you gonna eat? See, you can put corn, you can grow corn. Okay? The corn, you can then dry it and feed it to the chickens. Or you can eat it yourself.
Type shit.
If you learn canning, if you learn how to can, you can can the tomatoes. You can can fruit. Why you think they learning it? Why you think them white folks learn all these survival things?
Yo, Joe, you sweet ass nigga talking about picking strawberries.
Hey, nigga, you eat strawberries, so why can't you pick them?
I know, but bragging about it in the chat is super sweet, though.
Oh, okay.
No pun intended.
No, I know. Hey, the man like fruit, man. You can't get mad at the man because he like fruit.
Hey, pause, man. But it's all, hey. It is what it is, yo.
Hey, let me ask you, is that man in Florida? Is that man who claimed that he like picking strawberries in Florida?
He in Jersey, so you know they some dirty ass strawberries. They really like grow. They like rare berries. Dirty ass Jersey. That's like. Hopefully they indoor.
I can't say nothing about that, man. I can't say nothing about that. I know about Florida because there's a place called Plant City, right? Thousands of acres, the number of strawberries and Mexicans. That's who picking them. Mexicans down in Plant City. The only reason I knew about that is because I was doing the government census in the 2020. So I was down in Florida making money, and I had a car, and they was giving me 25 cents a mile. So I was driving everywhere, just trying to get gas mileage to do my job. Man, I
I ain't
used to
mad at
walk
that.
out. I used to walk out at the end of the week with about like $800. 600 would just be on gas allowance. We are
Serious
survivors
B,
as
that was great. Serious, that was a crazy comment. Baby Jesus. He said people with money got to listen to folks try to feed it. Yo, set. Oh, man, son. Go ahead, OG.
No, I'm just saying though, brother. Look, eventually they're going to use food as a weapon against us. They're going to try to starve us out. Because what happens when they end the EBT programs? They ain't feeding your kids at school no more for free.
Won't be
So
eating
what
better
happens?
today.
Huh?
I said they won't be eating better today.
Exactly. So understand this: if Trump get his way, he cuts up and he cuts out all the food programs and subsidies. Because look how the farmers are suffering right now. The white folks in Nebraska is crying that they ain't got nobody to pick their crops.
Shit crazy.
Look how, huh?
Well, that's why we got to be on point, focus on what we doing.
Exactly. So we need, I'm just saying, economically, we need to have our own grocery stores. We need to have our own black farmers markets. We need to have our people going out there and making these contracts with black farmers to come into the city to sell their produce, their eggs, their chickens, their goats. Whatever they selling and it's healthy for us, then we should buy it from them and enrich their pockets rather than giving it to Albertsons and Aldis and all that, knowing that these people have sprayed all kind of chemicals and got GMOs, genetically modified organisms.
Get off your chest, OG.
I'm just saying, brother. I step down and let the young people talk. I will concede the conversation and listen to y'all because what y'all tell me is updating my knowledge. So I'm willing to listen.
See? Sabio, you heard that, Sabio?
Nah, me and Savio we done been at it like cats and dogs all this afternoon.
I know, but he need to hear that. You know what I'm saying?
I know it, but see, you gotta understand, man. Savio don't like being challenged.
Well, we got a nonprofit. You know about our nonprofit, our institute, and our STEM programs and everything.
Do I physically know about yours, or do I know of nonprofits?
Do you know about ours?
What's it about?
Oh, we have an institute for Black children only, with students all over the country, founded by myself. Several people in the chat teach there. And we also have a nonprofit program, Changing Faces of STEM is one of the main programs we have, with the sole goal of increasing the amount of Black people in STEM. No diversity, just pushing us in there and getting us to compete. So we have a science initiative. Part of that Changing Faces in STEM, a STEM fair. And so they got that coming up on the 24th in New York City and the 25th. So,
So let me ask you something, brother.
Say again?
Let me ask you something. How are you able to have a successful program, right? STEM program, right? And Dr. Umar, out of all that money he collected, he still ain't came up with no school. Explain that to me, please.
I don't even get involved in that convo. I used to, but I'm like, that shit is, yeah.
we're trying to focus on getting these little donations we can get from brothers like you and other people that you might be associated with, and keep pushing it forward so that so we got something that we can actually look at. You know what I mean?
Let me ask you, how can I because see I'm old, and I'm not saying that I'm old as far as people.
You're not old. You just low up there, but you ain't old. You know what I'm saying?
Okay. How do I go? Do I go through PayPal? Do I go through how do I get the money to your, like, I would like to put $20 in. Because right now
You
that's
got
all I
Cash
got.
App, PayPal. We ain't trying to break your
Okay.
bank, baby. You might know people that might, you know what I'm saying? We got Cash App, PayPal, the links in the chat, Zelle.
Okay. No post office box, nothing like that, right?
Nah, we don't do the PO box.
Okay.
We actually relocating right now with everything going on. We're looking to expand from Brooklyn to North Carolina in these next couple months. So we're really excited about that. So you don't have to worry about bringing up, anybody who has raised money and didn't do anything with it. You can just, say, don't worry about them. Look at what they're doing over here.
Okay. Is there a link that you can send me that I can get information on about the Institute? Then that way, when I do get a PayPal account established, I'll try to do it tonight. And then I can go ahead and send you all that money.
Everything's in the chat. It's all good, brother. Everything counts, man. You know what I'm saying? That might be $1,000 to you. That might, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't look at it like that.
Well, I understand, but I'm willing to support the Black community, especially when it comes to educating our kids so that we can be competitive. See, my whole thing is, look, the Indians ain't gonna give us, I'm talking about the people in India. They ain't gonna give us a break. The Chinese ain't gonna give us a break.
I tell my students, I told my students today, I'm like, look, man, you're gonna be flipping burgers and barely flipping burgers for Asians if you don't do your work. Like, we competing, our science fair be no cap. Our focus is competing with Asians right now. Like, they not playing. Like, they taking over departments, all the engineering departments, medical departments, certificate departments, they running. And so when we say black and brown, it don't even make sense because it's really black folks that's behind. And the Latino connection is like, but black folks, we got, we focus on our own boots. So that's what we doing over here. So we got our scientists.
This is what I notice about the Latinos. They surpass us in the services, not the knowledges and so forth, but the services. They're willing to be the maids, the cook. You understand what? The gardeners, the trash collectors, the services.
We was willing to do. We was doing that for years, but we tired of we was getting violated for mad long. So we was like, man, fuck this shit, man.
Yeah, that's what Ronald Reagan pulled. Let me tell you how Ronald Reagan pulled one. This when he was the governor of California. This before he became president, right? So the brothers and the sisters, the Black Panthers and all that, they had decided to go back to college because they was like, we tired of being maids, we tired of being, and so he said, well, okay, since y'all don't want this job, I want to allow these Mexicans to come over the border. And I'm going to give them a free ride. That welfare queen stuff started with Ronald Reagan because the little Mexican women were coming across the border and having about 7 kids. And they would show up, believe it or not, they would show up to the welfare office in they Quintessa. They what's some things that they go to Quintessa or whatever it is, them big old dresses.
Mm-hmm.
You would see them walking into the welfare office with these big old flowery dresses like they going to the prom. Because that was the only good clothes they had. So they wanted to look, they wanted to look respectful. So the woman would go to the welfare office with the 7 kids in her little cha-cha outfit. And the brothers would be looking at her like, what the? But slowly but surely, they gave them people free housing, food stamps, child. See, back then, if you
What
had
city
a kid,
you in? What city you in, OG? What city you in?
I'm in Los Angeles.
Oh, you want LA? Shout out all the LA heads, man. We trying to get some shit popping in California too, man. I don't like California. I got too much. The Spanish folks is too. It's too mixy out there. I'm gonna say that. New York
Well,
and
let's say it
Brooklyn.
like, but I understand Brooklyn, but understand this was their land before the white man came.
Oh no, I got you. I'm just saying within the country, I like to be in places where black has a strong. You know what I'm saying? Black. We don't. You know, I'm spoiled in
Nah, we
Brooklyn. It's
don't,
black on black in Brooklyn. It's black on black on
I
black
understand.
on black.
And that's where y'all have a strong knowledge about who y'all are.
Yeah,
You know,
LA. Cool.
Harlem.
Shout out to LA though, man. I'm with connecting with
Yeah,
anybody,
but
black folk, anywhere, man. That's pushing black folks somewhere.
yeah, but see, they got a small nucleus. Let's just say a small portion of black people who believes in the same, like the brothers up in Oakland. Okay, for instance, you know about Oakland, California, right?
Yeah, I've been there once.
Okay, what did you observe?
Shit too mixy for me. A lot of
Okay,
poverty. And
okay. So understand this. Oakland at one time was the people who were living in Oakland, they had jobs working at the ports, the shipping and all that. They had actual great jobs. And then guess what? They got phased out. See, that's what happened. Every time in the 70s, we were flourishing as a culture. Reagan came, cut all the programs, and then they introduced coke and guns into the community. And some of us fell for it.
I feel well. I mean, we got we got to. You know, you fuck with AI.
What's that? Artificial intelligence?
Yeah.
I had a program and I was trying to learn it, and then the next thing I know, the program jumped ship.
Yeah, we gotta get you on AI. We gotta get all the black folks on AI, learning how to use the technology. You know, we gotta catch up because the white folks, you know, white folks keep white folk and then they using white folk AI with the white folk, and we gotta catch up because all these weird shit be like.
I wholeheartedly agree. And see, the only thing is because I basically live on my own. Yeah, I have women come in and out my life and all that, and I have my sons. But I never sat down and asked anybody to actually sit down and make me electronically competent.
You got a
Meaning
computer?
upgrading. No, I only have phones and pads.
All right, that's a start. You got an iPad, you got Wi-Fi, you can go right on the computer and type in YouTube and then go right there and be like, you know, technology, I should know technology in 2025, basics of AI, basics of chat GPT, you know what I mean, basics of Google searching, you know, basics of emailing, get caught up to the technology, electrical components or basic.
I know how to email. I know how to email. I know how to do that. It's when they came up with the internet and all these other different abilities of the internet. You know,
Just type
getting
it in.
apps
Just you can, but going right, you want to catch that up. You want to catch that up. That's the tool right now. So you know what I'm saying we can get our older folks to be shooting with the guns that we using. It's a different situation.
That's what I'm saying, man. Got to update. Got to up to date the old folks too now. Don't leave us behind.
You can get on the stream through YouTube, man. Just clicking the link. You know what I'm saying? A lot of people listen to YouTube for that, but
you would definitely see me, brother. You would definitely see me.
Yeah, push. He leveling up, man. That's all we got is us, baby. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, man, I have much respect for the brothers in New York because y'all been keeping it real for the last, 130 years?
Yeah, for some of us, there's a lot of bozos too, but I appreciate the, sentiment.
Oh, man, it's the same thing. It's the same thing down south, man. A lot of us are very educated, enlightened, and so forth. And because we have a low overhead, man, you can get a house in Jackson, Mississippi for $6,000. Did you hear what I said?
Yeah, that don't sound fun.
Yeah, because it's Jackson, Mississippi.
If your house $6,000, I don't know about your city.
Hey man, you have to. I tell you what. I think it's Craigslist. Craigslist will have those listing for those houses. You know, the ones that them real good houses. You know, like Reddit, whatever them is. They gonna list them. But them houses that's fixer uppers in the middle of the black neighborhoods, they going for $6,000, bro. Because you got to remember, Jackson at one point went without water for almost 2 years.
Now there's people making all type of real estate investments. I don't jump out the windows. You know, I'm already trying to jump out the window. I'm actually jumping out some windows right now. So the
Yeah,
spot
but
we
see,
about
you
to
headed
move
to
into.
North Carolina. You headed to North Carolina. I heard what you're saying.
Now we doing both. We expanding to a spot in Brooklyn, and we doing North Carolina. So we're gonna be doing 2 locations. So I honestly am figuring out how the hell I'm gonna make this work. So that's I don't know. But
You gonna make it work,
figure it
brother.
out. I'm
You
gonna figure it out.
you
But
got this far. You got this far, and you're gonna make it further down the road.
ain't gonna stop.
So my $20 is my showing that I believe in you.
Even if you didn't say it, just saying it was enough, brother. Just saying it is enough.
Yeah, but see, actions speak louder than words.
That's the statement.
Okay, so I'm willing to put my money where my mouth is.
Nah, I appreciate that, man. It's more than what most people do. More than what most
brother,
people do.
I understand, my man, but I'm putting this out here to the community. Look, there are many black men who are trying to bring the community back together, and there are also black men who are trying to advance the community. We have to do it all together. And if there's brothers who are willing to take their time to embetterment of the black community, then give them brothers their support. Y'all, see, my whole thing too, and I'm not saying all of y'all, my whole thing too is, why is it y'all can run to Starbucks and give them folks y'all money every day? Every day. They run and give them people their money every day for some shitty coffee. There's 9 times nothing but fructose sugar, because they be like, I need 9 squirts, 10 squirts. And when I used to sit up in front of Starbucks, because I lived in LA and I lived in an apartment building that was right across the street from Starbucks. Almost every 3 out of 5 women was out of shape and fat, but they get the biggest cup in Starbucks.
What's up, good brother?
So why?
I say, what's up?
Oh, how you doing, brother?
All right. You from Jackson?
Jackson, Mississippi, Callaway High School, baby.
Oh, 601 Beasley.
Yeah. You from
North side.
Jackson too?
Of course I
Yeah.
am. I came to see where they got the $6,000 houses at. I know you ain't talking about over there on the north side.
We talk about over there, you know, where the Mill Street Road.
The last time you been to Jackson, fam?
Maybe about a year and a half. My dad's funeral.
Oh man, my condolences. That's about the same time I buried my mother.
Yeah, unfortunately, brother.
Yeah.
Yo, real quick, who's Charles McHara?
Is that somebody in Jackson or is just somebody y'all?
Nah, that's somebody trying to get on the panel, but they ain't showing their face, so they about to get the boost. Charles, you got the troll name. You're not gonna catch us off guard, B.
To my man from South Jackson. You know about Rowan, right? Rowan
No,
High School.
yeah, I know where Rowan is. That's down there off Mill Street. I went to Callaway too. I'm class 86.
Yeah. Okay, so you probably know the Dorseys. Remember Kevin?
I know Kevin Dorsey. Yeah, stayed over in Valley North. I do know him.
Yeah, curly hair, green eye. Thank you, Smokey Robinson, all that shit. That's my cousin, man. That's my first cousin. I'm the Dorsey's out of
Okay.
Tougaloo.
Yeah, now looking at you now, you do kind of remind me of Kevin. Okay, okay. I'm gonna be nice, bro.
Yeah,
But you've been telling us
yeah,
some stories. You've been telling us some stories this evening.
yeah. Well, like I said, man, I went to Jackson State, and then my cousins gave me an invite to come out with them out here to California, the Parliament Funkadelic, right? So, I couldn't turn that down. I was like, yeah, I want to come. And man, I wound up being out here in California almost 9 months, bro. Almost lost my scholarship at Jackson State.
Okay, I'm gonna leave it alone. I'm gonna leave it alone, Mr. Dorsey.
No, man,
Before-
we can talk. We can talk. Okay.
no, no, because you told bro you was racking with them when you was like 16 years old.
Yeah, I was. I went to Jackson State at 16.
Okay.
Okay, remember when you used to be able to go to summer school over at Murrah?
No, I get it. I get it. You're right. I was done at about 16 and I just did like a half a year senior year, graduated at 17. So yeah, I'm not gonna call too much. I'm not gonna cause no contention, bro. We
No,
family.
no, no, no. But see, somebody who understands the background. Remember when you used to be able to go to Murrah for summer school?
Yeah, upward bound.
Yeah, I was always taking them summer classes, so I had so many credits that I was able to go ahead and graduate out of high school, and then I took the ACT and the SAT, and I got a good score. So
Right.
my parents were alumni from Jackson State.
I got you, bro.
So,
I got you, homeboy. I got you, homeboy. I'm gonna leave it alone.
so it was way easier for us to gain a higher education than it is now.
Okay, yeah.
Okay. You remember what Jackson State campus used to look like, right?
Mm-hmm.
Before they tore everything down.
No, what you talking about? Only thing I can really tell the difference is how they put the little traffic circle there. You can't drive up on the yard no more.
No, I'm talking about, remember the black community that used to be over there by Blackburn?
Yes,
Okay,
that's gone now.
Remember them shotgun houses that used to be all the way over there from Blackburn all the way to Capitol Street?
Yes, a lot of those are gone now. The school own all that land.
Exactly. The state took that land.
No, the school owns that land.
Yeah, but who owns the school?
It's a state school.
Yes. So who's on the dean of board? Who's the board of deans?
It's the IHL runs that. I know the drill, bro. We dealing with a situation right now. We done had 5 presidents in 5 years on some black ineptitude shit. So I get where you're going.
Yes. So when I was coming up by Blackburn, you remember the Penguin? Remember the Penguin Cafe?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
It's gone. It's gone now. That's the dorm now.
Exactly. And then also the black bank that used to be next to it, Black Mutual. Remember Black Mutual that used to be next to it?
Mm-hmm.
Remember the barber shop? Remember the grocery store? Remember
Yeah,
the little convenience
but
store?
grocery store is gone now.
Exactly. The white people systematically destroyed that, just like they did Ferry Street.
No. Hold on, bro. That was Mayor Dorsey that reinvigorated Fair Street to try to bring it back towards its historical meaning and to preserve it as a
Yeah,
historical district. And you got black
yeah,
businesses on Fair Street to this day. What are we talking about? You say you was just there now.
yeah, okay. But understand that you know where the federal building is standing right now? And that parking garage?
Yeah, the federal building
The IRS
downtown.
building. The IRS building.
Yes.
That used to be number black businesses. That land used to be
Mm.
my dad used to have, who's the dude who sell the Mr. Lee, the one that sells the pig ear sandwiches, the sausage
Oh,
sandwiches over by
yeah, you
Rainbow
talking
Syrup?
about Gino Lee.
Yeah, that's that. He lives in Bel Air. He lived right across the street from my mama. I know
Okay,
his. I
okay,
know Monique.
okay.
Yeah, bad little. Back in the day, she was bad little. You know, she was a bad. She was a dime piece back then.
I keep it
Monique.
PG. Keep it PG. We in public.
Yeah, I
Yes, sir.
said dime piece. But at the same time, bro, you was going to Callaway, so you knew. Did you know Eric Lewis?
Yeah, and his brother Kevin. Yeah,
Yeah. Okay. Remember Disco Duck? That's what you used to call Eric because Eric was real tall, right?
yeah.
Yeah. And then Eric went to the Marine Corps and started playing basketball for the United States Marine Corps. And they sent him over to Guam to do
Okay.
exposition basketball. And Eric lived over in Valley North, not Valley North. What's the other side of the street? Not Valley North.
Woodhaven.
Yeah,
Oh no. You across from Valley North. You talking about Norwood?
yeah, Norwood. So
What's the
Eric used to
chances
live.
of y'all Bama heads? What's the chances of y'all Bama heads meeting up on the New York panel?
I don't know Q, but I do know his cousin. I know his cousin very well. His cousin about 2 years younger than me, behind me. Yeah,
Okay, you remember Miss Pfizer? Remember Miss Pfizer?
I do remember Miss Pfizer.
That's my aunt. She went back to her maiden name. She's a Dorsey. Leontine
That-
Pfizer. Remember, she was tall, red
yeah,
bone.
she talked. She was an English teacher.
That was my aunt. My
Wow.
aunt Leontine.
Okay.
You know, Jackson is small, bro. You know, we was a Tougaloo Dorsey.
Yeah.
You know, we was on the outskirts. You know, we was on the outskirts of the county. We was right there borderline with Madison.
Yeah, I know where Tougaloo is. Both my parents graduated from the Lou.
Exactly. So because we have those type of roots in Jackson, us who the old, I ain't saying we the old school, but us who know what Jackson really was about back then.
It was an up and coming blue collar city. A lot of black folks that didn't migrate north. They left the Delta and they came south to Jackson, or they came from the south, Macomb area, and moved north to Jackson. Worked at the Packers, worked at the Spirit Vickers, worked at the plants and stuff that were there. It was a up and
Uh-huh.
coming city.
And then the Nissan plant moved to to Canton, right?
Yes, it's still there.
Right. But notice how they developed all them areas of Canton and modernized it, but left Jackson, the infrastructure of Jackson, to rot.
Yeah, I get that they want that city back. You know the fight that's
That's why.
been going on the last several decades.
That's why they now having it so that what is the state police control what State Street, everything over there by the Baptist Hospital,
You
everything
you
over there by the University Hospital.
well, it's called the Capitol Police, and they trying to make the Fundren District a special district because that's like the last little white stronghold in the city right now.
Right, right, all by Bellhaven Millsaps, right?
Yeah, exactly. And they trying to expand it to encompass
Right,
JSU.
right.
Right
So
now this is the official Bama section, not Bama for the South. Alabama, homie. Jackson, Alabama. No disrespect to the South. What I'm saying, Bama, we really talk about Bama, boy. Alabama.
Hey,
Alabama, we ain't mad at y'all. We ain't mad at y'all. You Alabama, red clay, dirt eating, sugar dust eating dudes. We ain't mad at y'all.
I'm bugging. I say Alabama. I got all our countries. That Mississippi. Sorry, redact that last one. Mississippi, Jackson, Mississippi. My bad. Jackson,
baby. We from the SIP, baby.
Alabama. So I was saying it wrong. Oh, my bad. So I was wrong saying Bama. See, that's that New York. I'm just gonna shut up right now. I just fucked up.
no,
My
this
bad.
that truth gave you that bad habit,
Hey,
man. He called everybody
up
Bama.
in New York, man. We love you, city boys up here in New York. You understand
Hey,
what I'm saying?
yeah.
The Knicks in the finals.
See, we scattered everywhere on the United States, man. But we all have unity and respect for each other. Now, those who get mad and they want to destroy the community, hey man, I can't speak for them. I can only speak for the brothers that I know want to do something for the community.
Facts on
That's all I
facts.
can speak on. And maybe, what would you rather have, 100 sheep or 5 lions?
But to eat 100 sheep, right?
Yeah, I say, well, am I hungry? Am I a chef? I got a lot of people to feed, or am I going to
Oh
battle?
no,
What?
somebody is warrior wise. Would you rather have 100 lions or 100 sheep? I mean,
Well,
5 lions, sheep.
give me the lioness. Give me 5 lioness. That,
Exactly. So right now, I'm looking on this panel, and there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 black men who are actively telling the truth out of their heart of what they believe in.
okay,
And they believe
don't go get spooky on me, homeboy. Hey.
No, man, I'm looking at 5 people. It's 5 of us in the chat on the panel,
Oh,
ain't it?
okay. I just said don't go getting spooky on you. Talking about lines and stuff. I don't want you to be giving us a sermon here.
As a metaphor.
Okay.
I'm gonna use that Callaway education that I got and use words like hyperbole and metaphors and all that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, because I hate to tell your aunt on you.
Oh man, yeah, man. She passed away with my dad before, so.
Oh man, not Miss Pfizer.
Yeah. Now it's left to my generation to pick up where they left off. Because Miss Pfizer was a real one, right?
Yeah. She ain't mind giving you an L.
Exactly.
you gonna keep it in the road. So hey, let me ask you this: were you in the boom too? I was just asking because you say you was part of Parliament, so I didn't know if you was musically inclined too.
Well, no. I learned how to play the saxophone. But then, hey man, I did the saxophone, and then once I got the scholarship, not the musical scholarship, I got an academic scholarship, a full academic scholarship. So everything was paid. But this is back when Dr. Peoples used to be running Jackson State.
Now that was the real one right there.
Yeah, Dr. Yeah. Dr. Peoples wore the afro and drove in the Lincoln and everything, right?
Yeah, he was a G.
He was a
But I ain't
G.
gonna,
So that's the
I'm,
dean, that's the people I run under.
I'm gonna get out of here, man. Because I don't want it to get too kumbaya. The chat don't like that. They like
Hey man, just change the subject to something else, bro. We can talk about something else. You ain't gotta
nah.
we can move on to other things. Economics, politics. We can't do religion because they don't respect religion, but other ways than that.
Nah, we don't want to hear it, man. We trying to move forward. But yeah, yeah, Sabio come back and talk religion with you.
No religion, man.
Sabio is a bushwhacker. He's a bushwhacker. He come out of nowhere with all this shit. Then when you try to talk, he tell you to shut up. How the hell you feel? You understand what I'm saying? He tell you to shut up. I'm like, what?
I don't know, homeboy. For a minute there, I felt like you were telling us some tall tales this evening, though. You maybe a little a little revisionist, maybe embellishing. I'm just them decades start running together. He's messing up my timeline.
Yeah, I understand, but you got to understand the 70s. I don't know if you remember Dorsey's. Remember Dorsey's Disco out there
Yeah, I
on
do.
Moonbeam?
Yeah.
Them were my people too. I used to be over there at Dorsey's slinging alcohol.
Come on now.
Stales Diner.
But you had to be at least okay. You like 14 to 15 years old then, and you was working in the nightclub.
Hey man, it was my uncle's nightclub. Nigga, I was washing dishes. Man, back then there wasn't no liquor laws. Remember, they didn't change the liquor law till Reagan came up to be 21. You could be 18
No,
and
but we still had the Sunday blue laws though then.
yeah,
So
that depending on what
don't say they
county,
weren't cracking down. Yeah, don't say they wasn't, you know.
but they weren't cracking down in the clubs.
Well, I guess they had to let jokers blow some steam out.
Yeah. Do you remember Harvey Dorsey? That was another one of my cousins, Harvey.
The mayor?
No, not that one. Harvey, the one that has the tent shop over there on Beasley Road.
Yeah, yeah. Okay, I do know who you're talking about. I know. Yeah,
That's
yeah,
Lil Harvey. That's Lil Harvey. Now,
yeah.
remember that big old mansion that used to be on Prentice,
Yes.
the one with the white Corvette.
Yep.
That's that's my uncle Harold. He taught at Texas Southern, and he got his art degree from Tougaloo.
Okay. Okay.
So you remember that big old, Tudor style mansion and the lot right next to it, right?
Mm-hmm.
That belonged to my uncle Harold. He died. But his son came from Chicago, who's a lawyer, and he's trying to renovate the house and he's trying to turn it into an art museum.
Yeah, you should, man. That's a part of the city that's under attack right now with the gentrification.
Right,
Yeah,
right.
yeah. They're trying to get South Jackson real bad.
Yeah. So you have to understand, remember up and down Capitol Street, State Street, all of them old houses. Remember, the white folks left them houses and the blacks moved in, and then the blacks found out that the plumbing and everything, and it was all rotten inside the houses and so forth.
Yeah, the lead pipes, lead paint, and all that stuff. Yeah, they trying
Yeah,
to get all them houses back now. They trying to get all them
yeah,
houses back.
yeah. Because now what they getting them with the dime on the dollar?
Yeah, well, that's what I said. When you say $6,000, that had to be the area of town that you're talking about. And it's somebody's either a tax lien or like you say, somebody died, they got behind the taxes 3 years, and yeah, but yeah,
Mhm. And then, like I said, over there, Mill Street, over there off
yeah,
Mill Street, over off Ferry Street. Them little shotgun houses.
yeah. A lot of them been torn down already because owners abandoned it, city takes over, then the lot goes up to sale.
Exactly. And what they're doing is they're moving. If you notice, these areas that they keep on gentrifying is they pushing the blacks over on the other side of the train tracks.
What other side?
Okay.
The city like down there 80% black, homeboy. What are you talking about?
Okay. The Roosevelt Hotel downtown, when they renovated, who got in that hotel?
But when you say push them on the other side of the tracks, what do you mean? Because you can't go too
Oh,
far downtown. They'll be in Pearl.
you know where the train station is, right?
Yes.
Okay. And all along that train station, you cannot cross from one side of Jackson to the other side of Jackson, right? Without coming under those thresholds, right?
Right.
Okay. Now think about where Farish Street is. It used to be a furniture store. I'm not sure. But you know where Farish Street is? On the other side of where
Go ahead.
if you notice, they're pushing the community over on the other side. They're making a dividing line. So, like, if you come onto the other side of the tracks, where the train station and so forth is, you now dealing with white people.
Wait, hold up, homeboy. Think about what you're saying. From Ferry Street on the corner of the train station, Ferry Street and Capitol, you go up in the divider under that bridge. That's the University Plaza right over there. That Jackson State is damn near all the way up to that point.
Right,
On
and
the
it's
other, I
empty all
think
the
you,
way there, right? Gallatin,
yeah,
all the way up to Gallatin.
yes, but the school owns that property.
that the
So
state owns that property.
You're
They
saying the
just
state
use
owns the school. I get where you're going with that,
no,
but
no, no, no.
let's
They use the state use eminent domain to remember Jackson was about to go off. Remember when they found out that they had bulldozed that graveyard over where the football team practiced?
yes.
Okay. They did not remove some of the bodies, they only removed the markers.
Okay.
So those people were still in that ground where people are running around playing football, sweat. That's hollow ground, bro.
I get that, but what are you getting at?
What I'm getting at is those white folks don't have no respect for our community, so they would desecrate our graves. They would desecrate our churches. They would desecrate our communities.
Okay, but you're
You
saying
understand?
that, and I just told you that the school owns that property.
But when those white folks start to develop that property, you don't think the school ain't gonna give it to them?
No,
You don't think so?
no, the school has some stuff to leverage because they want the vet right across from UMC. They got some stuff to leverage, so they're gonna have to come talk to us, and they're gonna have to talk nicely because we own the vet
Okay,
too.
okay. So
That,
see,
that's
you
why.
giving me yeah, you giving me some information I wasn't aware of
Wait a minute, how you know we not? How did you not know that we own the vet?
because I ain't been in Jackson. Remember, I
Okay,
told you I came back. Came back for my dad's funeral, and when I seen everything that was going on, this was just when Deion Sanders was still coaching at Jackson before he
okay,
moved
so
on to college.
yeah, so that's been a little longer than a year and a half ago. But I'm just saying,
No,
well,
no,
that's what's going on.
yeah. So the things I'm aware of is when I came down, people was like, "Yeah, this is what's going on over here." Do you remember Miss Benford?
Miss
Dot
Benford.
Benford. She ran from everything from dog catcher to mayor.
I don't. Name don't ring a bell right now, bro.
Okay. Do you know what's his name? He old as dirt. Benny Goodman.
I do know him. Yeah.
Senator Benny Goodman.
Mm-hmm. You mean Benny Thompson?
Okay. I'm sorry. Benny Thompson and what's his name?
Uh,
Stokes. Mr.
Kenneth
Stokes.
Stokes. Yeah, Kenneth
Yeah,
Stokes. Now he need to go somewhere and sit down.
a long time ago. A long
Yes,
time
sir.
ago. Okay, do you know Howard? Howard Sanders.
Howard Sanders. No.
Okay. Howard Sanders is one of my buddies who's in he's trying to do something with the black community. He always is, and sometimes he gets discouraged, and I'll be like, man, just keep on doing what you're gonna do. Are you doing it for you, or are you doing it for the community? Are you doing it for your ego, or are you doing it making improvements to the people in the community? And then he'd be like, yeah,
Yeah.
you reminded me. And then he asked me,
Okay.
when you coming down here? Huh?
That's my question right there. What we gonna do to save the city? How many of them 6,000 houses you gonna go over there and get?
Shit, I got two already.
You know, you part of the alum
You know what
association.
Bailey? You know what Bailey? You know what
You
Bailey?
part.
You know what Bailey Avenue is? You know what Bailey
Yeah.
Avenue is?
Yeah.
I got two houses over on Bailey Avenue, over by the park.
Okay, Burton
My
District.
mom left. Huh?
You talking about down on the Capitol Street end? Or you talking about like on the North Side Drive end?
I'm talking about the Jackson Mall end.
Okay, Bird District then. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, over there.
You a member of the Alumni Association? Why not?
Man, when I left Jackson, because I don't have no. I mean, I got family in Jackson, but I don't have no roots in Jackson.
You graduated from DLR?
I understand that, brother, but at the same time, bro,
I
I
just
can't.
wait. I just said that's the buffer between the gentrification right now. That's a stronghold right in the city. And you talking about the
Yes.
white folks gonna come take the land, but you're not even supporting the people that in the fight, bro. What we talking about here?
Oh, check this out, brother. I pay my property tax on my property. They can't take
That goes
mine.
to this.
I pay.
That goes to the city. The city gonna get that property to the highest bidder. I'm talking about the I love right there, trying to expand his footprint in the city.
Oh, you talking about the church?
I'm talking about Jackson State, bro. I thought,
I understand, but Jackson State ain't over by Bailey Avenue.
but I asked you, were you a member of the alumni association?
Oh no, bro. I can honestly tell you. I'm not gonna sit up and lie to you. I
No,
tell
I
you
don't want you
no, because
to. But I'm trying to coerce you into joining and supporting your alma mater.
I would be more than happy to support my alma mater. I'll be
All
happy to
right,
do
now
that.
we
I'm
got about. Hey, you know what? In June we got the annual giving drive starting in June.
okay.
I'm gonna make sure you get the link when you be around, so you can go on in there, do a little something.
Okay. Do you know my brother Dolph Dorsey, the one who owns the body shop over there on Mega Evers?
Nah, where it on Mega Evers?
Where the old post office used to be. You know where the church's chicken is?
It's two.
You know, yeah, but I'm
What?
talking
What?
about the church's chicken coming on Longwood over there from Bel Air.
Oh, okay, you on that end of Mega's Evers. Okay, that's on the north end. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, my brother has a body shop there. He has a business. He owns that little strip of land right there on the corner. See, I can't remember the names, but I know the major streets. Mega Evers and man, it used to be what's the little the little juke joint that's right there on the corner?
What, Club
Okay, you know
Volcano?
yeah. Yeah, the
Nah,
volcano.
yeah, well, that's gone now. That where it should be gone, because that's old there, old
Yeah,
milestone.
I only
I
know the
hope it's
old
gone.
landmarks. Yeah, I
Yeah,
only know the old landmarks.
I got you. I got you. But yeah,
So
that's
yeah,
that's
my
kind of
brother
like right in the
Dolph
heart where you can cross from Bel Air and cross on over and keep riding around and end up over in Georgetown. So I'm tracking.
right, right, Georgetown. Okay, so as far as I'm looking at Jackson, I'm looking at how come they didn't go ahead and do an overpass so that you could go from one part of Jackson over into the other part of Jackson without them parking trains all across the tracks to divide the city.
Well, they gave you a bypass. That's what 220 is for.
Yeah, but see, okay, do you really know what 220 is for?
No, Tim, it's gonna connect
That's for
55. It connects 55 and 20, right?
uh, that's for military transportation, bro. So they can surround the city anytime and isolate the city if any riots and so forth break out. That's to
Stop
contain.
that.
That's
Stop
this
that,
is what they
Dorsey.
no
Dorsey, you
no no
stop that. No, sir.
brother
No, sir.
brother.
Okay.
Then
No, no, no,
why
no, 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 nope. I'm
listen
not gonna let you do
to me.
that. Nope, I'm not gonna
This
let you do
yeah
that.
okay. Okay, so let me ask you something. Why is the freeways 30 feet higher than the rest of the neighborhoods?
You want me to tell you why? Because it's
Yeah.
like that over the entire country. It's called the Eisenhower Interstate Highway Project, and it is part of a national defense road network. That's why you have those bridges that don't have anything up under them, built like they are at certain points along the country. So it's not that
Right.
they
So they
trying
can
to
hide the
seize
tanks, the
Jackson.
planes.
It's a defense plan. It's a road network. Don't do that, Dorsey.
Okay, well, let me tell you about LA. Okay, they got what they call a freeway system with walls 20 feet high, talking about their sound barriers, right?
Yeah, it
But
is.
some way, somehow, they seem to be able to divide up one neighborhood from another and have choke points.
No, that's not choke points. That's how you do intimate domain with people who have money. they gonna put sound barriers up. In the black neighborhood, they just gonna roll straight through there and not put no
No, no,
rails up or
they
anything.
got-
And
if
in the
anybody
in
from LA, yeah, if
huh?
anybody from LA, they tell you they got them barriers on all the freeways.
Yeah,
All freeways.
yeah, but I'm just saying that's not a military thing. That's how eminent domain is just implemented amongst um people who don't have money and people who do have money.
Understood.
It's a privacy wall.
Okay. I can't argue with you because if that's the way you see it as, I mean, that's the way you see it.
Yeah, because I mean that freeway also makes money. I guarantee they probably make a lot of money off the tolls in the state.
Oh yeah, yeah. But see, I forget that y'all loop out and then y'all get on the y'all connect on the 55 to go to Canton.
Yeah, 55 will take you to Canton on to Memphis, or you can ride on around 20 and hit Meridian, Tuscaloosa, Birmingham,
And
Atlanta.
then the other way, Monroe, Shreveport,
Yeah,
Dallas.
yeah, Vicksburg, Monroe, Shreveport, Dallas. Yep.
Yes. Yeah. So from my past experience as a youth growing up in Jackson and Mississippi, and my dad then moved up to Lexington and all them places like that, the Delta and all that.
Hmm.
I've had my Mississippian experience. Let's just say it like that.
I
Okay.
get that, bro.
And
I get that.
I don't have no shame because Callaway, Murrah, Provine, you know, what's the one?
Lanier,
West Hill,
Jim
Lanier. Yeah.
Hill, Forest
Yeah.
Hill, Wingfield. Okay.
So all of those, man, that is what I was familiar with when I left Jackson.
They still there.
I know they're still there, but those are the people who went to those schools are the people I'm familiar with.
Some of them are probably still there too. You can't be the only what class you were from Callaway? What,
I
like
left
82? 82?
78. Remember?
Okay.
I left school is when I was 16.
All
That's
right.
78.
So all right, you got some friends still there, classmates and stuff. Hell, you got family there. I know some of your family. Kevin's
Oh
still
yeah,
alive.
I know my family there, but you know, my family say you come out here with them city ways and that shit don't work out here in Mississippi. I'm like, okay, I ain't gonna argue with you.
All right, Dust. I'm
So
trying
I
to figure
really
out what you own, man. I'm trying to figure out what you own, man.
what I'm on.
Yeah.
I mean, ask me. I mean, just ask me straight out. I
No,
mean,
we
why
just
do I
talking,
think?
man.
Yeah,
We
yeah.
just
But okay, so talking to the brother from Jackson, you know what Story, Mississippi is off 49, right?
did you say Sparta, Mississippi?
No, Star, right there by Pineywood.
Okay, yeah, I know where Star is, yes.
That's where my folks' property. That's where the property, the 400 acres that I was mentioning to the people, is over by
Yeah.
Star, over by Pineywood.
And you said down 49 South. And when you said that, I said, man, this dude, you near Brookhaven.
Yeah, 49.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Okay.
And then if you take 49 the other direction, it take you to Yazoo City, right?
Yeah, that's 49 North would take you to Yazoo City.
Exactly. So I do. I kind of know my landmarks. But when you're talking to somebody from New York or somebody from anywhere that's not from Jackson, it don't mean nothing to them
I
because they
got
don't
you.
think it. They don't think it exists. You understand what I'm saying? But when I give the details to somebody who lives in Jackson, Florence, Flowood, all that, you got to go down that little trail.
Yeah,
They
well, that
then
you
say, well,
get you go 20 now. You can get to Flowood. You talking about outside of Brendan, right?
yeah,
Yeah, you can go down Lakeland in 20.
uh-huh. Okay. So you remember when we used to go across the river to the airport, remember? The Pearl River to the airport.
Yeah, you still do.
Right. But remember when you was growing up, wasn't nothing over there. Wasn't no
No,
developments
yeah.
over there.
No, it wasn't. That's part of the
Because
plot. They have developed every little small what we call country town growing up has developed into suburbs or communities that surrounding the capital city, and all the resources or entertainment are in these Madisons and Pearl and all that. Clinton.
egg. So they draining the black community of all resources, even in entertainment.
Yeah, the city's literally under siege. But you say you ain't had
Exactly.
drinking water for 2 years. What are you talking about for 2 years?
Okay, when did the purification plant went out? When was that?
Oh man, you
And
want when
then
it first went out? It first went out maybe 10, 20 years ago. With that, they had that deep freeze and pipes started to burst.
okay, and then when the whole system went shut down,
You talking
and
about
they said,
right before COVID when FEMA came in and set up a district to mitigate that
right,
because the governor just never seems to be able to appropriate the funds for the city.
exactly. Now, see, my argument with with Jackson, people of Jackson. Now, and it might not be fair, and it might just be one sided. But my whole thing was, y'all can go 40,000 deep to a football game, right? Every other weekend. But y'all 40,000 people can't go march yourself around the governor's mansion and protest.
Wait a minute, that's what you want them to do? You know they've been actually doing litigation. But like I say, man, you gotta get more in tune, man, with what's been going on in the SIP,
Okay.
man. Because you really don't know the story that's been going on. So you got a red state, a blue city in a red state with a red house in a red city that has been doing all kind of stuff. They're to the point now that they're infringing on the citizens of Jackson's right to choose. The same people who say that they want small government and they don't want government intervening in their lives are now trying to impose on the citizens of Jackson.
Because they're hypocrites.
So what are we talking about marching and all this type of stuff? They're trying to take the city's airport. They want the airport not to be in Jackson.
Well, my mom, Dorothy Benford, tried to keep y'all from. My mom was on the committee trying to keep them from stealing the airport.
Well, no, but I'm just saying those are the type of lawsuits and litigation that's been going on in Jackson, and you acting like these
Yeah.
folks not doing anything, bro.
No. I was in Jackson when they stole the zoo. That was in
The
what,
zoo.
91?
Wait a minute. How did they steal the zoo? What do you mean they stole the zoo?
Remember, they privatized the zoo. That used to be Jackson's zoo. That used to be the city zoo.
Yeah,
And
that
then they
zoo is
private.
gone, man. The zoo gone, Dorsey.
See, that's how long I've been gone.
Yeah, man, you
I
gotta
thought,
stay plugged in. You can't sit here and be bragging about JSU and Callaway and Jimmy Hill and all that. You're not even plugged in, bro. You sound
well,
crazy
brother,
right now. You sound fool.
okay. No, bro. When I came in and my people was like, "Hey, this is what's going on in Jackson." I'm like, "Okay," but I live in California, so I
I
can
live in
sit up here.
Texas. I live in
Oh,
Texas,
you
bro. I live in
Dallas?
Texas.
You live in
Huh?
Dallas, Arlington? You live in
No,
Dallas, or
I've recently relocated to Houston from
okay?
Central Texas. From Central Texas about since 2010, and I've been down here in Houston about maybe 2 months since February. I don't know, man. It's been a eventful move, but I stay tapped into the city. I stay plugged
Okay,
in.
okay. Let me ask you: you getting a house down there, or are you just, you in an apartment right
Yeah,
now?
no, I just closed on the house about what is this? Maybe 3 weeks ago. Yeah, something like
Okay.
that.
You got a plumber?
It's a new construction, bro. A new build.
Oh, well, if you ever want to upgrade your lines, I got a buddy, and I'm talking about he's a certified plumber, everything. Me and him was in the Marine Corps together. If you ever need anything done to like a new hot water hand, anything, a new line, water line, anything you need, my buddy will handle it to you, and you use my name, and he'll give you a discount. I can promise you
Nah.
that.
What's his name, man?
David Butata
When the last time you talked to him?
yesterday.
All right. He a red leg too?
He is, I don't know, what is Dave? Dave Mexican and white. I don't know.
No, see, you missed that. You say you was artillery in the Marines, so I was just checking your gangster.
No, see, understand this, bro. When I was in, we were called FIST, fire support teams.
Oh, you was a fister, so you won artillery. You won the actual gunner. You if you was the fish, you like a 13 hotel or something, like a scout, forward
I'm
observer.
a scout, forward observer. Yeah, FO.
Yeah,
ABC, forward battery, FO, forward observer.
yeah.
That was my MOS back then. You understand? They had different. It was a different qualification designation, and then they upgraded to. They do a lot of numbers now because they have a whole bunch of different. You got air defense batteries. You got this and that, right? The Patriot
Yeah,
missile.
I get all that. Now Marine Corps ain't got no Patriots. Stop it.
Yes, the Marine Corps do have Patriots. What you talking about?
No, y'all don't, man. Stop it. That's a theater
Okay,
asset. That ain't even in y'all scope of war. Stop it.
check this out. Who you think was manning those Patriot missiles and so forth
The Army.
back in the first Iraq War?
The Army.
Yeah, part of the Army, but then also the
No,
Marine Corps. Okay,
the Army.
you know where Fort Seals is?
Yes, it's in Oklahoma.
Right. Where do the Marine Corps train?
Y'all probably get
Up
trained by
there.
the Army because that's the fire direction center
Exactly.
for the Army.
E-
Y'all the Army
Exactly.
trains you guys because y'all are just, y'all not a very large branch. I'm not gonna be derogatory.
No, 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 no. I mean, I'm being honest. I mean, I remember when that little, the little Indian girls on the reservation used to meet dudes at the fence when we got our paychecks.
Mm, okay.
You know what I'm talking about.
We
And
gonna keep
then,
it PG. We gonna keep it PG.
right? And then if we really wanted to go and hang out, we would go up to Norman, Oklahoma, and hang out with the kids at the Job Corps.
I got you. But I'm just saying Patriot is an Army asset, not Marine
Yeah, but
asset.
they did train some of us. I wasn't with no Patriot battery.
No,
Because
you
remember,
probably
I
got
was
introduced in your training. You probably got introduced to it, but it is an
uh-uh.
indirect fire system.
I was in Beirut. I was in Beirut in '83.
Okay.
Right. That's how I got my disability in Beirut. So I wasn't eligible to go back to fight. And because I tried to rejoin up during the first Iraq War. Then I tried to join up back in 9/11. They wouldn't let me in.
Oh, so you was gone before the storm.
Yeah, I was out.
Okay.
But
Okay.
my buddies who was they in Georgia or was it South Carolina? Fort Bennings. Who was at Fort Bennings?
Yeah, that
That
was
was parachute.
187. Yeah,
Yeah,
that's where they do airborne school.
the
Wait,
penny
say
troopers.
the who?
The penny troopers.
The panty troopers.
Yeah, that's what we used to call them.
Now, see,
Because remember,
I was very respectful to you. You would not be disrespecting the U.S. paratrooper, Jarhead. Okay,
no, understand this. Back in the day, they made the parachutes out of silk, right?
they still made out of silk.
And we was talking about, those are silk panties, right?
Mm-hmm.
So that's why we call y'all the panty troopers because we was making fun of that y'all had silk.
Yeah, I know. Y'all not very creative. I get it. I know.
Exactly,
That's
bro.
yeah. That's I
I'm
know.
not, hey, man, I was a jarhead. I did not say that I was Einstein, did I?
No, I get it. I get it.
Okay. Now, I understand you the army, right?
Did I say that?
Huh?
Did I say that?
No, but you sure taking up on.
Yeah.
So think about how the Air Force looked down at us.
No, everybody shits on the Air Force. You know.
The Air Force is some brainiacs. You know, that's some real intelligent nerds.
Yeah, you say so. I think the term
I'm just saying.
I think the term is pogue and soft, but we're gonna leave it alone. We're gonna keep it moving. We don't want the people to get bored, man.
We know when they do their basics in San Antonio, they only have to do a mile to qualify. We know that. We know they do
Well,
the least PT.
what about the city? What about the city though, man? What we gonna do about the city? You don't care about the city, you just want to talk about the city.
No, I do care about the city, but see, I don't want to put my okay, I got a settlement coming down here in LA, right? And I'm supposed to go to court as far as litigations and so forth in January
Okay,
2026.
we ain't got to talk about that. We ain't got to talk about that.
But let's just say it like this: when I have the resources, them $6,000 houses, I'm
Mm-hmm.
buying them up like we playing Monopoly. You
All
know,
right, all right.
I'm grabbing all the bullshit as assets that nobody want. You understand what I'm saying?
Oh, somebody
You
want
know,
them
when you
assets. Hey, Dorsey, somebody want them assets, bro. Trust me. I'm telling you they want them
I know they do.
assets.
Oh, I know they do. I know they do. That's why I'm gonna buy them up.
And then what you gonna do?
Hey man, put a store, a grocery store, a regular store, so that when we want something, you can come to my store and get a soda. You can come myself to get some Swishers. You can come to my store and get eggs. Because what I will do, I will set it up so that I can get a black farmer to supply me with the eggs, and I'll just trade them out the carton. I'll buy
You
the
know,
cartons and put them.
wait. You know we got a sister right there. You ever heard of Footprint Farms? You got a farm right there in Jackson.
Well, how come they ain't supporting her?
I think she's doing all right, and she's really trying to scale. This sister used to be on Wall Street. She walked away from Wall Street and came and started Footprint Farms. It's right down there. I'm trying to think over there by the Queens, in the area over
Oh
there.
man, check this out. At one point, I was planning on moving back to Jackson, right?
Uh-huh.
I went into the Queens, right? I lived on Queen Elizabeth.
Okay, I'm familiar. I know somebody over
Right.
there. Well, I knew somebody
Yeah,
over there.
that's over by toward Clinton, right?
Yeah, off Clinton Boulevard on one end, and then what is it, Flag Chapel on the other side, across from Presidential Hills. Yep.
Right. Okay, so I was living in the Queen, deep inside the Queens, right? Like I said, on Queen Elizabeth. And when I first came into the Queens, I noticed that they had a problem with trash. You know, street debris, right?
Yeah, yeah.
So I had a lady friend who was gonna come visit me, right? And I said, man, when she come in here, man, she gonna think I live in the dump, right? So, brother, I took 3 trash bags. I picked up all the litter on that main drag. You know, when you first come by that church and that convenience store is right over there, right where the
Yeah.
school is.
Yeah.
Man, I cleaned up everything out the ditch, everything from the church, everything all up and down that main drag. And people was looking at me like, why you clean? I said, look, I take pride in where I live, and I don't want none of my friends thinking I live in the ghetto. So if ain't nobody else gonna do it, I'm gonna do it.
You was really trying to impress her. You must like her.
Hey man, I was trying to get that wet, nigga.
Okay, so you're gonna keep it PG now.
I just want to do it, right? But the whole thing was, man, I took it on myself. Maybe my ego, maybe my pride. I could not allow somebody I knew to come into my neighborhood. And, you know, I talked all that pro-black, and then they're going to come in the neighborhood and say, your neighborhood clean. Why ain't you clean it? I cleaned it.
Okay, fair point. Fair point. No judgment.
You understand what I'm saying? But what happened is because of my effort, all the people who thought I was crazy, they then took an interest in cleaning the front of their house.
But that's what's up then.
And that's all it takes, brother. All it takes is for us, even if it's one of us, to go ahead and show people I walk the walk, I just don't talk the talk. See,
Hey,
I do have ideas, but I don't know if they were implemented in Jackson. I think that we should be teaching our kids, what's that, 4Fs. You know, the farming. I think they should be learning farming. I think they should be learning animal husbandry. Because look at all that empty space we got. They ain't gonna never put no buildings up there no more.
hey, never say never, bro.
Okay. Well, all I know is at that point, right when you leave around Lanier and you go, remember it used to be a housing project right there, right?
Yeah, that's gone.
Exactly, brother. When I left Jackson, that was a nice place to live.
I don't know about that now. Maybe when
No,
you
that's
left, when
yeah, when I left. That's when we went to get the weed. We ain't going to get no, this before crack hit.
yeah,
This
no,
when
I
we,
get it.
yeah,
I'm just saying when I left, that was jump out alley. So yeah,
yeah, yeah. Times change, right?
yeah.
So what I'm saying is, look, if I do decide to come back to Jackson and I invest in the city, I know where I need to go and I know who gonna be my patrons. You understand what I'm saying? I'd rather build my store in the middle of the poorest part of the city than to put mine around with people who ain't gonna support me.
Well, that's all your people in the city, bro. That's what I'm saying. The city is like 80% black. Those are your people.
I understand, but you gotta understand. Let's say, well, let's call them the boule. The
Oh, here we
boule,
go. Okay, tell me about the
okay,
boule.
the boule think that they too good to live in Jackson, so they run their ass out there to the suburbs.
Yeah, it's a trick. It's a trick. They getting tricked. We seen this happen
Exactly.
before.
Exactly. So my whole thing is, I'd rather be with the people who say, "Look, we live here in Jackson, and it's like Baltimore, right? We gonna stay in out because we proud of our town. But what we do lack are the resources and the people who are willing to invest their resources back into the community. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, I'm still trying to get down with this boule part though. You know, who is the
The
boule?
boule, okay, okay. Do
Cause
you
bro,
know? Remember
no, no, no. Let me give you a little context before you go. Because
okay.
you grew up in North Jackson, your family is kind of prominent in North Jackson.
No, no. I grew up in Bel Air, over there by
That's still
what?
North Jackson, man. Bel Air is right off North Side Drive. Come on,
Yeah,
fam.
over by Ico, Lake Ico. Yeah, over by the power
Exactly.
plant.
That's
Yeah,
North Jackson. Okay,
yeah, but
I make you.
it
I'm
ain't
gonna
that
make you.
holy.
I'm
It
gonna
ain't
make you
that
feel
holy 20.
better.
Okay,
It's Northwest Jackson.
okay, Northwest Jackson then.
Yeah.
Okay, I grew up in Northwest Jackson.
Hmm.
So when we were coming up, that used to be the hip side of town because the white folks wouldn't let us over on the other side. Remember of the lake, Lake Ico,
Oh
North
yeah. But
Side
hey,
Drive.
but you just named people that you know and family that you know that stayed in Valley North, that stayed in Norwood, that stayed in Woodhaven, that
Yeah,
stayed in Woodley.
yeah. But you got to understand, over time, we start migrating on the other side of the lake when they start
Yeah.
opening the housing market, right?
In the mid 70s.
Yes, yes, in the 80s.
Yes, mid 70s to the 80s. Fair, fair, fair.
Okay, so when I was coming up, we would be, over there where I live on 104 Dotson Place, over there, and you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
And we were going to school, but remember we got bussed over to Callaway back then.
Yeah. I remember that.
Okay, so when we was riding them buses, we was riding into through white folks' neighborhood at the time to go to a predominantly white school when I
I
was
remember
coming up.
that. Yeah,
Okay,
and you're right. You probably let me see. You graduated in 78, so you would have got there in 75. So you probably like the third class of black students over there.
okay. Do you remember Napoleon Gentry, the running back?
Mm. Yes, I do.
Remember he died in his sleep, right?
Yes.
Okay. His dad was the principal of Blackburn Junior High School at the time, Mr. Gentry.
Okay.
The Gentrys, yeah. So Mr. Gentry and so forth. Well, when my mom used to be a school teacher too. She
Okay.
taught
Okay.
she taught at Blackburn.
Okay. See, that's my point I'm getting at. You guys lived in Bel Air. Blackburn is over there by the yard, and then Rowan is over there off Mill Street, Lanier over there in Georgetown, you know.
Mm-hmm.
So I would think in those days you would have been considered boule
Hey
based
man,
on your
check this
zip
out.
code. No, I'm just saying, come on, talk to
I
me.
understand. I understand. But you know where Holy Ghost Catholic school is off of Mill Street?
Well, no, was it Holy Ghost? Yeah, I was thinking about Holy Family. Yeah, Holy Ghost down there, it's down there by Rowan off of Mill Street.
Right,
Yeah,
right on Mill Street. My
yeah,
dad, now check this out. My dad in 1938 went to school there at Holy Cross.
Holy Ghost.
Holy Ghost. I
Yeah.
went to, let's see, this was when Nixon was, I went to Holy Family, right there
You
on
went to
J.R.
Holy
Lynch.
Family. You went to Holy Family up there on Forest Avenue.
Yeah.
Okay.
I went to Christ the King also.
Wow.
So, like I understand what you're talking about, but I've been all around Jackson growing
No,
up.
okay, okay. But that's all I'm saying, man. You know, cause we use that term boule loosely a lot around here, and I
Okay,
just like to.
so
I
when I
like to
say
no. Okay, well, go ahead. Go ahead.
Bole, I mean to the people who turned their back on Jackson, who ran off into them white neighborhoods, them suburbs, outside of Hines County.
But when did that start happening?
About 1990. Remember when they
Okay.
remember when
Yeah,
they
that.
remember when they built that Target on the other side of the creek, over on the Madison side, over by
Yeah,
Timberloo?
yeah. And they built the North Park Mall, and people started running up the County Line Road, and that was kind of like yeah, that's the start of the decline of the city. That's when the fight.
North
Yeah,
North Park Mall.
yeah.
And
Originally.
then right. And then what was his name? Mayor Johnson. What he was around 98 that he was
Yeah,
in?
Harvey Johnson.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And then he started giving out contracts to the JPD to go patrol the Northridge Mall. I mean, Northwest Mall.
North Park. Yeah,
Yeah, remember he started using Jackson PD to cross county lines to go protect them white folks, even though it was outside their jurisdiction.
yeah. That was precinct 4.
Yeah,
Okay.
over there by the reservoir. You know what I'm saying? Over by the reservoir.
Yeah. Now they weren't going out there far. You know they weren't going out there far, bro. They probably went as far as
Well,
county line and maybe up 51 a little bit, but nah, they weren't going to the reservoir.
okay, let me ask you something. You know that back way when you go to the reservoir?
Ken Road, old Ken Road.
Yeah, Old Ken Road, and then the other one on the back side.
The Natchez Trace?
Not the Natchez Trace, the one when you come to the city of Jackson over by Northside Drive. You know where Northside Drive is, right?
Yes.
And then you bust a left, right? Headed north. What's that little? What's east? What was it called? East something.
Eastover.
Remember they used to have it? Yeah, that's it.
That's
Remember that
precinct
little?
4. All that is precinct
Okay,
4 on the other side of 55.
right.
Yeah,
Okay, back in them days, that used to be a white neighborhood, also, right?
exactly. Now that's North Jackson. That to your point, that was white neighborhood. You did not want to get profiled over there at the wrong time.
Right,
Yeah,
right. Remember when the Kmart was still open over there on I-55?
I do.
Okay, now across I-55, who was running over there? Who was living over there?
That was white citizens of Jackson.
Exactly.
And that
So
area went all the way, that area that you're talking about went all the way from Lakeland Drive all the way up to County Line Road. Hence why you had
Lakeland,
patrols running
right,
up.
you just told me Lakeland Drive.
Yeah.
Just before you cross the Pearl River, everything
Yeah,
north of Lakeland
exactly.
Drive.
There you go.
Exactly.
North of Lakeland Drive, you cross the river, you're in Rankin County. They went they probably drove across the bridge and came back across, and then they went to County Line Road, and they probably went all the way down to like Old Canton and came back up. But that's still Jackson.
Okay, true. Now, do you remember a place called the Dock that was over there on the
Yeah.
reservoir? That little new joint over there called the Dock.
Yes, I remember.
Okay, I used to hang out over at the Dock sometimes.
But you know that's Madison and Rankin County. You no longer in Hines
Exactly.
County.
Exactly.
What did you expect? And then probably during that time they were still dry. Those were dry counties back then. I know Rankin County was dry.
Now, this was in the 1990s.
Okay, but no,
This is
they weren't
19.
dry then. Nope.
Yeah, that's when I came back to Jackson, and I was thinking about moving back. And then, I just said, nah, I'm headed back to California. I'm being honest.
Well, I got you, bro. But I'm gonna get
I'm
out of here,
always,
man.
yeah, man, go on and get out of here. But man, I'm always gonna be proud of where I come from, and I'm always gonna be
Hey,
proud of where I'm headed.
I'm just saying, don't just talk about the problems, man. Be a solution too. That's all I really want to come up here and say.
Hey, if the money fall in the right place, I will be buying up them $6,000 houses.
Well, listen. It ain't always about the money. Time, treasure, and talent.
No, I'm making sure that we keep our property in black hands, not the gentrification. Cause see, them people gonna buy up all that cheap property.
Yeah, that's what they trying to do. They trying to dog it and run it down
Right,
so they can run it up. So,
right. So I'm the brother on the Monopoly board who buy the what? Baltic Avenue. What's the ones when you first start? Don't
oh,
nobody want.
on the slumming side, I got you. I got you.
Right. Because I know that if I go ahead and I put money into it, people will then realize that, hey, there's something worthwhile for us to work for.
All right, bro. But we gonna see. I'm in the fight with you.
Thank you, man. My name Dwight Dorsey. And I just want you to realize that, hey, man, we ain't gave up on Jackson. We just had to go somewhere else to be able to get our resources together to come back to Jackson. You can always come
Hey,
back home.
all right, all right. Well, at least you say at least you say at home and then say you ain't had no roots there, nothing connecting you there. So I
Well, I
appreciate
can't.
that.
Because you got to understand, my people be like, man, you don't even come home no more. You don't do nothing. I said, nah. And they like, man, your mom and dad left you all that property. I'm like, hey, man, my brother can have all that. He there. He put that time in with my parents. I didn't. I was out here with Parliament Funkadelic having a good time. So
I
I'm the what they call a proverbial son, the prodigal son who went and just said, hey, I'm gone.
I just don't squander away all your fortune.
Oh no, man! I got a son, and my son at one time went down there to meet the relatives because I got brothers down there in Terry, Lexington, Jackson. Like I said, I got my older brother who runs his body shop. So but the whole thing is, when I come, I don't come like they're trying to run things. I'm just here visiting. So,
Oh.
whatever I need to sign, whatever paperwork I need to sign, I sign it and I jump up back on the jet and I come back here in California.
Hey, stay tapped in with your city, man.
I will. I will. Most definitely.
All right, we gonna see.
Oh yeah, we gonna see, and then when you see me, you gonna be like, man, I know an OG back in woo 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 woo.
Yeah.
Man, at first I thought he was crazy, but it turns out he had a lot more sense than I thought he did.
No, well, I know your people for real. I really opened up a file now. I know Kevin. I really do
Yeah,
know Kevin.
yeah, and you probably know Eric too.
Yeah, I do.
Okay, so Eric is a Dorsey also, right?
Mm-hmm.
His mom, Eric is a product of one of my uncles, but he never married his mom. But Eric is actually a Dorsey. He go by Eric Lewis. That's his mom's maiden name.
Right.
You know Doc? You know Doc Dorsey?
Doc Dorsey. Nah, he may be a little bit too far behind me. I could have been gone.
Yeah, okay. So you know Harvey and you know Kevin.
Yes.
Okay, and you know Miss Pfizer.
Yeah.
And you know a Dorsey's, and so you know that my family, my family members and so forth, they did stay in Jackson. They still invested in Jackson. Because Harvey's doing good at his little place over on Beasley Road. He ain't moved. He
Yeah,
owned
because
that building.
they be wrecking over there. So I'm quite sure they keep them plenty of business going.
Exactly. Exactly. So, like I said, man, it's a pleasure meeting you, brother. I'm so
Peace.
glad, that I got Jacksonian on the line with me. And I'm sure everybody else is like, man, what these Mississippi? But they don't understand Mississippi, baby. They don't know
No, they
Mississippi
don't.
like we.
Yeah, the chat probably mad. I didn't even look. They probably mad. They probably mad. But I got to get on the road in the morning, bro. I got some stuff to do. And
Yeah, I'm finna go get me something to eat too, man. I done sucked up all the air in the room, so I know everybody else ready for me to get off.
peace to
So
you.
once again to the chat line, man. Thank y'all for putting up with an OG. Old man. I appreciate that. Now I know y'all was talking crazy in the chat because I couldn't read it, but that don't hurt my feelings.
Go ahead, Merch.
Yeah, what's up, man? The thing is, I know earlier y'all was talking about my boy over there in Africa. What's his name? What's his name? Il Mer Tro, I don't know, Traore or something like that. I keep saying his name wrong. But
Ibrahim
that
Traore.
dude, yeah, that dude, man, he's standing up for his country, man. I like his courage, man. He's just standing up. You know, he's trying to make the currency strong in this country. Uh, of course, the thing is, he gonna have to establish some order because they always have some type of you know coup or something. So if he can get some stuff established, he'll be all right, man. If he get some things together. I don't know where y'all went with reparations, but that's another hot topic. But um, I think Trump made some progress with the tariffs with some countries, so that's good too.
Yeah, the Congresswoman just reintroduced the reparations bill, so I'm trying to get it back in rotation.
Yeah, that'll be good. That'll be good. I gotta look at it. I gotta see what they talk about. I gotta look and see what they talk about. If it's real, real money, or they talk about the program again. Because I'm about the real deal. But yeah. I mean, it's just we're going through some things right now with the economy, uh, but it'll pick up. I mean, some things already have, but it'll pick up.
You hope they'll pick up, or you just
Some things already have, but it'll. Well, what I mean by pick up is, some people complain about their jobs and stuff like that, but it might be a good time to make investments.
so even though you don't have no job, you might as well go and spend your money on the stock market.
No, I'm not saying they don't have jobs. I'm just saying it's just it might be a good time to invest. I'm not saying that everybody's not unemployed. You know, um, it just might be a time to invest. I mean, I'm not saying you should invest if you don't have a job. I'm just saying that it might be a better time to invest versus uh, just looking for a job. And plus, you got to branch out anyway. You got to make yourself more marketable. There's nothing wrong with working, but you got to have your own business, in my opinion, too. You got to have your own plan.
Who was supposed to be our customer? Y'all keep saying everybody's supposed to have their own business.
Yeah, you got to have your own. You got to have your own. I
So
mean,
everybody gonna have a business, and I guess if everybody get a business, all the businesses is gonna be buying from each other, or how that's gonna work? How somebody gonna make some money if everybody got businesses?
whatever you are good at, like whatever your skill is uh, that you're good at, that's what you should be in business in. Whatever you're good at, you know, that's if you're good. But of course, if you're not, then you know it may not work out for you if you're not good in your business. You don't do good business.
Yeah.
And I'm not saying everybody needs to own a business, but you know, everybody don't need to own it. I'm not saying you have to own your own business, but it may help if if you want to be more independent. So I mean, other people come to this country, they start businesses. We see people from other countries come all the time to start business.
Most of them get a job like everybody else too.
Yeah, they do that, and then they start a business and hire their family. You know, that's what they do. So I don't see, you do the same thing. So then I mean, this currency with BRICS, I don't know what's gonna happen with it, but it seems like a lot of people trying to join it. A lot of countries trying to join it. So we'll see what happens with the BRICS, with the economy, with all this stuff going on. I mean, I really do think it's a bright future. I just think you gotta figure out your niche. You gotta get in where you fit in.
Oh yeah.
Yep, you gotta get in where you fit in, man. Wherever you fit. So I mean, I don't know, man. It's kind of weird because the future is so unpredictable, but at the same time, it can be, it can be profitable.
Yo, Dev, you there?
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Remember, my son had made that one from with wood.
Oh, okay, yeah.
That's a 3D printed version.
Damn, that's it, man. Mm.
Almost done.
Yeah. They can be the fair.
Yep. And you ready
Yeah.
to present next year? Plugging down that one.
This year or next?
Well, later this year too. Yeah. The competitions. Yeah, that shit wavy, right? So we almost finished tweaking.
You got the wire.
That's the same yellow
My
as my
bad.